Introduction asterisk. Mealy traverses into the realm of Game of Thrones, striving to alter the tragic fate of House Stark, and unknowingly discovers her adaptation to the entire society. Chapter 1 asterisk. In her dreams, Mealy hears the soft weeping of a woman, the sound growing increasingly louder until the woman suddenly lunges forward to embrace her, jolting her awake. Before her stands a tear-streaked face. Instinctively, she reaches out to push it away, only to realize that the woman's face bears a pair of small hands. A sudden epiphany strikes Mealy. This is no dream. She has perished in that car accident. Gazing at her tiny hands, she bursts into tears. Her wailing seems to issue a command, prompting a throng of individuals to rush into the room, leaving Mealy in sheer astonishment. They're all foreigners. The man leading the group has a mane of brown hair, sharp features, and gray eyes sparkling with surprise. Following him are two elderly men with white hair and two young men. A glance at the woman she had seen earlier reveals her chestnut red hair and tear-filled ice-blue eyes, unmistakably indicating she is not from her homeland. I have been transported to the West. The events that followed remain hazy to Mealy, with only a dim recollection of a shadowy room and the woman's icy blue eyes. As an infant, Mealy's sole responsibilities consist of eating and sleeping. She hoped to glean some information by eavesdropping, yet the foreign tongue of Emily seemed entirely alien, as though she had returned her English lessons to her teacher. A month later, Mealy finally comprehends that her father is the man she first encountered, named Ned, and she has 3 brothers and 2 sisters. However, her caretaker, Wincy, is not her mother, and Mealy suspects her mother is absent from her life. One day, she overhears Ned conversing with a woman. Catelyn, look at our little daughter. This woman, with her ice-blue eyes, is indeed her mother. But why does she not care for her? Alone in her bed, resting upon thick animal furs, the dim lighting of her room casts a dreary ambience, with the stone walls appearing bleak and the dust visible in the shafts of light streaming through the window. Boredom envelopes Mealy as she begins to lick her fingers, reflecting on her current situation. Having seen her mother, Catelyn, only twice in a month suggests she is not favored by her. Her father, on the other hand, is quite amiable. Although he shows signs of age, time has graced him with a dignified presence, and he treats her well, visiting daily to play with her for a while. Lost in thought, a small child rushes in, leans beside her, and introduces himself. Emily, I am your brother, Bran Stark, poking her lips with his finger. Under normal circumstances, Mealy would have cried at his antics, but today, she is oblivious. Bran Stark. Her father's name is Ned Stark, and her mother is Catelyn. Has she found herself within the narrative of Game of Thrones? However, her brother just called her Emily, a name absent from the show. Within the series, the Stark family comprises Ned, Catelyn, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, and Jon Snow. Yet Emily is nowhere to be found. What then is her role? Emily scrutinizes her surroundings, recalling the characters from her memories. The capable Robb, the handsome and adventurous Bran, the endearing Rickon, the proud Sansa, the martial Arya, and the self-doubting bastard Jon. Indeed, this is Winterfell, and her father is the Duke, Ned Stark. She has unwittingly become a member of this fabled and tragic family. Yet, to this day, Emily remains perplexed by Catelyn's apparent aversion to her. Even when she attempts to draw close, her mother regards her with an inscrutable gaze, never once embracing her. Emily, come here. I have this dagger for you, Arya calls out, extending her hand. Emily rolls her eyes and instead turns to hug Jon's leg. Jon, it seems Emily still favors you, Robb remarks, patting Jon on the shoulder. Jon scoops Emily into his arms and gently pats her back. Where has the Duke gone? The Duke is also your father, Jon, Robb replies. We received word from the wall. Father has gone to sea. Just then, Bran exclaims, Father, draped in a wolf fur cloak. Ned approaches, removing his gloves. Robb, Bran, Jon, prepare yourselves. We are going out. Chapter 2 asterisk. Yes, Father, Bran responds, brimming with excitement. He is finally going. Father, where are you going? Can you take me along? Arya tugs at her father's garment, pouting. Ned gently shakes his head. That will not do. We are heading to the gallows, a place not fit for a noble lady. Sansa, take your siblings to find your mother. Arya pouts, grumbling as she walks. It's always like this. I don't want to be a lady. I want to be a knight. That's impossible, Sansa retorts, cradling Emily. Knights are not made through mere play. In the dimly lit sept, only a few rays of light filter through, as incense smoke wafts gently upward. Catelyn murmurs softly beneath the 7 crystals. Mother, you are praying again. Arya runs over to tug at Catelyn. Father won't take me. Arya, that is not how you should behave, Catelyn reproaches softly, turning to her children. When her gaze meets Emily's, she quickly averts her eyes, as if denying Emily's existence. I have not finished my prayer. You may play. Sansa, go mend your skirt and teach Arya in the process. Yes, mother. Come along. Arya, follow me. As they exit the sept, Emily cannot help but glance back. It has been 2 years. She can now walk and speak, yet her encounters with Catelyn have been few and far between. Unable to contain her curiosity, Emily asks, Sansa, why does mother not like me? Huh? How could she not like you? Mother is simply too busy. She has been praying for the past 2 years. Was she not like this before? It seems not. When you were born, you fell gravely ill, which is why mother prays so fervently. How could you say mother does not love you? Arya interjects. Indeed, no mother could dislike her own child, Sansa asserts with a look of certainty. I adore mother, Emily confides in Sansa. Arya, what have you done? Look at how you've ruined your skirt. I think it looks fine, Arya replies. The two sisters begin to bicker over the skirt. Emily quietly turns away. It is not as they think. Emily is certain that Catelyn genuinely does not favor her. Not only is there the evasion in Catelyn's gaze during their brief meetings, but also her general demeanor towards Emily. For instance, Emily has never worn garments crafted by Catelyn, nor can she recall ever being embraced by her. It is the wet nurse and Wincy who have cared for her. The wet nurse, with her white hair and stooped back, always instills a fear in Emily that she might inadvertently drop her while cradling her. Catelyn's gaze towards Emily is peculiar. If Emily were truly a 2-year-old child, she might still believe in her mother's love, but how could an adult trapped in a child's form misinterpret such a look? It is anything but the tender affection a mother should possess. More often, it is indifference, and occasionally, even disdain and fear, akin to the way Catelyn regards Jon. Is it possible that Emily is not Catherine's child? It cannot be. If Emily were not her child, Catelyn would never permit her to bear the Stark surname. What is truly happening here? Emily, we must go. Father and the others have returned, Arya said, straining to lift Emily. The entirety of Winterfell stirred into action, with those opening doors shouting with effort. 3 others rushing to lead the horses, while onlookers gazed curiously at the group. Arya, Emily, look what this is. Bran's cloak fluttered, accompanied by the whimpers of animals. The siblings gathered curiously around. Bran excitedly pulled back his cloak, revealing 2 small gray-black wolves. Wolves? Where did they come from? Arya reached out, eager to touch them. Bran withdrew his hand. These are mine. Robb and Theon brought them. Emily, look how adorable they are. Emily watched the 2 little wolves licking Bran's fingers with their tongues, her emotions a tumultuous mix. How many wolves are there in total? Emily, already aware of the answer, sought confirmation of whether it aligned with the original narrative. 6. Father said each of us would have one, and we must train them ourselves. They will grow fierce, Bran replied. This was broadly consistent with the original storyline, and a weight seemed to lift from Emily's heart, though a knot remained. Surely the wolf named Ghost belonged to Jon. Emily gazed at the pure white wolf cradled in Jon's arms, its eyes a haunting crimson, its breath faint, yet it appeared endearingly fluffy. Jon, do you like this wolf? Will you help me care for it? Jon looked astonished. Emily, do you want to give it to me? No, this is yours. A dire wolf belongs solely to the Starks. Robb concurred. Emily, the dire wolf symbolizes the Starks. You should raise it yourself. No one can substitute for you. He gently took the wolf from Jon's embrace and handed it to Emily. Can I name it Ghost? Emily asked, stroking the wolf's slightly stiff fur. A splendid name, quite fitting. Jon nodded in agreement. Emily cradled Ghost and walked slowly. Thus far, the plot had altered significantly due to Emily's presence. The first change was Catherine's demeanor, and the second was Ghost. Jon, destined to change the world, now found Ghost becoming Emily's wolf. Unaware, Emily wandered into the ancient grove, where the dense redwood trees cast overlapping shadows, shielding the sunlight and warmth from entering. A moist breeze caressed her face. As she walked, she had to navigate the gnarled roots of the trees, wary of tripping over the roots that rose to her calves, for no one was there to assist her. Emily wished to see the towering fish-leaf tree at the center of the grove. Although the human face carved into its trunk sent shivers down her spine, the babbling brook and fresh air were sensations lost to the modern world, an ideal place for contemplation. Before she reached the tree, she overheard voices. How unique it was that someone would come here for a rendezvous. Did they not fear being watched? Emily stealthily hid behind a sturdy iron tree, peering forward to her astonishment. There were her parents. Father Ned sat upon a moss-covered boulder, while Mother Catelyn stood behind him, kneading his shoulders. Today, Bran witnessed my execution of a condemned man without flinching. I am proud of him, Ned said as he polished his heavy sword while conversing with Catelyn. He is a Stark, Catelyn replied with satisfaction, though she struggled to maintain her composure and not appear frivolous. The issue is that these condemned men all claim to have seen strange things. In their desperation to escape punishment, they resort to all manner of fabrications, Ned said solemnly. They were all knights, watchmen guarding the wall. If the situation escalates, I shall have to lead the army north to confront those wildlings. Catherine's face paled with fear. I wonder if there are truly others, or if the wildlings are merely playing tricks. Others? How can one believe the tales of old wives? And Emily, the old nurse, is far too aged to keep attending to her. You are her mother, Catelyn. Ned turned to her with seriousness. This is your responsibility, Catelyn. As parents, we are obligated to care for each of our children. She's not my child. Catelyn suddenly burst forth, her voice rising. We watched our child draw her last breath. My little Emily is gone. The Emily now, who knows what she truly is? How can a person return from death? At this revelation, I was taken aback. It appeared that Catelyn had long sensed something amiss with Emily. No wonder she harbored no affection for her. Who could cherish a creature that had usurped their child, especially when uncertain if that very creature had caused her demise? Catelyn merely overlooked Emily, which was a considerable mercy compared to outright wishing her harm. Catelyn, I have encountered many individuals and heard tales of those who have returned from death. I have heard that a member of the Brotherhood has come back several times, and some sorcerers can perform such feats. We cannot deem Emily a monster simply because she lives. That would be unjust to her. I understand, but the moment I see her, I am reminded of my child's lifeless expression. Catelyn could no longer contain her tears as she clung to Ned. Ned, helpless, embraced Catelyn. Take your time. Chapter 3. As the two departed, Emily collapsed onto the ground, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Startled, the white wolf leapt from Emily's embrace, emitting a whimpering sound. Emily had no time to soothe it. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around herself in an attempt to find calm, yet it proved futile. The realization that Catelyn knew she was not the true Emily was overwhelming. Given this knowledge, it was only natural for Catelyn to harbor disdain for Emily. Thus, when calamity struck, Catelyn would not protect Emily, nor would she shield her as a mother would her child. If fortune did not intervene, it would not be long before King Loren arrived in Winterfell with the Queen and his children, marking the tragic onset for House Stark. Brandon Stark would discover the Queen in a compromising situation with Jaime Lannister, leading to his fall from the broken tower and the loss of his legs. Ned would meet his demise at the hands of Joffrey. Robb and Catelyn would suffer betrayal and death, and Rickon would perish amidst the chaos of war. Emily believed that by foretelling the impending tragedies and preventing Ned from traveling to King's Landing, she could avert the disaster. But now what could she do? If she revealed the truth, would they believe her? Would she be deemed a heretic? Doubt clouded Emily's mind, and she hesitated to share the grim tidings. What was she to do now? Her thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion, and the intertwining of fear and anxiety left her trembling. Emily, Emily. Master Ruin gently tapped her shoulder, rousing her from her stupor. As she awoke, she realized night had fallen, the only warmth emanating from the torch in Ruin's hand. Emily, what are you doing here? It is dark. The Duke and everyone are worried about you. It is time to return home. Master Ruin exerted considerable effort to lift her, then noticed the crouching white wolf. Oh, is this dire wolf yours? What is its name? White Spirit, a gift from my father and brothers. Oh, I have heard of it. A fine name indeed. Emily's demeanor was one of timidness. Do you recall the events surrounding my birth? Of course. I am not so old as to forget matters from 2 years past, dear. Master Ruin feigned irritation. I heard I nearly perished at birth. Is that true? Emily clung to Ruin's head, enduring the prick of his short white hair against her cheek, her sobs muffled. Shoo. Dear one, you are favored by the seven. When Lady Catelyn bore you, you were most reluctant to enter this world, quite the mischievous one. Ruin gently caressed Emily's back, seeking to soothe her. When you finally emerged, you bore a bluish hue, and your breath was nearly imperceptible. Lady Catelyn was distraught, holding you tightly and praying day and night. Yet, you continued to fade. Perhaps the gods heeded your mother's prayers, for the following dawn, as the first light painted the eastern sky, Catelyn suddenly cried out. Upon our entrance, we found you had awakened. Ruin gently pushed Emily back to gaze into her eyes. Tears still clung to Emily's porcelain cheeks. This is all the decree of the gods. My dear, the gods and Catelyn have brought you back. Mother loves me, doesn't she? Of course. Yet, I heard her tell father that I am not her daughter. The look in her eyes at that moment was different from the way she gazed at my siblings. No mother could ever lack love for her children. It is merely that the gods have returned you. You belong to them now. Scholar Reuven's expression was inscrutable. However, Emily could clearly perceive the fleeting gaze of Scholar Reuven, who was only attempting to comfort her. Yet, Emily refrained from questioning further. No one understands their own origins better than oneself. Emily stated that this was merely to convey to Scholar Reuven that she comprehended Catherine's disfavor towards her. Hello, Emily. Are you familiar with the heart tree? It is a fishbeam tree, existing long before the construction of Winterfell. Legend has it that the faces carved into the heart tree were etched by the children of the forest during the Dawn Age. Every castle possesses a sacred grove, and each grove contains a heart tree, each adorned with a face that will protect us, safeguarding everyone in Winterfell. It shall also shield you, Emily. Let us return. Very well, Emily replied, her demeanor obedient, as if she had found peace. Ned pushed through the crowd with determination, reaching the center to embrace Emily tightly. My dear, where have you been? Do you know how worried we were? Scholar Reuven answered on Emily's behalf. I found her in the woods. She played until she fell asleep. Emily noticed Scholar Reuven cast a glance at her father, Ned. Ned kissed Emily's forehead, saying, Rest well, my dear. The old nurse then led Emily away. All right, everyone. Let us return. Scholar Reuven, accompany me. What is going on? Ned's gaze was sharp in the flickering candlelight. You and the lady visited the heart tree this afternoon? Reuven affirmed, his hands clasped. Ned, puzzled, responded, How do you know? Did Emily tell you? How could she possibly know? Emily is aware that the lady does not favor her. Undoubtedly, she must have overheard your conversation. You should exercise more caution. Scholar Reuven swayed slightly, his face displaying disapproval. Emily had not yet fallen asleep. The old nurse was still recounting stories. In the darkness, the others rode upon dead horses, accompanied by gigantic white spiders, their low voices resonating eerily beneath the dim candlelight. Clang! Emily's heart raced, nearly escaping her lips. Turning, she saw her father, Ned, enter, prompting the old nurse to rise and exit. Father, dear, please do not tell such tales before bed. There are no others in this world. These stories will only bring you nightmares. Ned sat by the bedside, gently stroking Emily's hair. His expression bore a hint of hesitation. Emily, your mother simply does not know how to love you. It does not mean she does not love you. I know. Scholar Reuven has said, I am one of the gods. He speaks the truth. Ned sighed with relief, appreciating Emily's understanding. Scholar Reuven is indeed correct. I have witnessed it. I have been haunted by a recurring dream, one where Bran plummets from the tower, where my father's head falls, and where the old nurse speaks of the others. This dream persists. Father, it fills me with dread. Emily leaps forward to embrace Ned. In the 4th chapter, even as he reclines on the bed, Ned remains preoccupied with Emily's words. Bran fell from the tower, and my father's head was severed. What is happening? Catelyn lies beside Ned, clutching his sturdy chest, finding solace and happiness in his presence. It's nothing. Emily overheard our conversation this afternoon. Ned hesitates, his gaze shadowed. Catelyn dismisses his concern, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. What does it matter? She is not truly our daughter. Do not speak such words again, Catelyn. Ever. Ned sits up in bed, addressing Catelyn with gravity. His piercing gaze compels her to acknowledge his words. I understand. I comprehend. May I rest now? The low circular fortress is cloaked in dust, with layers of fallen leaves carpeting the area beside the window. Shadows scuttle beneath, possibly mice or cockroaches, producing rustling sounds. Cobwebs cling to the corners of the window, while the cawing of crows echoes ominously. Ned observes Bran scaling a grotesque gargoyle statue, and is about to call out, Bran, what are you doing? When he witnesses Bran leap towards the window, only to vanish from sight, Ned jolts awake, recalling Emily's dream of Bran falling from the tower. He gently rises from the bed, drawing back the heavy tapestry curtains and pushing open the narrow window high above. A chilling wind rushes into the room, howling around him. Ned rubs his face vigorously, uncertain of how to respond or whether to heed Emily's dream. He wishes to convince himself it is merely a figment of imagination. Yet what if it is a warning from the gods? Ned has long prepared himself for a noble death upon the battlefield, yet Bran remains but a child. Emily, you must train the dire wolf. You cannot simply cradle it. It is a creature of the north, a guardian of Winterfell, not a pet. Arya displays a look of disapproval. Look at me, Nymeria, come here. The grayish-white wolf trots over, and Arya holds her head high with pride, akin to a peacock. Arya speaks wisely, Emily. We are ladies of Winterfell. We must not be limited to embroidery. Sansa finally concurs with Arya for once. It is still young. Or teach me, Arya. Emily earnestly accepts the critique, squatting to place the dire wolf on the ground. However, before Arya can issue a command, Nymeria, the lady, and the dire wolf tumble into a playful heap, nipping at each other and creating a ruckus. Nymeria, lady, watching her two sisters forsake their ladylike decorum. Emily shouts in exasperation, yet finds herself laughing, her night of worry and anxiety dissipating. The handmaidens rush over to separate them and fit the little wolf with a collar. Now, both Arya and Sansa shed their sisterly pretenses, no longer discussing the training of the dire wolf. Isla bore an expression of intrigue. Emily, you are aware of the ruined tower, aren't you? This morning, Father instructed Shaun to surround the ruined tower with guards. Bran has been utterly heartbroken, after all. It is his private sanctuary. Is that so? What happened? Before Emily could respond, Sansa, her curiosity piqued, interjected. Noticing our gaze upon her, Sansa cleared her throat and straightened her posture, feigning seriousness. Indeed, Isla, what has transpired? Emily graciously inquired, surprised by the swift progression of events. Ned's actions had been remarkably prompt. I am not entirely certain. It seems there is a section of the ruined tower that is on the verge of collapse. Yet I haven't seen any craftsmen attending to it. Well then, we must be on our way to Sister Moden. Emily, you should seek out the old nurse or Bran. Rickon, do enjoy yourself, but under no circumstances venture into the forest. Sansa tugged at the lady's arm, leading her toward their chamber, followed reluctantly by Isla. Emily knelt down to stroke the ears of White Spirit, its petite white ears fluttering with her touch, its eyes narrowing in delight. You seem quite fond of it, Emily remarked, turning to see her father. Yes, it has always kept me company. Ned lifted Emily into his arms, prompting White Spirit to rise immediately, even letting out a low growl, poised to pounce. Well done, White Spirit. Although not the most obedient, it is undoubtedly the bravest. Quiet, White Spirit. This is your father, Ned admonished. Seemingly understanding, White Spirit ceased its growling but still refrained from approaching Ned, perhaps sensing that Ned had yet to set Emily down. It clamped onto the hem of his cloak. Ned remained silent for a long while, allowing White Spirit to gnaw at his cloak, his expression as tranquil as still waters. Reluctantly, Emily addressed White Spirit, Come along, White Spirit. To her surprise, it released its grip and obediently followed. Ned took Emily to the ruined tower, where they encountered Shaun, Ned's foster son. Emily harbored a slight aversion to this sensation. She was acutely aware of the future that awaited, who would betray whom, yet she could only remain vigilant, masking any signs of distress. This constant awareness underscored her sense of vulnerability and powerlessness. In truth, Emily perceived little distinction between the ruined tower and other edifices. They were all somber stone structures, the primary difference being their desolation. Before reaching the pinnacle of the tower, a flock of crows greeted them, emitting a cacophony of hoarse caws that amplified the ominous atmosphere, causing Emily's heart to constrict with trepidation. Upon ascending to the highest level, light flooded in abruptly, prompting Emily to instinctively bury her head in Ned's embrace. Emily, do you recall the words you spoke to me last night? Yes, I dream the same dream each night. I dreamt that Bran fell from here. She gestured vaguely toward a window, unsure which one it was. Perhaps that one. I cannot be certain. All I remember is seeing Bran fall, arms outstretched. Father, is it merely a dream? I have ordered the sealing of the ruined tower. Do not share your dream with others. Let it remain our secret, shall we? Very well. And, Emily, we all love you. You are my daughter. And Winterfell is your home. Perhaps your mother has given you a false impression, yet it is undeniable that we all love you. When the frigid winter descends, we shall stand before you as a shield. So, please trust me, will you? Ned gazed intently at Emily, as if awaiting her response. Emily, of course, replied, Yes, father. I believe you. Ned felt a tinge of disappointment. That is not your true sentiment, my dear. I have encountered many souls. You do not regard me as a father you can trust, nor do you believe in my ability to protect you. Why? Can you provide me with a reason? Emily was taken aback by Ned's piercing inquiry, hesitating whether to reveal the truth. Father, I dreamt that you were gone. After that, no one could protect me. No one could safeguard us. No one. Chapter 5. Ever since hearing Emily's words, Ned was plagued by nightmares, envisioning Bran's fall, picturing his own silent demise, and imagining that after his death, Emily would be murdered. Each time he jolted awake in the middle of the night, Ned would stand by the window, pondering what to do. The mornings in Winterfell were perpetually dim and cold. Though it was summer, the thick, dark walls exuded a chilling aura, causing Emily to linger a bit longer in bed each day. The moment Whitey heard her master stir in bed, she sprang up, her little tail wagging excitedly, letting out soft whines. Emily instantly became alert. "Shoo, Whitey, don't make a sound. You'll summon the old nanny." No sooner had she spoken than the old nanny pushed the door open. "Dear, it's time to rise." The nanny swiftly tossed aside the blankets, lifted Emily, and began dressing her with seamless efficiency. "I have cared for your father and your siblings. You are the only one who lingers in bed this way. Aren't children supposed to wake up early?" Emily struggled to get down. "I am not a child. I can put on my own shoes." "Please, no bending down, nanny. You are still a child. Rickon is only a year older than you and still cries for milk every day, yet you barely glance at him. This shoe is so difficult to wear. Winterfell is dreadfully cold. I must wear such thick shoes even in summer." Emily tightly pulled the laces and hopped a couple of times to settle her shoes. "Then you should visit the south. It is much warmer there. The king is coming. And perhaps the knights could take you to see it." Emily was startled. "The king is coming? Who said so?" Her expression darkened. "It's true, then. Everyone is talking about it. How could it be false?" The old nanny took a damp cloth from a maid to wipe Emily's face and braid her hair. Once everything was ready, the nanny held Emily's hand and led her to the dining hall. "Remember to greet the knights first," the old nanny reminded her daily. And today was no exception. "Father, mother, good morning." Emily performed the customary greeting. The old nanny deftly pulled out a chair for Emily to sit. "We must not allow wolves in the dining hall." Catherine looked down at her meal, as if it were not her words that had been spoken. "Whitey will not cause any trouble. Whitey, sit." Whitey obediently squatted at Emily's feet, not making a sound. "Take good care of her, Emily." Ned paid no heed to whether the wolf could enter the dining hall. "Emily, Rickon, it is time for you to learn some manners. The king is en route to Winterfell. One must always embody the Stark dignity when presenting oneself before the king." "Yes, father," Emily and Rickon replied obediently. "Father, have you not slept well? Your dark circles are quite pronounced," Sansa observed with concern. "Should we request the maester to prescribe some calming draught?" "No need. It's merely that the king is arriving, and there is much to attend to." Ned set down his fork. "Robb, have you finished your meal?" "Of course, father." Robb promptly laid down his utensils, though a small piece of meat and a sausage remained on his plate. He rose to follow his father. Catelyn also stood to leave. The atmosphere at the table immediately brightened. Arya dragged her chair closer to Emily. The solid wooden seat seemed heavier than she was, yet she managed to maneuver it. "Emily, you overslept again today," Sansa remarked with a hint of teasing, maintaining her composed demeanor. Emily, unfazed, simply smiled back at her. "When does she not oversleep?" Bran chimed in, secretly pouring the leftover wine from Robb's cup into his own. Sansa intervened. "Bran, you cannot drink wine." Bran flashed a sheepish grin. "Just a little. I only wish to taste it. I want some too." Rickon had both hands plunged into his plate, making a mess of the eggs, his greasy fingers reaching for Bran's clothing. "No, don't grab," Emily admonished gently. Rickon clung tightly to Emily's hem, though he was her elder brother. He had grown accustomed to following her lead, as she always took him to delightful places. At that moment, he instinctively leaned against Emily. She felt a twinge of nervousness. The morning's etiquette lesson had drained her of all energy. She had not anticipated such strict standards of decorum in Winterfell, particularly from the stern middle-aged Septa before them. Septa Mondin, tasked with instructing them in etiquette, had her dark hair tightly pinned back, adorned with a white wimple, and always bore a serious expression, somewhat intimidating. After demonstrating the proper salutations for both men and women, she beckoned them forward. "Rickon, Emily, have you grasped the lesson?" Step forward to demonstrate the greeting. Emily carefully grasped the hem of her skirt, slightly bending down, and bowed her head in acknowledgement. Snap! The Septa sharply struck Emily's back. "Straighten your back. Do not slouch." Emily remained silent, gritting her teeth against the pain, and slowly rose. "Rickon, your turn. Merely bow your head slightly." Rickon appeared visibly anxious, bending slightly forward while raising his chin. The Septa delivered a sharp rap on his head, causing Rickon to stumble forward. "Rickon!" Emily rushed to steady him, who clung to her, quietly sobbing, afraid to make a sound. "All right, Rickon, try again." The Septa seemed indifferent, reaching out to pull Rickon. Rickon clutched Emily even tighter, causing her neck to ache. "Septa, may we not continue this tomorrow?" Rickon is not in a good state. Sister Mindan forcefully pulled Rickon closer. Yet he had not yet complied with the standard. Neither had she. Her brow furrowed. She paid no heed to Rickon's cries. "Oh!" Sister Mindan winced in pain, releasing Rickon and crouching to rub her leg. Rickon kicked her and immediately dashed to Emily's side. Sister Mindan, in a fit of anger, shouted, "Come here," and attempted to grab Rickon once more. Emily intercepted her hand, saying, "Sister, Rickon didn't mean it. He is still quite young." In the scuffle, Emily and Rickon were knocked to the ground. Before they could regain their composure, Sister Mindan had also fallen. It was White Spirit. White Spirit stood atop Sister Mindan, her nostrils flaring as she emitted a menacing growl, her sharp teeth hovering above the nun's face. Trembling, Sister Mindan raised her hands above her head, frozen in place, her eyes wide as she stared at the Arctic wolf on her. Emily pulled Rickon up and ran outside, followed closely by White Spirit. Emily helped Rickon and his fluffy dog climb onto her bed, offering him a piece of meat. "Stop crying, we've escaped. Soon, we will bathe the wolves. They deserve a reward for their bravery today." The fluffy dog remained behind. It was White Spirit who had saved them. Rickon tossed the meat to White Spirit, who caught it effortlessly. In just a few months, White Spirit had grown to nearly the height of the bed, exuding an impressive aura. The fluffy dog, however, grew slowly, letting out a pitiful whine, which was endearing. "It was you who made the fluffy dog stay under the stairs. It listens to you well." Emily petted the fluffy dog's head, saying, "You should pet it. It feels so wronged." Rickon remained silent, gently stroking the soft fur of the dog. "Can we skip the etiquette class? I dislike attending." Emily admitted she felt the same and pondered a solution. "Emily, Rickon, are you there?" It was Arya. "Come in." Arya hurriedly entered, urging, "You must go find father. Sister Mindan has gone to report to mother. She is very angry and has sent Sansa to find you. I came to warn you. Quickly now." Chapter 6. When they found Ned, he was in discussion with Master Ruin and Ser Roderick, with Captain Jory Castle attending. No one acknowledged Emily and Rickon's abrupt entrance, nor did Emily expect anyone to reprimand them for intruding into the Duke's study. Stealthily, she crept along the wall to Ned's rear, quietly swiping a piece of jerky from their table for Rickon to gnaw on. The two children squatted silently behind Ned, listening to their deliberations. Ned's expression was solemn, seemingly oblivious to their presence as he addressed Ser Roderick, saying, "The king's party will approach along King's Road. In the coming days, please send someone to rotate guards along King's Road. Once the king's party draws near, Winterfell will be prepared to receive him." Master Ruin, "The order of Winterfell relies on you. We cannot allow outsiders to infiltrate." Jory, "The defense of Winterfell is entrusted to you." The three responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." Before turning to leave, after they exited, Ned rubbed his forehead, displaying a hint of exasperation. "Come here, approach me." Emily gently tugged Rickon towards Ned, pressing Rickon's head down slightly as she herself lowered her head in a gesture of contrition. "Are you not aware that the Duke of Winterfell's chambers are not to be entered casually?" Emily remained silent, for those who err have no right to speak. Young Rickon, however, could not contain himself, exclaiming, "But Arya has been in." Ned's expression faltered, and he chose not to pursue that line of conversation. "What have you done? Did Arya send you, or has she caused trouble?" As he spoke, Ned rubbed his face vigorously with his hands, trying to gather his composure. Rickon, with a face full of indignation, gestured dramatically, "That woman pushed me. The wolf frightened her, and she ran to tell mother." Emily was taken aback. The boy was remarkably adept at spinning tales. His words made Rickon seem unjustly accused. TSK, indeed, none of the Stark family are to be underestimated. Ned grasped the situation, inquiring, "And who is that woman?" Rickon did not respond, but turned to Emily, clearly uncomfortable with the question, twisting the hem of her garment with his small hands. Emily smoothed out her wrinkled dress and glanced at Ned, resolved to speak the truth. "It was Sister Monda, teaching us etiquette." "So you assaulted your etiquette teacher during class? How very courteous of you." Ned's face remained impassive, his tone rather stern. Rickon hastily defended, "She hit us first. We did not strike her. It was merely the wolf that startled her." "Is that your belief as well, Emily?" Ned queried. Emily, of course, would not undermine her companion, affirming, "Yes, father." To her surprise, Ned chuckled, "You are mistaken, children." Emily and Rickon both lowered their heads. "Your older siblings have all faced similar trials." Rickon emitted a choked sound. Ned laughed heartily. "They have all dealt with the nuns. You have not gone too far." Emily and Rickon exchanged astonished glances, unable to process this revelation. Ned patted the heads of the two children, saying, "You are the children of the Duke of Winterfell. Especially you, Rickon. In the future, you shall be a vassal to Robb. How could you yield to a mere nun? When confronted with harshness and injustice, you must rise in defiance." "What is the sigil of House Stark?" "Wolf of the North," they replied in unison. "We all know this." "Indeed. It is the Wolf of the North, not a dog. Only the king may receive our fealty. No one else can compel our submission." At that moment, in Emily's eyes, Ned was no longer the weathered, frost-bitten, middle-aged man. A brilliant light seemed to flicker in his gaze. Winter is coming, Ned murmured, almost as if uttering a wizard's curse. Very well, you may return now. Your mother will not blame you. Ned rose, taking one child in each arm and carrying them out. Contemplative, Emily reflected on how this matter had been resolved so differently from her expectations. Perhaps her initial assumptions had been flawed. She resolved to verify this. Father, may I have a guardian? Ned turned, puzzled. Why? Why do you wish for a guardian? You are entirely safe, with no need for concern. We are too small to defend ourselves. You have Arctic wolves, which are no mere toys. Ned gazed at the two wolves guarding the entrance. Their stature impressive as they grew rapidly. If well trained, they would serve as protectors. Emily, however, insisted, there will always be places the Arctic wolves cannot reach at such times. We require guardians. After a moment's hesitation, recalling the nightmares that had plagued him recently, Ned acquiesced. Very well, if you require it. Soon, the captain of the guards, Jory, responded promptly, acknowledging Ned. Select a few guards who can protect them. Ned set the two children down and followed the captain, intending to find suitable candidates. Rickon showed no reaction. To him, an additional guard was merely another figure trailing behind, of little significance. In contrast, Emily was thrilled. An extra guardian meant added security. Thank you, Father, she exclaimed, kissing Ned's cheek in an unprecedented gesture of affection before taking Rickon's hand and following the captain. The two Arctic wolves wagged their tails, trailing behind. From a distance, Emily spotted a gathering of individuals, at the center of which two robust guards clad in black leather armor were engaged in a duel. A man with long black hair wielded a sword with one hand, advancing steadily while striking forcefully against the blade of another man with short black hair. The latter was compelled to grip his sword with both hands, attempting to parry and counterattack. However, the long-haired guard unexpectedly disengaged, using his shield as a barrier and charging forward, toppling the short-haired guard to the ground. The onlookers erupted in cheers. With shining eyes, Emily pointed to the victorious long-haired guard and exclaimed, Uncle Jory, may I choose him? Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Jory replied, No, my lady. He is Harris Moran, a reserve captain of the guards. In my absence, he will assume the role of the new captain. You cannot select him. To prevent further misunderstandings, Jory quickly summoned a group of candidates. My lady, you may choose from among these individuals. Before her stood youthful lads, around 15 or 16 years of age. Their faces still tender and their features not yet fully developed. They exhibited a mix of nervousness and curiosity. Emily felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to select a formidable warrior, but it was clear that these youths were not yet ready for battle. However, it was understandable. Capable fighters were invaluable and would hardly be available for children's games. Uncle Jory, please assist us in making a selection. You have always had a keen eye. Without hesitation, Jory responded, What about these two? They have just completed their training and are quite agile. Emily nodded, taking Rickon's hand as they turned to leave. Suddenly, Emily spun around, nearly colliding with the two individuals behind her. Her expression darkened further. Both were well-proportioned, with sun-kissed skin, evidently lacking formal swordsmanship training. Their swords hung loosely at their waists, hands freely swaying at their sides, their faces radiating bright smiles. Emily's irritation dissipated. What good was anger when it would not change the situation? Unable to restrain herself, she cradled her head in her hands, overwhelmed by a throbbing headache. However, Rickon was unfazed by her discomfort. Emily, when shall we go in search of Mother? Emily's head ached even more at this question. What are your names? What do you do? The two boys visibly paused for a moment before the slightly slimmer one. A boy with a small reddish-brown birthmark beneath his eye replied, Madam, my name is Vales, and I was raised on a farm. He gestured towards the boy on his left, whose striking blue eyes stood out. This is Ronston. His father is a knight. The boys seemed yet to grasp the gravity of their situation, entirely unaware that these two small children before them were their masters, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Vales, you are to follow me. From now on, you shall heed no one but my words, including the king and the duke. Do you understand? Emily's expression turned serious as she endeavored to project an air of authority. Ronston, you shall accompany Rickon. It is your duty to protect him, should harm befall Rickon. Then your life shall be forfeit as well. Vales and Ronston, momentarily bewildered, tensed up and replied, Understood. They should have responded with yes, my lady. Finally, they bowed their noble heads. As Emily pondered how best to train Vales and Ronston, she recognized that while Vales, despite his farm background, possessed a lively spirit and his own ambitions, Ronston lacked the noble qualities of a knight. Rumor had it he was a premature birth, frail since childhood. He could ride a horse, but did so rather passively. These two boys, it seemed, were hardly fit for the battlefield. let alone to serve as protectors. Merely avoiding the role of cannon fodder would be a feat Emily considered having them practice in the training yard with others, hoping they might learn a thing or two. Standing on the bridge between the main castle and the armory, she gazed down at the commotion in the training yard. The window was rather high, requiring her to find a stone to stand on for a better view. "How did you end up here?" A voice from behind startled Emily, and Jon leaned in casually against the window frame. Looking at her own diminutive stature, she felt a pang of envy toward his long legs. "You don't wish to learn combat like Arya, do you? You're far too small. Even the practice wooden sword is taller than you." Jon chuckled, his tone laced with mockery. "I know," Emily replied, somewhat dejected. "I can't practice now. I'll do so when I'm older. That is not the pursuit of a lady. A lady is like a wolf," Emily retorted. "Well said," Jon replied. "A lady, besides being Sansa's dire wolf, is also a cunning player in the game of power struggles." A mysterious look, incongruent with his age, crossed Jon's face. Emily chose not to delve further into the topic. The hardships of their childhood had forged Jon's resilient and upright character. Yet she believed he would prefer to exchange future accomplishments for the joys and affections of his youth. Suddenly, Winterfell was thrown into chaos. Bustling with people and the cacophony of shouts, such commotion was typically reserved for the training yard. Emily led her white spirit down the corridor, and as they approached the square, Bran and Rickon ran towards her. "Emily, the knights say the king is coming," Bran exclaimed, his mouth stretching into a wide grin. While Rickon remained oblivious, wearing a blank expression, Emily gazed at her two brothers, her lips dry and her voice caught in her throat. What could she possibly say? Aware that the king's arrival would result in one brother's death and the other's injury, she felt an overwhelming guilt that clung to her heart like wild weeds, causing her to shrink in pain. "I'll take you to the front. We must be at the head of the line," Bran declared, oblivious to Emily's troubled demeanor. In his mind, Emily was unlike Rickon. With Rickon, all one needed was to provide him with food, and he would obediently follow without causing trouble. However, Emily seemed indifferent to food, as if nothing particularly delighted her. Thus, she needed constant supervision to prevent her from wandering off. With this thought, Bran took Emily's hand and began to run ahead. As she ran, Emily reassured herself that Ned had already secured the ruined tower. Bran would be safe. As long as they held Winterfell during Theon's assault, both Bran and Rickon would remain unharmed. Upon reaching the front, Ned immediately commanded, "Bran, Rickon, stand to Jon's right. Emily, you stay close to Arya." "Where is Arya? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Sansa stepped forward, pulling Emily beside her, preferring to stand next to her rather than the dirty Arya, dressed in a sky-blue lace gown with a gray fur-lined cloak. Sansa exuded a blend of youthful innocence and noble pride, looking resplendent. Emily knew that Sansa had labored for half a month to sew this dress, all to make a good impression for the king's first visit. The dryness lingered in Emily's mouth as she murmured, "We need not take this so seriously." "How can we not? This is our first meeting with the king. It is our honor," Sansa replied, her face illuminated by the morning light, as if it radiated brilliance. "Let us cease our chatter. The king is soon to arrive. We must embody the grace of Winterfell's ladies," Catherine admonished softly, her deep-set lines lending her a stern appearance. Emily immediately straightened, lifting her chin, while Sansa affectionately tugged at their mother's arm, saying, "I understand, mother." Catherine patted Sansa's hand before turning away, not casting a glance at Emily. In the solemn atmosphere, silence enveloped them. Moments later, the distant sound of clattering hooves and rolling wheels echoed from outside the castle. A few minutes later, dozens of golden banners embroidered with the crowned stag of House Baratheon surged through the castle gates, followed by knights draped in white cloaks and resplendent double-decker carriages. The boy at the front of the procession donned golden armor and a red cloak, his golden hair and white steed giving him a commanding presence, strikingly handsome. Behind the carriage, two knights in white cloaks flanked a broad-shouldered, disheveled middle-aged man with a beard. He urged his horse forward, and Ned was the first to kneel in homage, prompting the entire population of Winterfell to follow suit. Emily understood that this man was indeed the king. He dismounted with a flourish, gesturing for everyone to rise, and embraced Ned with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You haven't changed a bit. I've only grown quite a bit heavier." King Robert's cheeks were frostbitten and purple as he greeted each member of House Stark. As others dismounted, Queen Cersei, adorned in a golden fur cloak that accentuated her radiant golden hair, strode confidently to the front of the line, extending her right hand before Ned, who dutifully kissed it. Behind her, the king's children stood in a formal row, introduced one by one. Leading the group was the king's eldest son and heir to the throne, the fair-skinned, golden-haired Joffrey Baratheon, followed by Princess Myrcella, and young Prince Tommen. It was somewhat mocking that they had all inherited the Lannister family's striking features, golden hair and alabaster skin, shimmering in the light. Sansa had been fixated on Joffrey since his arrival, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, clearly having been informed by Catelyn of the king's intentions for an alliance, which she seemed to embrace with eagerness. Their eyes interlocked in a moment reminiscent of love at first sight. Emily took a deep breath and tugged at Sansa's sleeve, whispering, "Sansa, I am weary." Chapter 8. This evening, the great hall of Winterfell was abuzz with activity. Banners of platinum, red, and gold adorned the space, while the pungent scent of alcohol overpowered the aromas of bread and smoked meat, leaving Emily devoid of appetite. The king at the head of the table laughed boisterously, raising his goblet in a continuous toast, his face flushed yet relentless in his revelry. Duke Ned, however, remained unchanged, standing with a straight posture, his expression stern even as he sipped his drink. In contrast, the Queen and Duchess Catelyn appeared far more refined, wearing smiles as they occasionally raised their cups for a sip, exchanging glances and laughter. The children's table was a spectacle. Sansa had donned a lovely orange dress, delicately slicing her bread while stealing shy glances at Joffrey, all the while engaging in conversation with Princess Myrcella across from her. Joffrey's appearance was undeniably advantageous. His short golden hair, fair complexion, and deep, lake-like blue eyes exuded nobility, complemented by a luxurious velvet ensemble and a flowing golden cravat, with glossy black boots highlighting his tall, lean figure. For Sansa, the prospect of marrying a noble she had never met paled in comparison to the allure of wedlock with the dashing heir to the kingdom. The dissonance was palpable. She was fully aware that Joffrey was a devil in disguise. Emily rose and approached Sansa, just as an unidentified object hurtled towards them. Emily crouched to evade it, but Sansa was caught in the fray, breadcrumbs raining down upon her head. Maintaining her ladylike composure, she refrained from showing anger. Though Emily noted the tension in Sansa's clenched jaw, the gathering erupted with laughter, indifferent to her plight. Catelyn cast a pointed look at Robb, who finally recognized the source of the mischief and escorted Arya away. Emily then took Sansa by the hand, leading her away to freshen up. As they strolled slowly from the hall, the echoes of laughter faded into the background. Sansa abruptly freed herself from Emily's grasp, lifting her skirt and darting toward her chamber. Startled, Emily hastened after her. "Oh, I detest Arya. She is insufferable. Why must she oppose me? Does she take pleasure in my misfortune?" Sansa wept bitterly. Yet, Emily found herself at a loss for comforting words. In truth, she might have said, Arya acted splendidly, seeing that no one was there to comfort her. Sansa gradually settled down, letting her hair down to brush off the debris, and chose a beautiful dress. Emily felt a twinge of admiration for her. After all, she was a Stark, maintaining such a commendable demeanor. "Are you still going to the feast?" Sansa shot Emily a glance. "Of course. I cannot let Arya have the upper hand." Emily was momentarily taken aback, but rallied her spirits to help Sansa adjust her dress. "I heard the king wishes to arrange a marriage with our family." Sansa was unfazed, responding as if it were the most natural thing. "Indeed, we are Starks, the kings of the north." As Sansa donned her dress, she requested Emily to fetch her shawl, urging her to hurry lest the feast conclude before they arrived. Emily, however, slowed her movements, muttering, "It would be better if it ended. Do you wish to marry the crown prince? I sense Joffrey looks down on us. His gaze seems to float above our heads, and his lips curl in disdain. Does he not fear a fall?" Sansa abruptly turned, her smile vanishing. "Emily, Joffrey is the crown prince. As vassals, we must show him respect. You cannot malign him in such a manner. This is unbecoming of a lady. Do you understand?" Emily had not anticipated such a response and attempted to contribute further. "Sansa, do you know? I have heard that Joffrey is exceedingly cruel. Furthermore, the marriage proposal is not yet finalized." Emily realized her arguments lacked persuasive power. "Enough, you may leave now," Sansa declared, clearly unwilling to engage further and commanding Emily to depart. Yet, Emily could not comply. This was the perfect opportunity to persuade Sansa. Emily resolved to reveal the truth. "Sansa, I had a dream. I dreamt that you and Joffrey went to the capital, a lady was stabbed, your father perished, and you never became queen, instead enduring great cruelty." "That is enough," a stern voice called from behind. Emily turned to see Catelyn, who fixed her with a penetrating gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing into Emily's very being. "This is Sansa's matter. The decision regarding the marriage is between me and your father. You have no place to interject. You may leave." Emily could attempt to persuade Ned or Sansa, but she was not so arrogant as to think she could sway Catelyn. As she turned to exit, Catelyn's voice rang out. "From now on, keep your distance from my children." Do not speak carelessly or attempt to curse them, or else I will make you pay dearly. Do you understand? Cursing? Am I cursing them? What a joke. Emily retorted loudly. I am warning them. Ignoring my words is the true curse. Before she could finish, a sharp pain struck her left cheek, leaving her momentarily bewildered as to what had transpired. She could only see Catelyn's right hand lowered, her neck bulging with suppressed rage. Did you not comprehend my words? I shall repeat myself. Stay away from Sansa and Bran. If any harm befalls them, I swear by the gods, you will suffer 1,000-fold. Emily found her vision blurring, unable to discern Catelyn's expression, though she could faintly sense her emotional turmoil. Yet, what did it matter to Emily? She had no connection to Catelyn. Emily gazed intently at Sansa and inquired, Do you feel the same? Am I cursing you? However, Emily did not wait for a reply, nor did she desire one. Slowly, she departed the room. What else could she say? Should she blame Ned for divulging Bran's predicament to Catelyn? Should she accuse Catelyn of neglecting her daughter? Should she reproach Sansa for failing to cherish her sister? None of these accusations held merit. The fault lay solely with Emily. She was neither Ned's nor Catelyn's daughter, nor Sansa's sister. How could she expect them to love her as family? Such thoughts were mere folly. As Emily heard the clamor of the festivities, she felt no inclination to join. Instead, she retreated to her chamber. She collapsed onto her bed without lighting a single candle. Merely lying there, she wished to close her eyes, yet they felt painfully dry. Where are you, Whiteling? Upon hearing her call, Whiteling rushed in from outside and leaped onto the bed, where Emily embraced her. Though Whiteling had also been taken from another, she was all that remained to Emily. In the ensuing days, Emily maintained a silence, eating and sleeping while overseeing Wylis and Roan's sword training. The matters of marriage had become trivial. What truly mattered now was augmenting her chances of survival, for nothing commanded respect like martial prowess. Until one day, Robb came rushing to find Emily, exclaiming, Come with me. He scooped her up and ran, disregarding Whiteling's frantic barks. Whiteling, hush. Robb, what has happened? Emily clung tightly to Robb's neck, fearing she might be dropped, and urgently inquired. Robb, however, remained silent as he dashed toward the castle. From a distance, Emily noticed Bran's room surrounded by a throng of people, her heart racing with anxiety. Arya was weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming, Emily, Bran fell from the tree. History was repeating itself. How could this happen? Wasn't the tower sealed? Emily could hardly believe it. She forcefully pushed through the crowd, attempting to enter the room, only to be halted at the doorway. Angrily, she swatted away the arm that obstructed her path and surged forward. Ned, with no choice, crouched down and held Emily tightly, whispering, Do not cry. You mustn't go in there now. It was only then that Emily realized her face was wet with tears. Why won't you let me in? I won't disturb them. I merely wish to see Bran. Ned offered no response. Yet Catelyn burst forth from the room, her eyes red with tears, shouting, Of course. You cannot enter. I told you that you are a demon. You have already caused Bran to lie in bed. Is that not enough? Emily stood frozen, murmuring to herself. It was not me. She trembled, inadvertently catching sight of Queen Cersei, whose expression was one of profound sorrow. Unable to restrain herself, Emily rushed toward her. But Sandor Clegane swiftly drew his sword, positioning himself before Cersei. Ned barked, Emily, be mindful of your actions. Emily's spirit surged. She could not harm her, for she was the queen, and they possessed no proof. In a moment of clarity, Emily knelt at Cersei's feet, grasping her skirts, pleading, Your Grace, please save my brother. Tears streamed down Emily's cheeks as she hoarsely pleaded, My queen, I beg of you. Cersei paused for a moment, then knelt down to embrace Emily, the poor child. Bran is the offspring of a loyal servant of the crown. I have summoned the finest physicians and sorcerers. Bran will undoubtedly recover. Emily had lingered outside Bran's room for several hours, silently repeating, Cersei, Cersei, Jaime, Jaime, Cersei. What a splendid performance it was, revealing the true talents of all involved. Emily finally comprehended the fervent desire for vengeance that had consumed Arya as she matured. Nothing is more loathsome than knowing who your enemy is yet being powerless to retaliate. It is not your concern. Do not take Catherine's words to heart, Master Ruin comforted Emily. Desperately, she clutched his sleeve. Bran will be all right. Won't he? Master Ruin's expression bore exhaustion, the hours of tending to Bran having drained his vigor. Sighing softly, he lifted Emily and carried her away from Bran's room. We need to talk, Emily. In a few days, the Duke will be traveling to the capital with your sisters, and you will accompany them. Looking into Emily's eyes, Master Ruin continued, You are the most astute child I have ever met. You understand why I say this. Winterfell is your home, no matter what transpires. Winterfell will always welcome you. Despair nearly overwhelmed Emily, rendering her breathless. She resisted the urge to cry, tilting her head back, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably. I understand. Let it be so. Master Ruin raised his right hand to wipe away her tears. Jon will also accompany Uncle Benjen to guard the wall. You and he are merely leaving Winterfell temporarily. After all, winter is coming. When the time is right, you shall return. I wish to return by myself, Emily retorted, uninterested in his reassurances. All she desired was to compose her own emotions. After bidding farewell to Master Ruin, she nestled in a corner, allowing the darkness to envelop her. White Fang eagerly licked Emily's hand, emitting soft whimpers. Emily cradled White Fang's head, burying her face in the thick, wolfish fur. Though the coarse hair pricked her cheeks uncomfortably, she could not bear to let go. In truth, Emily could empathize. Bran's current state was a consequence of his prophecy, and Catelyn would undoubtedly seek to punish her. Or at the very least, would no longer ignore her as she once did. Furthermore, the bastard Jon, a thorn in Catelyn's side, was also departing, leaving Emily to face an even harsher reality. The only one capable of influencing Catelyn, Ned, was also heading to Winterfell, leaving Emily isolated and defenseless. Catelyn would not need to lift a finger. Even the slightest display of malice towards Emily would summon countless maesters to act on her behalf. Emily might evade 1 or 2, but could she elude 100 or 200? Remaining in Winterfell was no longer an option. Yet, would leaving Winterfell truly solve anything? In the commotion before Bran's chamber, it became evident that Ned's demeanor towards her had transformed. Guilt and fear had dulled the affection he once lavished upon himself. Sansa was acutely aware of her own sentiments regarding the union with Joffrey, and she foolishly predicted her own future. There was no one more foolish than herself. Accompanying Ned to King's Landing, he could still protect the 3 sisters while he remained safe, but after Ned's execution at the hands of Joffrey, Sansa faced relentless torment. Arya wandered the wilderness, and Emily lamented her inability to remain unscathed. Straying from the path to King's Landing seemed equally unfeasible. With King Robert's demise igniting the flames of war, there was no sanctuary to be found within the 7 kingdoms. Beside Emily stood only White Wolf, and perhaps Varys. What could they accomplish? They might not even traverse a mile before meeting their demise. Even if they could travel safely, where should they go? To seek out Jon? That was impossible. Jon had just arrived at the wall and had yet to find his footing. Her presence would only hinder him, offering no assistance. Daenerys, the mother of dragons, presumably had not stabilized her situation, and her dragons had yet to hatch. Should she venture to her Aunt Lisa? Yet Lisa harbored animosity towards Catelyn and was somewhat unhinged. The nights in Winterfell were biting cold, and Emily shivered violently, her teeth chattering incessantly. She clutched White Wolf, drawing some warmth from the creature. Nowhere felt safe. A profound despair enveloped her, as though the vastness of the world offered no refuge. Emily feared she might be too heartbroken to rise from her bed, yet she proved to be resilient. The warmth of sunlight streaming into the room instilled in her a sense of hope for better days ahead. The consequences of her reckless prophecies began to manifest. Typically, at this hour, the old nurse and handmaidens would have entered to attend to Emily, but today, not a soul was in sight. The longed-for opportunity to awaken naturally had finally arrived. Emily smirked and resolved to indulge in it. She yawned and settled back down. When she awoke once more, her eyes fluttered open to find Arya's gaunt face and White Wolf's fluffy visage before her. Deciding to continue her slumber, Emily was interrupted as Arya pinched her nose, urging her to rise, calling her a lazybones. I saved you some food. White Wolf is waiting for you, too. Get up. With a sigh of resignation, Emily sat up. Do you not know I am a demon? Why come to me? Do you not fear my curse? Chapter 10. Arya beamed, appearing utterly foolish. But you haven't cursed me. I heard from Master Luwin that you mean well for Bran. Had the broken tower not been sealed, Bran would likely have perished from his fall, if he were fortunate. He might have merely broken his legs. But a fall from the weirwood tree would only result in a fracture. Emily's spirits lifted as she grasped Arya's hands tightly. Are you suggesting Bran is unharmed? By the gods, Bran must remain safe. Otherwise, what significance would Emily's journey hold? Perhaps he is all right, Arya mused. But I do not know why Bran refuses to awaken. Master Luwin says he will awaken when the time is right. Old Roose always utters statements that are perplexing and elusive, leaving people bewildered. Arya, tugging at her disheveled hair, is filled with frustration. Emily, on the other hand, feels suffused with hope, believing that matters are taking a turn for the better. There is still time. She snatches the bread from Arya's grasp and devours it voraciously, causing Nymeria to whine anxiously. After tearing off a portion of the bread for Nymeria, the wolf takes it and scurries away, as if fearing it might be snatched, which brings a smile to Arya's face. Arya waits, grinning, for Emily to finish her meal. Soon, Jon will embark for the wall. and you must remember to bid him farewell. Once he departs, it may be an indeterminate time before they meet again. A melancholy that belies her youth flits across Arya's visage. Her bond with Jon is the strongest. Emily is uncertain how to console her, yet Arya requires no solace. She has always been the most resolute and self-assured of the Stark family. Separation shall not conquer her spirit. Arya quickly regains her composure, patting Emily's head. I must take my leave. Be sure to brush off the crumbs from the bed once you finish, otherwise, old Nan will prattle on endlessly. As Emily watches Arya depart, she muses that there is no need to tidy up, for it is unlikely old Nan will come to nag her. She must gather her spirits. There are many tasks ahead, bidding farewell to Jon, packing her belongings, and if possible, saying goodbye to Bran. Most importantly, she must remind Master Roose of the sycophant, Theon. A surge of energy courses through Emily. While packing her belongings, she contemplates that clothing and jewelry are non-essential. She must ensure to carry gold, albeit not in excess that might invite envy. She needs a comb to groom Nymeria's fur and a dagger for protection. Splendid, yet without the dagger, her preparations feel incomplete. After much deliberation, Emily realizes there is little she can take with her. She places her clothing and jewelry in a large trunk for the guards to carry, knowing that in the event of calamity, she could abandon it. The gold, however, must accompany her. Emily decides to sew it into the corners of her garments. When it comes time to sew, she discovers the needle is as long as her finger. How convenient. Once finished, she perceives the stitching is coarse and the garment is dotted with patches. She resolves to wear it beneath her outer attire, not wishing to tarnish the Stark name. At that moment, Nymeria suddenly lets out a low growl. Nymeria, who approaches. Go, open the door. With a swift scratch, the door swings open to reveal Jon, clad in black armor and a dark cloak, standing at the threshold. His expression is complex, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Emily. Unfazed, Emily resumes her important tasks. Are you here to bid me farewell, or to inquire about Bran? Both, Jon replies hesitantly. Bran is my brother. Emily, having long since abandoned hope for disappointment, responds. Of course, Bran is your brother and my sibling. We both cherish him. Let us be direct. Bran's affairs do not concern me. Someone wishes him harm. Yet that individual is certainly not I. Do you have any further inquiries? Taking a deep breath, Jon concedes, I understand. I am about to depart with Uncle Benjen. I brought you a parting gift. Jon withdrew a small dagger from behind him, no larger than a sewing needle, resembling more of a dart than a true dagger. I do not know your preferences. Your father will protect you. Perhaps you will never need it. Emily's eyes sparkled with delight. This was the most timely gift she had received, and it was precisely what she required. She joyfully accepted the dagger, tracing the engraved patterns on its somewhat rough sheath. Lacking smoothness. Upon drawing it out, the dagger revealed its uniqueness, featuring small barbs along its edge. It is quite beautiful. Does it have a name? No. You may name it, Jon replied nonchalantly. Let us call it Scar, shall we? Emily felt a touch of shyness. For this was her first possession that could truly be considered a weapon. Jon, you must remain safe. Your perseverance and courage will bring you everything, including harm. Take care of yourself. Jon, moved by her words, crouched down to embrace Emily. You too. Take care of yourself. When Emily sought Arya, she found her practicing with Jon's newly acquired sword, resembling a sewing needle. Not wishing to disturb her, Emily proceeded to find Master Ruin. Countless herbs and potions lay scattered upon the ground, and Emily cautiously navigated the gaps to locate Master Ruin. Without turning around or pausing his work, he remarked, Emily, is it? What brings you here? Surprised, Emily pondered how he recognized her, given that she had never been there before. How did you know it was me? Master Ruin responded with pride. I have watched you all grow. What does that have to do with anything? Yet, Emily chose not to delve deeper. I dreamt that Bran was pushed. Master Ruin finally took her seriously, halting his work to face her, his expression grave. Do you understand what you are saying? Emily met his gaze unwaveringly. I do, which is why I am sharing it with you. Catelyn will not allow me to see Bran again. Nor will she believe my words. I trust only you. Protect Bran, for the culprits would not desire him to awaken and identify them. They? Who are they? Master Ruin pressed on. Emily refrained from continuing that line of discussion, shifting the topic instead. Father is taking us to the capital. Robb will lead Winterfell. Should Robb wish to march out from Winterfell, you must persuade him to leave behind 500 strong soldiers to safeguard Winterfell, protecting Bran and Rickon. Lastly, do not trust Theon. He is a hostage of Winterfell, not a foster son. Master Ruin felt his heart leap to his throat as he grasped Emily's arms tightly. Is this yet another of your prophecies? Emily, people will not be swayed by your prophecies. They will instead fear you. Do not speak of this to anyone else. I will heed your words and prepare accordingly. but you must also promise not to share it carelessly. Emily gazed into Master Ruin's wise eyes. I have nothing more to say. She turned to leave, acknowledging that indeed, there was nothing left to express. All that needed to be said had been articulated. All warnings given. Now, she must focus solely on safeguarding herself. Let the 7 gods decide the rest. The dawn had yet to break, and Winterfell was still shrouded in a gray mist, yet it was already abuzz with activity. Knights, carriages, and banners jostled together, while Emily sat in her carriage, clutching herself tightly, the weight of gold making her feel heavier. Sansa and Arya chattered excitedly on the opposite side of the carriage, thrilled as this marked their first journey away from home. A resounding horn sounded, prompting the carriage to advance. As they departed Winterfell, Emily felt tears welling up. She never anticipated leaving home in such a manner. Along the King's Road, the landscape was dominated by monotonous black forests. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves, and the gnarled roots of trees thrust upward defiantly. They often had to pause to clear away debris from the road to avert mishaps. The water sources encountered along the way were overgrown with aquatic plants, emitting a foul odor that attracted swarms of flies and mosquitoes, effectively barring the girls from approaching. Sansa remained in a cold war with Emily over her predictions, while Arya took Nymelia on various escapades, returning each time muddied and unbothered by Sansa's disdain. Emily was left with no choice but to remain in the carriage for 24 hours, utterly bored. It was only when the group reached an inn that Emily breathed a sigh of relief. If this continued for several days, she would surely go mad. During breakfast, Sister Mardane attended to Sansa and Emily, informing them that the king and the duke had set out for hunting early that morning. She also relayed that the queen and Princess Myrcella had invited the sisters to join them in the royal carriage. Emily felt no inclination to participate. All she desired was a moment of rest and a refreshing bath, as she felt perpetually damp and uncomfortable. Sansa eagerly discussed evening attire with Sister Mardane, keen to make a good impression, clearly still harboring thoughts of marriage. As Emily spread jam on her bread, she interjected, "Are you truly going? I speak only the truth. I would never deceive you." Sansa's expression darkened immediately. "Sister Mardane, you may leave now." She listened intently for the sound of Mardane's footsteps, only unleashing her fury upon Emily once they faded. "Never let me hear such words again. This is not Winterfell, and father cannot protect you here. You are simply envious of me, of everyone, of our mother's affection, and of my future as queen. Do you think if you curse me to death, you can wed Joffrey? Dream on. Is that truly how you feel?" Emily regarded Sansa's outburst with indifference, recognizing it for what it was, merely a shout. She raised her gaze to Sansa, her voice unwavering. "Sansa, I do not lie. I am barely 3 years older. I cannot marry Joffrey. You know this to be true. Why then do you chastise me? Are you afraid?" Emily swallowed the last bite of her bread. Sansa finally displayed a hint of discomfort, but it was insufficient. Seizing the moment, Emily pressed on. "What if my words were not a curse, but a prophecy? The father saved Bran's life for the sake of the crumbling tower, who will come to your aid in due time. I am your own sister, with no reason to harm you." Sansa's hands hung at her sides, subtly clutching the hem of her gown, revealing her wavering resolve. Emily feigned solemnity, attempting to intimidate Sansa, lowering her voice to repeat, "Sansa, who can rescue you? Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. I cannot compel your faith, but you must remember that life is the most precious treasure, and all else pales in comparison." With this, Emily resolved to conclude the conversation. Sansa's beautiful, wide eyes stared vacantly at me, her throat involuntarily swallowed. Her mouth opened as if to speak, yet she turned and left without uttering a word. Emily cradled her forehead in her hands, letting out a resigned sigh. Emily slumbered fitfully, plagued by relentless dreams that tormented her. Upon awakening, she felt a throbbing pulse at her temples. She rubbed her forehead, contemplating whether to indulge in a bit more sleep. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, a blend of shouts and cries that only exacerbated her headache. At that moment, Sansa burst in unexpectedly. Emily was taken aback, for Sansa, who typically prided herself on her poise, appeared with reddened eyes, disheveled hair clinging to her cheeks, and her dress wrinkled and soiled. Emily sprang from her bed and rushed to Sansa's side, urgently inquiring, "What has happened? Are you all right?" Yet Sansa remained unresponsive. Lost in her own reverie, Emily called out loudly, "Sansa! Sansa!" Suddenly, Sansa snapped back to reality, seizing Emily's slight frame, tears streaming down her cheeks before she could utter a word. Arya and Nymelia have harmed Prince Joffrey. What shall we do?" "The king has ordered the guards to find them. Surely, nothing will come of it, right? The king cannot possibly direct his wrath towards us, can he?" Sansa desperately sought reassurance. Emily quickly recalled the unfolding events, remembering that in the original tale, Nymelia had bitten Joffrey's wrist while defending Arya, and in the ensuing chaos, Arya had banished Nymelia to protect her from the queen's wrath. Nymelia fled, but the queen demanded accountability, leading to the execution of the lady. Emily felt a wave of regret wash over her for having overlooked such a pivotal plot point. But what was to be done now? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. The 3 ice wolves could not be spared, yet banishing White Spirit was out of the question. Thus, there remained but one path, accompanying the ice wolves. Resolute, Emily grasped Sansa's arm firmly. Sansa, listen to me. At this moment, Arya will certainly not return with Nymelia. There will inevitably be a scapegoat. It will either be the lady or White Spirit. Upon hearing this, Sansa erupted in despair, exclaiming, "No, it was not the lady's doing." Frustrated, Emily stamped her foot, hushing her urgently. "Quiet. Do not let others overhear. This is not the time for shouting." Once Sansa regained her composure, Emily continued, "Sansa, given what has transpired, the outside will surely be on high alert. The only way to escort White Spirit and the lady to safety is for us to lead them out. Do you understand?" Sansa barely had time to contemplate before exclaiming, "Very well, let us proceed." As they exited, both Emily and Sansa were indeed questioned. Sansa, adopting the demeanor befitting the Lady of Winterfell, asserted confidently, "My sister Arya is missing. We must seek her out. The direwolf can scent her presence." The guards, without further deliberation, respectfully inquired if assistance was required, asking if they should dispatch a few men to accompany and protect them. Sansa lifted her chin, pride radiating from her, and replied, "No, thank you. We shall not venture far." Emily stifled a laugh, recognizing that it was indeed Sansa's leadership that was needed in this situation. Together, Emily and Sansa, with the direwolf in tow, feigned a search for Arya. Once the guards were sufficiently sparse, Emily quietly whispered to Sansa, "Sansa, I have no intention of returning." Startled, Sansa exclaimed, "What?" Then realizing the gravity of the situation, she lowered her voice, "You are mad. Where could you possibly go? Do you not comprehend how perilous it is outside?" Emily smiled brightly. "How can you be certain that the capital will be any safer? At the very least, I will be with White Fang, and I shall help you care for Nymeria. Moreover, my prophecy is no jest. You must exercise caution. Do you remember Varys, the guard father assigned to me? Remember to call upon him when the need arises." Tears streamed down Sansa's face as she embraced Emily tightly, kissing her cheek. "You must take care of yourself." Overwhelmed by the emotional farewell, Emily gently pushed Sansa away. "Just look after yourself." With that, she took hold of the dire wolf and dashed into the thicket. Soon, the shadows of night enveloped them. Upon entering the forest, Emily, accompanied by White Fang and Nymeria, ran in the opposite direction of the guard's search. Her sole focus was to distance herself as much as possible, propelling herself forward with all her might. It was only then that Emily realized her own limitations. Her strides were short, and her stamina was woefully insufficient. Having not traveled far, her legs felt as though they were laden with lead, refusing to cooperate, and she was breathless. Yet, she dared not halt. Stumbling along in the wake of White Fang and Nymeria, Emily found herself either tripping over roots or sinking into muddy pits. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. At this pace, capture was inevitable. They had only the time it took for Ned to negotiate with King Robert, and if they discovered Nymeria and White Fang were missing, guards would surely be dispatched to track them down. It was her own shortcomings that burdened White Fang and Nymeria, determined to send them away for their safety. She was suddenly startled by the soft whimpering of Nymeria nearby. Fearing the pursuers had arrived, Emily was jolted. White Fang nudged her forward, yet she struggled to move. Eventually, White Fang even picked her up in his mouth. Realizing her feet were off the ground, Emily felt a mix of embarrassment and relief, grateful for her youth. After some time, she heard the gentle sound of trickling water. Nymeria had discovered a source of water. White Fang set Emily down beside it, then scampered off to drink. Emily leaned down, submerging her head in the cool water, and as she lifted it, droplets cascaded down. Emily detected the foul stench of water, yet without hesitation. She scooped up a handful and took several sips. Indeed, the notion of hygiene only seems to arise when one is well fed and hydrated. The presence of a water source signified that by merely crossing this river, the hounds of her pursuers would be unable to detect her scent. How splendid it was. The adage that water is the essence of life held true. While Emily pondered how to navigate the waters with her petite frame, Bai Ling once again seized her, and the lady joined in, lifting Emily's legs. Thus, the two wolves ferried her across the river. Emily mused that perhaps she ought to dig a hole and bury herself. for there was no more miserable traveler than she, yet none more fortunate either. Upon reaching the shore, the lady carried Emily, albeit in a rather awkward manner. Emily did not protest. She had long since exhausted her strength to argue. Just before her mind succumbed to the throes of unconsciousness, the lady finally set her down. Nearby, the cheerful chirping of birds and the flapping of wings filled the air. Once tranquility returned, the lady once again picked up Emily. When she was set down anew, Emily discovered herself nestled in a tree hollow, flanked by the lady and by Ling. Without hesitation, she reclined and succumbed to slumber. The hard earth and the pervasive scent of blood could not deter her from sleep. As dawn broke, golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Upon awakening, Emily felt a pang of disdain for herself. Despite the absence of oversight, she found herself up at such an early hour. Alas, habits can be truly dreadful. Resolving to indulge in a well-deserved respite, she relished the comfort of her arboreal refuge. Bai Ling approached, nudging Emily with her head, but Emily feigned sleep, shutting her eyes. Bai Ling, sensing Emily's indifference, lay beside her, resting her head on her paws, occasionally whimpering to rouse her. Emily was resolute in her desire to remain undisturbed. The events of the previous night had been far more harrowing than all her past experiences combined, leaving her body protesting from the strain. With a cautious glance, she opened her eyes to behold Bai Ling and was suddenly alarmed to discover the lady's absence. Startled, she sat upright, clutching Bai Ling and inquiring, "Where has the lady gone?" Bai Ling, of course, offered no reply. As Emily propped herself up, she found to her dismay that the threshold was higher than she anticipated. How embarrassing. Bai Ling effortlessly leaped over it. Emily muttered to herself, "I am human. I am human." Ah! Emily gasped as Bai Ling picked her up once more. Unlike the previous evening, Emily could clearly see that her feet were a meter above the bottom of the hollow. As the ground below appeared to recede, she feared that Bai Ling might inadvertently drop her. When Bai Ling finally set her down, Emily exhaled deeply, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Upon seeing Bai Ling approach again, she exclaimed, "No need. I can walk." To prove her assertion, Emily scrambled to her feet and dashed forward. Every time Emily took a wrong turn, White Spirit would gently guide her in the correct direction. Emily began to suspect that she had inadvertently developed another peculiar trait in White Spirit, who seemed to possess an undeniable penchant for mischief. Rather than simply barking to direct her, it insisted on carrying her. This was truly frustrating, a definite black mark in her memories. Upon hearing the howl of a wolf once again, Emily was filled with exhilaration. At last, she had located the lady. As she walked, she called out, "Lady, lady." The rustling of foliage announced the passage of an animal, and Emily felt an urge to rush forward and embrace her. When the creature emerged, she was astonished to find two wolves before her. Surprisingly, it was Namelia. The lady had indeed found Namelia. What a delightful surprise. Even more astonishing was that Namelia was clutching a bloody rabbit, evidently quite lifeless. Emily rushed forward to give her a bear hug, exclaiming, "Namelia, I love you. I thought I would have to endure hunger today." However, upon gazing at the rabbit before her, Emily sadly realized that she did not know how to start a fire. Rubbing sticks together had proven utterly unreliable. Her hands were chafed, and not a wisp of smoke had emerged. Fortunately, there was still Jon's knife scar. Emily painstakingly carved out a piece of meat, signaling to White Spirit that it was time to eat. She placed the small piece of meat in her mouth. How pungent! The metallic taste of blood filled her mouth, and the raw flesh tested Emily's teeth. She felt a twinge of envy towards White Spirit. A wave of longing for her family washed over her. She wondered if Ned had discovered the message she left for him. Upon realizing her absence, he would undoubtedly search for her with all his might. Though he would not find her, she could only hope he would heed her advice. Meanwhile, Ned was reading the letter Emily had left him. After a long and arduous night, he had managed to reunite with one daughter, only to find another missing. Ned felt on the brink of collapse, searching tirelessly through the night, yet the hounds lost her scent by the river. King Robert had issued a stern command, compelling Ned to return, promising he would continue to send men to search for Emily. Reluctantly, Ned returned to rest, where he found a letter on his bed. "Dear father, I have left with White Spirit and the lady, along with gold and the knife scar. The knife scar was a gift from Jon, and I cherish it. Do not worry about me. White Spirit will protect me. Instead, you must exercise caution. Trust me. And remember what I am about to say. Bran was pushed by Cersei and her brother because he discovered their illicit affair. Cersei's 3 children are not King Robert's, including heir Joffrey. Whether you choose to fulfill your duty and inform Robert or decide to keep this hidden, always ensure you have an escape route. Consider not only your own safety, but also that of Sansa and Arya. May the gods protect the Stark family. For 13 days, Emily wandered through the forest, utterly disoriented, oblivious to her current location or the direction she faced. She had once been able to discern direction from the sun's rise and fall in the canopy of trees. It was not until one fateful night that 3 dire wolves chanced upon a pack of wolves in the forest. The 3 wolves became utterly exhilarated, howling as they dashed forward. Emily gazed at the rows of illuminated green lanterns across from her, feeling a surge of trepidation, and she swiftly concealed herself behind a rock, trembling. The mournful howls of wolves and the sounds of objects striking the ground filled her ears. Curiosity gnawed at her, yet her survival took precedence. Once the cacophony subsided, Emily perked up her ears, listening intently. She heard a series of 3 distinct thuds, causing her to shiver thrice in response. Stealthily lifting her head, she was met with the sight of a lifeless wolf, its eyes wide open, showcasing a mouth full of fangs. Emily nearly screamed in terror. Steadying herself, she then noticed the bloodied figure of White Spirit behind the fallen wolf, its neck marred by a patch of missing fur. Emily collapsed onto White Spirit's leg, indeed, her leg. The environment and the consumption of raw flesh had caused the 3 wolves to grow at an astonishing rate, now standing over a meter tall, more than twice the size of an average wolf. White Spirit swiftly grasped Emily and carried her forward, leaving her with only a view of the wolf's legs. She clung tightly to the thick fur on White Spirit's chest, fearing she might fall. Suddenly, White Spirit leaped, and Emily felt herself soar through the air. As she swung in midair, she caught sight of Namelia and the lady following closely behind, accompanied by a pack of wolves with glimmering green eyes. Panic surged through Emily, and she shouted, "White Spirit, behind you! Behind you!" Yet, White Spirit paid her no heed, continuing to run ahead. Emily soon realized that the wolves showed no intention of pursuing them, and it dawned on her that they had gathered a band of followers. The wolves were indeed the victors of their kind. As Emily surveyed the den, yes, the foul-smelling den of wolves, she noticed animal bones scattered nearby, some seemingly not fully devoured. Exuding a putrid stench, White Spirit, Namelia, and the lady lounged comfortably as if they were in their own home, while the pack of followers lingered outside. Too timid to enter, Emily understood that these 3 had usurped another's lair and barred the rightful inhabitants from entry. To her astonishment, leaving the den proved far more challenging than entering it. Since her arrival in the wolves' lair, she had never managed to escape. Each time she exerted herself to climb out, a wolf would drag her back. Conversely, the trio had completely embraced their newfound freedom, taking turns each day to venture out with their followers to hunt. Returning with food, albeit half-dead prey, before her very eyes, they would ruthlessly tear into the necks of their catches, blood spraying and splattering onto her. They would then bring the gaping wounds to her mouth, urging her to drink the blood. Initially, Emily resolutely refused. The metallic taste of blood made her stomach churn. However, she soon realized that the wolves brought no water back, nor did they intend to guide her to a water source. Her lips cracked painfully from dehydration, and ultimately, she succumbed. Thus, 35 days passed. Emily counted each day, and she noticed her body had grown considerably stronger, though she had become quite filthy. Unable to bear it any longer, she began tugging at White Spirit daily, attempting to persuade him to leave this place. White Spirit, however, dismissed her protests entirely, asking, "Not hungry." It would pile the lifeless food before Emily in towering heaps. Sleep? It showed no concern, and when fatigue overwhelmed Emily, she succumbed to a disordered slumber. A deep fear gripped Emily, terrified she might truly become a wildling, dreaming of herself clad in animal pelts, wielding a spear, and howling in pursuit of prey alongside the White Spirit. A tinge of sorrow enveloped her. Despite nurturing the White Spirit for so long, she could not overcome the primal instincts of the beasts. On the 36th day, Emily awakened by the water's edge, her eyes fluttering open to a dim, shadowy light. As she turned, she nearly toppled into the water. Realizing it was not a dream, she hastily rose and scanned her surroundings, her heart settling as she spotted 3 Arctic wolves lounging not far off. Detecting the rancid, nauseating odor emanating from her clothing, Emily tore off her garments and cautiously approached the shallows to bathe and cleanse her attire. A renewed sense of vitality surged through her as the earthy scent of decaying leaves mingled with the fishy aroma of the water, filling her with joy. Having tidied herself, she approached the White Spirit, embracing each of the wolves, Namelia and the lady, rubbing against their soft fur as she playfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Uncertain if they understood, they all rose in unison and led the way. Emily followed gleefully behind, feeling considerably more mature and robust, at least no longer prone to frequent tumbles. After a lengthy trek, Emily sensed something amiss. It seemed they were not guiding her back to the den. Yet, uncertainty lingered, for the trees in this region were dense. Even in daylight, casting an ambience devoid of sunlight, with only the faint illumination and dappled shadows on the ground signaling the dawn. Thus, Emily journeyed for what felt like 2 days, discerning a pattern. They would begin their travels at first light, halting to rest as darkness fell, with the white spirit, Namelia, and the lady taking turns hunting, keeping watch, and serving as Emily's blanket. So, despite the dim and slightly chilly environment, autumn's approach evident, Emily endured no hardships apart from the fatigue of walking, finding herself at ease. Day by day, she counted, ultimately resorting to collecting the leaf stems of the iron tree, meticulously recording each one. Upon gathering 53 stems, Emily astonishingly discovered a path, a trail forged by human footsteps. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "White spirit, Namelia, lady, we have found the way. We can seek a place to settle." With exuberance, Emily stepped onto the long-lost smooth path, joyfully sprinting a short distance before glancing back, only to find the white spirit and the lady trailing behind, but Namelia was absent. Panic gripped her, and she hurried back. After a short run, she found Namelia still at the original spot. Emily rushed over and embraced Namelia's neck, asking, "What is the matter?" Namelia merely gazed at her with her striking amber eyes, and in that moment, Emily suddenly comprehended something profound, pulling Namelia forward with determination. However, Namelia remained motionless, while Emily, unable to restrain herself, clung to Namelia and wept uncontrollably. True to the original narrative, Namelia chose the mountains and opted to remain with other wolf packs. After gazing at Emily for a brief moment, Namelia turned and dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight in an instant. Chapter 14. Following Namelia's departure, Emily struggled to regain her composure for several days, finding herself devoid of enthusiasm for anything. The initial joy of discovering the path faded away, and Emily grew increasingly anxious, refusing to let White Spirit and Lady leave her side, fearing that one moment of inattention could lead to their loss. Even during hunts, Emily insisted on clinging to White Spirit's leg, adamantly refusing to let go. On one occasion, while hunting, they encountered a sleek, dark-haired wild boar. Due to Emily's presence, they had consistently avoided larger prey, sometimes returning empty-handed. This time, however, the wild boar charged directly at them, igniting excitement in White Spirit and Lady. Emily instinctively distanced herself, not wanting to be a burden. The two wolves engaged in fierce combat with the wild boar, with White Spirit and Lady utilizing their sharp fangs, one biting the boar's neck and the other its hind leg. Typically, they could dispatch their prey effortlessly, but this particular boar, with its tough hide and sinewy flesh, managed to break free. Strangely, despite being at a disadvantage, the boar showed no signs of retreat, instead lowering its body and baring its teeth as it faced the two Arctic wolves. It was astonishing. The odds seemed insurmountable. Emily felt a pang of sympathy for the boar. White Spirit and Lady regrouped and charged once more. Hidden behind a rock, Emily was captivated by the scene, only to suddenly notice 3 more sleek, tusked wild boars emerging behind White Spirit and Lady. "Watch out behind you," Emily shouted, but it was too late. Both White Spirit and Lady received a brutal blow from the boar, with White Spirit barely managing to hold its ground while Lady was knocked aside, unable to rise. Emily rushed over and discovered that Lady's abdomen had been gored, blood staining her brownish-gray fur. Lady whined in pain, prompting Emily to remove her coat and press it firmly against Lady's wound, attempting to staunch the bleeding. White Spirit positioned itself protectively in front of Emily and Lady, pressing down with all its might and growling fiercely in warning. The 4 wild boars charged forward, and White Spirit bravely leapt into the fray. But it was evident that the odds were against it as it was tossed about by the 4 boars, soon becoming covered in blood. With fierce determination, White Spirit clamped down on one boar's neck, ignoring the others as they attacked. With a powerful shake of its head, White Spirit hurled the boar aside, which did not have time to cry out before succumbing to its injuries. The remaining 3 boars appeared startled, hesitating to attack. As they stood in a standoff, one boar unexpectedly turned and charged toward Emily and Lady, while the other 2 blocked White Spirit's path. White Spirit let out a sharp howl, and Emily quickly reached for her knife, positioning herself in front of Lady. When the wild boar charged, Emily's mind went blank, but the lady behind her lunged forward to wrestle with the beast. The lady clamped her jaws around the boar's neck, while it thrashed violently in an attempt to escape. Grasping the knife scar, Emily rushed over and forcefully plunged the blade into the boar's belly, eliciting a painful cry from the creature as it struggled even more fiercely. Emily exerted all her strength to withdraw the knife, but it would not budge. Determined, she continued to pull, but the boar, in agony, flung Emily and the knife away with a violent twist. Ignoring her own pain, Emily charged again, driving the knife into the boar's neck, which let out a mournful wail before collapsing. Emily's legs felt weak beneath her. The lady leapt again to assist Bai Ling, swiftly dispatching the two wild boars. However, she soon collapsed, blood pooling beneath her. Emily hurriedly pressed the garment that had fallen earlier against the lady's wound. Bai Ling, having turned and fled, was now nowhere to be seen, and Emily had no time to ponder its whereabouts. She concentrated solely on staunching the lady's bleeding, tears streaming down her face. Regretting that if they had stayed in the wolf den, such calamity could have been averted, blaming herself for the ordeal. The lady's moans weakened, instilling fear in Emily. At that moment, Bai Ling returned, its mouth filled with grass. Emily quickly recognized it as thistle and plantain, chewed it into a pulp, and applied it to the lady's wound. She then removed another piece of clothing to dress the injury. Pulling Bai Ling closer, she surveyed its own numerous wounds, and her tears flowed uncontrollably as she hastily chewed the remaining grass to soothe its injuries. Bai Ling gently licked Emily's fingers, offering comfort. Emily did not dare to close her eyes throughout the night, clutching the knife scar nervously as she vigilantly guarded both Bai Ling and the lady. Only when she noticed the blood on the cloth covering the lady's wound ceasing to spread did she finally exhale in relief. For 2 consecutive days, the lady remained immobile. Bai Ling ventured out to hunt, reverting to its usual method, capturing live prey so the lady could drink the blood, which Emily would then follow suit. Emily feared that if this continued, she would become desensitized to drinking blood and consuming raw flesh. As the lady began to recover, Emily decided to lead them back to the main road, where safety was more assured. Yet, the lady could not travel far, as prolonged movement would cause the wound to reopen. They managed to walk for about half an hour each day, and Emily found contentment in that. Fortunately, the weather had cooled, and due to frequent dressing changes, the wound had not festered. Otherwise, Emily would have been at a loss for what to do. One day, Emily suddenly realized that Bai Ling had not gone out to hunt as it usually did at that hour. Just as she was about to inquire about the matter, she heard voices. Instantly, Emily sprang to her feet and followed the sound, soon spotting a procession. It appeared to be a caravan, with carts laden with goods trailing behind. In that moment, Emily was struck by the realization that she was alone. If anything were to happen, there would be no one to rescue her. Emily dashed back, wielding a knife to shear her raven locks to the length of her ears. She donned the garments she had bandaged for the lady just days prior and smeared her face with dirt to obscure her features. Satisfied with her transformation, she summoned the lady and Bai Ling to her side, waiting by the roadside for the caravan's arrival. The first to approach was a knight, presumably sent ahead to scout the path. Upon sighting the 2 formidable wolves, he was taken aback, swiftly reining in his horse and retreating. Emily, her expression darkened with disbelief, never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. After a brief wait, a contingent of knights rode forth, similarly halting at a safe distance, hesitant to advance. They seemed to be engaged in discussion. Impatient and unwilling to miss this opportunity, Emily stepped forward and inquired, "Are you part of the caravan? Where are you headed? Might you take me along?" The group was evidently taken aback by the presence of a child, particularly one whose wolves refrained from attacking, remaining obediently behind her. The leader, a middle-aged man clad in leather armor with short, sandy hair, bore the marks of a life spent on the road, his weathered face lined with deep creases. He peered down at Emily and called out, "Child, are those wolves yours?" Without hesitation, she replied, "Indeed. Will you take me with you? We are bound for Kagan City, then to transport goods from the docks there to Free Trade City. Where are you headed?" Unsure of her own destination, she glanced back at Bai Ling and the lady, who seemed to belong to the northern snows. "I am headed to Winterfell. Pardon my intrusion." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait, come here," he beckoned. Emily turned, puzzled. "We are not on the same path. I was deceiving you earlier. We are heading to the wall to deliver grain. They are in dire need of supplies, and we can secure a good price." "What is your name?" "Emily," she replied with composure, "Emily Tully." "And you?" The leader fixed his gaze upon her, and after a moment, responded, "Call me Clee. Keep your wolves in check and follow behind. There is no carriage for you." He added sternly, "Should anyone be bitten, we will cast you aside." With that, he turned his horse and rejoined the caravan. The merchants huddled closely together, a silence enveloping them as the younger men clutched their weapons, forming a protective perimeter. Upon seeing Clee return, they surged forward, clamoring with questions. "What transpired? Did you encounter a pack of wolves? Should we take another route?" "Yes, Clee, let us change course. Though it may take longer, it ensures our safety." "Indeed, Clee." Heed the concerns of the group. Furrowing his brow, Clee bellowed, silence. There is no threat ahead, merely a child wishing to accompany us. At that moment, Emily approached, flanked by Ling and the lady. The crowd instinctively recoiled several paces, their horses growing restless. Clee reined in his chestnut steed and admonished Emily, control your wolves. With that, he resumed his place within the caravan, and the throng scattered as if pursued by Ling. Gently stroking Ling and the lady, Emily instructed, remain here and do not move. I shall return shortly. After speaking, Emily rushed in front of Cleary and grasped the hem of his garment. Cleary waved her off dismissively and inquired, what is it? I have already permitted you to follow us. What more do you desire? Emily boldly asked, do you have any medicinal supplies? I wish to purchase some. And food, I can buy your cooked meals daily. Cleary surveyed Emily's tattered and filthy attire, her disheveled hair resembling that of a dog's chew toy, and harbored doubts about her financial means. Turning away, he resumed his tasks, stating, if you can afford it, I would be more than willing to sell to you. Only gold will do. In response, Emily nonchalantly retrieved a gold coin from the sole of her shoe and extended it towards Cleary. This action drew the attention of those nearby. Cleary furrowed his brow, noticing the intrigue, and snatched the coin from her hand. Are you not concerned that I might keep your gold? What if I refuse to provide you with food? Emily replied confidently, you would not dare, for I possess but this one gold coin. A person on the verge of starvation possesses no mercy. Cleary erupted into laughter. Child, do you think that having 2 wolves grants you the power to traverse the world at will? He gestured with 2 fingers. As long as I add a pinch of something to your food, just a little, even if you had 2 dragons, you would perish at my hands. Undeterred, Emily responded, I am aware, which is why I have made preparations of my own. Cleary initially dismissed her, chuckling at her words. However, a sudden realization struck him, and he dashed towards the only cart in the caravan meant for passengers. Soon, his voice boomed with shouts and curses. Cleary approached with heavy strides. His previous mirth entirely vanished, and glowered at Emily, demanding, where is my son? Emily smiled, so he is your son. How fortunate for me to catch such a big fish. He is with my wolves. Cleary's eyes reddened with fury. I took you in out of kindness. And you have the audacity to kidnap my son? Emily retorted, kindness? I overheard your conversation. You plan to act tonight, to kill me and seize my wolves. You even mentioned that a wolf pelt is worth a considerable sum. Thus, I had to strike first. Emily beamed at Cleary's terrified expression. Do not fear. As long as you willingly provide me with what I desire, I shall not harm your precious son. Cleary, realizing that his and his subordinates' plans had been uncovered, felt his pupils constrict. Contemplating his son's fate, he reluctantly capitulated. He called over a woman in a blue dress, Winnie, instructing her to fetch some medicinal supplies. Cleary fixed his gaze on Emily, and once Winnie delivered the medicine, he stepped forward. Emily immediately shouted, halt. Right there. I have no desire to test the sharpness of your sword with my head. Toss the medicine over, quickly. Regret washed over Cleary. He should never have allowed this devil into the caravan. He had not anticipated that this child would prove to be so formidable. After a moment's hesitation, he complied with Emily's request, tossing the medicine to her feet. Watching Emily pick up the package and turn to leave, he was still contemplating his next move when he heard her voice again. Remember, do not covet the food. Your son, Jon, is dining with us. Cree was utterly exasperated. After years of traversing the world of commerce, he had never been so duped. Emily returned, unwrapped the medicine package, revealing 2 small vials filled with white powder. She opened one, poured a little onto her hand, and applied it to a small cut, wincing in pain. After a moment, seeing no signs of decay or infection, she applied the remedy to the lady and Ling, hoping for their swift recovery. What are you doing? Emily glanced up to find the boy she had tricked with the promise of touching a wolf. He appeared to be 7 or 8 years old, towering over her by nearly 2 heads. He seemed well-fed, robust in stature, with fair skin and slightly rounded features. His deep, striking blue eyes resembled a serene lake, complemented by a tousle of golden curls, giving him the air of a character straight out of a fairy tale. Yet, he seemed rather juvenile. It was evident why Emily had managed to deceive him. She had not bound him, nor did she appear fearful of Ling or the lady. Yet he remained rooted to the spot. Emily inquired, why don't you run? You must know my intentions. And with that dagger concealed behind you. If you wish to kill me, now would be the perfect opportunity. Jon chuckled, his handsome face lighting up with a bright smile, illuminating the space around them. He replied, I know my father wishes to kill you. He does that often, but you are the only one who has noticed. It disgusts me. He has plenty to eat and drink, yet he would kill for a mere handful of gold coins. I have tried to reason with him, but he believes I am too naive. Thus, I have come in my own way. Emily found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. Are you not afraid that your father, in a fit of rage, might turn on you? There are many who have killed their own sons. When one son is lost, there are always others. Jowen's expression grew complex. Before Emily could formulate a response, he revealed, I am his only son. Years ago, while trading, he was ambushed by bandits, sustaining a wound that rendered him incapable of fathering another child. So, you need not worry. Emily contemplated how having such a son must trouble Cree. You are revealing your father's vulnerabilities. He may very well strike you down for this. How foolish you are. Why not flee? He would never catch you, and if need be, steal a horse to escape. Surely, one does not simply wait to be beaten. Jowen replied nonchalantly. Emily recalled the scene of Robb and Jon standing stoically, enduring their punishment. Indeed, the Starks were persistently lovable fools. Chapter 16. Emily watched Jowen recklessly courting disaster. He could have slept comfortably in a grand bed, yet insisted on cramming with them on the cold ground. Each morning, he would complain about the hardness and dampness, making sleep unbearable. Initially, Emily would retort, but now she could hardly be bothered to engage with him. How could one be so peculiar? What irked Emily the most was during meals. Jowen always insisted on being the first to choose his food. After several days of tolerating this, Emily could no longer restrain herself and pushed him, causing him to stumble. Most critically, Jowen displayed no anger whatsoever. Instead, he grinned and remarked, You finally couldn't hold back. I thought you had no temper at all. Why do you pretend to be an adult when you're so small? How dull. Emily could no longer contain herself. The tightly wound string in her mind snapped. Drawing out her knife scar, she lunged at him. Jowen remained unfazed, leaping away as he had previously claimed he would, swiftly putting distance between them with his long legs. He even turned around to make a silly face at Emily. Infuriated, Emily shouted, I will eventually kill you. After picking out the good food for Lady and Bai Ling, Emily took a large bite of a piece of black bread. She then changed the medicine for Lady and Bai Ling, settling beside Bai Ling, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Emily's nose tinged with bitterness. Unwilling to let others see her tears, she lowered her head and silently wiped her eyes. At that moment, the scoundrel Jowen returned, asking, crying? Now that's a child's behavior. Before Emily could respond, Bai Ling suddenly leaped up and pounced on Jowen, baring her sharp teeth and emitting growls. Jowen slightly bent his arms, paralyzed with fear, and softly called out, Bran, Bran, quickly manage your wolf. I still have some use for you. Bran, Bran. At that moment, Emily's mind went blank, tears still lingering on her cheeks. Hearing Jowen's plea, Emily did not immediately order Bai Ling to relent. Instead, she approached slowly and kicked Jowen several times with force. Although Jowen considered retaliating, Bai Ling immediately extended her teeth towards his neck, terrifying him into pleading. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bullied you. Bran, I will never bully you again. I meant no harm. I just wanted to tease you since you always wear that stern face and never smile. Truly, Emily felt a profound satisfaction. One must not be too kind to someone like Jowen, as he needed to be kept in check. Bai Ling, that's enough. In high spirits, Emily finally found a way to deal with this rogue. Once Bai Ling descended from Jowen, Emily enveloped her in a warm embrace, feeling grateful to have Bai Ling by her side. After this incident, Jowen behaved more submissively. He spoke less than before when meals arrived. He allowed Emily to choose first, and at bedtime, he kept a respectful distance from Emily, Bai Ling, and Lady. Emily was quite content with this arrangement. As the caravan journeyed further north, the temperature dropped, and the river began to show signs of ice fragments, while the surrounding environment grew increasingly somber. Sometimes, the howls of wolves echoed at night, prompting Jowen to stealthily roll over. Emily, disinterested, decided to ignore him, as long as he did not provoke her. He could do as he pleased. Each day, the caravan remained tranquil. Over time, the members of the caravan, noticing that Bai Ling and Lady had never bitten anyone, often approached in an attempt to befriend them. Consequently, Bai Ling and Lady received daily offerings, a piece of black bread, a small slice of smoked meat, a bone. Although Bai Ling and Lady had never acknowledged these gestures, they felt that Bai Ling and Lady were even more cherished. There were even women who approached Emily, inquiring if they could pet Bai Ling, for indeed, women seemed powerless against fluffy creatures. However, Emily was not permitted to proceed, as one could never ascertain if malevolent individuals lurked among them. Days passed in this manner, and Emily believed they would reach Winterfell safely. Little did she know that danger would strike so unexpectedly. One fateful night, as Emily lay beside White Spirit, she fell into a deep slumber. Suddenly, White Spirit rose and let out a terrifying howl, startling Emily into grasping her dagger scar. White Spirit had never made such a noise at this hour before. Nearby, Jowan was also alarmed, sitting up quickly and inquiring, "What happened? Why did White Spirit scream so frightfully?" Emily ignored him, her body tense as she clutched her dagger scar tightly. Soon, anguished cries pierced the night. It was the merchant caravan. Emily shouted to Jowan, "Hurry! The caravan is in peril. We must rush to assist White Spirit and the lady." Before them, a group of marauders clad in black armor rode on horseback, wielding swords and mercilessly claiming lives amidst the chaos. The caravan members, likely still asleep, were caught off guard and met with a gruesome fate. Those who awoke could only think of escape. Unarmed, they were as defenseless as livestock in the face of the marauding knights, perhaps even easier prey. Blood flowed freely, and the caravan leader, Clay, bellowed, "Arm yourselves! Arm yourselves!" At this moment, however, the pleas fell on deaf ears, as everyone was consumed by their desperate flight. Clay soon attracted the attention of an adversary. A marauder approached him from behind on horseback, raising his long sword. Jowan, noticing, shouted, "Father, look out," and rushed forward. Alas, Jowan's speed could not match that of the blade, and he could only watch in horror as Clay's head fell. Clenching his own small dagger, Jowan charged at the marauder, evading the swing of the sword and plunging his blade into the marauder's leg before dragging him down from his mount. A fierce struggle ensued. Emily, alongside White Spirit and the lady, fled downward, only to be pursued by assailants. Both White Spirit and the lady displayed the ferocity of dire wolves, taking down foes with remarkable speed, leaving a pile of corpses in their wake. Emily rushed to Jowan's side, witnessing the two combatants exchanging blows. Despite his youth, Jowan found himself at a disadvantage, pinned to the ground and mercilessly struck by the marauder. With clenched fists around her dagger scar, Emily stealthily approached from behind and plunged her knife into the marauder's back. Blood splattered across Emily, rendering her momentarily stunned. She stared at her bloodied hands, frozen in disbelief. Had she truly taken a life? Jowan, shakily rising from the ground, extracted the dagger from the marauder's back and struck with fervor, blood spraying everywhere, transforming him into a vision of carnage. When Emily regained her senses, White Spirit and the lady were at her side. Desperately, she rubbed her hands against her garments, attempting to wipe away the blood, though it was futile. The realization that she had indeed killed someone filled her with dread. The environment could truly alter a person. A deep-seated fear enveloped Emily. Would she one day become a remorseless demon, capable of murder without a second thought? How could this be? All she had desired was to survive. She had never wished to take a life. Jowan gazed upon the lifeless bandit, utterly defeated, and knelt to cradle Kelly's head in his arms, pressing it against his own body, weeping inconsolably. Emily observed Jowan and once again grasped the harshness of this world, where human life held less value than that of a dog. Chapter 17. Emily found herself at a loss for words. The 8 sufferings of life: birth, aging, illness, death, the meeting of enemies, the parting of loved ones, the unfulfilled desires, and the entanglements of existence were beyond human control. She turned her gaze around, and aside from them, there was no one else in sight, and the cargo truck had vanished. It seemed the bandits had deemed Bai Ling and the lady too formidable to confront, opting instead to flee with the goods. Emily felt a wave of nausea at the sight of dismembered limbs scattered about, yet she steeled herself to search the bodies for anything that might prove useful in the future. Food was scarce, likely due to its concentration on the truck, and she managed to collect a pitiful amount. She found only 2 gold coins, along with 2 water skins and a fire starter, before she relinquished her search. Realizing she could carry no more, Jowan remained motionless, dazed, clutching Kelly's head, his clothes stained a deep crimson from congealed blood. Emily recognized that she could no longer indulge him. The overpowering stench of blood would soon attract wild beasts. While small animals might pose little threat, a pack of ferocious predators would surely overwhelm them. Emily kicked Jowan lightly, urging, "Let us bury your father." Jowan remained unresponsive. Growing impatient, Emily shouted, "Jowan, pull yourself together. If we do not bury your father now, soon his body will be devoured by wolves." Jowan seemed stirred, finally speaking, "I want to take my father back." Emily sighed in relief. Had Jowan continued to be indifferent, she could not guarantee she would not leave him behind. "Then let us cremate him and take his ashes back." With that, she moved to tend to the still-burning campfire. Suddenly, Jowan cried out, "No? How can I allow my father to be burned?" Emily, exasperated, looked at him with her reddened eyes, nearly at her wit's end. Nothing seemed acceptable to him. He truly believed himself to be someone of significance. "Then you handle it yourself. I cannot be bothered." With that, Emily turned to deal with the other bodies, aware of the future dangers posed by the others. She felt a sense of dread towards the corpses and deemed burning them the most prudent course of action. She methodically ignited the bodies, mindful of controlling the flames. Once she finished, she noticed Jon had dug a large hole in the nearby woods and was dragging Kelly's body toward it. Emily rushed over to assist him. After they had buried Kelly, Jon suddenly spoke to Emily. "I regret it. I should not have always been angry with him." Emily remained silent. How could she respond? One wishes to nurture, yet the parent is no longer there. A pang of longing for Ned struck her. Jon did not expect a reply from Emily, marking Kelly's grave, perhaps intending to return to it later. At that moment, Bai Ling and the lady approached, tugging at the hem of Emily's garment. Realizing the imminent danger, Emily called to Jon, "Run," and followed Bai Ling and the lady into the forest. As Bai Ling and the lady came to a halt, Emily felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Being small truly posed challenges. Jon was hardly in a better state. His strength had likely been depleted in his quest for vengeance against his father. Emily collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Jon, too, paused but refrained from sitting down unguardedly like Emily. Instead, he panted and inquired, "Why have we stopped running? Is it safe now?" Lacking the energy to respond, Emily finally managed to catch her breath and replied, "It should be, I suppose. What are your plans? Without supplies, you ought to return home." Unexpectedly, Jon declared, "No. Without my father, I have no home." Emily felt a surge of sympathy for him and suggested, "Then come back to Winterfell with me. There will always be a place for you." Jon did not protest, and Emily took his silence as agreement. Emily, Jon, Bai Ling, and the lady resumed their previous way of life. Bai Ling and the lady took turns hunting, while Jon and Emily were tasked with gathering water and kindling fires. The silver lining was that they could now enjoy cooked meals. Although Emily and Jon's culinary skills were lacking and often resulted in burnt offerings, no one complained. And each day was filled with joy at mealtime. Upon encountering King's Road once more, the temperature had dropped significantly, prompting Emily and Jon to wrap themselves in thick animal pelts, a resource Emily had gathered during their meals. However, it was evident that Emily was unaware of the proper techniques for preparing pelts. She merely skinned them, dried, and washed them repeatedly. Within days, the pelts began to emit a foul odor and rot. Consequently, Emily had no choice but to remake them. Although it was a hassle, it provided much-needed warmth. Few travelers ventured along King's Road, and even when they encountered large groups, the sight of two imposing Arctic wolves sent them fleeing before they even made eye contact with Emily. With no other options, Emily and Jon trudged northward along the road. Occasionally, they would come across solitary knights, which would inspire Emily to entertain a nefarious thought, to stealthily follow and seize their horses while they were distracted. Yet, at such moments, a small figure representing her moral compass would materialize in her mind, delivering a sharp reprimand. On one occasion, Jon was poised to act on such an impulse, and although Emily had initially planned to support him, she found herself stopping him at the crucial moment. Afterward, Emily chastised herself for pretending to be virtuous, when had it ever been appropriate to act so. Following several such episodes, Jon ceased to propose the idea and came to understand Emily's character. As Emily's feet began to blister from the arduous journey, a dilapidated inn finally came into view, causing her to leap for joy. What a relief! Fearing that the inn might refuse entry to Bai Ling and the lady, she instructed them to wait in the nearby woods while she and Jon entered. The inn was a wooden shack that appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Looking quite shabby, thick snow piled up in the corners of the roof, and wisps of white smoke curled from the chimney. Emily entered without hesitation, a wave of warmth enveloping her, leaving her slightly dazed and her cheeks flushed. The tavern was filled with raucous noise. A group of burly men gathered together, indulging in drink and meat, some with disheveled women perched upon them. Upon noticing the arrival of two young souls, they paid no heed, merely turning back to their revelry. Emily and Jon took a seat at a distant table, ordering some cured meat and bread. The proprietor reluctantly replied, "We have no meat, only black bread." Will that suffice? What else could they say but yes, and could they have some hot water as well? Emily sat, rubbing her hands together to warm herself more swiftly. The loud conversations of the men reached her ears. They spoke of Duke Ned's South rebellion at court and his subsequent imprisonment by the new king. Emily paused, straining to listen intently. An older gentleman with graying hair questioned the allegations, asserting that Duke Ned had always been loyal. How could he possibly resort to rebellion? Soon, another countered, claiming that it was inevitable, especially after the demise of the old king. Surely the Duke could not resist the temptation of kingship. The elder, visibly troubled, pondered aloud whether Duke Ned would face execution. The crowd chimed in with their opinions. Some believed that King Joffrey, intent on marrying Sansa, would not execute the father of his betrothed. Others vehemently argued that rebellion was a grave offense, warranting death without question. Unable to bear the discourse any longer, Emily rose, requesting more bread from the innkeeper and filling her water pouch with hot water. Ignoring Jowen's bewildered expression, she rushed out of the tavern, breaking into a run towards the White Wolves and the lady, offering them bread and hot water. Jowen, exasperated by Emily's demeanor, shouted, "What is wrong with you?" Emily lifted her gaze to meet Jowen's eyes, resolutely declaring, "You should leave. I am going to the court." Chapter 18. Jowen remained silent for an extended moment, undoubtedly deducing that Emily's sudden change was tied to the earlier conversation. Emily sensed he was weighing the merits and risks of departing versus accompanying her. Not daring to lower her gaze, she fixed her stare on Jowen, prepared for any thoughts of betrayal he might harbor. Finally, Jowen spoke. "Bran, who are you truly? When I first encountered you, I merely thought you clever and fortunate to possess 2 direwolves. They are direwolves, are they not? Ordinary wolves do not grow so large. Your behavior throughout our journey has left me perplexed. At times you exhibit the demeanor of a true noble, while at others you appear as a rustic, unconcerned. Who are you?" After a brief hesitation, Emily felt that honesty would foster greater trust. "I am a Stark, Emily Stark, daughter of the Lord of Winterfell." Jowen jumped up in astonishment, flustered. You are a girl? A lady? My heavens." Emily, somewhat confused, wondered where the emphasis of his exclamation lay. Should it not be on the name Emily Stark? Jowen paced back and forth, exclaiming, "You are indeed a lady." Upon realizing that he had raised his voice too much, he lowered it and shouted to Emily, "I have contemplated various possibilities, even considering that you might be an orphan from a destitute northern family. But I never imagined that you are a noble lady of House Stark. To think you sleep in the wilderness and consume charred, undercooked meat. Look at what you are wearing. Which noble lady resembles you? You are utterly tarnishing my perception of aristocracy." Emily was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Dazed, she asked, "Could you perhaps forget what I just said?" Jory seemed even more incensed, glaring at Emily as if she had committed the gravest offense. After a pause, he asked in exasperation, "If you are truly Lord Ned's daughter, what are you doing here? Has the Duke cast you aside?" Emily, without thinking, retorted loudly, "Your father is the one who has discarded you." The moment the words left her mouth, she recalled the sorrowful image of Jory weeping over Catelyn's head, and she hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, that was not my intention." Jory, however, seemed unfazed. "Then why? You appear to have a good relationship with your father. How did you end up wandering here alone?" "It's a long story. In short, I am heading to King's Landing to rescue my father." "What do you plan to do?" Emily evaded his question, knowing that revealing her knowledge of Ned's grim fate upon arriving in King's Landing would only deepen the wound. Jory, sensing her sorrow, chose not to press further and simply stated, "Of course, I will accompany you to King's Landing. In this desolate wilderness, you are the only person I know. Besides, I have never been to King's Landing. It would be worthwhile to see." Emily contemplated warning him of the perilous journey ahead, emphasizing that her mission was to save her father and that if all went well, they would be fine. However, if things went awry, they would be pursued by a multitude. Jory, seemingly indifferent, replied, "If a delicate noble lady like you can venture forth, what reason do I have to abstain?" Emily felt a surge of frustration. Determined to reach King's Landing, they could not afford to move at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, by the time they arrived, it would be too late. Yet, with no town in sight, acquiring horses was a challenge. Resolute, Emily decided to take action against the group of men from the inn. The stables were guarded, making it difficult to execute her plan. Observing the hoofprints, it appeared the men were headed north, so Emily and Jory concealed themselves along King's Road to the north of the inn. They waited until dusk. When the group finally approached, riding their horses and singing boisterously, both Emily and Jory were nearly frozen in the chill. Emily felt a surge of anxiety, worrying about what would happen if the men did not stop. Just then, an opportunity presented itself. One of the men fell from his horse. "Curse you, Jamie. How much have you had to drink?" Another exclaimed. 2 men attempted to assist the inebriated individual, but he struggled to mount his horse. Eventually, they decided to dismount and kindle a fire to rest. Emily exhaled deeply, her heart racing. It was her first experience of such daring. Jory turned to her and said, "I will divert their attention. You go and lead the horses. Be cautious and try not to make a sound." Emily nervously nodded, watching as Jowen approached the group of men. While listening to their shouts directed at Jowen, she stealthily made her way toward the tethered horses. A stranger's voice boomed. "What are you doing?" Startled, Emily nearly fled, But then she heard Jowen's voice. I need to borrow some fire. My match is broken. And my brother is being a nuisance. It dawned on Emily that he was not speaking to her. Cautiously, she continued to creep closer to the herd of horses. The animals seemed to sense her presence, as one let out a loud snort. The men turned their wary gazes toward her, prompting Emily to quickly drop to the ground. Hiding herself within the cloak of night, the men, sensing something amiss, reprimanded Jowen, ordering him to leave. You brat, get lost, or you'll see my wrath. Jowen stubbornly refused to budge. Emily quietly untied the reins from the tree, but fate was not on her side. The horses became agitated, whinnying loudly. The men, startled, turned to spot Emily. One leapt forward to seize Jowen, while the others charged toward Emily. Her heart raced as she realized they were closing in on her. Just then, Bran and Shun leaped out from behind her, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, baring their fangs in a threatening manner. The men halted in their tracks, exclaiming, "What in the name of the seven gods is this monstrous creature?" Emily's heart pounded in her throat, desperately hoping to avoid a confrontation. The leader among the men, clad in a black fur cloak, called out, "Calm down, draw your weapons." Emily felt a glimmer of relief, having indulged in drinks earlier. The men's hands trembled unsteadily on their swords, perhaps out of fear as well. Regardless, she considered herself fortunate. The leader assessed his men, seemingly weighing their strength against hers. He turned to Emily, shouting, "You little brat, do you not care for your brother? My men need only to raise a finger, and your brother's life is forfeit. Think carefully." Unfazed, Emily shouted back, "Do not try to intimidate me. If you dare to harm my brother, my wolves will devour you all. They have been hungry for days." The man, taken aback by her boldness, faltered, "What do you want?" Emily, invigorated, declared, "I demand 2 horses and my brother. Rest assured, I swear by the 7 gods that if you grant me what I seek, I will not harm you. I will even offer you a piece of gold. What say you?" The man, believing that financial compensation might avert disaster and intrigued by the promise of gold, hastily agreed. "Very well, place the gold in the center, and we shall bring your brother there too. How about a hand for the money and a call for the others?" Emily consented, allowing Bran to walk ahead of her as a precaution. Once the exchange was successfully completed, she and Jowen seized the 2 horses and fled. Chapter 19. The 2 of them ran forward, foolishly and desperately, until Emily tripped over something and fell face first into the slushy snow. For what felt like an eternity, she could not rise. All she could hear were Jowen's calls, the mournful howls of Bran and Shun, and the frantic pounding of hooves. Darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Emily never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. When she first arrived in this world, she was filled with confidence and determined to save House Stark. However, the unfolding events were beyond her control. Bran's fall felt like a plunge into an abyss of darkness, and Emily could only follow suit. Now, Ned was once again imprisoned as in the original tale, and Nymeria was destined to repeat her former fate. Emily's actions seemed utterly devoid of significance. It was not until this moment that her act of stealing a horse formally signified her transformation. She had become akin to the denizens of this world, disregarding both law and life itself. Emily was consumed by uncertainty about her future. Would she become a heartless killer? Would she deprive others of their lives to ensure her own survival? Terrified, she cowered in her dreams, trembling. It was the anguished cries of Yora that roused her, either awakening her or frightening her. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a torch beside her, with White and the lady standing guard. White was the first to notice Emily had awakened, affectionately licking her face, followed by the lady rushing over to join in the commotion. What a sweet yet troubling dilemma. Emily could feel the dampness on her face and longed to comfort them by stroking their fur, but she found her limbs utterly powerless, too heavy to lift. At that moment, Yora's large face loomed before her, his usually handsome features now smudged with soot. Emily shut her eyes briefly, unable to bear the sight. Yora exclaimed, "Dear Emily, you are finally awake. You gave us quite a scare. Are you hungry? You must be starving after sleeping for a whole day. I'll fetch you some soup." Following Yora's gaze, Emily spotted the unfortunate soul from whom they had stolen the horse. A wave of confusion washed over her as she watched Yora engage in friendly conversation with them, ladling a bowl of soup from a bubbling pot. What was happening? When had thieves and their victims become so amicable? As Yora approached, Emily caught the familiar aroma of meat broth, likely enriched with mushrooms. The tantalizing scent made her stomach growl. She gazed longingly at the bowl in Yora's hands, her expression filled with desire. Amused, Yora said, "I'll feed you, don't worry. It's all yours." He carefully blew on the soup before bringing it to her lips, and Emily opened her mouth eagerly, swallowing the contents with fervor. After downing a bowl, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yora, with a grin, asked, "Would you like more?" Emily gently shook her head, signaling that she was satisfied. Yora returned to serve 2 more bowls, placing them before White and the lady, who devoured their portions with delightful sounds. Yora informed Emily, "Since you fainted, they haven't eaten, you frightened them terribly." With affection in her eyes, Emily looked at White and the lady, then cast a glance at the burly men in the distance. Yora, understanding her sentiment, burst into laughter. "Huh, you have no idea how foolish we were. You asked why we ran. It was our first time doing such a thing, and we had 2 direwolves with us. How dare they pursue us? Moreover, the gold you paid is worth far more than 2 horses. Do you think we have lost our senses? The day you fainted, no matter how hard I called you, you remained unresponsive, which startled me. After a while, you developed a fever. I felt uneasy but was at a loss as to what to do. To my surprise, Bai Ling picked you up and ran back. I shouted, but it was futile. She simply would not heed my calls. The lady followed suit, racing alongside, even on horseback. I could not catch up. Xiaowen displayed an expression of envy as he turned to Emily, saying, "Emily, you are truly fortunate. You have such an excellent Arctic wolf in Bai Ling. I am certain that while Arctic wolves are loyal, not all are as clever as Bai Ling. At the very least, the lady pales in comparison." Emily was confident that she had not misjudged the lady behind Xiao when bared her fangs at him. Foolishly, Xiaowen spoke ill of the lady right in front of her. Emily, observing Xiaowen's jovial demeanor, decided against revealing the truth. Xiaowen, oblivious to the warning glances from Emily, remained lost in his astonishment. When I finally caught up to Bai Ling, I found that the group had huddled together. Bai Ling stood at the front, with the lady at the back, while the group trembled in fear, not daring to utter a sound. It was quite a sight. Bai Ling and the lady did not bite them. They merely growled at anyone who dared to move. Eventually, none of them dared to shift an inch. I did not even have the courage to approach Bai Ling, who appeared truly terrifying at that moment. I clearly communicated my desire for food and fever-reducing medicine, and they, too frightened to resist, obediently handed it over. Otherwise, you might still be unconscious. As Xiaowen recounted the tale, he became increasingly fascinated by the cleverness of the Arctic wolf. Emily, observing the gleam in his eyes, felt a pang of anxiety and abruptly grasped his sleeve, hoarsely shouting, "Do not harbor any ill intentions towards Bai Ling and the lady. If you dare, I will kill you. Do you understand?" Xiaowen stared blankly at Emily, momentarily taken aback by her fierce expression. After some time, he chuckled and replied, "How could that be? Even if I were to take them, they would not listen to me. I know Arctic wolves are the most loyal of creatures." Upon hearing this, Emily breathed a sigh of relief. It was best if Xiaowen did not entertain such thoughts. He was certainly no match for him. After Bai Ling finished her bowl of soup, she nestled beside Emily, her warm belly enveloping her. The lady approached from the other side, mirroring Bai Ling's actions to provide warmth. In an instant, Emily felt a wave of warmth wash over her. The comforting embrace of their fur lulled her into slumber, and she gradually drifted into dreams. Emily remained nestled beneath the wolves for 3 days. On the 2nd day, she attempted to rise, but Bai Ling and the lady insisted on keeping her down. Whatever happened to their supposed cleverness, they were using it against their own master. Emily playfully tugged at Bai Ling and the lady's ears, and they obediently allowed her to do so, their heads resting on their paws, utterly still. When Emily scratched their little ears, they would lightly pat her in return. Emily was so enchanted that she spent the entire day pampering the beasts. In the evening, when Xiaowen brought food to Emily, he found her frustrated. Buried in Bai Ling's belly, Emily could hardly believe that Bai Ling and the lady would resort to such tactics. Whatever happened to their image as pure little angels? Emily found herself helplessly ensnared in a warm embrace, succumbing to her own dismay. Her recovery brought immense joy to the rugged man across from her, who had endured 4 days of servitude. He was on the verge of tears, for surviving the jaws of the Arctic wolf was no small feat. A twinge of guilt washed over Emily as she realized that, not only had she stolen his horse, but she had also enslaved him, feeling not unlike a feudal lord. Retreating to the forest, Emily shed her outer garment and felt the gold coins she had sewn into her clothing, 10 in total, 1 in each sleeve, 2 in each pant leg, and 4 in her shoes. Having already utilized 4 coins, she was left with 6. Uncertain of how long she would be wandering in the wilderness, compelling her to conserve her resources. Stealing a glance at the rugged man in the distance, she resolved to continue her misdeeds. She produced a gold coin and approached Joe, saying, "Use this coin to barter with them for some food. We shall eat on the road. Time is of the essence, and we may not have the luxury of resting." Unabashed, Joe boldly declared to the group, "Trade for some food, and once the exchange is complete, you are free." The men were elated and hurried to gather their hidden provisions, piling them together. The leader, with a servile demeanor, rushed to Jon and said, "My lord, take your pick. Feel free to take all." Feigning authority, Jon replied, "I shall take but half. It is only fair to leave you some means of survival. Here, this is for you," and placed a gold coin into the man's outstretched hand. Emily swore she could see the man's teeth clenching tightly, his jaw taut with suppressed emotion. She chose to feign ignorance, as she had no means to contribute. Once Jon had taken his share, the men hastily seized the remainder, mounting their horses and galloping away. Jon, observing their haste, muttered, "Why the rush? There are no wolves nipping at their heels." Emily remained silent. They likely found her and Jon far more fearsome than the Arctic wolves. "Let us depart," she urged Jon. "The sooner we leave, the sooner we shall reach King's Landing. We have already squandered too much time." Jon elegantly swung his left leg onto the stirrup and mounted with ease. Emily, gazing at her petite frame, gripped the saddle tightly, thrusting her left leg onto the stirrup, only to find herself tumbling to the ground. Jon erupted in laughter, and Emily shot him a glare, brushing off the dirt as she resolved to try once more. When she fell again, she scooped up a handful of soil and flung it at Jon, who choked on the dust, promptly silencing his laughter. He suggested, "Emily, why not allow me to carry you? We can share a horse." Fuming, Emily was exasperated by his smug expression but had no choice but to comply, allowing Jon to lift her onto the horse, placing her in front of him. With a flick of the reins, Jon galloped away. They rode tirelessly until dusk began to settle, at which point Jon proposed a brief respite, deeming nighttime travel unsafe. Emily agreed, for she was utterly exhausted. She could feel a burning pain on the inner side of her thighs, likely due to her lack of adaptation to horseback riding for such a prolonged period. When Xiaowen lifted her off the horse, Emily nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 20. Xiaowen stifled a laugh, but Emily had no time to pay him any heed. She felt utterly exhausted. It turned out that riding was an incredibly taxing endeavor. The journey ahead seemed interminable, leaving Emily in a state of despair. She had to devise a plan. At this rate, reaching King's Landing was a distant dream, and she would perish on the road. Emily plopped down on the hard ground, discomforting her. Bai Ling affectionately licked her cheek and nestled behind her, providing a comforting support. Bai Ling was indeed remarkably considerate. Observing Emily's plight, Xiaowen harbored no expectations of her assistance. It appeared they would have to spend the night under the stars. Thus, he ventured off to gather firewood. Emily felt a sense of relief for having brought Xiaowen along. Otherwise, she would surely be without a warm bowl of soup in such circumstances. Emily remarked to Xiaowen, "We need to think of a solution. It turns out I cannot ride a horse." Xiaowen wore an expression of self-evident understanding, albeit with a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. "You are a noble lady. You ought to be seated in a carriage, not on horseback. However, we have no time to seek out a carriage, so it seems we must endure this predicament, my lady." Emily felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, but could not retort, for the events of the day were indeed her own doing. She leaned back, sinking into Bai Ling's fluffy yet firm fur. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was still quite youthful. Bai Ling was no small creature, being more than twice the size of an ordinary wolf. Surely, it could carry her for a brief ride. With a charming smile, Emily playfully nudged Bai Ling's head with her own. Bai Ling responded with a soft whimper. Emily stroked the fur atop Bai Ling's head and proposed, "Bai Ling, shall we make a deal? You see how small I am. Carrying me should not be burdensome for you. If you grow weary, you can switch with a lady, all right?" Bai Ling rested its head on its paws, ignoring Emily's plea. Undeterred by its subtle protest, Emily concluded, "It is settled then." Xiaowen felt a tinge of embarrassment at Emily's audacity, yet recognizing that Bai Ling belonged to her, he refrained from interjecting. He scoffed, thinking that if he had such a magnificent Arctic wolf, he would never treat it in such a manner. The following day, just as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, Emily and Xiaowen set off. Xiaowen mounted his horse with the same charm as the day before, extending his hand to Emily. After a moment's hesitation, considering her sore thighs, Emily squatted down and affectionately pleaded with Bai Ling, "Please carry me. I promise I won't move around." Bai Ling's ears perked, and it lowered its body. Overjoyed, Emily sprang up, knowing Bai Ling would not abandon her. With great effort, she mounted Bai Ling, adjusting her position. The wolf sprang to its feet, startling Emily. Without a sound, Bai Ling darted forward, prompting Emily to lean down and cling tightly to its neck, fearful that Bai Ling might take off, leaving her to tumble off. The lady also began to run, and the ever-diligent Xiaowen hastened to catch up on horseback. After a day filled with activity, aside from a slight ache in her waist from pressing it too hard, Emily had encountered no troubles. She was utterly exhilarated. Bai Ling was truly a paragon of versatility, capable of hunting, knowledgeable about herbs, and able to carry passengers. Emily felt as though she must have committed some noble deed in a past life to deserve such a companion. Bai Ling must be utterly exhausted, she thought. And she urged Jowan, who looked on with envy, to gather firewood, so they could return and kindle a fire. Into the boiling water, she tossed some smoked meat, allowing it to simmer before taking out some dark bread. This would serve as their supper for the evening. Emily first ladled a bowl for the hard-working lady and placed it before her, inviting her to dine. Then, she filled another bowl and eagerly offered it to Bai Ling. Wiping her mouth clean with care once Bai Ling had finished, Jowan, observing the scene, could not help but scoff. A noble lady tending to a wolf. How splendid. Emily shot him a glare, retorting, Are you jealous? Jealous that I can serve Bai Ling while you cannot even touch her fur? Jowan's face darkened immediately, recalling how he had previously provoked Emily during their time with the caravan and had been reprimanded by Bai Ling. She had never favored him, often growling when he approached. His jealousy was palpable as he tossed aside his bowl and laid down in a huff. Emily, however, paid no heed to his mood and called out, Wash your bowl and fetch some water. Do you expect me to do your dishes as well? Infuriated, Jowan sprang up, seizing his bowl and making a hasty retreat. For several days thereafter, he ignored Emily. She did not comfort him. She was too busy adapting to riding a wolf. Bai Ling was considerate, never forgetting Emily even while running. The lady, however, was another matter entirely, often filled with impulsive thoughts. Sometimes when they encountered a rabbit, she would bolt after it, leaving Emily struggling to hold on. After several days of brooding, Jowan finally approached Emily to speak. In the desolate wilderness, devoid of any other souls, he had spent those days speaking only to the horse, which offered no response, making him feel quite stifled. Emily suppressed a laugh, maintaining a serious demeanor as she said, Jowan, you cannot keep throwing childish tantrums. Jowan instinctively retorted, You are younger than I am. Realizing his folly, he sheepishly added, All right, I understand. I was just being thoughtless the other day. Emily, familiar with his troublesome nature, decided to reconcile. Well then, let us hurry and start a fire to boil water. I am parched. Jowan understood that she was letting the matter slide, picked up a bowl, and dashed off, saying, I'll go, you take a break. Emily found herself somewhat speechless. This boy might truly be on the verge of bursting. King's Landing lay in the southeast of the Seven Kingdoms. And as Emily and Jowan passed through the bustling city of Tully, she recalled that her mother Catherine's maternal family ruled here, the unofficial monarchs of the Trident River. The Tully family stood alongside her elder brother, Robb Stark, in the impending war, destined to meet a grim fate in the original narrative. Emily had no intention of visiting her uncle, for if Catherine did not acknowledge her as a daughter, how could she expect her uncle to? However, Emily found herself quite enamored with the climate here. Unlike the frigid, somber tones of Winterfell, the sunlight here was gentle and warm. The forest alongside the King's Road was composed of towering redwoods, with lush green grass carpeting the ground, where dappled shadows danced. Lying on the ground was not like the icy chill of Winterfell. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. She could even observe small, unnamed insects scuttling nearby. And instead of screaming as she might have in her previous life, Emily chuckled softly, closing her eyes, faintly hearing the gentle chirping of birds deep within the woods. Both Emily and Jowan took a moment to rest. As they ventured further south, the heat intensified, compelling Emily to discard the fur she had crafted, revealing the soiled dress beneath. It was the same one she had worn upon her escape, and despite numerous washings, it remained stubbornly dirty. Jowan was still able to expose his arms and thighs, while White Spirit and Lady suffered, their bodies encased in thick wolf fur that stifled them. Emily contemplated giving them a trim in the evening, yet these two clever creatures distanced themselves from her as night fell, no longer requiring her warmth, deftly evading her attempts. As they approached King's Landing, the throng of people along the King's Road grew increasingly dense and lively. Onlookers, upon seeing the imposing wolves, assumed Emily and Jowan were presenting a gift to the new king, Joffrey. Some kindly cautioned them that the new king held a distaste for wolves, as the emblem of the former hand of the king, Ned Stark, was the direwolf, and Ned had been imprisoned for treason. Emily was compelled to ponder how to secure the safety of White Spirit and Lady. Two such conspicuous direwolves would undoubtedly attract attention. It was likely that upon entering King's Landing, they would be captured and offered to the new King Joffrey and Queen Cersei. After much deliberation, Emily concluded that the beast-laden forest would indeed be the safest haven for them, as no creature could rival the prowess of two dire wolves, except, perhaps, Daenerys' 3 dragons. However, there was no cause for concern, as the dragons had yet to be born. The direwolves remained the undisputed rulers of the wild. Emily led White Spirit and Lady into the depths of the forest, squatting to gently pat their small heads, informing them, "Jowan and I must infiltrate King's Landing. You two must stay here in the forest. Be wary of other beasts, and remember to hunt together. Never venture alone. Do you understand?" White Spirit clearly comprehended, emitting soft, endearing sounds and affectionately licking Emily's face. Emily firmly tapped its head. "Be good. I cannot take you with me. I still need to rescue Father and Sansa. And I wonder if Arya has managed to escape." Upon hearing Sansa's name, Lady lifted her front paw and placed it on Emily's arm, gazing intently at her. Emily felt her heart melt at the sight of the two creatures, but steeling herself, she said a firm command. "You must not follow. Stay here in the forest." Turning away, she called to Jowan, "Jowan, let us be off." After walking some distance, Emily realized she had not heard Jowan's footsteps. Confused, she turned to look at him, questioning why he had not followed. Jowan glanced at White Spirit and Lady, lowered his head, and mumbled softly, "I'm sorry, Emily. I do not wish to enter King's Landing. I yearn to remain with White Spirit and Lady, for someone must watch over them." Emily's mind went blank, and it took her a while to respond. Her lips parched as she murmured, "You wish to be with White Spirit and Lady?" Observing Emily's expression, Jowan hesitated for a fleeting moment, yet ultimately declared, "Yes, White Spirit, Lady, and I shall await your return here. I have never set foot in King's Landing, nor do I know anyone there. I would be of little assistance to you. It is far better for me to stay here and keep an eye on White Spirit and Lady." Emily found herself at a loss for words, acutely aware that Jowan had long coveted the two Arctic wolves. Who would have thought he would voice such a desire at this moment? Nonetheless, as Jowan expressed his unwillingness to depart, Emily chose not to expose his intentions. His reasoning held merit. If she were to fall into the clutches of Ned and Sansa, it would be prudent for someone to remind the two Arctic wolves not to linger in vain. Contemplating this, a wave of sorrow washed over Emily as she said to Jowan, "Take good care of them." Chapter 21. One cannot simply enter brazenly. The spider, Varys, may have already caught wind of Emily's impending arrival through his little birds. After all, many merchants congratulating the new king had encountered her. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, likely had his ear to the ground as well. Emily even suspected that Varys would be eager to exchange news of a Stark walking into a trap with Littlefinger. Emily dared not wager her life on such uncertainties and resolved to be more cautious. Rather than entering the city directly, she prowled around its outskirts, gathering intelligence. Emily once again cropped her newly grown hair with a dagger, smeared mud across her face, and donned her soiled coat, transforming herself into a more disheveled, boyish figure. For 2 consecutive days, Emily wandered among the 7 gates, soon realizing she had drawn followers. Yet, she remained uncertain whether they were mere thugs, traffickers, or agents of another. By the second night, Emily discerned their identity. Before her stood 2 soldiers clad in silver armor and pure white cloaks. She inquired, "Who sent you?" They evaded the question, reiterating, "Lady Stark, our master wishes to see you." Gripping the dagger tightly behind her back, Emily smiled and remarked, "Lady Stark? It seems to be Littlefinger. No one else would address me as such at this juncture." The soldiers clearly wished to hear no further from Emily, advancing to escort her away. The taller soldier on the right reached out to grasp her arm, and Emily did not resist. As she was drawn alongside him, she swiftly plunged the dagger into his abdomen. The soldier gasped in pain and forcibly shoved Emily away. As she tumbled to the ground, she seized the opportunity to flee. The shorter soldier, quick to recover, pursued her, seizing her hair and yanking her back. The pain in her scalp was excruciating, and tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Let me go. How I regret not shaving my head. Perhaps then I would not have been caught." The shorter soldier dragged her back and cast her to the ground before attending to the taller soldier's injury. Emily thrust deep, and what made it even more remarkable was the barbed tip of the dagger. The short soldier gave a gentle pull, causing the tall soldier to cry out in agony, cursing, "That wretched woman, I shall slay her." Emily smirked, contemplating, "If you wish to kill me, perhaps you should first attend to your own predicament." However, before she could finish her thought, she witnessed the short soldier swiftly extracting the dagger, swearing she saw the tall soldier's entrails being dragged out with it. Shocked, Emily felt her stomach churn. To her astonishment, the short soldier then turned the dagger around and slashed the tall soldier's throat. Emily stood frozen, unable to comprehend the unfolding horror. The short soldier discarded the dagger and approached Emily, hoisting her onto his shoulder. She instinctively questioned, "Why? He could have lived. Why did you kill him?" The short soldier offered no reply, carrying Emily away on his shoulder. She remained still, aware of his ruthless nature, if he found her bothersome. He might just as easily silence her. Upon reaching the alley's mouth, the short soldier seemed to trip over something and fell, causing Emily to tumble off and roll a few times. Quickly recovering, she scrambled to her feet and fled, only to hear someone calling from behind. "Emily, don't run. It's me." Turning back, she recognized Jon, who should have been in the forest. He hurried over, grasping her arm, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Emily gazed at the figure lying motionless at the alley's entrance, face down. Had he perished? Jon, with nonchalance, remarked, "I tripped him with a rope and stabbed him in the back. He's surely dead, so do not be afraid." Emily felt no fear, only a surreal disbelief that those who had once held her life in their hands were now lifeless. Once more, she grasped the harsh reality that life is the most inexpensive commodity in this world, despite its singularity. Noticing her unease, Jon wrapped her in his arms, attempting to console her. "It's all right, they are all dead." Emily pushed him away forcefully, questioning, "Aren't you supposed to be in the forest? How did you end up here?" Jon, slightly embarrassed, muttered, "I was worried about you." Warmth spread through Emily's heart as she grasped his hand, suggesting, "Let us retrieve the dagger. It was a fine weapon." And thus, the two youngsters, Emily and Jon, became observers outside King's Landing, noting the 7 gates, each fortified with heavy doors and guarded by numerous soldiers. To infiltrate unnoticed, they required a disguise. Emily quickly set her sights on the port of Blackwater Bay. King's Landing was enveloped by forests on 3 sides, with only the northern side adjacent to Blackwater Bay, bustling with countless vessels and throngs of people. The upper part of the port was notably tranquil and pristine, home to luxurious yachts and slender warships equipped with catapults and bows. It appeared that the upper bay served as a docking area for noble yachts and warships, making clandestine entry improbable. Emily shifted her focus downstream, where the atmosphere was decidedly more lively. The merchant ships, laden with goods, crowded at the dock, while bare-chested workers unloaded the cargo. Nearby, someone was scribbling notes on a piece of leather, cautioning others to handle the goods with care to avoid damage. Beside the caravan, a ragged, barefoot beggar with disheveled hair lingered, hoping for a morsel of charity from the affluent traders. Fishermen cautiously maneuvered their small boats, ensuring they did not scrape against the merchant vessels. However, none of this concerned the children. Jon was tall enough to feign being a worker, but little Emily needed to seek another path, quickly spotting a child struggling with a basket. She approached him and inquired, "What are you selling?" The child, with a haughty demeanor, rolled his eyes and retorted, "Dried cakes. Can you afford them?" Stunned, Emily glanced at her tattered attire, realizing she appeared more beggar than buyer, which explained the child's skepticism. In a hushed tone, she proposed, "Wait here for me. I will fetch some money and return to buy your cakes. How does that sound?" The child, uninterested, tugged his basket away toward the caravan. Left with no choice, Emily scurried to a discreet spot and fished out a gold coin from her shoe. But it felt too ostentatious for merely purchasing a basket of dried cakes. Determined, she dashed back to the child, snatched the basket, and fled. The child, taken aback, shouted, "Thief! Thief! My cakes!" and pursued her. Of course, no one intervened. In this place, not even a murder would elicit concern. When the child caught up with Emily, she swiftly pressed the gold coin into his hand before he could lament. The child, quick-witted, bit the coin and hastily tucked it into his pocket, clutching it tightly as he dashed away without a word about his cakes. Were all the children here so cunning? Emily raised her voice, proclaiming, "Dried cakes for sale. Delicious dried cakes." Pretending to sell her bounty, she sidled up to Jon, who was drenched in sweat and envied by her. She felt a surge of relief. Indeed, comparisons often illuminate one's situation. Successfully blending into the city through the muddy entrance, a wave of foul odor assaulted Emily, nearly causing her to faint. The dense crowd exuded an inexplicable stench, exacerbated by the sweltering heat of the day. Emily pulled Jon deeper into the throng, following the muddy path. They entered a squalid area aptly named the Flea Nest, a slum characterized by narrow alleys, the stench of animal excrement, and the presence of drunken patrons, along with prostitutes exuding a repugnant aroma and destitute beggars. Emily tightened her grip on Jon, questioning, "Do we truly have to reside here? The forest is far superior." Unlike Emily, who felt utterly out of place, Jon observed his surroundings with curiosity, responding, "Of course. The slum is the most densely populated area in the city. The perfect hiding spot. Here, we can remain unnoticed." With the gold coin Emily had given him, Jon ventured to exchange it for copper coins, leaving Emily to linger at the alley's entrance. A drunken man staggered towards her, causing Emily to grip her scarred knife tightly with anxiety. The inebriate did not spare her a glance. After all, what was there to behold in a mere street urchin? He ambled into a corner to relieve himself. And Emily turned away, nearly exasperated by the incessant sound. Soon after, the wretched noise of his retching reached her ears, accompanied by a pungent stench that wafted through the air. She shifted slightly away, pinching her nose, yet refrained from moving too far. What if Jon returned and could not find her? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance, sending her heart racing. When a hand clapped her shoulder, she instinctively prepared to strike, only to hear Jon's voice exclaim, "What on earth are you doing?" A wave of relief washed over her as she sighed. "Why did you take so long?" Jon, bewildered, replied, "I haven't gone far. It hasn't been long at all. What's the matter? If I hadn't dodged quickly, you would have nearly stabbed me. Did you know that?" Emily repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I was startled, thinking it was those men from last night." Jon chose not to dwell on it, and urged her to follow, saying, "Come on. I found an elderly couple who agreed to let us stay the night for 20 coppers. I dare not go to an inn. I fear the townsfolk may notice something amiss." Emily's mind was in disarray as she followed Jon, acquiescing to his every word. The elderly couple was indeed frail, their hunched backs and deeply etched wrinkles bearing testament to their years. They did not light a lamp in the darkened evening, but merely gestured towards the upstairs. The upper floor was shrouded in darkness, and Jon ascended first, opening a skylight that allowed moonlight to spill into the room, revealing its stark emptiness. There was nothing but a bed, devoid of blankets or a table, simply nothing. Jon pointed to the bed, stating, "You'll sleep there." I asked, "And they have only one blanket, which they are using. There's no water. The clean water in the city is too expensive, barely enough for the old couple to drink. Today, 20 coppers will likely afford them a little more water." Emily had no retort, lying down on the bed, listening to Jon's gentle snores below. Gazing out the window, her eyes fell upon the tallest structure in the city, the Red Keep, perched atop the Ingen Hill, where Ned languished in the dungeons beneath it. Ned had lost all sense of how many days he had been imprisoned. The dungeon lay beneath the Red Keep, surrounded by stone walls, devoid of windows, with no light penetrating its confines. He suspected that Cersei aimed to drive him mad, knowing that no one would believe a lunatic's accusations against the new king and queen. Time seemed to stand still in this place, devoid of day and night, of human presence. Even the scurrying of a rat was absent. Ned poured his thoughts into longing and curses, yearning for the frigid grandeur of Winterfell, the gentle strength of Catelyn, the brave fortitude of Robb, the peculiar musings of Bran, the poised grace of Sansa, the self-doubting yet valiant Jon, the stubborn Arya with her love for swordplay, the lively charm of Rickon, and the whimsical Emily. And how could he forget their great king, Robert, who had met his end at the hands of a boar? What a cruel irony it all was. Once a robust and valiant knight who conquered a nation, Robert has now transformed into a feeble old man, meeting his demise beneath the tusks of a wild boar. And I, Ned Stark, find myself facing an inglorious end at the hands of a woman wielding power with tyrannical might. Robert spoke the truth. Cersei is indeed the most malevolent woman in this world, yet I failed to heed his warning. I often reminisce about Bran, that little fellow. When I journeyed to King's Landing, I disregarded Catelyn's pleas and resolutely answered the king's call, missing the chance to witness Bran's recovery. Yet, may the Seven bless him. He has healed, albeit with a slight limp in his gait, better than having no legs at all. It is a pity that Bran can no longer ascend heights. Then there is Emmeline. I find myself believing Catelyn's words, accepting that Emmeline is not my child. But what does that matter? Emmeline regards me as a father. She is the daughter of Lord Ned Stark of Winterfell. Emmeline is a clever girl, possessing wisdom that surpasses that of Sansa, who craves power, and Arya, who idolizes knighthood. Perhaps she is even wiser than I. She wisely chose not to travel to King's Landing and took with her 2 direwolf pups. For this, Sansa is immensely grateful, casting aside past grievances. My longing deepens my disdain for Cersei, Littlefinger, the Spider, and the Regicide. I find myself casting aside previous biases, echoing Emmeline's sentiments, incessantly cursing Cersei, Littlefinger, the Spider, and the Regicide. Robb must have rallied the bannermen of the North to march upon King's Landing. Robert's brothers, Renly and Stannis, will surely rise against the usurper, and Catelyn's kin from House Tully will stand alongside Robb. Every usurper in King's Landing shall face retribution. Time slips away silently, hunger and thirst shadowing me. I fear I may not endure to witness the day of their reckoning. I wonder if Sansa and Arya have managed to escape. These 2 children, so young, remain oblivious to the terrifying nature of power in King's Landing. Alas, if I myself have overlooked this truth, how can I expect my young daughters to grasp it? Ned feels his strength waning. At times, he envisions Robert standing before him, muttering reproaches of foolishness. He also dreams of the snow-laden grounds of Winterfell and the gentle beauty of Lynna. In a haze, he hears heavy footsteps outside, and his spirits lift momentarily, only to utter weakly, "Water, water." The long-closed door creaks open, allowing a faint light to seep in, revealing a tall figure and a small shadow. In his days, Ned wonders who would bring a child to such a place. A water pouch is pressed to his cracked lips, and he gulps greedily. Then he hears a familiar voice, "Drink slowly, father." Ned's eyes widen as he struggles to discern the figure before him. It is Emmeline. Instantly invigorated, he embraces her tightly, exclaiming, "My dear, I have missed you dearly." Realizing the gravity of their surroundings, he quickly warns her, "What are you doing here? Have you lost your mind? You must flee. Cersei and her minions will surely come for you." Ned once again heard a familiar voice beside him say, "Indeed. Who could have imagined that someone would willingly walk into a trap? However, Lord Ned, your daughter is far more astute than you." Shielded from the light, Ned's eyes slowly adjusted, revealing the rotund figure of Varys, the spider. At that moment, a young man beside Varys held a dagger to his neck, though somewhat grimy. It was undeniably sharp. One wrong move from Varys, and a beautiful mark would be etched upon his throat. Ned finally grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Emily was far more capable than he had thought, to have managed to kidnap the infamous spider within the watchful eyes of the Red Keep. Truly, she was a Stark. Pride swelled within Ned. Emily gazed at her father, who appeared soiled, pallid, and with cracked lips, as tears streamed down her face. She fumbled for a piece of stale bread and offered it to Ned. Slowly, he reached out to wipe the tears from Emily's face. Yet he only succeeded in smearing it further with grime. Embarrassed, he halted his efforts and comforted her, saying, "I am fine, merely a bit hungry. A morsel will suffice." Taking a deep breath, Emily attempted to quell her tears, asking, "Father, can you stand? I will help you leave this place." Ned paused, his hand still over the bread, and looked up with a serious expression, responding, "I cannot leave. To do so would affirm my guilt." Before Emily could retort, Varys interjected, "Lord Ned, heed your daughter's counsel, depart at once. Even if you remain, your guilt will stand. Only by leaving can you save your life. And, dear Miss Emily Stark, would you kindly instruct your guards to lower the dagger? Trust me, I wholeheartedly support your endeavor to escort Lord Ned away." Ned countered Varys, "No, you are aligned with Cersei. Emily, do not place your faith in him." Varys, growing agitated, exclaimed in a sharper tone, "No, Ned, I have always been on your side. How could you forget the intelligence I have provided? When you confronted Cersei, you were defeated. Should I, a mere eunuch, charge into battle? I am only preserving my life." As tensions escalated between Ned and Varys, Emily interjected forcefully, "Silence. Do you wish to draw the guards here? Father, I do not trust Varys. Nor will I trust anyone within the Red Keep. And you, Varys, rest assured, once I have rescued my father and Sansa, I shall release you. A Stark never breaks their vow. Furthermore, the warrior by your side is not my guard, but a loyal companion." Ned fell silent, and Varys responded, "Of course. I trust you, Miss Emily. You are far wiser than your father and sisters." Emily continued to persuade Ned, "Father, you have fulfilled your promise to King Robert. It is time for you to return to Winterfell. That is where your duty lies." With reddened eyes, Ned spoke through a choked voice, "I have brought harm upon Robert. If I had not sought the truth behind Jon Arryn's death, Cersei would not have struck against him. Had I informed Robert in time that Joffrey was not his blood, perhaps things would have unfolded differently. Had I believed your prophecies sooner, Winterfell would not have found itself in such a precarious situation. Damn Varys, ever the instigator. You were right. Your arrival did not safeguard Robert. Rather, it hastened his demise. The king I toiled to protect has been squandered in your hands. How could you be so foolish as to negotiate with that venomous woman, Cersei?" Emily fell silent, astonished that despite revealing all the truths to Ned, he remained incredulous. Much like in the original tale, he foolishly embarked on a grand investigation, oblivious to Cersei's true intentions. Yet, discussing it further now is futile. I can only advise Ned. Father, you simply do not belong in King's Landing, nor in the Red Keep. You are not cut out for intrigue or the struggle for power. You belong in Winterfell, where your siblings await you, as does your mother, Catelyn, who has awaited your return for a lifetime. She cannot be made to wait any longer." A nostalgic expression crossed Ned's face, and Emily believed she had swayed him. She stood and tugged at him. Ned shook off Emily's grip, his voice low and resolute. "No, I cannot leave. In my current state, I can scarcely stand. Let alone flee, I would only burden you. As for Winterfell, Robb will look after it. I can only apologize to Catelyn. Emily, do not concern yourself with me. Go save Sansa and Arya." Emily bowed her head in silence, and Varys interjected. Your eldest daughter, Sansa, is quite safe. Miss Emily will attend to her after seeing you. As for your younger daughter, she has excelled in her dancing and has escaped from Ser Marin. Suddenly, Emily, tears streaming down her face, shouted at Ned, Liar. You are a great deceiver. You promised to protect each and every one of us. But look at where we are now. You remain trapped in this wretched place, Robb. At such a tender age, must lead troops into battle. Bran has broken his legs. Sansa is ensnared by Cersei, and Arya is missing. What have you accomplished? I warned you of the future, yet you refuse to believe me. You boast of your mercy and loyalty. Cursed mercy, cursed loyalty. If you chose loyalty, why did you not inform Robert? Why did your pitiful mercy manifest at such a dire moment? Would not Robert have arranged the rest upon learning the truth? What right have you, as hand of the king, to decide for the monarch? You deceived Robert, spared Cersei, fully aware of the consequences of failure. Yet you did not provide your daughters with a reliable escape plan. You are neither a good hand nor a good father. Why should I heed your words? I risked everything, placing my own life and that of my comrades at stake, only to receive this in return. Why? Why must you willingly march toward death while expecting us to clean up your mess? Tell me. Chapter 23. Emily was utterly shattered. Realizing that the man she had so desperately sought to rescue, Ned, refused to leave with them. What meaning did their efforts hold now? Witnessing her hysteria, Ned gently embraced Emily, saying, In truth, death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is to betray one's own oath. I promised Robert that I would protect his children and his kingdom. Moreover, my death is not a certainty. Cersei still needs me. If I were to die, Robb would undoubtedly ignite a war. Varys advised, My lord Ned, I counsel you to heed Miss Emily's words. Your eldest son Robb has already marched south with great success. However, whether Cersei will spare you remains uncertain. Ned struggled to sit up, with Emily refraining from assisting him. That would be preferable. It would make it less likely for Cersei to kill me. With tears still glistening on her cheeks, Emily coldly laughed. Are you so confident that Cersei will not take your life? You are aware of her affair with Jaime, and yet hope for her mercy. Very well. Cersei may not kill you, but many within the Red Keep would gladly do so. How can you be certain you will emerge from the Red Keep unscathed? Emily now resembled an Arctic wolf, aloof and proud. Ned felt a pang of anguish, but replied, Even if I am to be killed, I must fulfill my oath. Will you confess to treason? Upon hearing Emily's question, Ned became agitated. No one can make me yield. Oh, but many can. Robert compelled your submission, and in time. Sansa will as well. The only person who cannot make you submit is me, Emily stated, seemingly unfazed. Ned paused in silence, pleading with Emily. Emily, I cannot leave now. I would only hinder you, and I have my own obligations. Just ensure Sansa's safety, that is all I ask. Emily's disappointment was palpable. You fear I will not rescue Sansa, do you? If that is your desire, so be it. I can only take Varys hostage once. He will not afford me a second chance. This is your final opportunity. Jon, unable to contain himself, shouted, My lord Ned, come with us. We can quickly escape if we hire a carriage or a horse. Observing Ned's unwavering resolve, Emily decided to unveil her final trump card. I have seen it. Ned recalled Emily's previous prophecy, his body tensing. I saw your head severed, displayed upon a spear outside King's Landing. I witnessed Sansa being tormented. Even so, will you still not accompany me? Ned pressed his hands to his face, pleading, Emily, save Sansa. Your past conflicts were mere childhood quarrels. Do not hold them against her. She is still but a child. In that moment, Emily realized that Ned understood she was not the original Emily, which is why he implored her to overlook their past grievances and rescue Sansa. Emily proposed, What if I could save you both? Would you still choose to remain here and await your demise? Ned replied softly, Thank you for coming to my aid, Emily. A wave of dizziness overcame Emily, nearly causing her to collapse. Grasping the rough stone wall beside her, the texture reminded her that this was no dream. She declared, I will rescue Sansa. But you must remember your words. Do not yield. You are the Lord of Winterfell. You cannot submit to ignominy, nor to a false king. Ned remained silent. Emily ceased to demand answers from him. From the moment he rejected her, he had become a mere specter. Denying the charges merely prolonged Ned's demise. Emily turned to Jon and said, We must leave. Emily, my lord Ned. Jon was frantic. Emily shot him a glare, insisting, We've lingered here too long. If we are discovered, we shall perish. With no other option, Jon dragged Varys alongside Emily out of the cell. As the heavy door clanged shut, Emily felt a pang of anguish. Indeed, it was folly to place too much hope in the stubborn fools of House Stark. Disappointment was the only outcome. The person she trusted most in this world was Ned, yet it seemed her faith was entirely misplaced. Ned would do anything for his children, but only if Emily were his daughter, a reassurance she sorely lacked. In the dim tunnel, the trio dared not light a lamp, navigating cautiously in the darkness. Suddenly, Varys broke the silence. You know why not tell him? Emily halted, her voice cold as ice. What do you mean? Varys seemed to forget the knife at his throat. The tragic events of the day were precipitated by Ned's own daughter, Sansa, revealing his plans to Queen Cersei, who in turn insisted Sansa persuade Ned to confess to treason. As the moonlight filtered in, Varys scrutinized Emily's expression, discovering she bore no sign of surprise. She was aware of these matters. How did she come to know? What else did she know? Panic began to rise within Varys. Emily perceived Varys's probing, but remained unfazed. For my father Ned, betrayal of his oath and being forsaken by his daughter were far graver than death itself. Since he had chosen to embrace death, she would not provide him with an additional reason to despair. Varys, however, was indifferent to this, regardless of his intervention. Ned would meet his end at the hands of others, for he had many enemies. Varys's concern lay in her earlier statement. You said you saw something? What does it mean? A smile crept across Emily's face, surprised that her message had been deemed untrustworthy, yet Varys had taken notice. Indeed, ignorance breeds audacity. Only one truly aware of the message's accuracy would regard Emily's abilities with trepidation. Emily softly mused, what do you think? Varys felt a shiver run down his spine. They traversed the shadowy corridor, ascending the staircase until they reached the end, where two guards clad in golden armor stood sentinel at a door. Varys whispered to Emily, that is Sansa's chamber, but what do we do about the two guards? Since Emily had acknowledged her own capabilities, the renowned Varys seemed to lower his head before her. Yet, Emily understood that no one could ever secure Varys's loyalty. Without answering him, Emily murmured a few words to Jowan. In an instant, Jowan removed his sock, stuffing it into Varys's mouth, then bound him with his cloak, leaving him in a heap. Varys, taken aback, took a moment before he began to struggle. Emily and Jowan concealed the daggers behind them and boldly approached the room. The guards immediately inquired, who goes there? The Queen Mother has sent us to escort the future Queen Sansa, they replied. The guards were skeptical, for the attire of Emily and Jowan was far from befitting those in the Queen Mother's retinue. At that moment, Jowan lunged forward, swiftly slicing the neck of the right guard. Emily plunged the blade into the abdomen of the left guard, who let out a cry, prompting Jowan to swiftly cover his mouth and deliver another cut to his throat. Emily pushed open the door and spotted Sansa trembling behind the bed. She dashed over, seized Sansa, and fled. Recognizing Emily, Sansa instinctively followed. The trio retraced their steps to the underground passage. Emily intended to escape through the kitchen before the inhabitants of the Red Keep could notice. Sansa, what are you doing here? Where are you taking me? Sansa whispered, noticing that Emily was running ahead like a headstrong donkey. She exerted herself to break free from Emily's grasp. The force of Emily's pull nearly sent her stumbling forward. But Jowan steadied her. Turning to Sansa, Emily declared, I have come to rescue you. I am taking you back to Winterfell. Sansa's expression was one of confusion. Why return to Winterfell? The Queen Mother assured us that my father would not be blamed. As long as Winterfell acknowledges Joffrey as king, everything will remain unchanged. Emily, come with me to see the Queen Mother. She will understand our loyalty. Jowan was taken aback, yet Emily was unfazed. She had long recognized that Sansa still clung to her fantasies, dreaming of becoming a queen, much like Cersei, ruling over all. Thus, she had dragged Sansa away without a moment's hesitation. Following Ned's earlier rejection, Emily understood that persuasion was futile. Jowan, hold her. If she dares to scream, silence her. Emily instructed. Observing Sansa's intent to speak, she gestured to Jowan to move forward. Sansa trembled with anger, yet dared not cry out. Earlier, upon escaping, Sansa had seen the two bloodied guards at the entrance and feared that Emily might also turn against her. Watching the frightened Sansa, Emily exchanged a glance with Jowan, urging him to keep hold of her. Emily could not subdue Sansa herself. Just as they prepared to flee, Emily noticed a figure emerging behind Sansa, a man clad in black armor, with dark hair cascading to his shoulders. Emily pulled Sansa behind her, brandishing the dagger defensively while watching the stranger warily. Jowan likewise positioned his dagger in front of him. Sansa, however, called out, Ser Sandor, save me. It was then that Emily recognized the looming figure as Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Her eyes widened as she took in his scarred visage, half covered by hair, marred and disfigured. A visage of unsettling contrast. In a deep voice, Sandor demanded, Who are you? Why are you attempting to abduct Lady Sansa? Emily steadied her mind, realizing there was still a chance. I am Emily Stark, Sansa's true sister. I must take her away. You know, it would be better for me to take her. She cannot survive here. Sansa shouted vehemently. Do not believe her words. She is not my sister. My sister Emily has long since perished. Emily found herself devoid of sorrow, tightening her grip on the scarred blade as she gazed at Sandor. Sandor remarked, Miss Emily, you are the first to look at me without blinking. However, I serve King Joffrey, and the future queen, Miss Sansa, does not wish to leave, so I cannot allow you to take her. Upon hearing this, Jowan rushed towards Sandor, shouting. Sandor drew his sword with his right hand, effortlessly knocking Jowan's dagger aside. As Jowan stumbled forward, Sandor struck him in the back with the hilt of his sword. Jowan fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Sandor approached Emily, stating, I shall pretend I have not seen you. You may leave. Emily, seizing the opportunity to strike, discovered her limbs trembled uncontrollably, rendering her powerless. She could only watch helplessly as Sandor pulled Sansa away and departed. Collapsing to the ground, Emily wept loudly, lamenting her own impotence. In the 24th chapter, Emily dressed Jowan's wounds and brought him food. She lay motionless on the hard bed. After a moment's hesitation, Jowan asked Emily, I know I should not interject, but I cannot help it. Why did they not leave with you? I do not know. Yet, how could Emily truly be unaware? Ned remained for the sake of his honor and vows, while Sansa clung to her dreams of queenship. Even Jowan could discern that staying in the Red Keep would not bode well for Ned and Sansa, yet they chose not to depart. Emily felt utterly exhausted. If she were indeed Ned and Catelyn's daughter, would she not be in a different predicament? But if the original little Emily truly lived, how could she fathom the unfolding of the entire story? There were no answers. Emily turned away from Jowan, closed her eyes, and drifted into a dream. A long sword was raised high, its glimmering tip stained with bright red blood. Drops of blood fell one by one, amidst the eruption of cheers and applause. Rolling toward Emily's feet was a black, circular object, revealing Ned's severed head, its eyes glaring at her. Startled, Emily jolted awake, only to see the dimly lit ceiling. The soft sounds of Jowan's snoring and the moonlight streaming through the skylight reminded her that it had all been a dream. Emily stared blankly out the window, lost in thought until dawn broke. When Jowan opened his eyes, he was startled to find Emily's vacant, lifeless gaze staring back at him. He quickly approached and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Emily shot him a withering glance and turned her back to him. Jowan scratched his head nonchalantly, saying, Do not worry too much. The new king still needs Lord Ned and will not do anything to him. Look, everyone seems unconcerned. Emily pondered. Who would have imagined that Joffrey was a madman? Seeing that Emily was ignoring him, Jowan touched his stomach and said, I'm going to buy some food and pay a bit to Grandpa Bowlin. It seems we will be troubling the elderly couple for quite some time. Emily inquired, Do you still have money? Jowan pulled out a bag from his pocket and replied, I have plenty. This is the richest I've ever been. I'll leave behind 100 coins and spend the rest on food, buying as much as I can. Jowan, puzzled, asked for what? Emily turned her head and closed her eyes. Jowan made a face at her and hurried off. What else could it be for? With the chaos of war, food supplies were scarce and prices would surely soar. Emily aimed to ensure her and Jowan's survival. Sansa's refusal was anticipated by Emily, but Ned's rejection nearly drained all her spirit. Emily had believed that no one would abandon her in this world, except for Ned. The harsh reality slapped Emily painfully in the face. For several days, she languished in bed, unable to sleep, staring blankly at the ceiling. Emily couldn't help but wonder if Ned's decision to stay was solely to uphold his vow. Why then, in the original narrative, did Ned forsake his vows and honor for Sansa as safety? Sleepless nights ensued, her mind foggy and disordered. Jowan was deeply concerned and frequently came to check on Emily, fearing that she might perish in her sleep. The flea-ridden dwelling was lively every day, but after a few days of keeping Emily company, Jowan grew restless and ventured out to roam. Meanwhile, Emily continued to lie there, unresponsive. The sound of footsteps approached, and Emily knew Jowan had returned. Emily, get up quickly, something has happened. Jowan exclaimed excitedly. When he noticed Emily motionless, he reached over to pull her up. Emily, your father, Lord Ned, has been taken to the Great September of Baelor. Emily's heart sank, and her hands instinctively tightened around Jowan's arm, only to release it immediately, saying, Let go of me. Jowan, as if accustomed to her words, released her. Emily then fell back, declaring, Don't bother me. Jowan, puzzled, asked, Aren't you worried? Don't you want to see your father? Emily ignored him and turned over, pretending to sleep. Jowan ceased his persuasion and went out to seek distraction. As Jowan's footsteps faded away, Emily turned to face the skylight, gazing at the endless blue sky, the densely packed houses, and the Great September of Baelor standing tall in the city center. She murmured to herself, What good would it do to see him? Should I just watch as Ned's head falls? In that moment, Emily wished fervently to transform into a demon, endowed with powerful arms, mighty wings, and sharp weapons. She yearned to plunge into the crowd recklessly, fanning away the onlookers with a flap of her wings, aiming her sharp spear at Joffrey's jugular, and whisking Ned and Sansa away into oblivion. But dreams are but dreams, impractical and unattainable. Reality dictates that Emily can only lie in bed, quietly awaiting the arrival of tragedy. She tells herself not to weep. It is Ned's choice, and she has done her utmost. Yet, the sensation of helplessness continues to ensnare Emily's thoughts. She often fantasizes about being a king, a valiant knight capable of overcoming 10 foes, or having the strength to sever Joffrey's head from his shoulders. If only she possessed the power to turn the tide. In the Game of Thrones, only power and wealth can navigate this world, not the so-called honor of knights, nor the oaths they take, nor the notion that the benevolent shall inherit the earth, which ultimately led to Ned's downfall. Since her arrival in this realm, Emily has relied on others, on Ned to gain the Stark identity, on Whitefang to traverse the perilous King's Road, on Jowan to bolster her confidence. The strength derived from others has perpetually left her in a subordinate position. How could she ever gain their trust? She speaks of saving House Stark, yet she, devoid of power, harbors the delusion of surpassing others, a true folly. It is no wonder they do not believe in Emily. Had she been a formidable force in this world, her prophecies would have garnered significant attention. At last, Emily comprehends that her approach has been flawed. She must first acquire strength to claim authority. How could she expect others to seek her counsel? Gazing out at the crimson hues beyond the skylight, all her pent-up frustrations dissipate. Jowan quietly ascends the stairs, leaning over Emily's bedside, his eyes brimming with sympathy. Emily, I am sorry. Lord Ned, I apologize. Tears begin to flow uncontrollably as Emily inquires, where is he now? Jowan hesitates, then replies, the king has commanded that the heads of traitors be mounted on stakes outside the city. The guards are likely carrying out those orders now. Jowan's aspirations for a swift descent are extinguished, replaced by a rising panic. Emily, should we flee the city? Sansa will not come with us, and remaining here is futile. If we are discovered by the Lannisters, it would spell disaster. Emily casts a glance at Jowan, who instinctively recoils. We have long been discovered. Startled, Jowan leaps up and pulls Emily along. Why are you so composed? We must leave. We cannot escape now. Even if we did, we would be in the grasp of the 8-legged spider. But rest assured, he will not harm us. He is unlikely to take extreme measures, as he still hopes for favorable outcomes from Robb. Emily's expression remains impassive. Jowan calms down and hesitantly asks, what shall we do now? Emily softly responds, wait. Jowan, confused, refrains from voicing his questions. His earlier frantic behavior has already betrayed his anxious thoughts, and he does not wish to reveal further ignorance in Emily's presence. Emily continues to lie motionless, contemplating Sansa in the Red Keep. Does she still aspire to be Joffrey's queen? Certainly, Sansa no longer wishes for such a fate. As she lies beneath the covers, her face stained with tears. How could this happen? Joffrey had clearly promised himself that if his father confessed to treason and recognized Joffrey as king, he would show mercy and allow Ned to serve at the wall. However, upon hearing her fiancé Joffrey issue the death sentence and witnessing Island Payne sever her father's head with the ancestral sword, Sansa fell into despair. No longer willing to fawn over Joffrey, her legs gave way, and she was assisted into her chamber by the maidservants. It was then that Sansa grasped why Emily had looked at her with such disdain that day. She realized that she had indeed been a fool to believe Joffrey's deceitful words, to think he harbored any affection for her. When Joffrey had lied about killing Nymeria and Lady, she ought to have comprehended the truth. It was all her fault. Before Sansa could gather her thoughts, Joffrey commanded her to attend a banquet. She glared at him in hatred, exclaiming, you just killed my father, and you expect me to joyfully participate in a celebration? You are a demon. Joffrey, unfazed, merely waved his hand, and someone dragged Sansa from her bed, striking her across the face. She covered her cheek and shouted, how dare you hit me? I am to be the future queen. With a smirk, Joffrey replied softly, yes, you are my future queen. Thus, I can dictate your every fate. Just like your father, with a mere word from me, countless men would gladly sever his head. Sansa, with tears brimming in her eyes, glared at Joffrey but dared not retort. He truly would follow through on his threats. Where had the gallant and handsome prince gone? Joffrey departed with his pack of hounds, leaving Sansa in desolation. The last of the hounds, Sandor, advised her, do not provoke Joffrey. Tread carefully if you wish to survive. Grateful, Sansa nodded, reflecting that while Sandor had always shown her kindness, it mattered little. That modicum of goodwill could not compel him to oppose Joffrey, nor could it save her father. Though she appreciated him, she could not entrust her life to Sandor. Since the day Ned was slain, Emily had ceased to hide in her bed and instead roamed the streets of King's Landing with Jon. Ignoring Jowen's protests, she first went to the city gates to catch a glimpse of Ned's severed head. In truth, Jowen need not have worried. The heads, having been tarred, were beyond recognition, displaying only disheveled hair and indistinct facial features. Emily attempted to identify each one, but could not discern which was Ned's. Ultimately, it was Jowen who pointed out a head in the center, and after a careful examination, Emily recognized the prominent bridge of Ned's nose and the deep hollows of his eyes. Surprisingly, Emily felt no tears. The crows and flies had already marred Ned's visage. Anyone who looked upon that pitiful, mouthless face would not recognize it as her father. The Ned she revered and admired was not this frail, powerless figure. Emily also ventured to the infamous Street of Steel, and as she approached the entrance, she was enveloped by a cloud of black smoke from the charred remains. The heat was oppressive as Emily tugged at her clothing, seeking a semblance of breathability. Various iron shops were crammed together, where brawny men, bare-chested, hammered away at indiscernible scraps of metal. The vivid flames illuminated the faces of all present, yet failed to bring any joy. Jowen clutched Emily's hand tightly. Her petite stature rendered her almost invisible. If one lost sight of her, she could easily vanish from view. Wandering from one iron shop to another, Emily sought a sharp dagger for future use. After several failed attempts, she realized that Cersei had summoned all the blacksmiths and stonemasons of King's Landing to forge fortifications upon learning of Stannis and Renly's claims to the throne. After numerous rejections, she finally located a smith willing to clandestinely sell her a dagger. Regrettably, its quality was disheartening. It lacked any glimmer of a fine blade, appearing dull and indistinguishable from a mere piece of iron. Emily paid 15 copper coins for such a trinket, which left Jowen distraught. He lamented, "What use is this? We could have bought bread or hardtack instead. Why not just steal it?" Taking note of Jowen's words, Emily inquired, "Can 15 copper coins only buy a single loaf of bread now?" Jowen grimaced, "Indeed, and it's the kind that's devoid of spices or fruits, just dry, black bread. Thankfully, we purchased our provisions early. Otherwise, we'd have to endure exorbitant prices or resort to catching rats." He seemed to envision their clumsy attempts at rodent catching. Stifling a laugh, watching Jowen's body shake with laughter, Emily rolled her eyes. "You're hardly a lady. Who are you trying to disgust with such antics?" Jowen feigned a wounded expression, his handsome features amplifying his performance. "I only wish to influence you. Look at yourself, a lady in tatters, with a bird's nest for hair, strutting about in a ridiculous manner. By the seven, I could be driven to blindness." Emily decisively turned away, as the dramatist always sought attention. The flea market had undergone significant changes, the most notable being the transformation of the brown stew. When Emily and Jowen first arrived, the stew contained ample grains and apples, enhanced with lemon juice, and rumored to have meat. However, neither of them had the fortune to taste it. Previously, a copper coin granted unlimited access to the stew. Now, it had become thin and watery, reflecting Emily's features like a mirror. Moreover, the proprietor wielded the ladle with precision, serving just enough before shooing customers away. Food prices had already begun to rise. The ongoing war had severed the supply routes to King's Landing, and Cersei was also amassing provisions for her army. It was evident how dire the food scarcity had become. Furthermore, prices were destined to escalate. While food could still be procured now, the situation would only worsen with time, leading the impoverished to a point where sustenance would become unattainable. At this juncture, Emily's opportunity would finally arise. Every day, Emily would stroll about, inhaling the gradually fading aroma of the brown soup from the flea market, before heading to Flower Street to indulge in the scent of freshly baked bread. Each day presented a different fragrance. Today, it was the delightful essence of blueberries. On one occasion, Emily even heard the rumbling sounds emanating from Jowen's stomach. With a flushed face, he furtively glanced around, avoiding Emily's gaze, until she extracted a handful of copper coins from her pouch and made her way towards the store. Instantly, Jowen grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Purchasing that is not as beneficial as having a few more bowls of brown soup. It would fill our bellies and still leave some coins for Grandpa and Grandma Bowlin. They have been cooking and tidying up for us these past few days. We must ensure they are well fed. Moreover, we are uncertain how long we will remain in Juneland City. We ought to conserve our resources, lest we find ourselves hungry later on." His barrage of words left Emily dazed. Since her arrival in this world, she had not encountered such instructive reprimands. Without retorting, she simply stated, "I want to eat meat. I haven't had any for several days." Jowen, hesitating while clutching the coins he had snatched back from Emily. Steeled himself and ventured towards the meat stall nearby, boldly proclaiming, "I'll take 10 copper coins of meat." Soon, Emily observed Jon returning, not with a bag, but rather clutching 2 sizable strips of meat between his fingers. He concealed the meat beneath his faded shirt, washed by Grandma Bowlin, and whispered furtively, "Let us hurry back. We mustn't attract any thieves." Emily felt a pang of discomfort, realizing how far Jon had fallen from his former status. "I still have money. I could buy plenty of things," she protested. Jon swiftly covered her mouth, glancing around anxiously. "What are you thinking? Announcing your wealth in the street? Do you want to stand atop the city wall and shout it out loud? Do you think no one will come to rob us?" As fate would have it, on their way back, Jon and Emily were confronted by 3 scruffy children, their attire more tattered than that of Jon and Emily. Barefoot, they stood on the hard cobblestone road. The leader shouted, "Hand over the meat, and we won't hurt you." Jon scoffed, tossing the meat into Emily's arms before clenching his fists and charging forward. In the end, with a bruised face, he managed to protect the meat, while continuing to scold Emily. "Did you see that? This is what happens when you speak so carelessly in public." Thankfully, it was just 3 children. Had it been adults, we would have had no choice but to comply. The best we could hope for is to keep our lives, but in the worst-case scenario, we might lose everything. Upon returning to Grandpa Bowlin's house, Jon requested Grandma Bowlin to boil the meat into soup for everyone, unilaterally forbidding Emily from going out. Emily complied, recognizing that the outside world had indeed become perilous. From her vantage point on the 2nd floor, she could observe the escalating chaos in the city. The situation grew increasingly dire when one morning, Emily was jolted awake by piercing screams. After Jon ventured out and returned, he informed her, "A family in the adjacent alley was brutally silenced by intruders, and their money has vanished." Instinctively, Emily inquired, "Is no one intervening?" Immediately regretting her question, she realized how naive it was, for this was not a peaceful and harmonious modern society, where a police force would safeguard the lives and possessions of the populace. The golden-robed guards of King's Landing held such matters in disdain. Jon did not respond to Emily, his expression grim. They had not ventured out to procure food for quite some time, and they did not appear to be starving. It was likely that others would suspect they had provisions. Emily had not contemplated this issue at all. Earlier that day, Jon had taken the Bowlin couple out to beg for some brown broth, enduring beatings and insults before exchanging a cast-iron pot for 4 bowls of the broth. Emily had been falsely labeled as gravely ill. From that day forth, the Bowlin family ceased cooking during daylight hours. Instead, they prepared dry cakes to be baked on the stove at night, while the Bowlin couple sought to beg for more broth during the day to soak the dry cakes for their meals. No one complained. Emily felt she was a burden to Xiao, while the Bowlin couple was content, recognizing that without Xiao and Emily, they would surely struggle to survive. Xiao busied himself drinking the broth, even finishing what Emily had left. Until one morning, Emily glanced out the window and beheld a gruesome sight. A bloodied corpse lay in the alley, with splatters of blood adorning the stone wall. It must have been killed the previous night, stripped of all belongings, including clothes and shoes. People passed by, unperturbed. Emily turned to Xiao and declared, "It's time." Xiao, who was folding a new blanket, froze in confusion. "What do you mean, it's time? What do you intend to do?" Emily gazed earnestly at Xiao, stating solemnly, "It's time to rescue Sansa." Xiao, bewildered, queried, "You have not abandoned this notion? Sansa will not come with us. We've already paid the price to ascertain that. Moreover, she is in the heavily fortified Red Keep. Last time, we managed to abduct Varys when no one was watching. I doubt we will have such fortune again. And even if we were to rescue Sansa, what then? Are we to have her join us in drinking broth and gnawing on dry cakes? Come now, I realized last time that Sansa is not like you. She would never endure such a wretched life. The Red Keep is far more suited to her." Emily was taken aback by Xiao's words. She retorted, "How she fares is her own affair. What I must do is rescue her from the Red Keep. I promise my father." Xiao fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You are quite similar to Lord Ned, both equally stubborn." Emily had no retort. It was indeed true, and that was the only resemblance they shared. Xiao resumed his task, pressing further, "Since it must be done, how do you plan to proceed? Please don't tell me you intend to storm in. Our necks are but one, and they are quite soft, certainly no match for the swords of the golden-robed guards." He then touched his own neck, tugging at the soft flesh for Emily to see. Emily swatted Xiao's hand away and exclaimed, "That jest is far from amusing. Yet, I genuinely intend to break in." This time, it was Xiao who widened his eyes in shock. Chapter 26. The new King Joffrey placed great importance on today's name day. as it marked the first such occasion since his ascension to the throne. The king also announced that a tournament would be held at the Red Keep. The townsfolk continued to discuss the customary martial tournament, traditionally held in the plaza by Blackwater Bay, yet this time it was to be conducted at the Red Keep. Emily could hardly suppress her laughter. Surely Joffrey felt a tremor of fear. After all, Robb, Stannis, and Renly were each leading their armies towards them. What could Cersei possibly fear? Perhaps the mere thought of a few knights being dispatched by the enemy to claim Joffrey's life, prompting the decision to hold the event in the heavily fortified Red Keep. Nevertheless, for Emily, it made little difference, as Sansa would undoubtedly accompany Joffrey to the occasion. Emily wished to remark on the splendid weather, with not a cloud in the sky and sunlight banishing every trace of gloom. Jon approached her, stating that everything was prepared and that they could proceed smoothly once the time arrived. Emily gazed up at the sun, allowing its warmth to coax tears from her eyes. How comforting! Surrounding the grand entrance of the Red Keep was a throng of ragged, disheveled individuals. Some were the local populace, while others were destitute wanderers who had exhausted their means to pay the entry fee. These souls harbored no lofty hopes of favor from the new king. A single morsel of food or a sip of water would suffice for their survival. Emily and Jon mingled among them. Jon had arranged for several individuals to incite the desperate masses to storm the Red Keep. Once the gates were breached, Emily and Jon would seize Sansa and lead her to safety. The contrasting sounds of jubilant cheers from within the keep and the mournful wails of the hungry outside fueled the anger of the starving crowd. Before Jon's men could take action, some began to pound on the gates of the Red Keep, of course, to no avail. The exuberance inside drowned out the feeble knocks. Witnessing this, more and more destitute souls joined in the fray, their frustration boiling over as the nobles ignored their plight. One person, then two, then three, an innumerable throng surged forward to batter the grand bronze doors, which began to tremble ominously under the mounting onslaught. Finally, with a resounding crash, the gates fell. The destitute poured in like ants from a disturbed nest, startling those within. The cacophony of terrified screams and the bellowing commands of the captain of the guards mingled into a chaotic din. In the moment of shock, the leading refugees seized food and dashed toward the exit, yet the throng behind them pushed forward relentlessly, leaving no room for retreat. Captain Jon Snow drew his sword and ascended to a raised position, shouting, "Arm yourselves. Raise your spears. Drive these vermin out. Protect the king." Trained soldiers instinctively obeyed the new captain's commands. The first waves of refugees met a grim fate, skewered upon the spears, while desperate cries of caution were drowned out by the relentless surge of those who could not see the unfolding horror. In the ensuing chaos, Emily and Jon sought Sansa. At the highest vantage point, the new King Joffrey cowered at a table, trembling and unable to spot Sansa. With resolute determination, Emily drew her dagger and sprinted towards the platform. She must kill Joffrey. Even if Sansa remained elusive, at the very least, she would ensure Joffrey's demise. Before Emily could rush forward, she witnessed a large contingent of soldiers swiftly form a semicircle, encircling the refugees and drawing their bows. Waves of refugees fell, and those behind them finally realized the gravity of the situation, screaming in terror as they retreated. Jon, too, grabbed Emily and urged her to run back. It was truly disheartening. Emily was taken aback by the multitude of unforeseen events. Sansa had not attended the tournament. This was entirely out of character. Joffrey would never allow Sansa to be absent, as it was a matter of his own reputation. Moreover, the newly appointed captain of the guard, Jon Snow, had only been in office for a brief period, yet was able to swiftly organize archers for a counterattack. All efforts had been in vain. Any schemes would dissipate in the face of overwhelming force. Emily resolved to return for another attempt. She had promised Ned to rescue Sansa. Jon, unable to restrain Emily, picked her up and sprinted down 2 streets, fearing that the gold-cloaked guards would catch up and apprehend them. Just as Jon set Emily down and caught his breath, he sensed someone approaching. Both Jon and Emily immediately went on high alert. The footsteps were steady and powerful, distinctly not those of common folk. Emily discreetly positioned her dagger behind her, ready to strike unexpectedly. The figure drew closer, clad in a pure white cloak and a black cashmere tunic, with cascading shoulder-length hair obscuring half of their face. It was Sandor Clegane, the Hound. Emily called out, "Are you here to capture us?" Sandor chuckled, the tender pink flesh on his cheek twitching slightly. "You must be Emily, right? Emily Stark. I believe I owe you a proper introduction this time." Jon instinctively pulled Emily behind him and bravely declared, "If you seek a fight, then come at me. Do not trouble Emily. Today's events are my doing and have nothing to do with her." Emily pinched Jon's waist, exasperated at his foolishness for endangering them both. Today's incident had no relation to either of them. The refugees acted of their own volition. Joan's words had inadvertently placed the blame squarely on their shoulders. Sandor seemed to find amusement in the situation, saying, "Relax, lad. I ought to give you a couple of knocks to rouse your spirits." Emily interjected, "What exactly is your purpose here?" Sandor finally subdued his laughter, replying, "As I mentioned earlier, I am here to deliver a gift. Come with me." Emily glanced behind him and saw Sansa, adorned in a green gown, supported by Wells. Wells exclaimed joyfully, "Lady Emily, I have fulfilled my duty and safeguarded Lady Sansa." Emily gazed silently at Wells, now soiled and disheveled, surprised that he had remembered his promise to her. A wave of joy washed over Emily. What a delightful surprise, 2 for the price of 1. She executed a perfect curtsy, sincerely thanking Sandor. "Thank you, Ser Sandor. I am grateful for your kindness in bringing Sansa here." Sandor offered no reply, turning to leave. At that moment, Sansa spoke up, "Ser Sandor, why not accompany us to Winterfell? You are a benefactor of House Stark, and we Starks repay our debts." Sandor halted his steps and replied in a deep voice, "Hounds have masters. They can only seek new ones if their current master no longer desires them." With that, he strode away. Sansa watched Sandor depart, exhaling in relief. Then turned to Emily. "All right, let us hasten our exit from the city." Emily, already feeling exasperated, gestured for her to come over. Sansa cast a glance at Emily, hesitated momentarily, but eventually approached. "What is it?" Emily exchanged a knowing look with Jowan, who swiftly bound Sansa's hands. Sansa gasped in alarm. "What are you doing?" "Let me go?" Emily hissed, "Be quiet. You are no longer the Lady of Winterfell, nor the future Queen of King's Landing. You are a fugitive. If discovered, you will be captured. I must cut your hair." Initially startled by Emily's words, Sansa quickly grasped the situation and struggled free, whispering fiercely, "Why must you cut my hair? Do you have any idea how long it has taken to grow? Which lady is seen with short hair? I still intend to marry into nobility. Who would desire a filthy urchin? Only Arya would dress like this." Emily replied flatly, "And yet you remain in King's Landing while Arya has escaped." Left speechless, Sansa sulked. "Just give it to me. I shall do it myself." Emily handed her the dagger. Sansa grasped it, hesitated several times, before resolutely taking it to sever a small portion of her glossy auburn locks. Overcome with emotion, she cried out, "Emily, you do it instead." Taking the dagger from Sansa, Emily steadied her long hair with one hand while cutting with the other. Soon, Sansa's hair was transformed into a short, crimson crop. All done. Sansa gazed at the pile of her long hair on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, afraid to touch it. Through her sobs, she lamented, 13 years I spent nurturing this hair, and you have destroyed it in mere moments." Emily rolled her eyes in disdain, "And soon you will have soot smeared across your face. Jowan, go procure 2 sets of men's trousers. Wells, dispose of this heap of hair by burning it." Jowan and Wells immediately complied. In a moment of reckless abandon, Sansa rubbed her hands in the dirt and smeared it across her face. Looking up at Emily, she asked, "Can you still recognize me?" Emily scrutinized her closely. Indeed, a beauty remains a beauty. Even with a face covered in dust, her exquisite brows, full lips, prominent nose, and deep-set eyes proclaim her allure. Emily gestured for Sansa to come closer, and Sansa obediently lowered her head. With the dagger in hand, Emily cautioned, "Stay still," and proceeded to shave Sansa's eyebrows. Sansa shouted in protest, unable to move, nearly driven to madness. "Emily, are you holding a grudge from the past? Is this your revenge?" Emily casually remarked, "Indeed. I still harbor resentment towards you. Thus, you shall heed my words from now on, understood?" Fortunately, Sansa discerned Emily's jest and smiled. "Thank you. Thank you for not giving up on rescuing me. I had no idea. I never realized Joffrey was truly like that. Joffrey is nothing short of a demon, a madman, a being of pure malevolence. He had the audacity to order my beating. He had promised me that he would spare my father's life." Emily was at a loss for words. Indeed, Joffrey had the appearance of a handsome young man. However, when he lied at the trident, Sansa should have discerned his true nature. Yet, the brilliance of the crown upon his head dazzled her senses. Sansa covered her face, weeping bitterly. "Emily, please do not hate me. I know I have made many mistakes, and I am truly sorry. Please do not despise me, will you?" Emily embraced Sansa, gently patting her back, reassuring her that they were family. In Chapter 27, Sansa sobbed uncontrollably, her breath hitching with each cry. Emily offered no words of comfort, only her embrace, allowing Sansa to weep freely, if only for a moment. Quietly, Jowan approached, presenting Emily with a set of tattered garments. Sansa, upon seeing them, gasped, "Am I to wear this? What difference is there between this and the rags of a beggar?" Sansa was always like this. A beautiful young lady with a kind heart. Yet somehow she had an uncanny ability to provoke exasperation in others. Emily retorted sharply. We must disguise ourselves as beggars to escape. Will you wear it or not? Sansa, recognizing the resolute expression on Emily's face that suggested she would be left behind if she refused, pouted, sniffling as she reluctantly pinched the beggar's attire between her fingers and retreated to a secluded corner to change. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, Jon quietly inquired of Emily. Where shall we go? Are we still seeking refuge with old Balin? Emily pondered for a moment before replying. Once Sansa is reported missing, Cersei and Joffrey will undoubtedly send a multitude to scour the city. We cannot burden old Balin and his wife any further. Let us cease our contact with them. The gold-cloaked guards are unaware of the meaning of injustice. By the way, did you leave any money with old Balin? Jon concurred with Emily's reasoning. Old Balin had aided them significantly, and they could not place him in peril. As we departed, fearing unforeseen circumstances, I provided old Balin with the rent and even included an extra 100 coppers. He should not have to worry about sustenance for some time. However, Emily, our funds are dwindling. We must devise a means to earn some money. This indeed posed a dilemma, for Emily was left with just 800 coppers. While subsisting on brown broth could sustain them for a while, the taste was hardly palatable. Prolonged consumption of such broth could even dull one's sense of taste. As she contemplated this predicament, Emily spotted Wells, now clad in ragged clothes, approaching. Wells exhibited no discomfort. On the contrary, he appeared quite at ease. His posture had slumped, shedding the regal bearing of a Winterfell guard, now embodying that of the humble lower class. He bowed to Emily, addressing her as Lady Emily. Emily nodded and inquired. I did not anticipate your survival. Most who ventured to King's Landing have perished. Upon hearing Emily's words, Jon tensed, his hand stealthily slipping into his cloak. Wells, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, Lady Emily, I did not betray Lord Ned. I swear it. When the events unfolded, I was dispatched by Lord Ned to deliver a letter to Lord Peter Baelish, only to find myself imprisoned. Upon my release, Lord Ned had already been confined to the dungeons, and the others had vanished without a trace. Unable to locate anyone, I sought out Lord Peter and ultimately found myself sent to the Red Keep as a servant. Today, while attending to my duties at a banquet, I noticed a throng of commoners burst in and seized the opportunity to approach Miss Sansa amidst the chaos, escaping just in time, albeit to be discovered by Sandor Clegane. Subsequently, I was brought before you. I assure you, I have not betrayed anyone. I swore an oath upon joining the Night's Watch. Emily smiled reassuringly, saying, There is no need for such anxiety. I was merely inquiring. I am delighted to see you alive. Emily, must I truly wear this? I lamented, feeling uncomfortable and overwhelmed by its odor. Sansa was clad in ill-fitting rags, her trousers slightly too short, revealing her delicate ankles, her figure unmistakably that of a young woman. Emily, holding her head in exasperation, remarked, I did not anticipate that Sansa, this beauty, would be so difficult to disguise. Hunch your back, do not stand so straight. Before long, she appeared as a frail beauty reminiscent of a tragic figure. Emily decided to adopt a different approach, no longer insisting on the disguise, and said, Let it be as it is. Emily produced 10 copper coins and handed them to Wells, instructing him to procure some broth for a meager meal. Wells dashed off with the coins in hand. Emily turned to Sansa and Jon, saying, Let us follow him discreetly and observe. Without hesitation, Jon trailed after Emily. Sansa, perplexed, inquired, What is happening? Emily, focused on Wells ahead, answered her question. I suspect Wells may be up to something. I wish to discern his intentions. Sansa instinctively retorted. How could that be? He was the one who rescued me. Did you not send him to me? Yet, as the words left her lips, she realized the inconsistency. How could a mere servant facilitate my escape so effortlessly? Was it possible that Lord Peter Baelish had aided us? I had heard he was a close friend of my mother. Emily, somewhat reassured, replied, You have not completely lost your wits, but you are not astute enough. Sansa glared, growling, Emily. In response, Emily raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, asserting that Peter had betrayed his father, aligning himself with House Lannister. In a time when the Lannisters held overwhelming power, Peter would not risk his own peril by betraying them. Thus, he would not wish for you to escape his sight, let alone allow you to flee. It cannot be Peter, she concluded. Sansa pondered for a moment. You are correct. How could one who has betrayed their father shamelessly claim to be a friend of my mother? Who then could it be? Jon interjected casually. Could it be the spider? Varys? Upon hearing his name, Emily turned in disbelief. Could it truly be him? She nodded. I lean toward that possibility and hope it is indeed him. Though he harbors no goodwill towards us, he also bears no malice. If Wells is in his employ, we may be safe. However, Wells remains questionable. Sansa gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a cry. Are we truly to kill him? Emily and Jowan turned to her in unison. With a smile, Emily remarked, You are indeed the most enduring soul in this world, cold-hearted and ruthless. Let us merely slip away from him, ensuring he cannot find us. If we can avoid bloodshed, we should. At that moment, Jowan interjected, Wells is speaking with someone. Indeed. Wells tossed a coin to the proprietor of the brown soup stall and conversed with a figure clad in a dark hooded cloak. Emily stealthily moved closer, scrutinizing the hooded individual. It seemed that the intensity of their gazes was palpable as the person glanced in their direction, revealing a gleaming forehead and a round face. It was indeed Varys. Emily signaled to Jowan and Sansa, then retreated behind an object for concealment. The trio huddled in a shadowy corner. Sansa was the first to break the silence. What does Varys intend? If he has aided us, why send Wells to monitor us? Has Wells become a mere puppet in Varys' employ? Emily and Jowan remained silent. It was evident that Varys had his sights set on Emily's prophetic abilities. Cautiously, Emily replied, Regardless of Varys' intentions, you have been rescued. Now that Wells is also out of sight, he poses no threat to us. There is no need for excessive concern. After a pause, Emily's throat felt dry. We face another dilemma. Should we retrieve our father's remains? Jowan responded, I follow your lead. Whatever you decide is what shall be. Sansa hesitated before speaking. I saw our father's head, mounted on a spear by Joffrey at the castle wall. There were gold-cloaked guards nearby. How can the three of us possibly retrieve our father's body? Emily dismissed Sansa's concerns. Only she could lead their group, and Sansa's opinions served merely as references. Turning to Sansa, Emily inquired, Did you see that the imp Tyrion Lannister has returned today? Emily needed to ascertain whether the events of the original narrative had indeed transpired. Sansa quickly replied, I did. I heard he was sent by Tywin Lannister with a message. Now Emily felt reassured. She informed the two. It is said that Tyrion has been appointed by Tywin as Hand of the King. He has come to assume his position. Sansa exclaimed in disbelief, How can this be? A dwarf is Hand of the King. My father should hold that title. Jowan, disapproving of Sansa's outburst directed at Emily, said sternly, Your father, Lord Ned, is dead. Who becomes Hand is of no consequence to us. Sansa stood momentarily stunned. Emily was taken aback by Jowan's defense of her, aware of his strong local class sentiments. Ever since Jowan learned of Emily's noble lineage, he had ceased to address her in a commanding manner as he once did, determined to overlook the awkward tension amongst them. Emily continued her analysis. Tyrion was a clever man. He would not allow Joffrey to continue his reckless tyranny unchecked. Even if it were merely to alleviate the atmosphere within the city, Tyrion would have the row of heads upon the city walls brought down. This moment presents our opportunity, Jowan opposed, asserting that even if they were to be lowered, there would undoubtedly be heavy guards in place. We cannot forfeit our lives in a bid to save Lord Ned's head. Sansa could no longer contain herself and vociferously rebuked, You wretched commoner. How dare you utter such words? Jowan, disregarding Sansa's remarks, merely gazed at Emily, awaiting her decision. Observing the earnestness within Jowan's striking eyes, Emily felt a twinge of doubt. Something about Jowan seemed amiss today. However, this was neither the time for inquiries nor hesitation. Emily stated, Jowan speaks the truth. Sansa, should you disagree, you are free to depart at this very moment. While it may not be I who directly rescues you, I can at least claim to fulfill a portion of my promise to my father. Sansa was taken aback by Emily's unexpected coldness and wished to inquire further. Yet her voice seemed trapped within, unable to escape her lips. Noticing Sansa's silence, Emily continued, Every life holds equal value. It is illogical to sacrifice ourselves for a mere corpse. Yet, there are other avenues to explore. In the 28th chapter, events unfolded as they had in the original narrative. Indeed, Tyrion commanded the guards to remove the heads from the city walls and deliver them to the Silent Sisters for cleansing. The Silent Sisters street differed significantly from others. It bore no aroma of bread from the bread street, nor the foul stench of the flea bottom, and lacked the heat of Steel Street. Only silence prevailed. Within this realm, sound was nearly non-existent. Upon entering, Emily, Jowan, and Sansa instinctively held their breath and lowered their voices. The trio discovered Ned's head in a small chapel of the Silent Sisters. Each head, dark and fuzzy, lay amongst 5 figures draped in black nun's garb, with only their eyes exposed, enveloped in a dim light and an eerie stillness that sent shivers down their spines. The Silent Sisters revered the stranger, serving death itself. Having dealt with corpses for years, Emily could even sense the ominous aura of death that clung to the sisters. Each sister possessed a razor, a basin of clear water, and a piece of alkaline soap. They first applied a thick layer of soap to the unrecognizable heads, then used their razors to shear away the filth-clotted hair. Rinsing the heads with clean water, they methodically attended to each head, their movements so quiet that even the sound of objects being placed down was nearly imperceptible. Sansa had long since retched upon encountering a head teeming with maggots. Jon struggled to regulate his breathing, while Emily felt equally distressed. In this bizarre setting, Emily perceived death as a ritual, a tribute to the stranger. Once the Silent Sisters had completed their grim task, Emily hurriedly emerged to discern which head belonged to Ned. Despite having just been cleansed, the head still emitted a nauseating stench of decay. Some had been so ravaged by crows and flies that little remained, revealing white skulls and deeply sunken eye sockets. The trio meticulously examined each head but could not ascertain which belonged to Ned. In the end, the three were compelled to abandon their task, as these were all loyal vassals of House Stark. They gathered the severed heads together and stealthily took them away. Sansa gazed at the pile of decaying heads, unrecognizable in their features, and inquired, "What shall we do? Are we to carry these heads with us?" Emily replied, "Certainly not. The bodies have already been fed to beasts beyond the city by Joffrey. We shall incinerate these heads in a fireplace and return with the ashes." Father would not object to being interred alongside his loyal subjects. Lacking a better suggestion, Sansa nodded in agreement. Jon had nothing to add. When night fell, the trio sought refuge in a house where the owner had been slain, daring not to light a lamp, relying solely on the faint glow of the moon to guide their path. Fortunately, the furniture had been removed, allowing them to navigate without stumbling, and they successfully located the fireplace. No firewood was required, as the putrid heads ignited readily. A nauseating stench of charred flesh filled the house. Emily and Sansa knelt before the fireplace, silently praying for the souls of the departed. As the flames extinguished, the skulls retained some semblance of form, compelling Emily to use a stick to shatter them, striving to collect all the ashes and teeth into a single jar. Humanity is exceedingly fragile. A great fire can render everything into nothingness. Emily remained perplexed, with King's Landing in such disarray, and Joffrey executing a steady stream of victims, corpses rotting in the streets. It was surprising that no plague appeared in the original narrative. It became clear that it was not a lack of plague, but rather that before the outbreak, the city had been graced with the presence of the imp, Tyrion. In contrast to the straightforward valor of Ned, Tyrion was evidently more suited for the role of Hand of the King. Tyrion implemented measures to stabilize King's Landing. He first removed the heads hanging from the city walls to quell dissent within the populace. He dismissed the sycophantic butcher, Ser Meryn Trant, promoting loyal knights to safeguard the city. He cleared the streets of corpses, dispatched guards to maintain order, and restored the lives of the commoners. Even in the face of Sansa's escape, Tyrion adapted swiftly, sealing the city gates and conducting thorough searches. Perhaps he even intended to leverage Ned's remains, not for public display like Joffrey, but to serve as a symbol on the battlefield against Robb. He even devised a strategy for dealing with the refugees, ordering the army to accept them without charge, addressing the plight of able-bodied young men to prevent civil unrest. Emily found herself somewhat admiring Tyrion. It must be acknowledged that his dwarfism limited his potential. No matter how capable Tyrion proved to be, to others he remained merely a cunning jester, a disgrace to House Lannister. Initially, Emily had intended to slip out of the city disguised as a trader from Blackwater Bay, but now that plan was no longer feasible. Due to the war, caravans were no longer willing to take risks in transporting goods, preferring to sell locally to the military, which explained the scarcity of provisions in King's Landing. Thanks to Tyrion, the city had seen a reduction in unrest, at the very least. There had been no repeat of the refugee assaults on the Red Keep. In the streets, prophets clad in coarse linen and bound with waist cords proclaimed ominous warnings. Yet Tyrion paid them no heed. However, the golden-robed guards were ever present, patrolling the thoroughfares. These prophets must surely be the nascent form of the Great Sparrow. It was the sole matter that had brought a flicker of joy to Emily amidst the turmoil of recent days. They needed to escape the city post-haste. Once Tyrion secured King's Landing, it was feared that there would be no sanctuary left for the trio of Emily, Sansa, and Jon. The gates of the King's Gate and the Iron Gate stood ajar, heavily guarded, yet still accessible. Emily observed the two entrances meticulously. The Iron Gate was frequented by artisans, while the King's Gate saw more common folk. Nevertheless, as individuals passed through, the guards would meticulously inspect their belongings, even probing bags with their spears. At that moment, Emily noticed a group of bare-chested laborers hauling corpses out of the city. A spark of inspiration ignited within her as she contemplated how to orchestrate Sansa's escape. Upon seeing the glinting desire in Emily's eyes, Sansa felt a chill. "Emily, what are you planning? Your eyes resemble those of a lady." Emily remained silent, turning on her heel to flee, prompting Sansa and Jowan to hastily pursue her. After traversing 3 streets, Emily discovered a recently deceased body, its scent barely discernible. Tyrion was remarkably swift in his dealings. She addressed Sansa and Jowan. "We shall transport the bodies outside the city and smuggle Sansa away." Jowan expressed no dissent, affirming, "Very well." Sansa, too, was elated, exclaiming, "Excellent. I will assist Jowan, while you remain nearby, playing the part of this man's daughter." Emily's expression stiffened. Regardless of Sansa's ability to lift a corpse, her appearance clearly marked her as a girl, and even the guards were not blind. Sansa inquired, perplexed, "What do you mean? How shall I exit the city if I do not carry?" Suddenly realizing the implications, she protested, "No, Emily, it cannot be as you suggest. I refuse to remain among the stench of the dead. It brings me too close to death." Emily replied curtly, "We have no other options. We must leave the city swiftly. Once Tyrion stabilizes King's Landing, there will be no refuge for us here. The 8-legged spider also watches us with keen interest." Frustrated, Sansa shouted, "Emily, I am certain you are jesting." Emily offered her a look of helplessness. With no alternatives, Sansa acquiesced. There were only 3 of them, and Jowan would undoubtedly side with Emily, offering no defense for Sansa. Together, they smeared Sansa's face with the bloodied earth, cloaking her in the scent of gore and decay. They then procured a length of coarse fabric to enwrap the body alongside Sansa. Finally, Jowan would seek a laborer to assist in transporting their shrouded burden beyond the city gates. As Jowan ventured off to find assistance, Sansa cried out from within the makeshift bundle, "Emily, it reeks. I feel as though I might suffocate." Emily coldly retorted, "Endure it." Sansa shouted again, "Emily, I am your sister." Emily longed to counter, "You know I am not," yet thought better of voicing her thoughts. Just then, Jowan returned, accompanied by a laborer clad only in linen. Emily immediately struck the fabric, wailing loudly. Upon witnessing Emily's abysmal performance, Jowan swiftly intervened, stating, "Jesslyn, the burlap bag contains the child's parents. This child is utterly pitiful." The individual named Jesslyn, a man of African descent, cast a perplexed glance at the peculiar Emily and Jowan, remarking, "One can only carry 1 corpse at a time. 2 would be too burdensome." Jowan pleaded, "I shall offer you 5 copper coins, sufficient for a meal. I have matters to attend to and cannot afford to delay." Perhaps it was the allure of the 5 copper coins, or the realization that refusal would lead Jowan to seek another, but after a moment's hesitation, Jesslyn acquiesced. Emily's wails grew more fervent. As they approached the king's gate with the corpse, they were indeed halted by the guards. Without uttering a word, the guards recognized the burden they carried but did not readily permit passage. Emily watched in horror as one guard brandished a spear and thrust it into the burlap sack. Terror gripped Emily. Sansa was still inside, heart racing. She momentarily forgot her cries, fixated on the sack, silently praying, "Sansa, please do not make a sound. Do not come to harm." After a brief pause, the sack remained motionless, and the guards gestured for them to proceed. Emily's heart soared with relief. They had succeeded. As they exited the city gates, Emily felt beads of sweat trickling down her body, an uncomfortable stickiness enveloping her. Jesslyn, having received his payment, swiftly departed. Emily sensed he had detected something amiss and feared for his own safety. She paid him no mind, waiting until he vanished from sight before hastily untying the burlap sack, with Jowan assisting her. The moment Sansa's head emerged, she inhaled deeply. Emily frantically examined Sansa's body, urgently inquiring, "Are you unharmed? You terrified me just now." Sansa, upon seeing Emily's distressed expression, beamed a filthy smile, assuring her, "I am fine. The spear merely punctured the corpse beside me. Aside from a tingling sensation in my nose, I am unscathed." Emily shot her a disapproving glance. How could she be smiling? "You frighten me. I thought you might scream." Sansa retorted, "I am a Stark lady." The two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Chapter 29, finally departing from King's Landing. The trio collectively exhaled in relief. The entrance to King's Landing was besieged by a multitude of refugees, their faces etched with hardship, lips parched and cracked. The refugees eyed every person approaching the city with keen scrutiny. Clad in beggar's garb, the 3 bore no bundles, save for Jowan, who carried a dusty pot on his back. The refugees merely cast a cursory glance before disregarding them. Sansa, regarding the beggar-like refugees with childlike curiosity, peppered them with questions. Why are they gathered here? Why do they not enter the city? Are they refugees? Emily, feeling the hairs on her neck rise under the refugee scrutiny, became rigid and chose to remain silent. Jon, however, patiently responded, "Do you not know? It is a decree from Littlefinger Peter to enter King's Landing. One must pay a toll. These refugees have journeyed here from their war-torn homes, seeking fortune, and how could they possibly afford the toll? Once again devoid of funds and provisions, they found themselves relegated to the entrance of the city, hoping for the benevolence of the new king, Joffrey, to grant them entry." Jon hesitated momentarily, then, with a hint of embarrassment, spoke up. "I actually believe that the little imp has done quite well." Most of the destitute in King's Landing had transformed into soldiers, at the very least securing a full meal. The beggars outside the city now harbored a glimmer of hope. Sansa was taken aback by Jon's unexpected praise for the disheveled figure trailing behind Emily. Stung by her pride, Sansa retorted, "You actually idolize a dwarf." Unfazed by her disdain, Jon lowered his voice, asserting, "A dwarf capable of governing this kingdom is worthy of admiration." Sansa shot back, "This kingdom is on the brink of collapse." The two engaged in a fervent argument. Emily suddenly shouted, "Be quiet, someone is approaching." The pair fell silent, only to witness Emily drawing her dagger. Jon quickly produced a knife from his own garments, tossing a blunt iron shard, purchased from Steel Street, towards Sansa, who fumbled to catch it just as 5 or 6 beggars emerged from the nearby thicket. Emily sensed danger. These individuals, though appearing unkempt, were not emaciated like other beggars. Such figures were often the leaders of the destitute or those who thrived on robbing their fellow sufferers. Sure enough, the leader, a man clad in tattered black linen, shouted towards the trio, "There are wolves ahead. You 3 tender souls are merely bait for them, are you not? I have provisions. Follow my lead, and you shall eat well." Jon attempted to muster a fierce demeanor, declaring, "Get lost. We have no need of you." The man clearly dismissed Jon's bravado. Turning to his companions with a laugh, "Did you see that? We've encountered a little wolf cub." Laughter subsided abruptly as he barked, "You brat. Who are you speaking to? Let me make this clear. If you surrender the woman behind you and the box in your hands, we might spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall remain here." Emily was filled with regret. In her eagerness to leave the city, she had failed to recognize that Sansa, with her undeniable beauty, was worth more than gold to others. Sansa, unwilling to submit to the whims of the beggars, adopted the demeanor of a lady of Winterfell, declaring, "Do you know who I am? How dare you offend me?" Emily was almost awestruck by Sansa's audacity and delivered a sharp kick to her. It was then that Sansa realized the gravity of her situation, rubbing her leg into silence. Emily endeavored to maintain her composure, suggesting, "We can relinquish all our money and food. Just let us go." The beggars, however, disregarded the young girl entirely, barking, "Enough of this nonsense. Come here quickly. We'll take it ourselves." As they advanced menacingly, Emily tightened her grip on the dagger, resolved to strike the first one who approached. Yet, she was halted by Sansa's piercing, desperate cries, "Don't come any closer. Help! Help!" Sansa's anguished screams only served to heighten the excitement of the beggars, their eyes glinting with greed as they stepped forward. Emily stood protectively in front of Sansa as the ragged crowd drew nearer, close enough for her to see the leader's large, yellowed teeth. Jon was the first to encounter them, after he struck a ragged man clad in a dirty yellow tunic. He was swiftly subdued by 2 others, pinned to the ground and beaten. The urn containing his beloved's ashes was snatched away by a man with yellow hair, cradled in his arms. Jon did not utter a single cry of despair. Cold sweat poured down Emily's back as she urgently whispered to Sansa, "Run. Head towards the forest." Sansa hesitated for a moment before turning and fleeing. A short, ragged man in tattered black linen, obscured by shadows, dashed past Emily in pursuit of Sansa. In a desperate leap, Emily lunged forward, grasping the man's leg and fiercely driving her knife into his flesh. The diminutive man retaliated with a powerful fist to Emily's head, leaving her dazed and her vision blurred. Gritting her teeth, Emily bit down hard on her tongue, tasting the metallic tang of blood. In a moment of sheer defiance, she opened her mouth wide and bit into the man's leg. The man howled in pain, cursing, "You little brat, let me go," and struck her several more times. Yet, Emily's focus remained on the other 2 men who were intent on pursuing Sansa. With steely resolve, she sank her teeth deeper into the man's flesh. Unable to bear the agony, he flung her away. Emily tumbled to the ground but quickly grabbed a handful of small stones, hurling them at the remaining 2. Though her aim fell short, she took off towards the forest, ready to confront the brigands. Nearby, Jon seized the opportunity to dispatch one of the looters who was attempting to pry open the valuable urn. With his dagger raised, he intimidated the other 2 into inaction. Emily, small in stature and short of leg, soon lost sight of the men. A heavy weight settled in her heart as she dreaded what might befall Sansa. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the forest, jolting Emily into a sprint towards the sound. Almost immediately, she heard a man's anguished cry, followed by an unsettling silence. Stumbling forward, she caught sight of a bloodied corpse sprawled on the ground through the leaves. Terror gripped her. She feared she had encountered a beast. As she pressed onward, a massive shadow lunged from behind a tree, knocking her to the ground. Emily shut her eyes, bracing for death. However, she felt a wet tongue gently licking her face. Cautiously, she opened one eye to behold a creature with white fur and fiery eyes. It was White Spirit. Tears streamed down Emily's face as she embraced the creature's large head, crying out, "White Spirit! White Spirit!" A grayish-black head joined the reunion. It was Lady. The affectionate creature licked Emily's head, drenching her forehead in warmth. Laughter bubbled forth from Emily as she turned to see Sansa nearby. Just as relief washed over her, she remembered Jowan. With determination, she sprang to her feet and urged White Spirit, "Quickly, go save Jowan." Bai Ling, the unparalleled Arctic wolf, swiftly comprehended Emily's intent. Gently grasping Emily, Bai Ling sprinted toward King's Avenue, leaving the lady to accompany Sansa at their original location. Upon arrival, the ragged refugees had vanished, leaving only Jowan, sprawled on the ground like a tattered doll, motionless. Emily's heart skipped a beat, but Bai Ling, oblivious to her thoughts, unceremoniously deposited Emily beside Jowan. Hearing the commotion, Jowan turned his head and, upon seeing Emily, burst into tears. "I thought you were in trouble." Emily finally relaxed upon witnessing Jowan's frantic sobbing. It dawned on her just how much her entire body ached, particularly her teeth and head. She gingerly licked her painfully loose teeth, feeling their unsettling wobble. Emily gave Jowan a light slap and inquired, "Where are you hurt? Are you bleeding?" Jowan hastily wiped his face, forcing a pitiful smile. "I'm fine. Just took a few punches." Observing Jowan's bruised visage, Emily felt a smile tug at her lips, yet the pain from her own injuries made her wince. "Ouch, that hurts. Do check if my head is swollen." Jowan gingerly touched the swollen mass of Emily's head, reassuring her, "It's nothing. It will subside in a couple of days." Emily poked at the bruise on Jowan's cheekbone. "That must hurt. Thank goodness for Bai Ling and the lady. Otherwise, we three would have perished here today." Jowan gazed at the noticeably larger Bai Ling and reached out to stroke him, but Bai Ling, ever clever, shifted aside, evading Jowan's hand. With a forlorn expression, Jowan lamented, "Why does he still hold a grudge against me?" Emily stifled a laugh, maintaining a serious demeanor as she replied, "The Arctic wolf is the wisest of all wolves. He will remember for a lifetime." She nodded earnestly, as if to emphasize her point. Jowan pouted, asking, "What about your sister? Her voice is so piercing. It would be better if it were a dagger." Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Emily consoled him. "Sansa has been pampered by our parents since childhood. She has never encountered such turmoil. But now, it's all right. Bai Ling and the lady have found us. And the lady will protect Sansa. You've been injured. You need to rest well." Jowan, pressing Emily's head down as he stood up from the ground, suddenly clutched his stomach and moaned, "It hurts so much." "Ouch." Emily shot him an exasperated glance and hurried over to the overturned urn. The urn had been opened by the intruders, who, upon discovering it contained ashes, had discarded it carelessly. Gray ashes were strewn across the ground, mingling with the earth. Emily could only gather the ashes, along with the dirt, and attempt to repack them into the urn. She wondered if Catelyn would blame her for having disturbed Ned's remains in such a manner. With a sigh, she reflected on how troubles always seemed to lie in wait along the path, no matter how one tried to navigate around them. Chapter 30. Once all preparations were complete, Bai Ling approached, opening his mouth to lift Emily. She shouted, "Bai Ling, I don't want that. I want to ride on your back." Bai Ling merely gazed at Emily with its adorable crimson eyes, tilting its head as if to say, "What did you say? I cannot comprehend." Jowan stifled a laugh, though pain made him exhale sharply. Emily shot Jowan a disapproving glance, resolute in reclaiming her authority as the owner. With hands on her hips, she proclaimed loudly to Bai Ling, "I have grown up now. You can no longer carry me. You must bear me instead." Bai Ling tilted its head, exuding cuteness to an overwhelming degree. Emily felt herself melting at the sight, and in the moment of her distraction, Bai Ling seized the back of her collar and took off. Emily was momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Bai Ling, put me down." But Bai Ling feigned ignorance. Unable to contain himself, Jowan burst into laughter, and after several futile cries from Emily, she surrendered, covering her face and allowing Bai Ling to carry her around. Bai Ling led Emily and Jowan through the forest to find Sansa and the lady, without pausing, guiding the trio deeper into the woods. Jowan and Sansa could only follow Bai Ling on foot, while Emily felt quite pleased with Bai Ling, as it spared her the effort of walking. The lady dashed about, running ahead for a while before stopping to glance back at Emily and the others, waiting for them to catch up before sprinting ahead once more. Sansa, leaning on a crooked branch, stumbled clumsily behind, her footfalls uneven, and shouted in frustration, "Lady, come here." The lady obediently halted for a moment. But as soon as Sansa fell silent, she darted off again. Exasperated, Sansa yelled at Emily, "Emily, look at how you've raised the lady. She is just like Amaya's Namelia now." The sensation of being carried was quite uncomfortable, and Emily felt a bit dizzy. Upon hearing Sansa's words, she retorted sharply, "I saved her life. I can raise her however I wish. If you have the ability, then raise her yourself." In a fit of anger, Sansa abruptly tossed the branch aside and rushed after the lady. However, after only a few steps, she tripped and fell face first into a pile of decaying leaves. Quickly regaining her footing, Sansa continued on as if nothing had happened. Emily stifled a laugh, thinking Sansa needed a bit of humility, otherwise she would never recognize her own circumstances. Jowan approached Emily and said, "Emily, are you being too harsh on Sansa? She is merely a 13-year-old girl, still under the care of her parents." Emily was well aware of this, yet she understood that the world does not show mercy simply due to one's youth. She recalled Jowan's attitude and warned him, "Do not entertain any notions about Sansa. Otherwise, I shall truly end you." Jowan was taken aback and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "How could I? I merely think she is still young." Emily fixed her gaze on Jowan, about to speak further, when suddenly the howls of wolves echoed through the air. "A woo, a woo." Bai Ling, having set Emily down, responded to the call with a howl of its own, a woo. The forest reverberated with the continuous howls of wolves. Bai Ling resumed carrying Emily and dashed forward. They crossed a small stream and arrived at a cluster of rocks, where Bai Ling gently set Emily down. Jowan, panting heavily, caught up and asked, "Have we arrived?" Emily pointed ahead, and Jowan was taken aback. A collection of rocks formed a bowl-like shape, and all around the rim were wolves, their piercing gazes fixed intently on Emily and Jowan. Jowan felt his legs weaken. They had entered a den of wolves. "Emily, Emily, please help me." Emily turned in response to the call, only to find Sansa standing motionless in a clearing, surrounded by a pack of young wolves. The small gray-black wolves were either jumping, running, or tugging at Sansa's skirt. Her lips quivered, her eyes filled with fear and pleading. Emily scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of the lady. Grasping White Spirit's leash, she made her way over to rescue Sansa. "Where's the lady?" Sansa obediently replied, "She brought me here, and then went off with a pack of wolves. I don't know what she is up to." As soon as the small wolves saw Emily enter their circle, they lunged at her legs, tearing at her skirt and emitting whimpering sounds. This fierce demeanor was the true nature of the wolf cubs. Emily knelt down cautiously to touch one of the small wolves with white eyebrows, but it nimbly evaded her. Its legs taut and sharp fangs bared. White Spirit immediately growled, causing the pack of cubs to scatter, with the white-browed one tucking its tail between its legs and fleeing in haste. Emily chuckled heartily, affectionately kissing White Spirit on the head. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted her senses, and she found herself covered in wolf fur. With a look of disgust, she spat and playfully patted White Spirit's head. "How long has it been since you last bathed? You stink worse than I do." White Spirit swatted at Emily's hand with its front leg and nudged her forward with its head. As Emily moved, Sansa hurried to keep up with her. Ahead lay a row of crude caves, and White Spirit nudged Emily into one of the larger openings. Upon entering, the view darkened, and a foul stench filled the air. The ground was strewn with dried leaves and wolf fur. White Spirit pushed the three of them into the cave and then turned to leave. Sansa immediately moved closer to Emily, whispering, "Where's White Spirit going? Are we safe here?" "It's all right," Emily reassured her. "Let us rest here for a while. Once we recover, we'll head back to Winterfell." With that, Emily leaned back and closed her eyes, falling asleep. When Emily awoke, night had fallen, and the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. She quickly sat up and stepped outside, where she saw Jowan roasting a piece of meat larger than herself over a campfire, surrounded by a pack of wolves with gleaming green eyes. "Come over. It's almost ready," Jowan called to Emily, his courage quite remarkable, seemingly unafraid of being devoured by the wolves. He handed each of them a generous portion of meat before pushing the rest towards White Spirit. Emily cradled the warm, greasy chunk of meat in her hands, savoring the delightful taste. It had been ages since she had eaten something so delicious. Jowan squatted nearby, his mouth full. Sansa, unsure how to proceed with her piece of meat, found herself ignored, but she mimicked Emily, taking a slow bite. Upon finishing, Her eyes lit up, prompting her to eat more eagerly. After Bai Ling and the lady had finished their meal, they pushed the roasted meat towards the little wolves. The pups eagerly buried their heads into the feast, emitting delightful yelps as they devoured the food. To Emily's astonishment, the wolves nearby simply nestled quietly, none daring to rush forward for a share. Emily fed the remaining meat to Bai Ling, gently patting her head. Sansa hesitated for a moment, then, imitating Emily, offered the meat in her hand to the lady. The remnants of the roasted meat were soon devoured by a pack of wolves. Sansa and Jowan retreated to the wolf den to rest, while Emily took Bai Ling to the stream to wash her. Bai Ling obediently allowed Emily to tend to her, rolling over and lifting her legs as instructed. Cradling the freshly washed Bai Ling, Emily remarked, "We shall set off tomorrow. If fortune favors us, we may yet encounter Arya, who should still be with the Night's Watch at this time." Bai Ling yawned widely, resting her head on her paws, and soon fell asleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Bai Ling nudged Emily awake. Upon returning to the wolf den, Emily found that Jowan and Sansa had already prepared themselves. Sansa, trailing a group of little wolves, scampered to Emily's side, urging, "Let us hurry and depart. We must return to Winterfell as soon as possible." Emily suggested, "We shall follow the King's Road and inquire about the Night's Watch's whereabouts, hoping to join them for added safety." Sansa nodded eagerly, clearly wishing to set off immediately. Observing the wolf resting on Sansa's lap, Emily understood her enthusiasm and chuckled, "They seem quite fond of you." Sansa lifted her leg, causing the little wolf gnawing at her to rise as well. "I wish they were not so fond of me." As they prepared to leave, the pack of wolves howled mournfully at their departure, yet Bai Ling and the lady remained unresponsive, following Emily and Sansa instead. Emily speculated that the wolves were attempting to retain Bai Ling and the lady, but she knew that the trio needed them more. The King's Road bustled with people, some on foot, others riding in carts or mounted on animals. Emily even spotted a bare-bottomed child astride a emaciated dog. Most people were clad in tattered rags, though a few donned splendid silk robes, accompanied by a throng of slaves. They were all heading south towards King's Landing. Despite being refugees, they possessed a modicum of food, warily eyeing passers-by without resorting to outright aggression. Perhaps the presence of Bai Ling and the lady, formidable ice wolves, deterred any ill intentions towards Emily and her companions. However, the crowd was vast, and should anyone recognize Emily or Sansa, a mere stranger could lead a troop of cavalry against them, leaving Emily and her friends with no means of escape. Determined to take a side path, Emily reasoned that without a cart, she had no fear of narrow routes. With Bai Ling and the lady by her side, she was not concerned about wild beasts either. This route promised to be far safer than the King's Road. Sansa had no objections, her only desire being a swift return to Winterfell. Jowan, however, looked at the refugees and questioned, "Should we inform them that King's Landing is no longer allowing entry?" Emily countered, "Do you think they would believe a stranger?" After a moment's thought, Jowan shook his head. Who would trust the words of an unfamiliar face? Emily continued, "Reaching King's Landing is the hope that sustains these refugees. If you tell them otherwise, they will lose their resolve. Besides, arriving in King's Landing may not be so dire, considering the presence of the imp. Everything will turn out well." Jowan murmured, "I hope so. War has destroyed everything." Emily could no longer weave her tale. No one was more aware than she that life could indeed become more unbearable. Presently, it was merely a conflict among men, but soon there would be a war against the others. For now, escape was still possible, but where could they flee in the future? Chapter 31. Emily, along with her 2 companions and 2 wolves, had traversed nearly 2 months of arduous journey, encountering torrential rains, marauding bandits, wild beast attacks, and a myriad of peculiar events. Even rescuing a lame old knight named Valentry. Valentry, a knight in his 50s, sported thinning, grizzled hair and a gaunt frame, with sinewy arms reminiscent of countless small serpents coiling about. His face was so emaciated that it bore no trace of flesh, and although he rarely smiled, when he did, it was a cascade of wrinkles. Once loyal to Harrenhal, Valentry had been ousted since Ser Tywin's forces seized the castle, though he had a sword in hand. The lame knight had never harmed a commoner. Harrenhal soldiers had rounded up the nearby peasants, leaving them to fend for themselves in search of sustenance. Valentry, unable to run swiftly, could not catch prey and instead became the target of a famished wildcat. Fortunately, Emily and her companions happened upon him just in time, allowing Valentry to survive. Lying bloodied upon the ground, he whispered, "Knight Valentry repays his debts. If you grant me a morsel, I swear to defend you unto death." Emily instructed Jowan to offer him a piece of meat from the white hare they had hunted, which Valentry gulped down hungrily. Emily, cautious of trusting anyone, retorted, Do you even know who we are? You decide to follow us so easily. We cannot trust you either. We will leave you a little food. And whether you survive depends on the Seven's favor. However, we do not believe in the Seven. With that, she turned to depart. Yet, Valentry persistently followed them. And Emily had ordered the white hair to drive him away several times. Each time, after they had walked some distance, she would glance back to find him trailing behind once more. Sansa, unable to bear the sight, urged Emily, let us take him with us. At his age, he will surely perish alone in these desolate lands. Emily, irritated by Valentry's relentless pursuit, replied coldly, everyone will die eventually. Jon locked eyes with Emily. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate her thoughts. What troubles you? Having one more person means one more pair of hands. Is that not advantageous? Emily fell silent, acknowledging the weight upon her heart. Throughout their journey, she had been inquiring about sightings of the Night's Watch caravan. Initially, it had been feasible to gather information, as they needed to engage with others for food and supplies. However, after passing the Eye of God, where countless severed human limbs drift, no one has ever seen the Night Watch's caravan again. It is likely that Euron's Night Watch has met with misfortune, and perhaps Arya has already been captured at Harrenburg. Emily is aware that Arya remains safe in the original narrative, yet a deep-seated worry gnaws at her. What if Tywin Lannister suddenly notices something amiss with Arya? And then there is the unexpected appearance of Wallentry. Emily finds herself plagued by suspicion. Can Wallentry truly be following them merely for a morsel of food? Was he not sent by another to spy on them? She feels unable to confide in Sansa and Jon about her concerns, only able to voice her doubts regarding Wallentry. Do you trust him? She knows nothing of his past or his intentions. What if he poses a threat to us? Sansa scoffs. What can he do? We have Ghost and Lady. Should he attempt anything untoward, they would rend him to pieces. Jon adds, indeed, he may harbor ill intentions, but he could also simply wish to repay a kindness. We cannot condemn him based on mere speculation. A sudden clarity washes over Emily. Jon is right. She has been blinded by her own fears. Wallentry might be a spy, or he might not. Arya might be in danger, or she might not. Why should she torment herself over possibilities? When conflict arises, solutions will present themselves. Moreover, she reflects on how her mindset has shifted since arriving in this world. Throughout her life, she will encounter many individuals. She cannot allow the fear of betrayal to drive her into isolation. Emily begins to grasp Ned's perspective. Perhaps it is his unwavering goodwill that has garnered the admiration and trust of so many. Even though Ned ultimately faced betrayal and death, not a soul dared to cast blame upon him. Having come to this realization, she declares, you are right. We should give this old knight a chance. Jon, please summon him. Jon promptly strides over, gesturing and speaking animatedly to Wallentry before leading him back. Jon appears to intend to assist Wallentry, but the latter brushes him aside, approaching Emily with a limp. Upon reaching her, Wallentry kneels on one knee, raising a hand to his chest, his head bowed slightly, and speaks in a deep tone. Noble Lady Stark, I, Sir Wallentry, pledge my loyalty to you before the 7 gods, never to betray. Emily's heart tightens slightly. After a moment of silence, she inquires, how do you know I am of House Stark? Wallentry remains motionless, his raspy voice akin to that of a storyteller. Only House Stark can command the dire wolves, just as only House Targaryen can ride dragons. Emily's gaze sharpens as she retorts, you know that is not what I asked. We are 3, accompanied by 2 wolves. Yet you kneel before me without hesitation. Why? Wallentry's back visibly stiffens. Is it not different? You and your sister are both Starks. Your allegiance matters not. At that moment, Jon also sensed something amiss, drawing his dagger and pressing it against Wallentry's throat. Though my dagger has dulled somewhat, it is still more than sufficient to slit your throat. Only then did Wallentry lift his gaze to meet Emily's, responding, I am a knight. The rusted iron upon my neck poses no threat to me. However, Miss Emily, I have resolved to pledge my loyalty to you and shall undertake no action that could bring you harm. A tremor coursed through Emily's heart, though her visage remained composed. Inwardly, she was unsettled. How could Wallentry possibly know her identity as Emily Stark? Since departing Winterfell, few had laid eyes upon her. Wallentry, however, offered no riddles. Though I do not know you personally, your sister Sansa Stark's likeness is plastered across the streets of the 7 kingdoms. I have seen it in the streets of Harrenhal. The lad behind me, foolishly attempting to threaten me with a dagger, is clearly not of the north. By your age, it is evident that you can only be Lord Eddard's youngest daughter, Emily Stark. Sansa gasped. Why would my portrait be so widely displayed? Is it Joffrey's doing? Or Cersei's? Do they intend to capture me? Wallentry was somewhat taken aback by Emily's calm demeanor. In his view, Sansa Stark's reaction would have been more appropriate. Emily appeared far too composed, hardly resembling a mere child. How could Emily not be astonished? She had anticipated that after Sansa's flight, Cersei would conceal the news, especially since she was waiting to leverage Sansa's capture for Jaime Lannister's life. She had never imagined they would publicly pursue Sansa. Thankfully, Emily and her companions had avoided the King's Road. Otherwise, they would likely have been apprehended by now. Emily inquired of Wallentry, "What else do you know? We are quite near to Harrenhal, where Sir Tywin is stationed. What is the situation there?" Wallentry felt increasingly certain of his assessment. This group was indeed under the command of this young girl. Unconsciously, he lowered his head. "I possess much knowledge. I am originally from Harrenhal and was only recently expelled. The latest news is that Duke Renly has been slain, and Duke Stannis has taken command of his forces. Now, King Stannis is the sole legitimate heir to the throne." This revelation evidently stunned Jowan and Sansa, who perhaps had never contemplated that the formidable Lord Renly could meet such an end. Wallentry scrutinized Emily's impassive expression, unsure whether her demeanor was due to a naturally unchanging visage or if this news failed to affect her. He pressed on, "Your elder brother, Robb Stark, has declared himself king in the north and has captured Jaime Lannister on the battlefield. This is precisely why the Red Keep hastens to issue orders for the capture of Miss Sansa." Emily remained silent, her attention solely on Sansa's delighted exclamations. Wallentry lowered his head further, racking his brain for fresh tidings. Finally, he recalled another matter. Furthermore, King Joffrey intends to wed Lady Margaery of Highgarden. Additionally, in the southeast, a woman claims to be Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of House Targaryen. It is said she is the mother of dragons. She has now reached Qarth. Valantre was drenched in cold sweat, taken aback by how difficult it was to deceive this young woman. Following this realization, an extended silence ensued. Jon and Sansa were equally astonished by the revelation. Had not dragons been rendered extinct? Emily observed Valantre, discerning that he had little else to convey. The unfolding events bore a striking resemblance to the original narrative, albeit with more favorable implications for Winterfell. Nonetheless, Emily inquired, "Do you have any news regarding Winterfell?" Finally, Valantre exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that Miss Emily was concerned about her homeland. Steadying himself, he replied, "There is nothing of great significance. All is well. However, it seems your sister, Arya Stark, has gone missing." Just as Emily had begun to set aside this matter, she took heed of his words, allowing no further contemplation. Since Arya was temporarily unreachable, it would be prudent to escort Sansa back to Winterfell. Winterfell, Winterfell, Winterfell. The realization struck Emily like a bolt, prompting her to rise abruptly. How could she have overlooked that pressing issue? Calculating the time, she surmised that Theon was presently leading troops toward Winterfell. If Theon were to breach Winterfell's defenses, what fate awaited Bran and Rickon? Chapter 32. Emily could no longer afford to ponder the complexities of human nature. She rallied her spirits to formulate the next course of action. "We must return to Winterfell immediately. We can delay no longer. Let us proceed to King's Road and procure a few horses." Sansa, puzzled, queried, "Are horses really that inexpensive? We have scarcely over 400 copper coins. Do we not? Will that suffice?" Jon did not voice his question, yet his gaze conveyed to Emily an understanding of her intentions. Emily felt her face flush and turned away, retorting, "You have horses to ride. Why inquire so much?" The serpentine expanse of King's Road seemed endless, leading Emily to marvel at the wisdom of those who constructed it. The adage held true here: to amass wealth, one must first build roads. The King's Road within the realm of King's Landing was broad, teeming with refugees and livestock, whereas here, it resembled a narrow path devoid of any travelers. As night fell, Emily and her companions found themselves without a single horse. Valantre, one hand clutching a roasted leg of deer and the other tending to the fire, spoke in his distinct, deep, and gravelly tone. "This is quite normal. The inhabitants here have all been captured by the people of Harrenhal. Capturing individuals is an old custom of Harrenhal, and with the Lannisters currently stationed there, they require additional manpower. We ought to wait a little longer." "No, we cannot afford to wait." Emily endeavored to temper her tone, striving to sound less impatient. "Where can we procure horses? We do not need many. 3 will suffice. And they need not be fine steeds, merely capable of running." Valantre's eyes, lacking the clarity of youth, were perpetually veined with crimson. The emotions within them were enigmatic, and Emily felt as though he could see right through her thoughts. Valantre regarded Emily with those same eyes, causing her spine to stiffen involuntarily. If one were to continue south along King's Road for a short distance, there lay Harrentown. If fortune smiled upon them, they might acquire old horses retired from the battlefield, or perhaps a few donkeys. Valantre spoke while vigorously rubbing his oil-stained right hand against his clothing. Emily speculated that Sansa must surely regret pleading for Wallentry, as Sansa's brow was furrowed in concern. However, Emily felt a sense of delight. Jowan, you have given all our money to Wallentry. I have already resolved to procure a horse. Wallentry, we cannot enter Winterfell. You shall go in to purchase the horses. We shall wait here for you for 2 days. Without a moment's hesitation, Wallentry accepted the pouch of coins and turned to depart. As soon as Sansa saw Wallentry moving away, she whispered to Emily, "That is all of our money. What if he absconds? Why must we rush? We could leisurely return to Winterfell. It is not far." Emily turned to the silent Jowan and inquired, "Why are you not speaking? What occupies your thoughts?" Jowan raised his gaze to meet Emily's. "Are you worried about Winterfell? Winterfell lies deep in the heart of the north. No one can penetrate the layers of obstacles to assault it." Sansa turned pale with fear. "Emily, is it your prophecy again?" Before Emily could respond, Sansa grasped her arm and pleaded, "Emily, forget your prophecy. Winterfell is our home." At a loss for words, Emily could not reveal to Sansa that this was not a prophecy, but rather the unfolding of events. She could only fill the void. "I cannot control it. I merely saw it." Sansa's lips trembled, her eyes filled with terror. After a lengthy silence, Sansa exclaimed, "Then let us hasten back. Bran and Rickon are still there." Jowan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must acquire horses." Emily had anticipated that Jowan and Sansa would inquire about the contents of the prophecy, but to her surprise, they merely supported her decision. Regardless of whether it stemmed from their trust in her or their fear of the prophecy, it was a positive sign, faith. The following evening, Wallentry returned with 3 horses. Well, let us refer to them as horses, for one was blind in one eye, another limped on a front leg, and the last was not a horse at all, but a donkey. Upon seeing them, Sansa shouted at Wallentry, "You deceiver! Return our money." Wallentry breezed past Sansa and offered a knightly bow to Emily. "Miss Emily, I have procured them." Emily understood that with over 400 copper coins, such horses were all they could afford. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to theft in the first place. "Enough talk, we must depart." No sooner had she spoken than Sansa rushed to the side of the one-eyed white horse, attempting to mount, only to slip down immediately. Emily stifled a laugh. "Did you not notice that the horse lacks a saddle? How do you intend to mount it? You might as well ride your donkey." Sansa shot Emily a glare and attempted once more, only to slide down again. Ultimately, Wallentry rode the blind horse. Jowan took the limping black steed. Sansa begrudgingly perched upon the donkey, while the white mare carried Emily, followed closely by the lady. The group trailed Wallentry along a narrow path directly towards Winterfell. As Winterfell loomed near, the group hesitated to advance recklessly. Emily decided to first visit the village in front of Winterfell. The situation was far from optimistic. The entire farm appeared as though it had been ravaged by a tornado, with the entrance wide open and disordered furniture strewn across the ground. A significant portion of the southern fence had been severed, bearing scorch marks. Emily and her companions felt a tightening in their chests as they cautiously entered from the rear of the farmstead. The house was devoid of any inhabitants, and a foul stench assaulted their senses. A large pool of blood on the floor had dried to a dark hue, yet there were no corpses in sight. They had arrived too late. The expressions of the group were grave, and though Sansa's eyes brimmed with tears, she refrained from sobbing, simply recounting in a flat tone. "The farm's owner was a plump old man who would greet my father with respect and offer us the finest of his produce. Now that my father is dead, he too is likely doomed." Emily found herself at a loss for words in response to Sansa. It was indeed too late. After a dizzying spell, Emily felt the world spin and began to collapse to the ground. Quick as a flash, Jowan caught her, asking, "Are you all right? We have yet to reach Winterfell. Nothing is conclusive." Sansa, her eyes filled with resentment, wept profusely, exclaiming, "Why were we not earlier? It is your prophecy that has brought ruin upon them." Emily's head throbbed painfully, rendering her unable to articulate a response. Jowan rebuked her fiercely, "Do you possess no conscience? It was Emily who saved you from your betrothed. This is all a consequence of Emily's prophecy. What grounds do you have to blame her? If you have the courage, confront the madman yourself." "Coward." Sansa seemed incensed by his words, striding towards Emily. Wallentry drew his sword, shouting, "Do not take another step." Sansa, having reached her breaking point, cried out in anguish, "You are all intolerable. We are all Stark. Why do you always side with Emily? It is Emily who has brought our Stark family to such ruin." Emily was taken aback by the hatred in Sansa's eyes. Grasping Jowan's body to rise, she spoke firmly to Sansa, "If all is well in Winterfell, you may remain there. If trouble arises, I shall send you to our mother. From henceforth, we shall have no further dealings." Sansa seemed taken aback by Emily's declaration. rendered speechless and frozen in place. Emily brushed off Jowen's hand and made her way outside. Upon exiting the farm, Emily approached an adjacent homestead, yet found no one there. Ruins lay scattered everywhere. A chill enveloped Emily, prompting her to clutch her fur cloak tighter around her. Sweat soaked her back, causing discomfort. Following behind Emily, Wallentry suggested, "I shall venture to Winterfell shortly to ascertain the situation. Miss Emily, you should remain here." Emily turned to regard the elder knight, whose hair was grayed with age, and earnestly replied, "Do you comprehend the dangers that lie ahead?" In Wallentry's eyes, there was seriousness and determination, but no trace of fear. "I am merely an old man wishing to explore Winterfell. What danger could there be?" Emily's lips trembled violently, and she found herself incapable of dissuading this valiant old knight from embarking on perilous endeavors. As Wallentry departed without waiting for Emily's response, silence fell among the three, and they exchanged no further words. Sansa hesitantly approached Emily, while Jowen and Emily pretended not to notice. Emily had grown weary of Sansa's princess-like temperament. Love it or leave it. Observing Emily's disregard, Sansa reluctantly settled on a nearby stone, occasionally glancing back at Emily. Meanwhile, Emily was lost in thoughts of Wallentry. She had witnessed others take lives and had taken lives herself, yet never had anyone so generously offered to die for her. For the first time, Emily felt the weight of the Stark name. Fearing discovery, the trio dared not light a fire, braving the biting cold winds instead. Emily wrapped her arms around herself, but the chill from within made her shiver uncontrollably. White Spirit and Jowen huddled closer to Emily, shielding her from the wind. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it felt like a century, yet Wallentry still had not returned. Jowen stood up and addressed Emily. "We should leave. Wallentry has been gone long enough to have traversed to Winterfell. This place is no longer safe. Should Wallentry be captured, he might reveal our presence here." Emily felt as if she were trembling like a leaf in a tempest, uncertain of her path. Jowen lifted Emily and placed her upon White Spirit's back, leading the limping black horse slowly into the forest. Sansa hastily urged the donkey and lady to follow, stumbling along behind. As they were about to enter the woods, distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. "A woo!" White Spirit raised her neck, responding with a howl of her own. "A woo!" Lady darted ahead to join White Spirit. Howling in unison, Jowen, terrified, shouted, "White Spirit, Lady, cease your howling. You'll draw attention." But neither White Spirit nor Lady heeded Jowen's plea. Desperately, he turned to Emily for assistance. "Emily, please stop them." Not hearing Emily's response, Jowen looked over to find her smiling brightly for the first time in ages. Suddenly, the air was filled with the thunderous barks of dogs and human calls. "Emily! Emily!" It was Rickon's voice. Soon, the flickering light of torches approached, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the faces of Emily and her companions. A wave of emotion surged through Emily, and tears streamed down her face. Her journey had indeed borne significance. Rickon was still alive, and Winterfell remained. As Emily dismounted from White Spirit, a large, grayish-black dog bounded toward her, enthusiastically licking her face before leaping onto White Spirit, the two wolves rolling together in joyous play. Lady, equally thrilled, joined in, nipping at them playfully, the three siblings engaging in a spirited exchange of affection. The silver-haired Master Ruin led the way, cradling Rickon, who promptly leaped down and rushed to embrace Emily. "Emily! Emily!" Emily reciprocated, and the two little ones spun in circles, brimming with excitement. Master Ruin approached, gently patting Emily's head. "Winter is coming, yet you have returned. Once more?" He turned and gently embraced Sansa, smiling as he said, "Sansa, we have been so worried about you. It is a relief to have you back." Tears glistened in Sansa's eyes as she whispered softly, "Maester Luwin, I long for Winterfell. I miss you so much." Maester Luwin was equally moved, his demeanor both restrained and composed. "Children, you have returned to Winterfell. You are home, and you are safe." Emily wiped her tears away with great effort, trying to stifle her sobs, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. Maester Luwin took one child in each hand, leading Emily and Sansa towards Winterfell. Along the way, Rickon held tightly to Emily's hand, asking, "Emily, will father and mother not come back?" Emily glanced at Maester Luwin, whose expression was complex. Then she gently patted Rickon's head, saying, "Rickon, I have brought father back. He will rest alongside the former lords of Winterfell in our crypt." Sansa interjected, "Emily, Rickon is still so young." Emily thought to herself that Sansa seemed to have forgotten that Rickon was actually a year older than her. Ignoring Sansa, Emily realized Rickon could no longer be treated as an innocent child. She pulled Rickon closer and continued, "Rickon, surely someone has informed you that father has passed away." You cannot pretend that this has not happened. Maester Luwin, visibly anxious, could only wait. Emily understood the question that lingered in Maester Luwin's mind. It was about Ned's remains. She retrieved the earthen urn containing the ashes from Yora's embrace and handed it to Maester Luwin, listening intently to Rickon's words. I know, the Reed brothers told me, but father promised he would return. Rickon's large, innocent blue eyes gazed earnestly at Emily, filled with confusion, naivety, and even a hint of fear. All of this signaled to Emily that Rickon had not truly matured. Perhaps no one had been there to guide him. Emily wrapped her arms around Rickon, saying, Everyone has their limitations. This time, even father could not fulfill his promise to you, so do not blame him. Rickon was not truly ignorant. He merely shied away from the painful truth. He chose instead to inquire about Catelyn, asking, But what about mother? They say she is with Robb. And Robb is now king. When will they return? Let us send a raven to mother. She will come back. Sansa chimed in. Now that you are back, Catelyn will surely return immediately. Rickon seemed filled with countless questions waiting for Emily's answers. But Maester Luwin could no longer wait and hurriedly interrupted. These matters can wait until we return. Emily, is this truly the Duke's remains? How did you acquire them? Emily stood on her tiptoes to pat Rickon's head, replying, This is not just Father's ashes. It is the ashes of several loyal servants. We retrieved them from the Silent Sisters. At that moment, it was impossible to distinguish them, so we had to burn them together. Maester Luwin's face momentarily stiffened before he quickly regained his composure. It matters not. As long as the Duke can return, that is what counts. The Duke of Winterfell must remain in Winterfell. You have done well. Do not worry, Sansa. We are all aware that the letters you returned were orchestrated by the false King Joffrey and Queen Cersei. You are still young, and we fear for your safety. As the conversation unfolded, Winterfell came into view. Emily spotted two figures and a wolf standing at the gates from afar. The imposing figure could only be the stableman, Hodder, and beside him, without a doubt, stood Bran. Unable to contain her emotions, Emily was overcome with tears. The lady rushed forward and playfully nipped at Summer's tail. Sansa also dashed over to embrace Bran, exclaiming, Bran, it is such a relief to see you well. We have returned. Our family can be together again. Bran had grown significantly taller. The cherubic visage had vanished, replaced by sharply defined features and a slender, upright stature, with tears glistening in his bright blue eyes. Bran returned Sansa's embrace before extending his arms toward Emily. Unable to hold back her sobs, Emily gradually approached Bran's embrace, whispering, Bran, Bran, you truly have healed. Bran affectionately tousled Emily's messy hair, reassuring her, do not dwell on it. My legs are not your concern. You have done remarkably well. Emily, I am proud of you. Bran's gentle words allowed Emily to release her pent-up emotions, and she wept openly. In contrast, Bran smiled, holding Emily close and gently patting her back. A grand welcome feast was held in honor of Emily and Sansa, the joyous atmosphere nearly threatening to lift the roof off Winterfell's great hall. Bran and Rickon donned elegant attire, their black or white trousers paired with pristine white woolen tunics, adorned with brooches bearing the sigil of the dire wolf, looking exceptionally handsome. Sansa and Emily also wore beautiful silk gowns, and despite their lack of flowing locks, they exuded the grace of Winterfell's ladies. As the four took their seats, the guests rose and cheered, Long live Winterfell! Long live Winterfell! Bran raised his cup in response, declaring, Long live Winterfell! The hall erupted in exuberance as servants brought forth a delightful array of dishes. Honey-glazed pork roasted to golden perfection, fragrant apple pies, whole chickens and ducks, fresh vegetable salads, and barrels of strong liquor for all to enjoy. Musicians played lively and spirited melodies as the guests raised their glasses in camaraderie, laughter ringing through the air. It seemed as though all pain and anxiety had vanished, and Emily became entranced in this intoxicating atmosphere, teetering on the edge of blissful inebriation. Then, Emily caught sight of Bran's melancholic eyes, a bucket of cold water that chilled her to the core, awakening her senses. Bran glanced at Emily before rising from the table. She wrapped herself in the fur cloak draped over her chair and followed him. The dimly lit corridor revealed only Bran's faint silhouette, as if he were intrinsically bound to the shadows. Struggling to navigate the uneven ground, Emily called out, What is the matter? Bran's voice floated like smoke on the wind. Ethereal and distant, I have heard that before I fell from the tree, you foretold everything. Emily regretted her earlier indulgence in sweet wine, feeling her head swim in a haze of confusion. Vaguely, she responded, Well, you should know who pushed me down. She was reluctant to answer this question and ultimately chose silence. Bran seemed unconcerned with her response, declaring, I know who pushed me down. And even my mother instigated a war on my behalf. I concealed the identity of the murderer, but could not prevent my father's demise. Emily's throat felt parched as she replied, "It is not your fault." "Of course, but I still paid the price," he lamented. "I now limp on one leg, unable to run or climb. But you are still alive, and as long as you breathe, there is hope." Bran clearly did not find solace in this reassurance. "There are no limping knights. I was meant to stand beside Robb, charging into battle, yet here I remain in Winterfell. I should be tending to the affairs of Winterfell. Yet I nearly allowed it to fall." Emily opened her mouth to speak, but Bran continued uninterrupted. "I intended to gather soldiers for Robb, but thankfully, Master Lewin intervened, leaving 300 soldiers to guard Winterfell, preventing a triumph for Theon." Emily interjected loudly. "This has nothing to do with you. It was Theon's ingratitude. How could you have foreseen it?" "You knew." Bran replied flatly. "Master Lewin informed me that you warned him to leave 500 men to guard. Ultimately, we compromised with 300. That is your credit." His tone remained devoid of inflection, even praise seeming muted. "What is the matter with you? A limp signifies little. You can still learn to fight. The knight who returned with me, Ser Walentry, is a limping knight, yet he is brave and strong, with exceptional swordsmanship." Bran called out, "Emily." She paused, attempting to discern Bran's expression, but the knight offered no clarity. "I have been dreaming since the day I fell. I dreamt of the three-eyed crow. And recently, I dreamt of becoming summer. No, it was not a dream. On the day of Theon's assault, I transformed into summer. I could hear the sound of iron hooks scraping against the castle walls, the clash of men in battle. I re-experienced the thrill of running and climbing." Emily's heart steadied in response. The narrative had indeed returned to assert its presence. Bran turned to her and asked, "Do you know the children of Jojen Reed? They are from the Neck. The sister is named Mira, and the brother is Jojen. They espouse the green dreams. On the day of Theon's attack, Jojen foretold that a great flood would submerge Winterfell." Bran paused for a moment, reflecting. "The green dream has come to fruition, yet Jojen has never dreamed of you. And my dreams seem to hold significance as well. On the day of my father's death, Rickon dreamt." "Emily, could your prophecies represent another form of a green dream?" "Certainly not. Emily merely comprehends the narrative," she retorted. Though she could not see it, Emily felt the intensity of Bran's gaze. "Jojen suggested I should go to the wall, or perhaps even further north. However, I am eager to hear your thoughts." The sweet wine still lingered, its effects causing her mind to feel heavy and her already unclear vision to spin. In the original narrative, Bran, guided by his dreams, ventured beyond the wall, transforming into the emotionless green seer. Watching from afar, the compassionate Mealy was moved by Bran's selfless dedication, yet his relative, Emily, was resolute in her opposition. She grasped Bran's arm, preventing him from descending into the unknown. "You cannot go. You should revel in the world's pleasures as a vassal of Robb. Your legs may hinder you, but they cannot impede your steps. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, I shall arrange for Wallen to instruct you. If governance of the lands intrigues you, Master Ruin will assist. This is the essence of my existence. And what of you, Emily? What do you desire? What is it that you seek?" Emily, with a bittersweet smile, confessed her uncertainty. "I simply wish to survive in this world. All I do is for the sake of my own survival and that of House Stark." She murmured softly, "To live." With her head bowed, she slumped to the ground, feeling as if Bran lifted her up. His voice, though muffled, echoed around her. To live is the most arduous endeavor. It had been ages since Emily had slept so soundly, cocooned in the soft furs that shielded her from the biting cold. The warmth reminiscent of her mother's gentle touch in a past life. White Spirit, her loyal companion, nestled beside her, nuzzling Emily affectionately. A loud knock at the door was far more insufferable than Joffrey himself. "Emily, Emily, I am coming in." Rickon, with his tousled auburn curls, tumbled onto the bed. "Emily, are you not rising? Should you not attend the hall for matters of state? Master Ruin sends Bran and me there daily, and I manage to slip away when he is distracted, but poor Bran is left behind." Emily, in a playful tone, replied, "No, I wish to sleep." Rickon chuckled like a playful dove. "Bran insists you are far more sensible than I. You are merely a sloth." Rolling her eyes, Emily retorted, "Why don't you go play then?" Rickon's laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. "Do you despise me? Do you wish to cast me aside?" Emily seized Rickon, pressing him onto the pillow, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "You are my brother, Rickon. As long as I draw breath, I shall never abandon you." Tears welled in Rickon's azure eyes, cascading like a spring, as he enveloped Emily in a tight embrace. "Emily, Emily, have our parents and Robb forsaken us? Are we truly so inept?" Emily felt as though she might suffocate. "Why must you clutch my neck? Anywhere but there," she protested, struggling against his grip. Finally, Rickon realized his error and released her. Though she yearned to reprimand him, the sight of his tear-filled, pitiful gaze softened her resolve. Let us go? It appears sleep eludes me. We should see what changes have occurred in Winterfell. Draping her cloak around her, Emily tugged Rickon along as they dashed outside. At the entrance stood Roan and the shaggy dog, and Emily almost failed to recognize Roan. You are still here? The tall, slender Roan bowed to her. Miss Emily. Indeed I remain. I wish to inquire about Wells. Is he still alive? Emily, reflecting on her betrayal of Wells, spoke candidly. He has betrayed me. And now he serves the octopus spider, Varys. After expressing her thoughts, Emily took Rickon by the hand and asked, Rickon, how fares Rondon? Rickon, clearly admiring Rondon, replied with praise. He is quite remarkable. When Theon besieged the city, he intended to capture me, but it was Rondon who vanquished the enemies and safeguarded my life. Emily felt a sense of relief. At last, there was someone commendable. As Emily and Rickon entered the council chamber of Winterfell, Bran and Master Luwin were discussing the matter of recruiting soldiers. Emily interrupted their conversation, questioning, Didn't Sir Roderick just leave? Why are we still summoning soldiers? Master Luwin glanced at Bran, who remained silent, and responded to Emily. Soldiers are perpetually insufficient, Emily. The most precious asset in war is soldiers. And they are also the most expendable. I oppose the idea of recruiting soldiers once more. Emily's words astonished both Bran and Master Luwin. Master Luwin was the first to speak. Emily, you are still young and lack the authority to voice your opinion. Currently, Bran is the acting Lord of Winterfell. Emily looked directly at Bran and asked, Bran, may I express my opinion? Bran rose from the lofty seat of Winterfell's Lord, gazing down at Emily and Master Luwin, and proclaimed, I declare that the current acting Lord is Emily Stark. Bran, Master Luwin exclaimed in shock, this is against protocol. You are the rightful heir to Winterfell. Bran cast a brief glance at Emily before turning to Master Luwin, stating, Robb is the heir to Winterfell. Now that Robb is the king in the north, who does Winterfell belong to? It should pertain to the Stark family and be decided by us siblings. Master Luwin could hardly believe his ears, wanting to argue. Yet he found no formal counterargument. He decided to stall. It cannot be decided by just the two of you. Sansa, Arya, and Rickon must also agree. Rickon, standing beside Emily, exclaimed loudly, I agree. Master Luwin stared at Emily, struggling to regain his composure, and Sansa? Let us consult Sansa then, though Arya is currently absent. So her opinion will not be considered. Bran's tone did not suggest he was relinquishing the lordship of Winterfell. Rather, it resembled a gesture of offering Emily a blueberry pie. Rondon summoned Sansa to the council chamber, where Master Luwin inquired, Sansa, your brother Bran intends to bestow the lordship of Winterfell upon Emily. You should be the foremost candidate for succession. Sansa, do you concur with Bran's decision? Master Luwin was indeed a cunning old fox. Emily thought to herself. If her intentions were not noble, she would have been the first to eliminate Master Luwin. Sansa likely never anticipated such a turn of events. Her eyes filled with alarm as she glanced between Emily and Bran. After a lengthy pause, Sansa finally replied, This has all transpired too abruptly. May I have some time to consider? Master Luwin smiled, his face wrinkling with delight. Of course, this is indeed a significant decision. Ever since Bran's explosive revelation in the council chamber, Emily's quarters have been abuzz with activity. The first visitor was Master Luwin, the devoted elder who has diligently served Winterfell. His gaze was laden with complexity as he inquired, Emily, why? You must realize that Lady Catelyn would never consent to this. Moreover, you cannot truly be considered an heir to Winterfell. In truth, Emily merely desired to partake in the decisions affecting Winterfell. But she was unprepared for the surprise Bran had bestowed upon her. This was indeed fortuitous. Addressing the elder, who had always shown her kindness, Emily declared, Bran's decision was not instigated by me. Master Luwin visibly concurred. Bran was not a child to be easily swayed by others. With a smile, Emily continued, Master Luwin, you know each of us well. You must understand that I am more suited to lead Winterfell at this juncture than Bran. As for whether my mother would approve, that is no longer a concern of mine. Master Luwin's lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent. Emily, intent on clarifying her position, pressed on, Master Luwin, do you comprehend the state of the North? Chaos reigns, with each house pursuing its own agenda. Let us not indulge in foolish proclamations of loyalty to Winterfell. Theon is a prime example of this. The true threat does not emanate from King's Landing. It is Winterfell that stands in peril. Robb may be valiant in battle, yet he lacks the experience in the realm of power struggles. A sudden illumination filled Emily's heart, a realization that she was indeed more capable and could excel in this role. After a brief pause, she added, Rest assured, I do not seek to usurp Winterfell. Once it is secure, I shall relinquish this position to Robb or Bran. I swear it by the gods. It was unclear which of her words swayed Master Lewin. But he acquiesced. Very well, this position rightfully belongs to you siblings. As Master Lewin turned to depart, Emily called after him, Master Lewin, keep a watchful eye on your ravens. He halted, glancing back at her. Emily, you have matured. Perhaps you are correct. You are more suited to lead Winterfell at this time. No sooner had Master Lewin exited than Sansa burst in, exclaiming, What do you want? Emily regarded Sansa with a bemused expression. Sansa, feeling exposed under her gaze, feigned composure and repeated, What do you want? If I refuse, you cannot become the Lord of Winterfell. Is that so? Emily's light retort sent a chill down Sansa's spine, prompting a frightened exclamation. What are you planning? You know what I desire. Fear not. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. You are my sister. Sansa appeared to finally relax, conceding, Very well, I shall agree. Following her were Jory and Wylis, whom Emily had not seen since the previous night. Wylis knelt on one leg, proclaiming, Lady Emily, Sir Wylis swears fealty to you. Emily helped him to his feet and turned her attention to Jory. His countenance appeared troubled, as though he had not rested well the night before. He asked Emily, Do you still require my assistance? Emily gently embraced Jowan, saying, Of course, you are my first human companion in this world. I trust you, Jowan. Jowan relaxed significantly, replying, I will be by your side until you no longer need me. That evening, in the great hall of Winterfell, Bran announced to all the inhabitants, Emily Stark is now the acting Lord of Winterfell. In the training yard of Winterfell, the sounds of wooden swords clashing and shouts of encouragement filled the air. Sansa, clad in black trousers, wielded a wooden sword against Roan. Roan stood with his legs apart, holding a shield before him, commanding Sansa, Strike the shield with your sword. Thrust harder. Sansa struggled to lift the heavy wooden sword, panting as she raised it to her waist and charged forward with a cry. The wooden sword struck the shield with a cracking sound, and the impact caused it to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Sansa picked up the sword once more and continued her assault on Roan. From the balcony of the high tower, Emily recalled the earlier encounter with Sansa. Perhaps she had exerted considerable pressure on Sansa throughout their journey, as Sansa had always seemed frail in Emily's presence. Emily, I want a guard, someone who can protect me, Sansa had pleaded, still grumpy from having been roused from sleep. Emily replied sternly, No, Winterfell is currently lacking in personnel. Sansa, frustrated, exclaimed, Then why does Bran have Wallentry for sword training, and Rickon his Roan? Why do I have nothing? Impatiently, Emily confronted Sansa. Speak plainly, what do you truly desire? I doubt you are envious of Rickon. Sansa's face flushed as she turned slightly away, confessing, I wish to learn swordsmanship. At the very least, I want to protect myself and not be a burden to others. Emily, surprised by Sansa's newfound resolve, acknowledged, Very well, but I cannot assign anyone of higher caliber to you. Wallentry is tasked with instructing Bran and Jowan. Let Roan teach you some basic sword techniques first. Sansa promptly sought out Roan. During the training, she astutely discovered her aptitude for thrusting rather than slashing, thus altering the focus of her practice. Master Ruin approached Emily, calmly stating, Emily, the Duke's ashes should not be interred in the crypt until Robb and Catelyn return. Our immediate concern is to address Theon's situation. Emily returned to her seat, inquiring, Have the ravens been dispatched to Robb? They were just sent out, Ruin replied. My investiture banquet will be held tonight. We can deal with Theon's matter then. After a pause, Emily fixed her gaze on Master Ruin, adding, I still require your assistance with a few matters. Master Ruin remained silent for a moment, conceding, You are the Lord of Winterfell. I will heed your commands. But do not place me in impossible situations. What of Ser Rodrik? Emily asked, surprising Ruin with her inquiry. He just left, taking a contingent of soldiers. Why? Send a raven instructing Ser Rodrik to return with his men. Master Ruin vehemently opposed. No, this cannot be. Summon the soldiers back. What about Robb? What shall we do on the battlefield? Emily had anticipated Ruin's objections and calmly replied, Currently, Stannis is assaulting King's Landing. Regardless of whether he succeeds, it is, to some extent, the moment when the Lannisters are most vulnerable in their defenses. Robb will be safe. Should we not press our advantage? Emily smiled yet. We must consider Tywin, who is poised at Harrenhal. Lowering her voice and leaning forward, she added, It is we who are in peril, Master Ruin. The entire north is in disarray. Theon's sister, Asha Greyjoy, is leading her Ironborn along the coast, pillaging and burning, the bastard of Bolton. Fully aware of our intentions regarding Winterfell, has callously murdered Lady Hornwood and seized vast territories. With a sardonic smile, Emily remarked, Now? Words from Winterfell cannot even reach the entirety of the north, and we dare to dream of conquering the Seven Kingdoms. Truly, it is the height of folly. Reuven was momentarily speechless, struggling to find his voice before quietly asking, "What shall we do now?" His concession brought a sigh of relief from Emily. "First, we must send a message to Asha Greyjoy. Inform her that her brother is in our custody. Should she take one step further, we shall sever one of Theon's hands. 2 steps, 2 hands. If she dares to harm our subjects, we will scatter Theon's ashes in the woods, so that the beasts of the north may feast upon them." It seemed Emily's ruthless words unnerved Master Reuven, who hesitated, his lips twitching. Would this not be too cruel? We at Winterfell have always treated captives with honor. Emily, weary of Winterfell's customary leniency, retorted, "Since Theon dared to attack Winterfell, he is our enemy. Any brutality toward an enemy is justified." Reuven had no retort. Suddenly, Emily recalled an intriguing matter. "I heard that Ser Roderick brought us a captive of the Bolton bastard." Reuven had not anticipated Emily would inquire about this. But recalling her earlier handling of Theon's situation, he replied, "Indeed, he is known as the Reek, a follower of the Bolton bastard. However, Emily, he is of no value. We can release him." Emily tilted her head, contemplating the expression on Reuven's face when he realized that the Reek of no value was Ramsay Bolton, or rather, Ramsay Snow. She refrained from further provoking the elder. "Master Reuven, let us first attend to the matters concerning Asha Greyjoy. Any delay may bring suffering to our subjects in the north." Reuven nodded slightly and withdrew. Emily gazed at the various requests presented by the lords, all stemming from a lack of able-bodied men. The true suffering of war always fell upon the common folk. "Emily, Emily!" Rickon burst in, followed by his scruffy dog, which immediately pounced on Shaggy Dog, beginning to gnaw at him. Rickon, startled, shouted, "Shaggy Dog, stop!" Emily, equally alarmed, changed her expression, having heard tales of Shaggy Dog's wild nature, yet never expecting him to attack without hesitation. Bai Ling, caught unawares, was bitten and leapt back in alarm. Emily, witnessing the fluffy dog's mouth full of white fur, felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy. Bai Ling lowered her body, baring her fangs. Emily, pulling Rickon back, sought to prevent a clash between the two wolves that might inadvertently harm him. In a sudden burst of aggression, Bai Ling lunged and sank her teeth into the fluffy dog's neck. The fluffy dog struggled fiercely, retaliating by biting Bai Ling's leg. Emily gasped. Bai Ling. The guards outside, upon hearing the commotion, rushed in with drawn swords, confronted by the chaotic scene before them and rendered unsure of how to intervene. Bai Ling, with a powerful shove of her foreleg, created some distance. Both wolves fought fiercely, resulting in tufts of fur being torn from the fluffy dog's neck and Bai Ling's leg, revealing gruesome wounds beneath. Bai Ling assumed a defensive stance, her nose wrinkling as she emitted a low, menacing growl. The fluffy dog, clearly in distress, curled its tail and whimpered pitifully. Rickon dashed forward to embrace the fluffy dog, gazing imploringly at Emily. Emily, finally reassured, Emily softly called out, "Bai Ling, come here." Bai Ling warily glanced at the fluffy dog, but retracted her fangs and approached Emily, settling beside her to tend to her own injuries. Emily, filled with concern, gently stroked Bai Ling's head and inquired of Rickon, "Does the fluffy dog often bite unexpectedly?" Rickon, immediately anxious, replied, "No, it only bites when provoked. I recommend confining it." Emily, the fluffy dog has already bitten several people. Master Reuven, who had just entered, looked at Emily and echoed Rickon's advice. Rickon, with a sorrowful expression that nearly brought him to tears, pleaded, "Emily, please don't." Emily, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion, relented and allowed Rickon and the fluffy dog to stay by her side. Bai Ling will teach the fluffy dog a lesson. Thus, Emily found herself enduring Rickon's incessant inquiries. Emily, what is this?" A request from the farmer, seeking assistance to protect his land from wild beasts. Just like the farmer outside Winterfell. She mused, recalling how, when the wildling raided the farmer had stood in the way while his wife and children fled to Winterfell for help. Surprised by Rickon's knowledge, she inquired, "What else do you know?" Rickon fed a piece of raw meat to the fluffy dog beneath the table, exclaiming, "I know a great deal. I know Bran has been dreaming of crows. I know Robb does not wish for war and conversed with Bran before departing. I know Master Reuven does not want you to be the lord of the castle. I know the Greyjoy brothers do not respect us. I know so much. Yet they all treat me like a child. I will protect you and Bran, Emily. Do not fear. The fluffy dog is fierce and will guard us." At that moment, Emily realized that little Rickon had intentionally trained the fluffy dog to behave this way. Indeed, how could a Stark be weak? "Rickon, I will protect you too. As long as I am here, nothing will harm you." Emily embraced Rickon. Finally, at the welcoming banquet, Emily and Rickon spotted the infamous Ramsay Bolton. Emily found herself admiring Ramsay's cunning, his ability to endure what others could not, and to dare what others would not. His political machinations and devious tactics were of the highest caliber, complemented by his remarkable acting skills. As an illegitimate child, devoid of authority, yet capable of vanquishing the legitimate heir to ascend to power, this is indeed the most formidable step. At this moment, the foul man reeked of a putrid odor, his disheveled black hair obscuring his features as he kept his head bowed. He huddled silently in a corner, refraining from any form of communication with others. Emily turned to Valentry, who stood behind her, instructing him to summon the wretched man. Beside her, Jowan widened his eyes in astonishment and whispered, "What do you intend to do? How can you call such a person over?" Emily smiled radiantly. "Just watch closely." The new lord's confidant, the limping knight Valentry, led the foul-smelling man towards the front. This peculiar spectacle rendered the once boisterous hall abruptly silent, as small clusters of guests murmured amongst themselves. Master Reuven hurried over. Concern etched on his face. "Emily, this is your inauguration banquet. It is to celebrate your ascension. Do not act recklessly." Emily paid no heed to Master Reuven, her gaze fixed on the approaching wretched man, and she cheerfully remarked, "My Lord Snow, should you not take your seat?" Her words stunned the assembly into a buzz akin to a swarm of bees. Ramsay Snow slowly raised his head, a sinister smile creeping across the left corner of his mouth. "Indeed, dear Miss Stark." Ramsay possessed striking blue eyes, though they lacked the clarity of Rickon. At this moment, his gaze bore a playful glint, veiling an undercurrent of ambition and malice, sending a chill down Emily's spine. A singular thought consumed her: eliminate him. Otherwise, Ramsay would seize every opportunity to torment her. Master Reuven, now fully aware, maintained his composure, his aged yet potent voice swiftly soothing Emily. "My Lord Snow, it is a pleasant surprise to encounter you here in Winterfell. We shall extend our finest hospitality." Ramsay ignored Master Reuven, fixated on Emily. "I am curious. How did you recognize me? No one knows what Reek looks like, and those who knew my appearance have perished. How did you discern my identity?" Emily chuckled lightly. "You left no flaws, yet I merely deduced that a servant lives longer than his master. It seemed amiss. I merely sought to test you." Ramsay also smiled, though it did not reach his eyes. Abruptly, he ceased his laughter and lunged toward Emily. In that instant, the hound hidden beneath the table pounced upon Ramsay, sinking its teeth into his neck. Once Reek had pulled the hound away, Emily beheld Ramsay's head grotesquely twisted, 2 gaping wounds in his throat gushing blood. Emily was taken aback. She had not anticipated Ramsay Bolton would meet his end in such a manner. In the original narrative, Ramsay had slain the hound and Reek. Yet now he lay at the mercy of the creature's fangs. Could this be termed karmic retribution? With the banquet spiraling into chaos, it could no longer proceed. Even the most intoxicated revelers would be roused by the gruesome scene before them. The hall fell into an eerie silence, devoid of conversation. Emily turned to Valentry, commanding, "Deliver Ramsay's corpse to Roose Bolton. Inform him that I have avenged his eldest son." "No." Master Reuven stepped forward to voice his objections, stating that Ramsay was the sole heir of Duke Louis. Even if Ramsay was suspected of harming his legitimate offspring, the Duke would undoubtedly be agitated, which would not bode well for the situation on the battlefield. Emily surveyed the pallid assembly in the hall and, with a smile, declared, "Very well. We shall heed Master Reuven's counsel and conceal the news of Ramsay's demise." Accompanied by Rickon, Valentry, and Jowan, Emily departed the hall, the uproar within echoing behind them. The thought of Ramsay, who would one day dominate and torment House Stark, meeting an obscure end, filled Emily with uncontainable joy. "Look, the fluffy dog will protect us," Rickon persistently argued, ever eager to free the creature. Emily, observing the floppy-eared dog dutifully trailing behind White Spirit, resolutely countered, "No, the fluffy dog can safeguard us, and I cannot allow it to leave." Rickon, filled with regret, hung his head and kicked at the small stones along the path. The following morning, the sky remained dim, and a biting wind howled fiercely. The sounds of the training grounds, cheers and claps, seemed to have persisted for quite some time. Emily glanced at Rickon, who was sleeping beside her, and quietly slipped out of bed. The fluffy dog and White Spirit perked up their ears, glanced at Emily, then settled back down to sleep. Dressed, Emily stepped onto the balcony and observed soldiers sparring in pairs on the training field, as well as Sansa and Roan, the latter sporting striking red hair. Emily was taken aback by Sansa's surprising resolve. She had not anticipated that Sansa's rigorous sword practice would inspire the soldiers of Winterfell. The morning's clashing swords served as the finest wake-up call for Winterfell. Emily then turned her attention to Bran and Jowan, who were attacking Wallentry in unison. Bran's swordplay exhibited systematic techniques, advancing and retreating with measured precision. Though his legs struggled to keep pace, Joan's strikes were more forceful, imbued with a fierce sharpness. Despite Wallentry's limp, it did not impede his performance. He easily handled the two novices. Upon entering the council chamber, Emily found Master Reuven had already arrived, the dark circles under his eyes accentuating his aged appearance. As Emily took her seat, Master Reuven stood in the center, bowing slightly. "Emily, this is all my failing. I failed to notice that a skin changer infiltrated Winterfell, nearly leading to a grave mistake." Emily was indifferent to his lament. If Master Reuven could not discern it, what purpose did she serve? She directly inquired, "Where is Sir Roderick? Inform me of his whereabouts." Master Reuven hesitated before responding. "Yes, he returned with his men as soon as he received the command." "And Robb?" Emily slowly rifled through the bundled sheepskin documents on the table. This time, Master Reuven was less certain, hesitating before answering, "Not yet. It is said that Robb was injured while besieging the castle of Crag, rescued by the eldest daughter of House Westerling." Master Reuven, clearly embarrassed to speak, fell into silence for a moment. Emily instinctively tightened her grip on the sheepskin documents. Master Reuven continued, "Robb has wed the eldest daughter of House Westerling, Jane Westerling, thereby securing the allegiance of the Westerling family." Emily was taken aback by the rapid unfolding of events. Recalling the gruesome Red Wedding, her head felt as if it might explode. She shouted at Master Reuven, "So Robb is foregoing his father's funeral for this wedding?" Master Reuven, his face flushed from Emily's outburst, waved his hands in protest. "No, it's that Robb believes he must first seek the forgiveness and backing of Lord Walder Frey." Emily was nearly apoplectic, springing to her feet and exclaiming, "Has Robb lost his senses, or is he utterly bewitched by his bride? Does he truly think he can win Lord Frey's pardon?" Clearly, Master Reuven concurred, as he refrained from further defending Robb. What could be done? Emily racked her brain, pondering how to bring the befuddled King Robb back to Winterfell. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She instructed Master Reuven loudly, "Send forth your ravens. Deliver a message to Mother Catherine, urging her to stop Robb and bring him back to Winterfell. If she cannot return him within 10 days, I shall cast Sansa and Bran out of Winterfell to fend for themselves." Poor Master Reuven had evidently been frightened too many times in recent days. As the creases on his face had multiplied significantly, he hastily replied, "Catherine will not believe that. Moreover, you would never resort to such tactics against your siblings." Raising an eyebrow, Emily recognized Reuven's demand for her assurance. It seemed he did not believe her, so she fixed her gaze on Master Reuven, stating, "I may not. But Mother will undoubtedly believe it. She will think I am capable of such a thing." Master Reuven's sympathetic look was utterly detestable. Emily waved him away. As she contemplated the king, who was currently ensnared in sweet nothings, her heart raced with trepidation. Robb was a valiant warrior and astute general, yet he was not a suitable king. This thought evoked memories of the legendary figures Xiang Yu and Elbu, heroic yet always meeting tragic ends. Sweet words had clouded Robb's judgment, and the intoxicating allure of power had rendered him oblivious to the fears he felt when he first took up arms. Lost in her worries for Robb, she was suddenly jolted when the door swung open with a loud bang, and Sir Roderick strode in with purpose. Fuming, Sir Roderick marched to Emily's table, slamming his sword down with a resounding thud. "Little girl, who permitted you to sit here? Where is that old fool Reuven? And Bran?" Emily regarded the silver-haired Sir Roderick and declared, "It was I who commanded your return. It has nothing to do with Master Reuven or Bran." Roderick was taken aback, then seethed, "Who granted you the authority to issue commands? Only the Lord and the Duke possess such power. Do you not realize that Master Reuven has informed you that I am now the Lord of Winterfell? I demand your return, and you must comply." Emily harbored no fears that Sir Roderick would act against her. His loyalty to Winterfell and Ned was unwavering. Emily did not afford Sir Roderick a moment to retort. Continuing with fervor, "Do you truly believe that your furious demeanor can intimidate me? You must be lost in a dream, hoping I will cower and relinquish my position." Rising to her feet, she fixed her gaze upon Sir Roderick. "You are mistaken. I am firmly established as the lord of this castle. Not only will I maintain my role, but I also expect you to obey my commands willingly." Sir Roderick, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are mad." He turned to leave, prompting Emily to call out, "Do you intend to violate your oath? Do you not recall your vow to protect the North?" Sir Roderick turned back, asserting, "I have not forgotten, but I refuse to play house with a child." With that, he exited the council chamber. In Master Lewin's tower, Emily sought him out, inquiring, "Who can lead the troops now? I wish to relieve Roderick of his duties. Has he opposed you?" She could not contain her fury. Indeed, obstinate as ever, Master Lewin crouched to meet her gaze, stating, "Sir Roderick has served 3 lords of Winterfell. By what right do you seek to dismiss him? Such an act would only reveal your inability to control your subordinates. A grave mistake." Realization dawned on Emily. Not only that, but the quarrel in the council chamber would likely spread, and should it become known that Sir Roderick opposed her, her authority established through the demise of Ramsay would be severely undermined. Respectfully, she asked Master Lewin for his counsel. "What should I do? Do you believe I am in the wrong?" Master Lewin pondered for a moment before replying gently, "Perhaps a few days ago, I might have questioned your intentions, but now I see that all you do is for the sake of Winterfell and House Stark. I shall speak with Sir Roderick. What do you wish him to do?" Emily was surprised at how smoothly events were unfolding. "I wish to dismiss a portion of the summoned soldiers." That evening, the council chamber was ablaze with light, and all were present: Emily, Bran, Sansa, and Rickon, with Sir Roderick and Master Lewin seated nearby. Sir Roderick initiated the confrontation. "Bran, Robb entrusted Winterfell to you, yet you handed over to a mere child as if it were a toy." After days of sword training, Bran appeared more radiant. Yet fatigue began to assail him as night fell. "Sir Roderick, I do not share your opinion." Bran continued, "Robb entrusted Winterfell to me, but as you can see, the north is engulfed in flames of war, with refugees abounding and thieves emerging. If Emily can do better, why not allow her to assume the lordship?" Roderick, slightly calmed, replied, "Bran, you are the rightful heir to Winterfell. Even if you do not wish to take on that mantle, you have Rickon, Sansa, and Arya behind you. It is not Emily's place." Rickon interjected, "I do not want it. Let Emily have it." Sir Roderick, taken aback by Rickon's outburst, attempted to soothe him. "Rickon, you are still young and do not understand what lordship entails." Rickon stood defiantly, retorting loudly, "No, I do understand. I know that Emily as lord can protect us all. The Fry brothers used to look down upon me, but now that Emily has returned, they no longer dare, because they are aware that if they dare to bully me, Emily will exact her vengeance upon them." Roderick was momentarily taken aback by Rickon's words. He turned to Sansa and inquired, "Sansa, do you share this sentiment? You could have adorned yourself in lovely gowns and wed a nobleman. Now that Robb is king, you could marry a prince. Emily, like you, will also be betrothed one day." Sansa cast a glance at Emily before replying to Sir Roderick, "I once thought that way, but now I believe it is far better to wield a sword and vanquish all our foes than to marry a noble whose character and appearance remain unknown. Emily may be the youngest among us, merely a girl, yet she possesses the keenest intellect. I place greater faith in her." Roderick had long heard from Master Lewin about the siblings' perspectives, yet this direct confrontation was a revelation of a different kind. Roderick glanced around, resigned to compromise. "Emily, I shall heed your commands, but once Robb returns, I will follow his lead." Emily contemplated. "At that time, it would no longer be your decision. I respect your choice," she replied. The following day, Emily issued her orders. All able-bodied soldiers are to return home, eradicate the bandits throughout the north. Those who harm the people of the north shall be executed. Emily observed as Sir Roderick, accompanied by his soldiers, lent support to Deepwood Motte. To the south of Winterfell lay the battlefield, to the east the terrifying stronghold allied with the Lannisters, and to the north the White Walkers beyond the wall. Losing Deepwood Motte in the west was not an option. This was also to demonstrate to the loyalists of Winterfell that the Starks would not abandon their kin in peril, to show all the common folk of the north that the Starks would not forsake them. Emily instructed Wallen to declare, "If Asher Greyjoy dares to advance another step, sever one of Theon's legs." Things began to improve. Deepwood Motte was safeguarded. Robb and Catelyn were on their way back, and the influx of refugees to Winterfell was decreasing. The situation gradually stabilized. Master Lewin entered with a raven and informed Emily, "King Robb has sent word. They are soon to arrive at Winterfell." It seemed Catelyn possessed considerable influence. Within just 7 days, Robb returned with his new bride, the Queen, to greet us. A winding procession filled the King's Road in Winterfell, banners of every hue flapping fiercely in the biting wind. At the forefront rode the black-clad Robb upon his chestnut steed, bearing the sigil of his dire wolf. Following closely was a grand gold and red royal carriage, stirring memories of King Robert's arrival at Winterfell. Robb, clad in black armor and a dark fur cloak, appeared weary, with sunken cheeks and deep-set eyes. Dismounting, he approached and embraced each of the 4 Stark siblings in turn. Behind him came Catelyn, resplendent in a blue gown, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed affectionately at Sansa. As soon as Robb released Sansa, Catelyn rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Thank the heavens you are safe, Sansa." Robb then embraced Rickon and Emily, reflecting, "You two little ones have grown so much." Emily remained silent as Rickon clutched tightly to the hem of her dress, while White Spirit and Momo sat quietly nearby. Catelyn approached, extending her hands towards Rickon. But to everyone's surprise, Rickon retreated behind Emily, not sparing a glance at Catelyn. Emily met Catelyn's sharp gaze with unwavering resolve. She was no longer the frail girl who had just arrived in this world, unbothered by Catelyn's opinion. A fleeting sense of foreboding washed over Emily, as if Catelyn were poised to strike. But fortunately, Robb interjected, suggesting they enter, as there was likely to be a welcoming feast that evening. Grateful for Robb's kindness, Emily smiled and replied, "Of course, let us proceed." The Grand Council chamber finally found its purpose, with Robb seated at the head of the table. To his left sat a woman of graceful form and heart-shaped visage, presumably his future wife, Jane Westerling. To his right was Catelyn, flanked by the short-haired knight, Brienne. Lower down on the right sat a middle-aged man clad in silver, likely the fishmonger, Brandon Tully. Further down was an elder in a white sunburst and black velvet attire, Lord Rickard Stark. On the left, a middle-aged woman in purple velvet, undoubtedly Lady Bethany, Jane's mother. Next to her was the eccentric Sir Roderick Hightower, adorned in a peculiar attire resembling 3 pepper pots. Indeed, it was a remarkable gathering. Robb had assembled the enemies. Catelyn took Emily's place as the lady of the castle. But Emily harbored no resentment, rather a sense of anticipation for Catelyn's intentions. Robb began by introducing his new bride and her family, declaring, "This is my wife and queen. Jane Westerling and her family, the Westerlings, have sworn fealty to me." A profound silence enveloped the chamber as everyone chose to remain mute. Robb, feeling the weight of the moment, turned to Emily, saying, "Emily, I received word from Maester Luwin that you have returned with your father's ashes and Sansa. You have done well." Emily regarded Robb with a sense of unfamiliarity. This was not the Robb she had first known. The brother she once admired had matured into a king, one who had learned the art of compromise and diplomacy. "We awaited your return to inter our father's remains in the crypts," Emily replied graciously. Robb's expression turned somber. "Thank you, Emily." At that moment, Jane smiled at Emily, saying, "Emily, you are truly remarkable, becoming the Lady of Winterfell at such a young age." Emily regarded Jane with a subtle smirk before addressing Lady Bethany. "Madam, I would like to seek your counsel. How did you raise your daughters so well, considering the Spicer family has only recently risen to prominence?" Lady Bethany stared at Emily, rendered speechless, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Queen Jane's complexion turned pale as she looked at Robb with despair. "Emily," Robb chastised her loudly. At his tone, White Spirit rose, baring its fangs, while Momo became restless. Emily smiled and remarked, "I am merely curious about what enchantment Jane possesses that has compelled you to forsake the daughters of House Frye and the army, dedicating yourself entirely to marrying Jane." Robb's expression grew somber as he rose to his feet. "Emily, apologize to Jane. She is our queen, and you ought to show her the respect she deserves." From the outset, Emily had no intention of acknowledging this queen. After all, how could she manage matters henceforth? With a cold laugh, she retorted, "How could I have known that a mere dog of the Lannisters could ascend to be our queen in the north?" At that moment, Sir Rolfus Pisser drew his dark sword with a swift motion, aiming it at Emily. Valentry also unsheathed his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Both White Spirit and the shaggy dog emitted low growls of anger. Sir Rolf shouted at Emily, "Retract your words. While we once pledged allegiance to the Lannisters, we have now submitted and should not be subjected to such treatment. Not a single Lannister is worthy of our loyalty." Sir Casterly was more than willing to support Emily against the Westerlings, having lost 2 sons to the Lannisters. Robb, seething with rage, commanded, "Lower your swords. Who gave you the right to draw weapons before the king?" Yet, none heeded his words. Emily stood up and cried, "Bring forth the traitors Jane, Sybil, and Rolf." No sooner had she spoken than a squad of armed soldiers burst in, seizing the 3. Queen Jane let out a piercing scream, retreating behind Robb. He swung his sword, disarming one of the soldiers, declaring, "I am the king. Who dares to approach?" As Sybil and Rolf were captured, Robb's face flushed crimson with fury, and he bellowed, "Emily, what are you doing? This is a coup." Emily glanced at the enraged Robb and pointed at Sybil and Rolf, addressing Catelyn. "Mother, you should be aware of my prophecy. I have seen these 2 celebrating your and Robb's demise alongside Tywin Lannister." Catelyn's countenance paled, and she was about to respond when Emily continued, "I must detain them to prevent any harm befalling Robb. As for Jane Westerling, let her be. She is, for now, still our queen." Catelyn pondered for a moment before advising Robb, "Robb, if Lady Sybil and Lord Frye pose no threat, Emily will release them. This will only escalate tensions." Emily had anticipated this scenario, knowing full well that Catelyn had long harbored disdain for Jane, and the direwolf Grey Wind had never been fond of the phrase. Robb looked at Catelyn in disbelief. "Mother, why? You have acquiesced." Catelyn pursed her lips. "I consented on the condition that the Westerlings posed no threat." "Which is evidently in question now," Robb shouted. "I am the king. You all must heed my command." Emily replied coldly. "We possess the right to counsel. We cannot allow the North to crumble under your rule." Clearly at his breaking point, Robb slammed his palm against the table. Emily turned to depart the council chamber, only to be unexpectedly pursued by Sir Casterly. "Miss Emily." Chapter 38. Ser Rickard Karstark, with a full head of luxuriant white hair, though advanced in years, retained a robust physique and a voice as resonant as a bell. His heavy sword hung at his waist, a testament to his enduring vigor. In this moment, Ser Rickard Karstark saluted with one arm crossed over his chest. "Miss Emily, I extend greetings on behalf of House Karstark." Emily, gently lifting the hem of her gown and curtsying, replied, "My condolences, Lord Karstark. Your sons, Haryon and Torrhen, fought valiantly, sacrificing their precious lives for our Stark family. We shall never forget them." As Ser Karstark spoke, his eyes widened and his brow furrowed, giving the impression of anger. "Miss Emily, my two sons served House Stark with unwavering loyalty, and that is indeed an honor. Yet, they fell at the hands of the Lannisters. I had intended to exact vengeance upon Ser Jaime Lannister for their deaths, but your mother and our king intervened." Emily seemed to grasp Ser Karstark's unspoken thoughts. "We all believe that the Lannisters, while alive, will continue to provide us with greater advantages." The disappointment in Ser Karstark was palpable. "Do you share this sentiment? It appears that seeking vengeance through your Starks is futile." With that, he turned to depart. "Lord Karstark, I can assist you in avenging your sons," Emily called out, observing the knight's retreating form. "I possess a method of revenge far superior to merely killing the Lannisters. Would you care to hear it?" Ser Karstark inclined his head, attentive to her words. Emily smiled and said, "We require Ser Jaime Lannister to remain alive, though not entirely intact. Once the war concludes, I shall personally deliver the head of a Lannister to the graves of Haryon and Torrhen." A look of realization crossed Ser Karstark's face. He immediately knelt on one knee, bowing his head in oath. "We, the House Karstark, vow eternal fealty to House Stark. And I, Rickard Karstark, pledge my loyalty to Emily Stark, never to break this vow." Emily gently assisted Ser Karstark to his feet. "What prompted you to seek me out? There are many who could aid you in your quest for vengeance." Ser Karstark's surprise was evident as he slightly parted his lips. "It seems nothing escapes your keen perception. Indeed, numerous individuals have approached me, proposing to avenge my sons in exchange for my betrayal of the Starks. However, since we, the House Karstark, have sworn loyalty to House Stark, we shall not falter. To be honest, ever since our King Robb succumbed to folly and wed that woman who peddles spices, I have sought a means to avenge him, even at the cost of my own life. Yet, I was unprepared for Master Roose S. Raven to bring such joyous news. You have become the Lord of Winterfell and have compelled Robb to return." I set aside my reckless thoughts, hoping to find a path that satisfies both desires. Fortunately, you possess the rational mind I had hoped for. Ser Karstark's candidness elucidated why he had chosen the most imprudent course, despite having the option to betray Robb or lead a rebellion. Emily still had her doubts. "Ser Stark, do you believe there are issues with the Westerling family?" Ser Stark raised his long, white eyebrows, and Emily felt an urge to touch them. "Miss Emily, it is evident that there are problems. Your brother, King Robb, has been blinded by that woman's affections. Perhaps she harbors no ill intentions, but she is undoubtedly aware of the circumstances. This woman has ruined the precarious position we fought hard to establish." Emily invited Ser Stark. "Ser Stark, I can now fulfill part of my promise." Ser Stark's spirits lifted instantly, his face brightening with joy. "Miss Emily, I have awaited this day for quite some time." Emily led Ser Stark to the dungeons of Winterfell. The dimly lit dungeon was cold, with iron bars, and rats scurried along the walls. The prisoners, upon hearing the commotion at the dungeon door, turned in unison to gaze at Emily and her companion. Emily noted that the Lannisters appeared the cleanest among them. The other inmates were too filthy to discern their faces, while the Lannisters, with their striking golden hair, stood out conspicuously. Jaime Lannister. Ser Stark's face contorted with rage upon seeing Jaime, who slowly lifted his head and smiled at Ser Stark. "Has Lord Stark received permission? If you seek my life, then come swiftly. I have waited far too long." Fury ignited within Ser Stark. "Lannister, do not be so arrogant." Emily found herself entirely overlooked, studying the golden-haired man, whose slight stubble added a rugged charm to his otherwise handsome visage. Ser Stark turned to Emily and bowed slightly. "Miss Emily, May I now proceed with what you promised me? Jaime finally acknowledged Emily. And you are? Ah, I remember now. You are Ned's little wolf, Emily Stark. What? Has Ser Stark begun to heed the commands of a mere child? He shot a scornful glance at the hapless Ser Stark. Fuming, Ser Stark raised his voice. Miss Emily. Emily replied softly. Of course, I am a woman of my word. Wallentry, assist Ser Stark. Wallentry swiftly cleaved open the door, startling Jaime, who then laughed. It seems our King Robb has come to a conclusion. He seeks to kill me. Come on. Emily smiled at Jaime. You are a Lannister. How could you be killed? Such a pity. Wallentry seized Jaime by the iron chains around his wrist, pulling him off balance until he fell at Wallentry's feet. Wallentry crouched and firmly held Jaime's left hand down. Emily interjected, both hands. Realizing their intentions, fear finally crossed Jaime's face as he shouted, No, no, you cannot do this. Kill me, kill me. Ser Stark was thoroughly satisfied and turned to Emily, saying, Miss Emily, I now agree with your sentiments. This is a far superior form of revenge than simply ending his life. Sir Catelyn Stark drew his heavy sword from his waist, raising it high. James screamed sharply, no. The sword descended with a heavy thud, blood splattered, and James let out a piercing cry as both his hands fell from his wrists. Amidst James's tragic wails, Sir Catelyn Stark proclaimed loudly, Harrion, Tormund, your father has avenged you. At that moment, Robb burst into the dungeon with his trusted companions, witnessing the writhing James and the shouting Catelyn. Enraged, Robb rebuked Emily. Emily, do you know what you are doing? I am the king. Guards, seize Emily Stark. Catelyn and Wallentry drew their swords, standing protectively before Emily. Sir Catelyn shouted, Who dares to challenge my sword? Robb's guards stepped forth, drawing their swords but then turning them toward Robb. Robb's expression changed dramatically. Catelyn, you are committing treason. Sir Catelyn replied solemnly, I pledge my loyalty to Emily Stark. I have not betrayed my oath. It is you, Robb, who promised to lead us into King's Landing and to take the head of that Lannister wretch to honor the noble soul of Lord Ned. But you have completely forgotten. You are lost in the embrace of a woman, betraying the warriors who died for House Stark. Robb lowered his voice, pleading, Lord Catelyn, I have not forgotten. I swear that my beloved Jane will not hinder our southern campaign. She is so gentle and kind, tending to our wounded and advising us. Sir Catelyn roared, Enough. I do not need the enemy's woman advising us. You captured her father in the Whispering Wood, slaughtered her kin, and yet you naively believe she would treat you sincerely. Fool, you are even less astute than Grey Wind, who can smell the stench of betrayal on them. Emily said nothing, and then the tide of events shifted. Sir Catelyn's soldiers easily captured Robb and turned to Emily for instructions on how to proceed. Emily, taken aback, reluctantly said, First, confine King Robb to his chamber. He may not step foot outside without my command. The soldiers complied, taking the shouting Robb away, away, away. Emily was bemused. It seemed that the king of this world was so easily subdued. The notion of usurpation and rebellion was no longer a mere dream. As Emily exited the dungeon, she braced for reproach, yet nothing transpired. No one came to inquire about what had happened. No one came to accuse Emily. Everything was as it had always been. The soldiers were laughing. Bran and Sansa continued their sword practice, and Rickon played a game of toss with Shaggy Dog and Summer. Even Catelyn remained silent. Emily almost felt as if it were all a dream. Her head was a swirling mass of confusion, with no clear thread to grasp. Was this the calm before the storm? Emily did not care for Catelyn's thoughts, but she was concerned about Bran and Rickon. Rickon, do you know what I have done? Rickon tossed a piece of raw meat, and Shaggy Dog and Summer raced out to catch it. I know, you have imprisoned Robb. That is even better. He need not leave me to engage in battle. Bran was practicing with Jowan, and his response was, You must have your reasons for this. You did not harm Robb. Sansa, without casting a glance at Emily, continued her piercing movements, now quite adept at them. I understand your approach. It is always a sharp exterior concealing a soft heart. You did not harm Robb, did you? Everyone hopes you might persuade him. Our words have ceased to hold weight. Perhaps your methods could prove effective. However, should you intend to harm Robb, I shall confront you fiercely. Emily was left speechless. How grand their hearts must be, for he is a king. A king. Chapter 39. That night, as Emily lay in bed, she could scarcely believe how smoothly things had unfolded. At long last, Rickon had gone to dote on Catherine, leaving her to monopolize the large bed. Emily sprawled out, drifting into a hazy slumber. In the middle of the night, she suddenly awoke, her heart racing. White Spirit was also awake, intently watching the door. Emily sensed something amiss, rolled out of bed, and with White Spirit, they hid inside the wardrobe. The air was thin in the cramped ironwood cabinet, and Emily could hear the frantic thumping of her own heart. With a creak, she heard the door open. and White's spirit immediately became agitated, rising to reveal its fangs. Emily gently stroked White's spirit's head to soothe it. Outside the cabinet, a rustling sound was heard, followed by a woman's voice. No one. It was impossible. She had seen her enter. Emily was uncertain of her feelings, as the voice belonged to Catelyn. She felt no surprise. It was to be expected. The one who initially spoke must have been Brienne. Yet she never anticipated that the first to strike at Emily would be her. Emily had thought Catelyn would take matters into her own hands, especially since she had ensnared her children and imprisoned her reliance, Robb. Has Emily sensed something? Has she fled? Catelyn disagreed. No, if she had discovered it, she would merely lie in wait with knights in her room, slaying us all. She must still be in the chamber. Let us search. It must be said that Catelyn truly understood Emily well. Emily drew out the scarred knife, feeling the sharp little prongs at its tip, surprised to find it useful even in Winterfell. Outside, sounds of rummaging echoed. The footsteps drew nearer, and Emily tightened her grip on the knife, her heartbeat quickening. Thud, thud. What are you doing? Emily gasped, Jowen's voice. How had this fool come here? Catelyn must have been startled as well. Her voice trembled. I merely came to check on Emily, only to find her absent. Does a mother need to bring knights and swords to see her daughter? Outside the cabinet, the sound of Jowen drawing his sword was heard. Unable to contain herself, Emily forcefully flung open the cabinet door and, with White's spirit, rushed out. All three occupants of the room turned to look. White's spirit lunged at the tall and muscular Brienne, who nimbly pivoted to evade. Catelyn shouted in fury, Brienne, eliminate Emily. Jowen and Brenny moved in unison. Brenny swung her sword fiercely towards Emily, who retreated just in time, the blade slicing a chunk from the cabinet. Emily lowered her body and dashed toward Baeling. Jowen swiftly disarmed Catelyn, sending the dagger clattering to the floor, and advanced, pressing the sword's tip against Catherine's throat. He shouted, Stop, tall woman. Baeling leaped in front of Emily, growling softly at Brenny. Brenny glanced at Catelyn, who was rendered motionless by Jowen's hold, and, relaxing her grip, slowly crouched down to place the sword on the ground. Be careful with your sword. Do not harm Lady Catelyn, she cautioned Jowen. Emily felt a slight relief, believing the situation was under control. Yet, the circumstances took a sudden turn. Brenny seized the sword from the ground and lunged towards Emily with renewed vigor. Jowen bellowed, Emily. She was caught off guard, a blur of white flashing before her eyes. When she regained her senses, she saw Baeling clamped onto Brenny's neck, blood streaming from the wound and pooling on the floor. Catelyn pushed Jowen's sword aside and screamed, Brenny, as she rushed to her side. Baeling turned to Catelyn and howled, bearing sharp fangs that glinted in the moonlight. Catelyn halted, frozen a step away, unwilling to advance. Emily's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Her hands pressed tightly against her face, tears streaming uncontrollably. The proximity of death was staggering. Jowen approached and enveloped Emily in his arms, soothing her gently. Emily, it's all right. It's all right. Do not be afraid. Emily's sobs intensified. Jowen's warm embrace and Baeling's affectionate licks only deepened her sense of injustice. How could she be so ungrateful? What was Catherine's significance? Why should she relent? Why should she accommodate Catelyn? Why? Wiping away her tears, Emily stood up, only to see Catelyn mourning softly beside Brenny's lifeless body. Such irony. If Catelyn refused to acknowledge her as a daughter, then let that be the case forever. Catelyn glared at Emily, shouting, You devil! Why do the gods not strike you down? How could they allow you to grow up? With that, she rose and advanced toward Emily. Jowen positioned himself defensively in front of Emily, preventing Catelyn from reaching her, enduring her futile struggles without retaliating. Emily coldly instructed Jowen. Bind her. Jowen hesitated momentarily before tearing a strip from the nearby sheet to restrain Catelyn. Catelyn continued her tirade of curses, and Jowen questioned, Emily, what should we do next? After all, she is your mother. You cannot keep her bound forever. But if we release her, what if she seeks vengeance against you? Emily harbored no patience for Catelyn, summoning everyone to the council hall. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Additionally, someone needed to arrange for Brenny's burial. Jowen gazed at Emily, his expression laden with complexity. Emily, Catelyn is your mother. Why does she treat you this way? And what of Duke Ned? He harbors doubts about you as well. Why? Emily, can you share this with me? In Xiao Wen's eyes, there lingered confusion, sorrow, and a silent plea, along with an enigmatic essence that Emily could not decipher. Emily found herself weary of enduring this turmoil. She turned her gaze towards the silenced Catelyn, and the distrust that had crept in began to unravel the bond that should have been unbreakable between them. Emily was determined not to let her relationship with Xiao Wen deteriorate in the same manner. Perching on the edge of the bed, Emily lowered her head, too apprehensive to meet Xiao Wen's gaze. I am not the child of Catelyn and Ned, she thought, without daring to glance at Xiaowen. She remained oblivious to his reaction, only able to hear Catherine's frantic struggles and the muffled sounds escaping her lips. After a fleeting silence, Xiaowen's voice pierced through the tension. It is impossible. If you were not the daughter of Ned and his wife, they would never have permitted you to assume the Stark identity. Perhaps you were the daughter of another Stark, raised by Ned and his wife. For instance, Bran Stark? To her surprise, Emily felt a flicker of gratitude that Xiaowen did not immediately abandon her. Resolutely, she decided to speak the truth. No, none of that. I shall reveal everything. With that, Emily yanked the cloth from Catherine's mouth, prompting a torrent of curses to spill forth. You are a demon occupying my daughter's body. Now you even wish to seize Winterfell. Demon, the gods will punish you. Interrupting Catherine's tirade with a stoic expression, Emily retorted, Have you said enough? It is indeed the gods who sent me here. Both Catherine and Xiaowen turned their attention to Emily, their anticipation palpable as they awaited her next words. Gently caressing the fur of White Spirit, Emily continued, When I arrived in this world, the original little Emily was already gone. I did not cause her demise. It must have been your difficult labor, Catherine. The little Emily was suffocated and perished shortly after her arrival. You should know this, otherwise you would not have tolerated my presence for so long. Your grief over your daughter has merely led you to cast all blame upon me. Catherine seemed to be engulfed by the despair of her lost daughter, tears glistening in her eyes. Emily offered no comfort, stating, I merely happened to be sent by the gods into the body of little Emily. As for me, I am called Li, and I distinctly remember my past life, my beloved mother, and my stern father. Recalling her family from a previous existence, Emily cried out in anguish, I did not wish for this. I did not desire to come to this world, where death looms everywhere. Lies abound. I cannot even sleep soundly, always having to keep one eye open. Who would want to be your daughter? Finally, Emily found the strength to shout this truth at Catherine. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Emily's face. With reddened eyes, she fixed her gaze upon Catherine and asked, Do you know why I wish to claim Winterfell? The expression on Emily's face twisted Catherine's heart, and she wanted to scream for her to stop, to grasp her sword and strike Emily down. Yet Catherine realized that no one could thwart Emily now. Extending her hands, which were pale yet short and rough, marred by calluses and cracks, Emily spoke in a daze. Look at my hands, Catherine. In my previous life, my parents did not even allow me to pluck a scallion. Consequently, my hands were naturally slender and long, and I possessed the ability to play the piano. Yet in this life, I have been compelled to wield sword and dagger, even taking the life of another, all in the name of protecting your children and safeguarding Winterfell. But what has it yielded? Xiaowen approached and grasped Emily's hand, urging her to cease her lamentations. Emily, however, withdrew, asserting, No, I must reveal everything to you. Do you comprehend? I am aware of all that transpires. The prophecies I once spoke were merely gleaned from the pages of books I have read. Allow me to start from the beginning. After Ned's demise, let us speak first of your beloved eldest son, Robb. Robb, as before, led his army south and wed Jane Westerling, thereby losing the support of Lord Walder Frey. You and your brother Edmure sought forgiveness, only to be met with treachery at Edmure's wedding. They all perished, Robb and Grey Wind slain, while you received a fatal cut to your throat. Emily observed Catherine, who instinctively touched her neck, and smiled. Isn't it all so vivid? You must harbor some worries, for despite knowing my tenderness towards Bran and his siblings, you still draped my banner to bring Robb back. Ironically, none of your men heeded Robb's commands. In dire times, you could have placed Robb under house arrest. I accomplished what you desired, only you never anticipated that I yearned for Winterfell, which led you to strike against me. Catherine, avoiding Emily's gaze, stared vacantly at the ground and queried, If you know all this, why act upon it? Emily refrained from answering this rather foolish question. And then there's Sansa. After Ned's death, she should now be wed to the imp, Tyrion. You needn't glare at me, I aided Sansa. Moreover, your ally, Peter Baelish, will deceive Sansa into marrying Ramsay Bolton, the infamous bastard known as the Flayed Man. And it was I who ended his life. Catherine clutched her chest in anguish, prompting Emily to continue. Truth be told, my greatest desire was to assist Arya, yet I could not find her. As for your Bran, without my intervention, he would have lost his legs and spent his life confined to a wheelchair. Rickon would meet his demise at Ramsay's arrows. Do you still harbor hatred towards me? Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, Catherine burst into tears, her wails drawing a crowd. Chapter 40. A throng gathered at the door, tightly packed and devoid of space. Yet none dared to enter or inquire. Observing the scene, Xiaowen released Catherine. She crumpled to the ground, weeping inconsolably. and Emily felt an unexpected sense of relief. Emily had long refrained from disclosing her origins, fearing the label of heresy. Moreover, she possessed knowledge of certain pivotal events, a veritable treasure trove. What if she were to be imprisoned, with no recourse in sight? Such a fate would be more torturous than death itself. Now, clarity washed over Emily. Rather than living in perpetual trepidation, it would be far better to divulge everything. By making the truth known to all, she would render herself devoid of value. The efforts of one alone could not salvage the entire Stark lineage. Rather, they would drag her into an inescapable mire. With this realization, Emily wiped her face, cleared her throat, and prepared to reiterate her previous declarations. Catelyn suddenly lunged forward, covering Emily's mouth, and turned to shout at the person at the door. Who allowed you to come in? Get out. Catelyn exerted considerable force, and despite Emily's desperate attempts to pull away, she remained steadfast. In frustration, Emily bit down fiercely on Catelyn's palm. Yet, Catelyn's expression showed no sign of wavering. Emily, determined to hold on tighter, soon found her mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood. Gazing at Catelyn's resolute face, she inadvertently loosened her grip, allowing Catelyn to continue covering her mouth. Only when the individuals at the door had dispersed did Catelyn release Emily. Jon promptly wiped the blood from Emily's lips. Emily could clearly see the blood froth in Catelyn's palm, and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, "Why won't you let me speak? What do you intend to do?" Catelyn pulled the bedsheet used to bind the captives over her wound, lowering her head as she replied, "These matters must remain between you and me if I am to save my child." Emily felt a twinge of envy for Robb and the others, recognizing the profound devotion of a mother willing to go to such lengths for her child. However, recognizing Catelyn as her adversary, she turned away, declaring, "You no longer have the opportunity to kill me. Winterfell is mine now." Determined to leave with Jon and White Spirit, Emily was halted by Catelyn's voice calling out, "Wait. Let us talk, or perhaps make a deal." Confused, Emily responded, "What could we possibly discuss? Since the moment you sought to kill me, there has been nothing to negotiate." Only then did Catelyn lift her gaze to meet Emily's, her voice firm. "We certainly have matters to discuss. We can talk about Robb, Bran, Rickon, and Sansa, as well as Winterfell." Intrigued, Emily tilted her head and queried, "What grounds do you have to negotiate with me? Which of them belongs to you?" Catelyn stepped closer, peering down at Emily. Emily felt a pang of self-consciousness about her height, wishing for a chair to level the playing field. Catelyn seemed pleased with the height disparity, leisurely stating, "I would not come to assassinate you without preparation. I have brought back the most unstable Lord Karstark, and naturally, I will seek the safest assurances." Emily recognized that the assurance referred to Catelyn's uncle, Blackfish Brynden Tully, a formidable warrior. She questioned Catelyn, "What of Brynden? He is a man of Riverrun. Not even the Lord. At most, he is a distant relative of Winterfell, with limited influence. What gives you such confidence?" Catelyn replied, "I do not require my uncle's assistance in vying for power. I merely need him to intercept Robb. And countless people from the north will come to serve the king in the north. That was my original plan, but I have since changed my mind." Seeing Emily's stoic demeanor, Catelyn felt a flicker of anxiety and raised the stakes. "If you can protect my children, Winterfell shall temporarily be under your guardianship." "How audacious." Emily scoffed. "You expect me to do everything for you while I manage the affairs, and in the end, gain nothing? Am I mad?" Catelyn was momentarily taken aback by Emily's retort, anxiously inquiring, "What is it that you desire?" Emily spoke with an imposing demeanor. "You are confined to your chamber. Without my permission, you shall not encounter anyone. Furthermore, you are to refrain from intervening in my affairs. Regardless of whether Robb emerges victorious in this war, Winterfell remains the rightful domain of House Stark." "What of Bran?" Catelyn immediately countered. "Bran has his own responsibilities to attend to." With that, Catelyn fell silent, conceding the point. Emily then reminded her, "Let it be known that today, Brienne attempted to assassinate me and was subsequently slain by a dire wolf. Your failure to recognize this is a grave dereliction of duty, and I shall imprison you for this reason." Catelyn cried out, "No, Brienne is my loyal servant. She died with honor. I cannot allow her to be tarnished with ignominy." Emily laughed heartily, then solemnly inquired, "How do you intend to explain today's events? Will you confess to plotting my murder? If so, I shall have you executed, and your children will surely despise me." "Are you certain you wish to vindicate Brienne?" Catelyn murmured, "It is I who has caused her demise." Her capitulation relieved Emily, yet filled her with indignation for Brienne, a conflicting emotion that made her loathe herself. The scene mirrored the night she had persuaded Sir Roderick, with Catelyn standing at the center of the hall and Emily seated at the head, surrounded by an audience. "Mother, I beg your forgiveness for not addressing you as such here. Catelyn, filled with sorrow and regret, replied, "It is only right. This is the duty of the Lord of Winterfell." Emily lamented the theatricality of their gathering. She continued, "Your knight, Brienne, just intruded into my chambers with intentions to slay me." An uproar ensued. Master Lewin called for silence, and once the noise subsided, Catelyn feigned panic, exclaiming, "No, I cannot believe it. How could Brienne commit such a dreadful act? My children, I have unwittingly allowed a wolf into our midst to harm them." Tears streamed down her face. Emily played along. "No, this is not a mother's fault. Who could have anticipated that a knight would betray her vows?" Brynden, seated to the right, rose and approached Catelyn, asserting loudly, "Lady Emily, I can vouch for Catelyn. No one loves you more than she does. She would never permit anyone to harm you." Catelyn was surely unaware of this heinous act. Emily smirked inwardly, recognizing that Catelyn might well be the one who despised her most in this world. Yet, she feigned a look of emotion, replying, "I believe you, Uncle Brynden." At this juncture, even the blind could discern that Emily was not poised to impose severe punishment upon Catelyn. Observing Sansa and Bran's relief, Emily declared, "Lady Catelyn, although you were unaware, your failure to perceive Brienne's nefarious intentions remains your fault." Catelyn lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "Indeed, I bear an undeniable responsibility in this matter." Emily pronounced, "House Stark believes in rewarding kindness, but conversely, we shall exact punishment for wrongdoing. Madam Catelyn, for the time being, you are not permitted to leave your chambers. I shall assign 2 guards to watch over you until we ascertain your innocence." Sansa cried out to Emily, "Emily, she is our mother. You cannot treat her this way." Emily remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Catelyn. Catelyn rebuked Sansa, "Sansa, the Lord's decree is as just as it is unwavering. You ought to express your gratitude and respect towards him." "Mother." At last, Sansa calmed under Catelyn's soothing gaze, helplessly watching as the 2 guards escorted Catelyn away. Thus, the affair concluded smoothly. Brienne, bearing the label of treason, was unceremoniously cast out that night, destined to become a feast for the beasts beyond the castle walls. Now, we must first address the matter concerning Jaime. Emily inquired of Lord Karstark, "My lord, have Lady Sibel and her brother confessed to their crimes?" Lord Karstark appeared somewhat embarrassed before responding. "Miss Emily, given that they accompanied the king back to Winterfell, it is unlikely they would be foolish enough to carry incriminating evidence. Moreover, they are kin to the queen, and we cannot subject them to torture. Therefore, we have yet to make any progress." Emily stared at Karstark in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who has acknowledged them as kin to the queen? The king has not yet wed. Where is this queen you speak of?" Lord Karstark was taken aback, his mouth agape, his white beard trembling. "But the king himself has declared it. Everyone has accepted it." Emily retorted sharply, "Are they married?" As her sister, why was I not present at the wedding? Was there a maester to officiate? Is it merely due to a romantic evening that Jaime has ascended to the status of queen? I dare say, the Red Keep cannot accommodate our King Robb's queen." Lord Karstark was at a loss for words. Emily lowered her gaze to the parchment and continued, "That said, it appears Jaime has been sharing a chamber with the king, which is quite improper. Should the king father a bastard, it would be most unfortunate." After a moment of silence, Lord Karstark replied, "As a knight, I hold a greater esteem for the valiant and honest Robb. It is regrettable that what we require is a king, not merely a knight. I must concede that you are better suited than Robb." Lord Karstark bowed and exited. Emily pondered how she had transformed into such a cunning individual. She understood the answer all too well. She must act thus, lest she risk the lives of many. Rather than dwell on these thoughts, it would be more prudent to manage state affairs and ensure the well-being of the common folk. Chapter 41. Early in the morning, Master Lewin's raven brought a series of good tidings. First, Joffrey has finally met his end. It is said that the imp, Tyrion, poisoned King Joffrey. The ascension of Tommen to the throne bodes well for Winterfell. Moreover, Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands has passed away, and his brother, Euron Greyjoy, has suddenly appeared aboard his ship, claiming to be the rightful heir to the Iron Islands. As a result, Asha Greyjoy has been compelled to abandon the battlefield and return to the Iron Islands to contest the claims of succession. Asha Greyjoy also sent her letter of submission, asserting that she would no longer infringe upon their lands, pledging allegiance to Winterfell, and requesting the release of Theon Greyjoy. Contemplating Theon, who was now bereft of 2 hands and a leg, Emily mused that Asha was indeed playing a masterful game. Theon was the legitimate heir of the Iron Islands and would garner more acceptance from the islanders than Euron could ever hope for. Coincidentally, Theon had been rendered a cripple. Even if he were to become lord, his authority would remain unconvincing. Asha could conveniently hide behind Theon, issuing commands while evading the burdens of her femininity. Nevertheless, Emily found this arrangement agreeable. It would be fortuitous if Asha could curtail the threat posed by Euron, the shark. Emily called for Walder Frey to bring Theon to the council chamber. Beside her, Reek displayed a look of disdain. Why was Theon still alive? Shouldn't he have been executed? Emily, with a knowing glance, replied to Reek, his existence is more advantageous than his demise. Reek, discarding any pretense of servility, raised his chin and questioned Emily. Shouldn't we eliminate a useful enemy at once to prevent future troubles? Intrigued, Emily inquired, who taught you such notions? Reek replied somberly, my father taught me. It was his failure to act that led to his death. Emily was taken aback that Reek could draw such a lesson from Ned's fate. She solemnly conveyed to him, Reek, your father's demise was not due to his failure to slay his enemies, but rather his underestimation of women. He believed that Cersei, upon learning of her exposure, would flee in a panic with her children. The innocent cruelty on young Reek's face revealed a child's ignorance. It was precisely because of his naivete that he loved those who treated him well and desired to vanquish all foes. Emily meticulously dismantled the situation for Reek. Do you think your father could have slain Cersei at that moment? He possessed a sword, even ice. Emily chuckled. Indeed, ice is a fine sword. Yet it could not sever Cersei's head. Had your father acted impulsively and killed Cersei, he would have been unable to justify his actions upon the king's return. The Lannisters would have pressured the king to execute him for Cersei's sake. Your father's error was not in failing to decapitate Cersei immediately, but rather in not swiftly clipping her wings. Reek pondered this thoughtfully. Emily continued her analysis. Consider this. Had your father summoned Lord Tywin at the first hint of Cersei and Jaime's affair and imprisoned the entire Lannister clan, he might have informed King Robert upon his return. Perhaps Robert would have lived, even expressing gratitude toward your father. Wasn't he Robert slain by a boar? Walder Frey entered the council chamber, dragging Theon behind him, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Emily and Reek's discourse. Indeed, Robert met his end at the tusks of a boar, yet it was the wine and Robert's inebriated state that the Lannisters had orchestrated. The outcome of a conflict is never determined merely by bloodshed, but by the balance of power. Reek, observing the motionless form of Theon on the ground, queried, so, since we are now stronger than Theon, we need not eliminate him? Emily noticed Theon tremble slightly, her heart stirred. Whether to kill him depended on the threat he posed to them. Suddenly, Theon cried out in anguish, Emily, Emily, I no longer dare. Spare me, spare me. I will heed your words. Emily disregarded Scene and continued to address Rickon. Do you now understand why I have chosen to release Scene? After a moment of contemplation, Rickon replied, is it because he no longer possesses the power to harm us? Emily's eyes sparkled. Indeed, a teachable spirit. Precisely. An adversary may only be spared when one is assured of their complete lack of threat. If there is no alternative, then elimination is the only option. Scene writhed on the ground, attempting to turn and face Emily but failed, ultimately resigning himself to lying there, pleading, do not kill me. I pose no threat. I am but a loyal dog at your side. Rickon gazed in astonishment at Scene on the ground. Emily approached Scene, smiling as she said, I do not wish for you to be a dog. I need you to return to the Iron Islands. Scene's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, thank you. Emily, I swear my lifelong allegiance to you. Emily turned to Wallentree, instructing, provide him with a change of clothes. When the knights from the Iron Islands arrive, send Scene on his way. Wallentree nodded and dragged Scene out. Rickon then questioned, Emily, why send him back? His words cannot be trusted. What if he returns to the Iron Islands and brings an army to attack us? How can I believe him? After all, I ordered the severing of his hands and a leg merely to incite further chaos in the Iron Islands. Rickon further inquired, is it because Scene would vie for the title of Island Lord upon his return? At that moment, Emily began to contemplate that perhaps Rickon was indeed the most suitable candidate from House Stark to assume the role of Lord. Yes, Rickon, please assist me with these documents. Very well. Originally, Emily had intended to relinquish Winterfell once matters were settled. She chose Rickon because he was the most aligned with her interests. Winterfell was her stronghold in this world and must not falter. Now, she perceived that Rickon possessed both a sense of responsibility to protect his family and the necessary sagacity to be a lord, an impeccable choice. Emily placed Master Reuven beside Rickon to teach him governance. She would instruct him in the intricacies of political maneuvering. In the evenings, Emily and Rickon practiced swordsmanship together. Hoping that Rickon would become a competent lord, Sir Castor Stark finally pried open Lady Shibra's lips, who claimed that it was Lord Tywin who incited them, assuring them that once Robb was dead, he would secure a good match for Jane, either with a lord or an heir. Furthermore, he would knight her sons. Lady Shibara likely did not act maliciously. She had hoped to hedge her bets on both sides. Should Robb triumph, the Westerlings, as Jane's maternal family, would naturally gain more. Yet, if Robb were to fail, she would incur no loss. Sir Castor Stark was evidently furious, cunning chameleon. Eliminate them. Emily inquired. Was Jane aware of this? Sir Castor paused, responding, does it truly matter? Lady Shibara claimed that only she and Sir Rolf Slytherin were privy to this information. However, I doubt it. Jane, having sought out Robb, could not possibly remain oblivious to her mother's intentions. Emily pondered for a moment. Indeed, it was of little consequence. Madame Hibbler and Lord Rofer must be eliminated, regardless of whether Janey was aware of it, for they would inevitably harbor resentment against us in the future. She too must perish. Emily fought the urge to raise her hands, feeling an overwhelming discomfort, as if her fingers were ensnared in a sticky embrace. The thought of casting aside Sir Kashtark and washing her hands thoroughly was tempting. Turning to Sir Kashtark, Emily instructed, go and inform Robb. We must ascertain his thoughts, for he remains our king in the north. The Westerling family had met their demise at Robb's own hand, a fate Emily had not witnessed. According to Jowan and Rickon, Robb had fallen ill upon his return, suffering from a persistent fever, and the remedies prescribed by Master Lewin proved futile, leaving Catelyn in a state of frantic worry. After Robb's fever had subsided, Emily paid him a visit. He lay in a stupor on the bed, with Grey Wind curled at his side. Upon hearing Emily's footsteps, Grey Wind lifted his head briefly before resting it again, surrendering to slumber. Emily was struck by the sight of Robb, still as a corpse, staring blankly at the ceiling. She approached and asked, do you despise me? After a long moment, Robb finally met her gaze and asserted with unwavering conviction, indeed. A pang of alarm gripped Emily, prompting her to inquire further, do you wish to take my life? Robb turned his head away, choking back tears as he lamented, I love her. I am acutely aware of my station. Those around me covet my title. I maintain my integrity, even concealing my affections. I believe Janey loved me. With that, he wept like a child. Emily sighed. You need not bear the burden yourself. A lord must personally execute a criminal. This is what my father taught me. It instills awe in the lord and commands respect from his vassals. I never allow myself to forget. Tears fell from Robb's face, drop by drop. Emily felt a profound sympathy for Robb. Ned had shaped him into a reflection of himself. Honorable, truthful, steadfast, loyal, and valiant. Robb could be a commendable lord and a faithful vassal, yet he was ill-suited to be a king. Do you still aspire to be king? Robb fiercely wiped away his tears, gritting his teeth as he replied, yes, I am left with naught but the kingship. What an antiquated notion. Emily never imagined such a word would find relevance in this world. You shall perish. I can save you only once. Should the opportunity arise again, it will be lost. Robb stared vacantly at the ceiling, silent. My mother inquired what I desired. I responded that I wished to survive. And you, Robb? He maintained his posture, enveloped in silence. Emily was disinterested in this question and turned to leave the room. To her surprise, she encountered Catelyn at the doorway, her face awash with tears. Catelyn sobbed uncontrollably, the veins in her neck pulsing visibly, and, sniffling, she said to Emily, we must converse. Without awaiting a response, she strode ahead. Emily felt an urge to retort, stamping her foot in exasperation, yet ultimately decided to follow. Chapter 42. Emily felt utterly powerless against Catherine. Despite her firm resolve to ignore her and watch her antics coldly, Catherine was accompanied by a brood of little ones. She could neither harm nor scold them. At most, she could only curse her silently from behind. Frustrated, Emily followed Catherine into her chamber. As soon as she stepped inside, Emily paused, overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation. The room was laden with Ned's presence. His garments lay scattered, hanging on the coat rack by the wall. His cup rested beside Catherine's. He had always favored lounging by the roaring fireplace. Emily clenched her fists, furrowing her brow, and demanded, what do you want? There's no need for emotional manipulation. If your requests are too excessive, even my father's favor will not suffice. Catherine appeared somewhat awkward as she replied, I have no such intentions. I simply wish for you to persuade Robb. Emily was skeptical. Really? If I agree, may I leave? Just as she turned to go, Catherine called out, Sansa mentioned that you visited Ned in the dungeons before his demise. Emily squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, inhaled deeply, and then turned back to Catherine, stating, for the last time, reveal your true intentions. My patience is wearing thin. Catherine's expression faltered, visibly embarrassed. When will Robb reclaim his rightful throne? That is all he has left. No one claims Robb is not a king, least of all me, Emily replied. Catherine spat bitterly. But now everyone defers to you. Even my uncle praises you. If you desire the throne for yourself, Robb stands no chance. Finally, Emily exhaled, relieved. At last. You've articulated your thoughts. Frankly, I feel more at ease when you're honest with me. She paused to appreciate the vivid emotions playing across Catherine's face before continuing. Once Robb's health is restored, he will reclaim his power. I will not go back on my word. Catherine forced a smile, though it was strained. But Robb is still preoccupied with that woman, Jane. I fear for his state of mind. After all, Robb is of an age where love ignites fervent passions. He is a Stark. Emily interjected. Starks always prioritize honor. Otherwise, our father would not have perished. Without waiting for Catherine's reaction, Emily swiftly exited the room, aware that her final words had undoubtedly pierced Catherine's heart. Yet what of it? Catherine's foremost concern would always be her children. The moment she used Ned against Emily, she had forsaken him. Upon entering the council chamber, Emily observed Master Luwin pacing anxiously, while Rickon cradled the dire wolf in his arms. Ever since Emily had delegated half of the affairs to Rickon, he had little time to tend to the wolf. As soon as the dire wolf spotted Bran's arrival, it wriggled free from Rickon's grasp and bounded over to play with him. Disappointment clouded Rickon's face. Curiously, Emily inquired, "What has transpired?" Master Luwin's visage was etched with worry, his white hair appearing lackluster and devoid of vitality. News from the Great Wall indicates that the wildlings are launching a large-scale assault. The Night's Watch stationed at Black Castle may prove insufficient to withstand this onslaught. Rickon exclaimed, "Jon is also there." Emily recalled this and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "What news of Stannis and Roose Bolton?" She remembered that the previous wildling attack had been successfully repelled, followed by Stannis's forces besieging and slaughtering them. Since Stannis's failed assault on King's Landing, he had remained holed up on Dragonstone, making no significant moves. Following our unilateral cancellation of the visit to Lord Walder, Roose Bolton had stayed in the town of the Riverlands for a while to appease Lord Walder's wrath. Later, upon hearing of Lady Bolton's pregnancy, Roose took his wife back to Harrenhal, resulting in little noteworthy activity. Master Ruin was well informed of these developments. Stannis would undoubtedly be wary of the strength of Winterfell, particularly given the current stability throughout the north, which features the fewest refugees in the Seven Kingdoms. It seemed unlikely that he would provide aid to Black Castle as he did in the original account. Allowing Robb to lead an army would be an excellent opportunity to win the Night's Watch's favor. However, setting aside Robb's condition, Roose Bolton himself posed a considerable risk. Although the illegitimate Ramsay had perished, he had nevertheless secured for him a vast expanse of the House of Hornwood's territories. After a prolonged hesitation, Emily asked Master Ruin, "Is it possible for us to obtain Stannis' assistance to help us repel the wildlings?" Master Ruin could scarcely believe his ears, repeatedly asking, "Emily, what did you say?" "I may have misheard due to my age." Amused by his reaction, Emily confirmed, "You heard correctly. That is indeed the case." With Ser Roderick yet to return, even upon his arrival, he would be fatigued, and any victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. Given Robb's current state, it would be challenging for him to lead an army, as most of his forces remained in Riverrun. Conversely, Stannis would be the most suitable ally. He shares our common goals. Emily had another crucial point to add. Dragonstone possesses the only known antidote to the White Walkers, dragonglass. However, Master Ruin remained skeptical, bluntly dispelling Emily's daydreams. "Emily, Stannis possesses a limited number of troops. He would not be foolish enough to waste them on us. Moreover, King's Landing is ever watchful of Stannis. Should he lead an army to assist the Night's Watch, it is likely that King's Landing would immediately declare war upon him. Stannis is not oblivious to this reality. What a pity. It would be advantageous if there were one or two fools in this game." With a sigh, Emily conceded that Robb must lead the forces. However, the Boltons needed to be addressed, as they were too close for her comfort. "Emily, while the Bolton family is not entirely compliant, they have not taken any action against us. Rather, it was we who eliminated Roose's only son, Ramsay. We cannot dispatch troops merely due to personal grievances. What difference would that make from Joffrey's reign?" Master Ruin perceived a significant change in Emily upon her return, particularly in this regard. He felt it necessary to counsel her. "Emily, the Bolton family currently lacks an heir. Sir Roose will not mobilize against us at this time, and we have no justification to act against them. Should other vassals learn of our unjust dealings, the reputation of Winterfell would undoubtedly plummet in an instant." Emily pondered this notion, realizing its validity, yet she could not shake off her unease. Should any weakness in Winterfell be exposed, Luke would surely take action. Caught in a dilemma, Emily harbored a plan to procure poison to eliminate Luke Bolton at once, leaving only Lady Warda and her young son vulnerable. However, this scheme bore a critical flaw. Warda was backed by Ward, which posed a significant threat. If Ward were to dispatch a contingent under the pretext of safeguarding Warda and her child, the mere thought sent a shiver down Emily's spine. Presently, the only leaders capable of rallying troops in the city were Sir Castor and her uncle, Blackfish Brinton. Sir Castor was preoccupied with the defense of Winterfell, alternating responsibilities with Lord Roderick. As a man from Riverrun, Brinton would likely face discontent from the soldiers of Winterfell. Robb's condition was precarious, and Bran had yet to take up arms. After a moment's contemplation, Emily addressed Master Ruin. Send a raven to Stannis, informing him that his personal presence is unnecessary. If he could send a contingent of soldiers, I would willingly serve as a hostage on Dragonstone. Poor Master Ruin erupted in fury. Emily, you are the lady of the castle. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Lady of Winterfell proposing to become a hostage for Stannis is preposterous. Just as Emily sought to explain, she was interrupted by Master Ruin's ire. What will become of Winterfell if you leave? Who will assume the role of lady? Do not suggest it be Rickon. He is still a child. Though he has performed admirably these past few days, he lacks the authority to intimidate others. Seizing a moment of respite in Master Ruin's tirade, Emily swiftly responded, let Bran take the lead. He has previously held the title of Lord. Master Ruin regarded her with sympathy. My dear, I fear that will not suffice. You have been preoccupied with Robb. Yet have you not noticed that Bran is not quite himself? He has mentioned Beyond the Wall more than once, even claiming to have transformed into the three-eyed raven, capable of traversing time freely. Emily was taken aback. Could it be that Bran had not abandoned his intentions of venturing beyond the wall? She dashed from the council chamber and burst into Bran's training room. Bran, along with Walder and Jojen, halted their practice, astonished by her entrance. Approaching Bran, she fixed him with an intense gaze and shouted, abandon that thought. Realizing the import of her words, Bran's expression softened with his characteristic gentleness and resolve. Emily, I can feel his call. I should have gone long ago, but you have kept me here. With a playful ruffle of her hair, he smiled and added, in the past, I would have feared such a journey. Now, I feel empowered. I can achieve so much more. Bran's face seemed to radiate with light as he raised his wooden sword and proclaimed, I am Bran Stark, son of the Duke Ned Stark of Winterfell. I can do more. I can do better. Then, with a smile, he glanced down at Emily and asked, are you not proud of me? Tears streamed down Emily's face as she shouted back, proud? Not in the slightest. Do you comprehend the implications of your departure? It signifies a complete abandonment of everything. Emily abruptly threw herself into Bran's embrace, asking, will you forsake us too? Speak. Bran laughed as he held Emily close, assuring her, I shall provide you with even more. In the grand hall, Emily and Rickon sat at the forefront, encircled by Catelyn, Sansa, Bran, and Master Ruin, with even the long-absent Robb present. Robb was the first to voice his concerns. Bran, why do you wish to go to the wall? With the conflict raging between the Night's Watch and the Wildlings, your presence would only exacerbate the turmoil. Emily, you ought to have allowed me to go instead. Emily remained silent, hoping for the others to sway Bran's decision. Catelyn approached Bran, tears glistening in her eyes as she implored, Bran, my dear, your mobility is limited. Should anything unfortunate occur at the wall, what would become of your mother? Sansa interjected, Bran, we have only just reunited as a family, and now you wish to leave us? Yet, Bran continued to gaze at them with his bright, expressive eyes and gently replied, though I may walk with a limp, I possess my hands and my mind. I refuse to spend my life confined within Winterfell, sheltered by your protection. There are endeavors I yearn to pursue. Catelyn turned away, covering her mouth, weeping inconsolably. It is all my fault. Had I heeded Emily's counsel sooner, you might not have broken your leg. You should be galloping upon the battlefield, not languishing in obscurity. Emily sighed. It was unwise to place her hopes in the overly maternal Catelyn. Stealing a glance at Sansa, Emily witnessed her immediate interjection, Bran, there are myriad things you can accomplish. Why must you journey to the wall? Setting aside the war between the Night's Watch and the Wildlings, have you ever commanded troops? How can you combat the Wildlings with merely what you learned from Wallentry? Bran blurted out, I am not going to the Black Castle. I am venturing beyond the wall. This revelation left the assembly astonished. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Bran boldly lifted the covering cloth and declared, I have dreamt of the three-eyed raven. Master Ruin, do you recall the letter Jon once sent? The White Walkers attacked the commander of the Black Castle, Jeor Mormont. We dismissed it then. Yet the three-eyed raven has truly imparted this information to me. Emily tightened her grip, astonished that Bran had perceived the existence of the White Walkers. She pondered whether, if she were to prevent Bran from going today, her efforts alone could halt the impending onslaught of the White Walkers. Bran's proclamation left the others in shock. Sansa managed a strained smile, stammering, how can there be White Walkers? Aren't they mere tales spun by the old nurse? Bran, you jest, do you not? Robb and Catelyn appeared pale with shock, with Catelyn even casting a glance at Emily, as if seeking her approval. Emily raised an eyebrow. Catelyn truly believed in her. Subtly nodding, Emily prompted an immediate reaction from Catelyn, who rushed to Bran's side, exclaiming, Bran, you are fully aware of the White Walker's presence. Why would you choose to go there? What purpose would your journey serve? Robb chuckled. Do not be deceived by Bran's words. There are no White Walkers. Nor is there a three-eyed raven. Catelyn shouted, Robb, be silent. Robb, taken aback by the outburst, stared blankly at Catelyn. Unperturbed, Catelyn continued her counsel. Bran, if you go, what is your purpose? Do you have a plan? Bran evaded the question. I intend to take Jojen, Mira, Hodder, and Summer with me. No, Catelyn exclaimed. You cannot take such a small group. You must bring more. Emily was astonished. She had not anticipated Catelyn's swift betrayal. Thus, Bran's plan was solidified. After exiting the council chamber, Bran lingered behind to address Emily. What are your intentions? Emily tilted her head, feigning ignorance, and asked, What do you mean? When Bran was serious, his gaze was clear, devoid of any distraction. Yet, as he looked directly at Emily, she felt the weight of his scrutiny. Emily smiled but remained silent. You two acknowledge the existence of White Walkers, do you not? That is why you did not exert all your efforts to stop me. Otherwise, you would have done everything in your power to impede my journey, Bran stated assertively. I am preparing to go to Dragonstone. Bran inquired, What is there? It is said there are dragon glass mines. I wish to see for myself, Emily confessed candidly. Bran murmured, Are you implying that dragon glass can combat the White Walkers? Emily revealed everything. There is also fire. If we encounter the dead at the wall, we shall burn them. Satisfied at last, Bran turned to leave. Emily summoned Master Luwin. Master Luwin, send a message to Stannis. Inform him that we are willing to collaborate in the assault on King's Landing, provided he acknowledges Robb as the king in the north and joins forces with us against the wildlings. To demonstrate our sincerity, Winterfell will send its lord as a hostage. Emily, Master Luwin exclaimed. Emily waved her hand, signaling him to calm down. However, Master Luwin seemed to have grown weary of Emily's fixation on Dragonstone and hastily remarked, Emily, while I do not comprehend your obsession with Dragonstone, we evidently have better alternatives. Lady Lisa, Catelyn's sister, is currently in the Eyrie, and Peter Baelish is her husband. They have sent us a proposal, hoping to arrange a marriage between either you or Arya and Robert Arryn. A profound silence enveloped the council chamber. Even Rickon ceased his fidgeting to observe Master Luwin. Under Emily's icy gaze, Master Luwin licked his lips and continued, Emily, the Eyrie is far more trustworthy than Dragonstone. Stannis is now entirely under the control of that red sorceress, and we have no idea what he might do. Master Luwin sought to further delineate the pros and cons of the two options. Emily, losing her composure, shouted, Who is it? Master Luwin paused, evading Emily's inquiry. Emily. This is for the good of Winterfell. Emily was utterly unyielding, asserting, Whose idea was it to marry me off, reclaiming the lordship while selling me for a good price? Her candor sliced through Master Reuven's facade like a sharp blade. Regaining his composure, Master Reuven replied flatly, Winterfell was never yours to begin with. Emily laughed. But what if I refuse to leave? You must go, Emily. It was Catelyn who responded, accompanied by Robb. Not unexpectedly, Emily felt her heart remain calm. Does Bran know? And Sansa? Rickon is with me all day. He surely doesn't know. Robb evaded Emily's piercing gaze, while Catelyn met her eyes directly, stating, Emily, I know your intentions are noble, but I trust myself more. The allure of power is intoxicating, and I fear you may become ensnared, especially since it was never yours to claim. Emily dismissed this, demanding, Answer my question. Catelyn retorted with bitterness. Bran and Sansa have been swayed by your influence to choose you as the Lord. Yet, we do not require their approval. Emily felt a thorn in her throat finally dissolve. What about Sir Casterly? What have you done with him? And Harrenhal? King Robb finally spoke. Emily. Sir Casterly is our vassal. I have merely confined him, and he will come to no harm. Harrenhal and that lad, Joffrey, resisted fiercely and suffered minor injuries. However, you need not worry. Master Reuven has already administered treatment. Emily found it rather ironic and bowed slightly to Robb, saying, Thank you for your kindness, my king. However, I still have one question. Aside from Blackfish Brendan, who else assisted you? It seems unlikely that you could have succeeded so effortlessly alone. Catelyn and Robb remained silent, prompting Master Reuven to speak up. Ser Roderick secretly entered the city 2 days ago. Oh, I see. Emily was uncertain of her feelings. Was it pain, sorrow, or perhaps even relief? A bitter smile crept across her face. She lifted her chin and inquired, "When will I depart?" "I wish to take Harrenhal, Joffrey, and Nymeria with me. As for Sir Casterly, let him return to his lands. He has sworn fealty to House Stark and will not hinder you." Robb's compassion shone brightly as he replied, "That is precisely my intention. We hope you can set out tomorrow, and Bran will leave at that time as well." Emily gently patted the bewildered Rickon, who likely had no idea of the unfolding events, and smiled at Robb. "I understand." Standing tall, Emily exited the council chamber, flanked by 2 guards escorting her back to her quarters. She recalled the day she left Winterfell for King's Landing. It seemed to be a similar, somber stillness. This time, however, Emily was far better prepared, gold, blades, and a waterskin in hand, as she once again cropped her hair, which she had only just managed to regrow. Having meticulously arranged everything, Emily finally embraced Nymeria and drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Emily nonchalantly went to breakfast, while Sansa, seated across from her, curiously observed Emily's hair and remarked, "Why did you cut it like that again? It doesn't look good." Emily refrained from engaging in a quarrel with Sansa and calmly finished her plate of lemon-smoked meat. For such a delectable meal was a rare treat in the wilderness. Catherine, seated at the head of the table, interjected, "Have I mentioned that Emily is departing for Eagle's Nest today?" Sansa and Bran stared blankly at Emily. After a moment, Sansa inquired, "When did this happen?" Catherine replied, "Last night, just as you were about to fall asleep." Sansa set down her cutlery and rose to leave. Emily exhibited no reaction, continuing to savor her meal and even finding the blueberry juice quite delightful. As she departed in the carriage, Sansa questioned, "Did Robb and the others force you to leave?" Emily chose not to dignify the foolish question with a response, glancing at Wallentry and Jowan, who had only sustained minor injuries, as they left Winterfell. Emily had not anticipated returning so swiftly to the desolate and frigid King's Road, at least not at this moment. She had envisioned uprooting House Bolton, contemplating the return of Jaime Lannister in exchange for supplies akin to oil, and reflecting on Theon's recent return from the Iron Islands, along with her policies in the north. However, such thoughts proved futile, as her own safety was now paramount. The number of vagrants along the King's Road had indeed diminished significantly, thanks to the effective orders to eradicate bandits. At least, Emily's party had not encountered a large influx of refugees or robbers in the 5 days since their departure. Robb and Catherine had dispatched 20 knights to escort Emily, and alongside Wallentry, who bore a wound to his abdomen, and Jowan, who had suffered a head injury. Emily found solace in the company of Sansa and Rickon, who had brought along their dire wolves, Lady and Ghost. Thus, Emily now possessed 3 dire wolves, and she felt confident that, as long as she avoided armies, she could traverse the 7 kingdoms with impunity. Reflecting on her current predicament, Emily concluded that heading to Eagle's Nest was a less than ideal choice. The current Lord of Eagle's Nest, Robert Arryn, was a spoiled child, potentially destined to become the second Joffrey. While Emily was confident in her ability to manipulate Robert Arryn, the presence of the neurotic Lisa Tully and the cunning Peter Baelish complicated matters considerably. Investing so much effort in Eagle's Nest seemed a clear miscalculation. Thus, 3 alternatives remained. Daenerys Targaryen had already claimed dominion over Meereen, yet it was evident that the city was embroiled in internal strife. Furthermore, the thought of approaching 3 dragons with 3 direwolves conjured images of a bloody encounter. The second option was to travel to Castle Black of House Stark, where Emily might not wield absolute authority, but would undoubtedly receive a warm welcome. However, should she choose this path, she could not guarantee that Robb and Catherine would not perceive her intentions as treasonous, and if they decided to march against her, Castle Black would surely not withstand an assault. The third option is to go incognito to Dragonstone. Although perilous, and fraught with the ambiguity of allies and foes posed by the Red Priestess, Dragonstone undeniably serves as a pivotal instrument in the war against the others. Once grasped, it could guarantee an unassailable position in the forthcoming turmoil. In an instant, Emily resolved to journey to Dragonstone. She opened the carriage door and called out to a knight clad in a shimmering aquamarine cloak resembling a white mermaid. "Halt. I require a respite." This leading knight was a member of House Manderley, loyal to Robb, named Jon Snow. Jon, the acknowledged bastard of Wyman Manderley, the current Lord of White Harbor, was raised by Wyman in White Harbor, harboring unwavering loyalty towards him. Although Jon would heed Emily's counsel, he remained reticent throughout the journey, merely nodding or shaking his head in response. Emily almost presumed him to be mute until she overheard him remarking to his soldiers about her silver tongue, suggesting they ought not to converse with her. Infuriated, Emily retaliated by flinging a blueberry pie at Jon. Subsequently, she issued a direct command, confident that he could not claim she had beguiled him. Once more, Dalazin remained silent, merely instructing his soldiers to halt and camp by the roadside. Emily descended from the carriage and approached the rear vehicle to check on Wallentry and Jowan. Jowan was seated, polishing the longsword black blade that Bran had gifted him, while Wallentry lay on the opposite side, nursing his wounds. Emily whispered, "How are your injuries?" Jowan countered with a question of his own, "What do you intend to do?" Taken aback, Emily exclaimed, "How did you know I had something in mind?" "I was just coming to a realization." Wallentry and Jowan exchanged glances, then spoke in unison. "If you could obediently follow Robb's orders to the Eyrie, you would not be Emily." Emily's expression darkened as her fingers unconsciously drummed against the seat cushion. "You all know I will not submit easily, so it is evident that Dalazin is aware as well." Wallentry candidly remarked, "Indeed. It is nearly impossible for the three of us to break free. Fortunately, we have the three from White Harbor." "Absolutely not." Emily firmly rejected the notion. "Though they are escorting me under Robb's orders, they are soldiers of Winterfell, and I cannot allow the direwolves to take action." Wallentry spread his hands. "Then we cannot escape. What I do not comprehend, Emily, is why you refuse to marry Robert Arryn. Frankly, he is of comparable age to you and is the Lord of the Eyrie. He should be a commendable choice." Emily's demeanor darkened further as she turned to Jowan. "Do you share this sentiment?" Jowan fixed his gaze upon Emily and replied, "I shall always stand by your side." "Emily, since you are unwilling, there must be a reason behind your decision. All I can do is assist you." Before Emily could respond, Wallentry playfully punched Jowan on the shoulder. "Mind your words, lad. Though Emily is undoubtedly astute, she is still young and may not comprehend many matters. We ought to guide her at this juncture." Jowan lowered his head in silence. Emily suddenly felt a profound weariness in her heart, even beginning to question the purpose of her relentless efforts. She gently caressed her forehead, offering a bittersweet smile, and declared, "In that case, let us proceed to Eagle's Nest." With that, she turned and descended from the carriage. Slumped within her vehicle, Emily reflected on the past, contemplating whether she had erred from the very beginning. She had always sought to alter the choices of others, inevitably provoking resistance, for no one relishes being compelled to make a decision. Now that Robb and Catelyn were aware of the future, Emily had become obsolete to them, a hindrance rather than an asset. This was precisely why Catelyn had resolutely abandoned her. Emily believed it was time to chart a future for herself. Without Lisa and Peter, Eagle's Nest, which was easily defensible and strategically located between Winterfell and King's Landing, adjacent to Dragonstone, presented an excellent opportunity for self-empowerment. Furthermore, the climate there was conducive to the survival of dire wolves, making it an appealing destination indeed. Outside, a loud call echoed, and the carriage began to move as White Spirit, Fluffy, and Lady rushed in, settling at Emily's feet. In a trance-like state, Emily fixated on the three dire wolves, tenderly stroking each of their heads. Perhaps she could orchestrate a grand undertaking. A voice from outside interrupted her reverie. "Miss Emily, could you please let the direwolves down? The horses pulling the carriage are frightened by them, and their combined weight is significantly slowing our pace." Emily pretended not to hear, continuing to dwell on her thoughts. After calling out a couple more times, Daryl, seeing Emily's lack of response, relented. During a temporary respite that evening, Emily took the direwolves for a bath. Lady and White Spirit patiently awaited Emily's service, while Fluffy, whose name belied his demeanor, turned bath time into a battle. Emily, cradling Fluffy's head with one arm and stepping on his front leg with her foot, found herself perspiring profusely before she had even begun. She resolved to wash herself first. Observing Fluffy, who was nestled in a pile of decaying leaves, utterly exhausted, she decided to employ her secret weapon, White Spirit. As expected, with a mighty howl, White Spirit subdued Fluffy. Emily then ushered Fluffy to the stream, allowing the mud caked upon him to wash away, before using a brush to groom his fur. Emily, turning to the sound, she saw Jowan, his expression serious. Curiously, she inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not instructed to remain in the carriage to recuperate?" Jowan did not reply but instead sat down beside Emily. She tightened her grip on Fluffy's tail, who, with a wide-open mouth, let out a howl directed at Emily. A swift glare from White Spirit silenced him. Continuing her grooming, Emily asked Jowan, "Do you need something? Your silence is uncharacteristic." Jowan gazed at the shimmering surface of the river illuminated by the torchlight, and after a lengthy pause, turned to Emily and asked, "Have you made your decision?" Casually, Emily replied, "What decision? Whether to go to Dragonstone or Eagle's Nest?" Jowan responded, snatching the brush from her hand. Seizing the moment, Fluffy leapt from the stream and scampered away. Startled, Emily turned to Jowan and asked, "What is wrong with you? Where do you wish to go?" In the dim light, half of Jowan's face was shrouded in darkness, his expression devoid of any semblance of a smile. A sense of foreboding gripped Emily's heart, compelling her to urgently inquire. What is wrong? Please tell me, perhaps I can help. Jon spoke in a low tone. Emily, am I truly worthless? You granted me the opportunity to learn. Yet before a true knight, I cannot even withstand 2 blows. I cannot save you, nor can I protect myself. Emily, momentarily reassured, sought to comfort Jon with a smile. It's not about cunning, we simply lack the odds. Besides, you are but one person, and even with Wallentry, how could we possibly stand against an entire army? Do not take this to heart. That is not the point. Jon's tone remained unchanged. Since my father's death, you have been the only person I care about. I swear to the 7 gods to protect you, yet now I find myself powerless. Concerned for Jon's state, Emily urged. But you are protecting me just by standing by my side and supporting me. You are only 11. You are still so young, and there is little you can do. Suddenly, Jon erupted, shouting at Emily, Emily, have you forgotten that you are merely 6 years old? You are even smaller than I. Just look, White Spirit could swallow you whole. Why do you always stand in front? Do you realize how dangerous that is? Emily paused, glancing down at her small feet and short legs. Even seated, she was only half of Jon's height. Struggling for words, she stammered, well, you cannot compare yourself to me. I must compare myself to you. Otherwise, I will never stand by your side. In the flickering glow of the torchlight, Jon's expression twisted with a hint of madness, causing Emily to shrink back in fear. Grasping her small arms, Jon fixed his gaze on her, exclaiming, Emily, why would you sacrifice your entire life for a mere eagle's nest city? You could stand on my shoulders and conquer the world. Emily's lips were parched, her heart feeling as though it had been mercilessly gripped and crushed. She had not anticipated Jon's feelings to be so profound. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, Emily attempted to convey the harsh realities of the world, yet all that escaped her lips was, who gave you such confidence? Jon appeared deeply wounded, releasing Emily and muttering a low laugh. Indeed, I cannot even protect myself. With that, he turned to leave, clenching her fists. Emily's gaze darkened as she observed Jon's retreating figure. Jon, you are only 11. Jon paused momentarily. Emily summoned every ounce of strength to continue. You have no idea how insignificant we are in this world. I do not even know when we might perish in the muck. Nor do I know if I am walking towards oblivion, or if I will survive until tomorrow. Heavy breaths escaped her lips. Without turning back, Jon simply replied, I understand. Understand what? Emily lacked the strength to press further. Resigned, she lay on the damp grass by the riverbank, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. The memory of embarking on a daring adventure to the Red Fortress with Xiao feels like a distant past, so distant that Emily almost perceives them as one entity. It has been so long that she has forgotten that Xiao was initially lured by her deception involving Bai Ling. With her eyes swollen, Emily plunged her hands into the frigid river, pressing against her eyes with fervor, attempting to mask her vulnerability. Bai Ling and the others watched her with curiosity. While the fluffy dog approached for a sip of the river water, letting out a couple of whines towards Emily. Seeing her unresponsive, it tried again. Emily couldn't help but chuckle, embracing the fluffy dog and planting a couple of kisses, exclaiming, I can drink water. No need for your instruction, but thank you. The fluffy dog, in a spirited protest, leapt from her embrace and howled at her. Bai Ling positioned itself protectively in front of Emily, baring its fangs. Emily observed, wide-eyed, as 2 Arctic wolves confronted each other, feeling utterly speechless. The lady sat obediently to the side, stifling a yawn. Indeed, Arctic wolves are unique creatures. Emily, you should return. Emily gazed in surprise at Xiao, who turned his face away from her. A surge of joy coursed through her as she sprang to her feet, realizing. Understanding at last. She tugged at Bai Ling's head, declaring, let us go back. Xiao was evidently still upset, striding ahead without waiting for her short legs. Soon disappearing from sight, Emily dared not utter a word, obediently trailing behind, her steps uneven until her right foot sank into a muddy pit, completely saturating her shoe with muck. Taking a deep breath, Emily endeavored to calm herself as she dragged her heavy, unseemly right foot to sit by a nearby iron tree. Lifting her right foot, a putrid stench assaulted her senses, causing her to cough loudly. Holding her breath, she forcefully pulled at her shoe, and with a resounding plop, it detached, splattering mud all over her. Stunned, Emily hurled the foul shoe away, only for the fluffy dog to scamper back, retrieving it, and placing it at her feet. Staring blankly at the stinky shoe before her, she then glanced up at the adorable fluffy dog. Letting out a long sigh, Emily patted the mud from the shoe and slipped it back on her foot. Covered in filth, each step produced a squelching sound. drawing the attention of all three Arctic wolves, who tilted their heads in bewilderment at her soiled footwear. Finally managing to rejoin the group, the squelching noises garnered everyone's gaze. And Emily felt as if she were a glaring 1,000-watt light bulb. Xiaowen hurried over to support her, quietly inquiring, "What happened to you?" What could Emily possibly say? Struggling to maintain her smile, she awkwardly replied, "Nothing much." "Are you no longer angry?" Xiaowen's expression soured, and he flung her hand away, striding off. Emily wished she could slap her own mouth for its imprudent words. Abandoned by Xiaowen, she could only face the collective gaze of the others. Slowly making her way back to her carriage. Upon entering, she covered her face in humiliation, feeling utterly ashamed. Thus, Emily had her dinner in the carriage. Sulking in the corner, filled with frustration over the bizarre turn of events, Emily nearly tossed all three of the white spirits out. Though the fluffy dog might not have appreciated it, she lay languidly in the carriage, her thoughts hazy as she contemplated what to do upon arriving at Eagle's Nest City. Suddenly, the fluffy dog began whimpering incessantly. A sense of foreboding washed over Emily, prompting her to sit up and ascertain the cause of the disturbance. However, she found herself utterly devoid of strength, even the act of raising her hand proving to be a Herculean task. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on her back, and with a slight bite of her tongue, she strained to prop herself up with her arm, pulling aside the carriage curtain to peer outside. To her astonishment, the soldiers of Dalek lay sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. Dalek himself was collapsed alongside his horse, his eyes wide open in shock. It appeared that Dalek had spotted Emily, glaring at her with an intensity that was almost comical. Emily mused to herself, "Fool. At a time like this, you should be contemplating your escape rather than glaring at me." Was it possible that Dalek believed she had drugged them? The thought struck her with clarity. Dalek might indeed think she was responsible, as he had presumed she would flee. Emily had unwittingly brought misfortune upon herself. Turning her gaze towards the carriage of Xiaowen and Valentry behind her, she noted a disconcerting stillness. Clearly, she could not rely on them either. The fluffy dog continued to whimper at her feet, while the white spirits and the lady had fallen into a deep slumber. How careless. It seemed they were now wholly at the mercy of fate. Drowsiness washed over her in waves, and though Emily struggled to keep her eyes wide open, her eyelids gradually succumbed to gravity. Another bite of her tongue was in vain, as even the fluffy dog had fallen silent. Listening intently to the sounds outside, she finally discerned the distant clatter of hooves. It seemed a considerable number of people had arrived, dismounting in unison. Emily overheard a man speaking, indicating that they had all collapsed. "Bring the people from the carriage down," he commanded. In a panic, Emily shut her eyes and feigned sleep, only to hear someone exclaim, "My lord, this one is still awake." A tightness gripped Emily's heart. The White Mermaid, if her memory served her right. This was the sigil of the Mandrell family from the north. What a surprise to still see it. Yet, young Mandrell, you ought not to have ventured beyond the north. "Kill him," came the chilling command, followed by the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn and thrust, with Dalek unable to utter even a cry of anguish. Tears welled in Emily's eyes. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was yanked open. Emily could not discern the intruder's features, but she saw him retreating, exclaiming, "My 7 gods! What is that?" His voice seemed to attract others, and soon a tall figure lifted the curtain anew. Backlit, Emily could not make out his visage, but she heard him chuckle, "Icefield Wolf. And our future lady of the city, Miss Emily. Miss Emily, no need to feign slumber. Your rapid breathing has betrayed you." At last, Emily recognized the identity of her visitor, Peter Belishi. She widened her eyes, desperate to glimpse his appearance, yet it was futile. She longed to demand an explanation for his actions, yet words eluded her. Peter extended his arms, lifting Emily from the carriage with ease, casually instructing those behind him. "Eliminate those Icefield wolves." Emily's heart jolted, her trembling hands striking wildly at Peter as she shouted, "No. If you dare to kill, I will take my own life." The surrounding crowd seemed taken aback, while Peter maintained his signature smile, leisurely responding, "Our dear Miss Emily can indeed speak. How astonishing. If only you would heed her words and spare those ice wolves. I had no intention of slaughtering everyone. That would be tantamount to opposing Winterfell, where my beloved Catherine resides." Emily was engulfed in shock and fear, cold sweat clinging to her clothes. Her earlier outburst had drained her of all strength, leaving her to slump weakly in Peter's embrace. She fixated intently on Peter's subordinates, terrified that they might suddenly harm White Spirit and the others. True to his word, Peter refrained from a massacre, instead mounting a horse with Emily and heading south along King's Road. The biting cold wind pierced through Emily's garments, and the horse's galloping was jarring. She felt a tumult in her stomach and vomited all over Peter. Eventually, Peter came to a halt, his expression darkening as he tossed Emily to another man. Overwhelmed by the pungent odor of sweat from the man holding her, Emily retched again, nearly losing her stomach once more. Peter tore off his silk robe and threw it to the ground, approaching her to grip her cheeks tightly. I have heard of you from the octopus spider. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. I've also been informed that you are the Lord of Winterfell. I initially intended to test the waters with the identity of Lady Lisa, but who would have thought Catelyn would actually consent? I came specifically to see you tonight. In that moment, Emily understood the despair behind the phrase, I am the fish on the chopping block. She had no desire to utter a single word or move a finger, resigning herself to Peter's grasp. Peter chuckled at Emily's disheveled and filthy state. We have ample time to continue this discussion. As Emily closed her eyes, the distant sound of chaotic hoofbeats reached her ears. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Who could it be? Might they be here to rescue her? Emily widened her eyes, disregarding the pain from Peter's grip on her cheeks, straining to see in the direction of the sound. Peter, seemingly startled as well, released Emily and shouted, "Mount up." Quickly, Emily struggled fiercely, attempting to delay the man holding her from mounting his horse, only to receive a sharp slap across her face. Dazed, a buzzing filled her ears, and her nose throbbed painfully, blood trickling forth. She had no opportunity to gather herself before being tossed onto the horse's back. The man carrying Emily treated her with utter disregard, merely securing her behind him as he charged forward on horseback, desperately gripping the saddle to prevent herself from falling. Emily felt her lingering dizziness surge anew. As her grip slackened, she tumbled to the ground, completely losing consciousness. When Emily awoke, her face was bound, and darkness enveloped her surroundings. Emily extended her hand to touch her face, feeling the rough texture, with strips entwined like fabric. The strip on her lips emitted a pungent odor reminiscent of sheep dung, causing her breath to hitch. She attempted to speak, but a sharp pain rendered her mute. Only able to explore her surroundings with her hands, she discerned that she was on a bed, covered by a thin, slightly damp mattress. Emily tapped the bed and strained to listen, but silence enveloped her. Moving her legs yielded no response. A sense of dread settled within her. She felt no pain, yet could not move. Slowly, she propped herself up, gingerly pinching her legs, but still felt not a trace of discomfort. She struck her legs with force, yet the pain eluded her. Tears threatened to spill, but her voice was stifled, and the fabric on her face absorbed the tears before they could be noticed. Resigned, Emily lay back down, weeping silently. She dared not ponder the fate of her legs. Was this the price of altering her world? Would she, like Bran in the original tale, spend her life confined to a wheelchair? Bran had the giant Arya to support him, but what of her? Would she be forever trapped in this place? Who would care for her? What of Jon? What of Valentry? She yearned to call out, yet only managed feeble sounds. If Jon and Valentry had rescued her, surely they would remain by her side. Where had they gone? Were they safe? Who had come to her aid? Emily remained in a state of uncertainty, patiently awaiting answers. Suddenly, she felt the bed shift, startling her. Gripping the thin blanket beneath her, she focused intently. Indeed, the bed was moving. She must be on a carriage or a ship. Straining to listen, she detected not a single sound from outside. Time slipped away, hours? A day? She could not tell. Fearful of sleep, she lay motionless, wary of making a sound, listening intently for the faintest noise from beyond. Then, a loud clatter echoed, a door opening. Her heart raced, and she steadied her breath, listening intently. Next came a series of heavy footsteps, clattering rhythmically, as if someone were walking on wooden boards. Rise and shine. You lazybones. Up and at it. What are you still doing in bed? Caught off guard by the sudden commotion, Emily shivered, but quickly reassured herself. The voices outside continued to berate, exclaiming frustration over having purchased such useless individuals, demanding they cease their idleness and get to work. Did they require a kick to rouse their spirits? Emily marveled at the man's robust voice, astonished at his ability to scold for such an extended period. She chided herself for allowing her thoughts to wander amidst such chaos. The man's tirade seemed effective, as one by one, doors opened, followed by a cacophony of footsteps and the grumbling of others. Emily had yet to ponder who might be outside when, with a loud crash, the door to her room was seemingly forced open, followed by a scolding voice. Hey, little brat, are you awake? If not, I'll toss you overboard to feed the fish. It had been a decade since Fred had rescued her. Each day, Emily dragged her injured leg to assist Fred, who was a captain of a modest vessel, yet a formidable figure in his own right. Perhaps due to his lack of children, Fred treated Emily kindly, even bestowing upon her the moniker Scar, a reflection of the myriad of scars that adorned her face, which had stubbornly remained vivid over the years. Emily also bore a dagger-like scar, which Fred naturally associated with her name. Surprisingly, she felt a sense of joy at no longer having to wander under the name of Emily Stark. She had inquired Fred about the circumstances of her rescue, to which he casually responded, "I was with a bunch of fools transporting goods to the ship for sale along the coast. While passing King S Road, I went into the woods to relieve myself and stumbled upon a bloody leg. It startled me. You were buried beneath the leaves, yet I saw you still had breath. So I pulled you up and wrapped you up a bit. To my astonishment, you actually survived." Though she wished to ask if anyone had come looking for her, she hesitated, tracing her fingers over her leg and face, ultimately choosing silence. Over time, she ceased to dwell on that matter, finding contentment in her current life. While Fred fished, Emily assisted by baiting hooks. When he steered the ship, she nestled against his leg, gazing out at the vast sea. For a decade, she had followed Fred, attending to his needs as if she were his own daughter. On rainy days, when her leg ached and she struggled to walk, Fred would carry her about, much to the crew's amusement, who would mock him for rescuing a turtle. Yet Fred would retaliate with such fervor that none dared to retort. Over those 10 years, Emily blossomed into a young woman. Though her scars and injured leg rendered her unappealing to suitors, she had matured nonetheless. She traversed the coastal regions alongside Fred, exploring every nook and cranny. Numerous events unfolded during this time, and Emily was astonished to learn that Tywin Lannister had not perished. He had withstood Cersei's accusations against Tyrion, thereby protecting him. This seemed plausible, as Jaime was incapacitated, languishing in the dungeons of Winterfell in the company of rats, leaving Tywin with only Tyrion to rely upon. Tywin attributed Joffrey's demise to Lady Olenna of Highgarden, reprimanding Queen Marjorie in the process. King's Landing had grown eerily tranquil, a testament to the adage that experience holds its own wisdom. Winterfell retained its former visage, with Robb halting his expansion, focusing instead on the threat posed by the White Walkers at the Wall. Daenerys Targaryen had yet to emerge from Meereen. Ensnared in the quagmire of conflict between slaves and nobles, Stannis remained a coward, refusing to step foot off Dragonstone. A peculiar equilibrium had settled among the realms. Recently, they had even united to temporarily repel the White Walkers, an intriguing development indeed. Overall, all is tranquil. The world has not crumbled due to the loss of Emily. She finds it difficult to articulate her feelings, yet it seems that the mission to save Winterfell has reached its conclusion. Emily's only regret lies in her ignorance of the fates of Jowan and Valentary. She wonders if they are safe and if they still remember her. Shaking her head, she admonishes herself to cease dwelling on such trivialities and to focus on more tangible tasks. The weather has been inclement these days, and Emily's legs have begun to ache with a fine, needle-like pain. Fred, too, has aged and must avoid suspicion. He can no longer carry Emily around as he once did. Thus, Emily remains confined to the cabin, mending fishing nets. Soaked to the bone, Fred bursts in, exclaiming, Scar, come here. Look at the cod I caught. Tonight, I shall prepare fish for you." Emily tilts her head and replies with a smile, "I see. But it is still raining outside. Do not venture out again." Fred dismisses her concerns, saying, "What is there to fear from a little rain? These few fish are merely enough for you. Catch a few more for those foolish fellows to enjoy. That should quell their incessant complaints." Emily refrains from further persuasion. The crew's grumbling about Fred's favoritism towards her has persisted for some time, and she finds herself unable to prove that she is not a mere burden, silently enduring the whispers. However, a flicker of worry crosses Emily's mind. Ever since the news of the White Walkers emerged, the weather has grown increasingly frigid. The interminable winter seems resigned to linger in this place, refusing to depart. Coupled with these recent days of relentless rain at sea, the cold has intensified. Emily has wrapped herself in several layers of fur, while the fish have retreated into the depths of the ocean, leaving Fred unable to catch anything for quite some time. Fred's home on land has long since been destroyed. He possesses only this small boat. Should winter persist, it is likely that Fred's vessel will not endure either. With no food, the 7 souls aboard the small boat would likely flee in an instant, leaving only Fred and Emily to face the dire prospect of subsisting on seawater. They cannot afford to remain idle. Emily has contemplated numerous strategies and considered persuading Fred to settle down, but his captain's spirit is unmistakably strong. He refuses to relinquish his dream. Emily even incited the crew to abandon ship, believing it would compel Fred to halt his relentless pursuit. Yet the crew gazed at her as if she were a fool, privately dubbing her chameleon. Emily could only laugh in disbelief. Was not the chameleon Sean? In the face of such circumstances, Emily was uncertain whether to feel anger or gratitude for the crew's loyalty to Fred. Ultimately, she chose to set the matter aside. believing that when the boat reaches the bridge, it will find its way naturally, and even in adversity, so many crew members would surely find their escape. Yet reality soon proved otherwise, revealing that the boat may not find its way easily, and storms indeed await. Suddenly, fierce winds whipped across the surface of the sea, and the sails of the small boat strained against the gusts, producing a cacophonous sound. Towering waves, sufficient to engulf 2 stories, surged directly towards the vessel. The cries of the crew and Fred's furious shouts were completely drowned out. Emily, drenched in rain, clung desperately to the edge of the cabin. Yet the small boat swayed violently in the storm, rendering her injured leg incapable of supporting her. She wiped the rain from her face continuously, squinting to catch sight of Fred, who was commanding from the bow. Despite the chilly winter air, Fred had stripped down to a mere thin linen shirt, his hands deftly maneuvering the helm while he shouted orders to the crew. However, the bow of the small boat pointed straight up towards the heavens, and Emily could scarcely maintain her grip on the cabin. Resolutely, she shed her garments until she was left in only her undergarments, her body trembling with cold as she huddled tightly. Watching the erratic motion of the boat, she relinquished her grip and flung herself towards the railing. With barely a moment to catch her breath, she reached out to grasp the side of the vessel. The fierce wind lashed at her face, hurling raindrops against her skin. She could even hear the faint cracking sound on her face, and in that moment, she felt a strange relief that her skin bore scars, sparing her the sorrow of new wounds. Determinedly, Emily turned her back to the storm, inching her way towards Fred at the bow. He was her only hope. She could not afford to lose him again. It seemed as though she heard him calling her name, and instinctively she turned her head, only to be thrust into the icy embrace of the sea. In an instant, the tumultuous waters engulfed her, and she instinctively struggled against the encroaching waves. As someone pulled her upward towards the surface, Emily forced her eyes open and glimpsed Fred's weathered face, etched with lines of worry. Her leg throbbed painfully, yet she strained to assist him in swimming, and together they broke through the surface. Gasping for air, Emily cried out, "Fred! Fred! Are you all right?" Fred paid her no mind, his gaze fixed vacantly on the debris floating in the water. Emily noticed the remnants of their shattered boat, realizing that Fred had thrown himself overboard to save her. Yet, it was evident that the vessel had been utterly destroyed by the ferocious waves. Fred's dreams of captaincy lay in ruins. With urgency, Emily patted Fred's shoulder and exclaimed, "Fred, we must leave this place. It is not safe. We can find another boat." Fred glanced at her, then swam towards a larger piece of driftwood for her to hold on to. A wave of unease washed over Emily as she asked, "Fred, what are you planning to do?" Fred managed a strained smile, assuring her, "Fear not. I cannot perish just yet. If I were to die, you would likely not survive either. I must check if any crew members are still alive." Emily tugged at his sleeve, insisting, "We cannot go now. The storm has not abated, and the waves could strike at any moment. It is far too perilous." Fred shook off her grasp, asserting, "This is my duty. I am the captain. Stay here and wait. If the waves come, paddle away from the danger, and I shall return swiftly." Emily could not acquiesce, gripping Fred tightly, and though he cast her off once, she seized him again. Fred, in a fit of desperation, pushed the wooden board he was holding away from him, creating distance between himself and Emily, slipping away like a small fish. When Emily turned again, all she could see was the pitch-black sky merging with the vast, tumultuous sea. The torrential rain continued unabated, and Emily's body temperature plummeted. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, and her entire body trembled. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, fixating on the wreckage of the small boat in the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of Fred's figure. Time passed, and as the fierce winds began to abate, the relentless downpour softened considerably. At last, Emily spotted Fred's silhouette emerging. Ecstatic, she called out, "Fred! Fred! Over here!" Fred waved back at her, dragging a large wooden board as he swam closer. It was then that Emily noticed 2 pallid crew members clinging to the board. She nudged the board towards Fred, allowing him to grasp it. Fred addressed the 3 of them, saying, "We need to find a safe place to take refuge and preserve our lives. We shall discuss other matters later." Emily nodded fervently, clutching Fred's arm tightly. Fred gently patted Emily's head and reassured her, "Don't worry, I won't venture out again. After searching for so long, I only found those 2. The rest have either fled or perished. There is no longer any need to go back." With that, Fred took Emily's hand and guided the 2 others toward the nearest land. Before long, Emily could bear it no longer. Her legs were numb, and her hands nearly seized up, clawing at the board like a bird's talons, submerged in the frigid sea. Her lips turned icy, and her whole being grew rigid. She attempted to call out to Fred ahead, but no sound escaped her lips. Emily felt herself slowly sinking, her body growing colder. The terror of death enveloped her as memories of the bustling winter city, Jowen's hopeful gaze, Bai Ling's moist tongue, Valentry's cold sword, Ned's warm embrace, Fred's broad shoulders. The haughty Sansa and the innocent Rickon flooded her mind. Everything before her began to fade, and Emily strained to widen her eyes, but her vision continued to narrow. She could even hear the faint sound of the water lapping over her head. There was no time to reflect on her two lives. She succumbed to unconsciousness. In a stark office, cold desks partitioned the room into neat little sections. The rhythmic tapping of keyboards echoed. Mealy sat comfortably in a chair with a soft backrest, the wheels gliding gracefully across the white floor. She felt confident in her small domain. On her desk, a thermos emblazoned with Snoopy contained sweet pear soup lovingly prepared by her mother, while a sleek black bag, a gift from her father to celebrate her employment, rested nearby. Mealy lounged in her chair, occasionally sipping from her coffee mug, her computer displaying design drafts. She contemplated a visit to the pastry shop across the street to buy a box of durian pastries for her mother, her favorite treat. As the clock struck 5, Mealy rose, exchanged greetings with her colleagues, and hurried downstairs, eager to avoid the increasing crowd at the shop. After a harrowing wait of 30 seconds, Mealy rushed across the street, only to find herself confronted by a massive truck barreling towards her, leaving her no time to glimpse the driver. As she lay on the ground, her face smeared with blood, an intense pain coursed through her features, not from the crushing weight of the wheels, but akin to the sting of a relentless slap. Emily jolted awake with a shiver. As she beheld Fred's large, wet hand swinging towards her, she quickly shut her eyes and shouted, "I'm awake. I'm awake." The anticipated pain never came. Tentatively, she opened one eye to catch a glimpse of Fred. He was drenched, his matted, dirty blonde hair dripping with water, and his face flushed, whether from cold or agitation remained a mystery. In a swift motion, Fred scooped Emily into his arms, embracing her tightly, and scolded, "You foolish girl. How could you not say you were struggling? I only noticed you were missing when I turned around." He continued, "If you had died, who would support me for the rest of my days?" Fred's grip was so constricting that Emily found it hard to breathe, provoking a fierce cough. Realizing his error, Fred released her, opting instead for a gentle shake. "Are you all right? Your fever has only just subsided. You must rest." Emily's head bobbed violently with the shaking, her neck nearly snapping. She cried out, "Let go of me. You're going to be the death of me." Quickly, Fred steadied her, offering a sheepish smile. "I didn't realize my strength. Rest easy. I'll prepare something to eat." With that, he rose and departed. Emily took the opportunity to survey her surroundings. It appeared Fred had brought her to an island. Beneath her was a moist, sandy beach. Before her lay the darkened sea under the night sky, and behind her were layers of rocks sculpted by the waves. Apart from Fred, no one else was in sight, allowing Emily to relax a little, though her legs felt stiff and numb from the cold. Fred returned, clutching several crabs, and proclaimed, "Since we can't catch fish now, we'll make crab soup, warm and delicious." Stunned into silence, Emily finally asked, "Where's the pot?" Fred looked around, scratching his head before chuckling. "Then we'll roast them. I can start a fire, don't worry. You won't go hungry." He dashed off again in search of dry wood. Emily covered her face as she watched Fred tending to the fire. "Where are we exactly? What happened to the 2 people you rescued? Why can't I see them?" Fred, engrossed in managing the crabs making a dash for freedom, replied, "Didn't you notice? Look at that castle, can't you tell? We are on Dragonstone. As for those 2, they fled long ago. I can't let them eat our food." The 2 individuals were of no consequence to Emily. She turned her gaze back to the castle Fred had pointed out, a sense of dread washing over her. Why did they keep returning to this place? The plot thickened like a mischievous sprite at play. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "How did we end up here?" Fred laughed heartily. "We were always near Dragonstone. Swimming here is hardly extraordinary." Chapter 48. It is uncertain how long they have wandered, enveloped in an eternal night. Fred, bearing Emily upon his back, trudges forward with labored steps. The meager morsels of crab meat they had consumed earlier have long been depleted, and Emily finds herself famished. Her stomach pressed against her spine. As she reaches to feel Fred's forehead, her hand becomes slick with his perspiration. Unable to contain herself, she implores, "Shall we rest for a moment? You have scarcely eaten, and carrying me for such a duration must surely exhaust you." With a sudden jolt, Fred shifts Emily upward and exhales a heavy breath, stating, "No, we cannot stop now. The chill is so intense that if we pause, the warmth will dissipate, and we risk freezing to death out here." Faced with no alternative, Emily frequently wipes the sweat from Fred's brow with her sleeve. Fred stumbles, nearly tossing Emily aside. But fortunately, his long legs stretch out just in time to steady himself. Regaining his balance, he quickly inquires, Scar, are you all right? Still shaken, Emily replies, her heart racing. I am fine. Are you hurt? Fred bursts into laughter. The captain is not yet old. Fear not. The darkness conceals the terrain completely, rendering the path invisible. Emily cannot help but complain, why has dawn not yet arrived? Daylight would be a blessing. Fred pauses momentarily before responding, Scar, have you not realized? The long night has come. Winter's chill and the lengthened night suggest we ought to journey further south. His words send a shiver down Emily's spine, prompting her to exclaim in panic, what do you mean? Wasn't the sun just setting when we dined? Indeed, but when I fished you from the water, the sun had only just risen. Even if today is not the longest night, it is not far off, Fred explains between heavy breaths. Emily glances around. The familiar scenery now obscured, and after having traveled for some time, she perceives no sign of dawn on the horizon. She swallows hard, conceding that the long night is, indeed, upon them. Will the others come? She asks hesitantly. Fred replies robustly, as though to bolster both their spirits, do not fear. If the three kings could repel them once, they can do so again. Besides, even if the others were to come, there are so many nights ahead. They shall not reach us. And when they do strike, I shall stand before you to shield you. Emily feels a pang of emotion, tightening her grip around Fred's neck, her disheveled hair brushing against him. Fred, thank you. Fred remains silent for a moment, then chokes out, if my daughter had not perished, she would be of your age now. If you do not mind, call me father. Without hesitation, Emily exclaims, Father. Fred chuckles softly in response. Curiosity piqued, Emily asks, Father, what happened to my sister? Fred's voice rises in anger. It is the cursed grayscale. Do you know Shireen Baratheon? The daughter of King Stannis. Yes, Emily replies, her heart heavy, recalling the tragic tale of the girl cruelly burned by her own father. Fred's tone was calm, as if detached from the events he recounted, merely narrating a tale. When Miss Shireen was but an infant, a merchant transmitted the dreaded grayscales disease to her. King Stannis, in a fit of rage, commanded all scholars to seek a remedy. At that time, I served as a knight under Stannis, and Baelani often visited the castle. Upon discovering that Baelani had also contracted the disease, her left arm was already covered with dark, necrotic skin. Yet, I was merely a powerless individual, unable to rally my vassals. Fred laughed heartily, though his voice was laced with sorrow and choked back emotion. I managed to persuade a learned scholar to assist, but the same elixir that aided Miss Shireen proved ineffective for Baelani. The dead skin continued to spread, and with no other recourse, I was forced to amputate Baelani's left arm. Fred wept bitterly, lamenting the plight of poor Baelani, who, with only one arm, suffered relentless humiliation. When Baelani was 5, she was pushed from the castle, leaving no trace. I exacted vengeance upon her murderers, eradicating their entire family, yet King Stannis banished me. Nevertheless, perhaps it was for the best. I acquired a small vessel, traversing the lands in search of the merchant who spread the disease, slaying them one by one. Emily regretted broaching the subject, apologizing to her father. Fred replied with a smile, no matter. The 7 have blessed me with you. I shall fulfill my role as a father. This time, I will protect you well. Emily felt a mix of warmth and guilt, as though she had usurped someone else's identity. Father, do you harbor hatred for King Stannis? Hate. Fred shook his head. He is my king, and I vow my loyalty to him. Besides, the grayscales disease originated from the merchant. Just as Emily was about to sigh, she noticed a glimmer of light ahead and exclaimed in excitement, Father, a fishing village. Without a moment's hesitation, Fred quickened his pace, almost as if he were about to run. Emily, jostled about, was puzzled, thinking Fred simply wished to reach their destination more swiftly. However, upon spotting a dilapidated inn, Fred suddenly collapsed. Emily fell, her face bloodied, yet there was no time to wipe it away as she hurriedly turned to check on Fred. He lay face down, motionless, prompting Emily to scream, Father! Father! Fred remained unresponsive. Crawling to his side, Emily used all her strength to turn him over, trembling as she checked for his breath. There was still life. Thank the heavens. Emily shouted towards the inn. Is anyone there? Help! No one answered. Desperately, she clawed her way toward the inn, calling out, Is anyone there? At last, an elderly man with a scruffy gray beard emerged from the inn. Upon seeing the prostrate Emily, he was taken aback and inquired, What are you doing? Emily pleaded, Please, save my father. I beg you. The old man hesitated before approaching Fred, crouching down to examine him, and then gasped, Fred? He glanced at Emily and, with great effort, lifted Fred, commanding, Girl, follow me. Emily felt a surge of joy at her unexpected fortune. She had encountered an acquaintance. Watching Fred lying on the bed, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Fred's right leg had been punctured, likely from a stumble on the road. He reassured others that he was fine. An elderly man, accompanied by someone adorned with a bachelor's necklace, hurried over. Emily rushed towards him, pleading, "Please, save my father." The old man swiftly pushed Emily aside, admonishing, "Girl, do not cause a disturbance. Let the bachelor tend to your father first. He will examine your face and leg afterward." Instinctively, Emily retorted, but upon seeing the bachelor intently examining Fred's leg, she held her tongue. The bachelor turned to the old man, stating, "It is futile. He has lost too much blood. Moreover, it appears he has just emerged from the sea, dressed too lightly. He will surely suffer from fever tonight. I will administer a dose of medicine, but whether he survives is a matter for the seven to decide." Emily's mind went blank as she collapsed to the ground, repeatedly murmuring, "How can this be? He will surely recover." Yet, Emily was not one of the seven, and her words bore no weight. Fred's fever did not subside that night, and by morning, his breathing had grown faint. Emily fervently implored the bachelor, but the remedy she obtained failed to restore Fred. With helpless eyes, Emily watched as Fred's breath ceased. She wept bitterly in his embrace, bewildered by the turn of events. Was he not well just yesterday? Had he not vowed to protect himself? The old man gently patted Emily's head, offering solace. "Fred did well. He must have fought valiantly to bring you here. The death of Pauline had always weighed on him, and this may serve as his atonement." Emily's eyes were swollen with tears, her lips pressed together, uninterested in such comfort. She bore no resentment towards anyone. In Ned's death, she could seek vengeance against the Lannisters, but for Fred, she knew not where his home lay. Tears streaming down her face, she asked, "Do you know where Fred's home is? I wish to take him back." The old man sighed. "He has no home. Moreover, he must be cremated. The White Walkers are approaching. And you, too, are feverish. Do you wish to perish? If you die, Fred's vow remains unfulfilled." Emily sniffled. "I will not die." She watched as the old man cremated Fred, retrieving a fragment of bone and handing it to her. "Here, keep this. I am Davos Seaworth, serving alongside Fred for King Stannis. You shall accompany me from now on." Emily was taken aback to discover that the venerable old man was the famed Onion Knight, Davos. However, in her current state, she felt no stirrings of excitement, merely staring blankly at him. Davos extended his arms to embrace Emily, but she shook her head, pointing to the wooden stick in her right hand. "No need, I have this." Davos proceeded forward, gesturing for Emily to follow. "What is your name?" "Polani." "No, I am called Scar." Davos paused. "Ah, I apologize. I find it difficult to commend such an unusual name." "Very well, Scar, you shall accompany me henceforth. Do not discard that bone." He then raised his beast of burden, indicating to Emily, "Do you see the missing joint on my finger? I regard them as my talismans, which is why I have survived until now. Fred's bones may serve the same purpose." Emily remained silent. Davos, undeterred, continues, "It's not enough. One day, they vanish from around my neck. That is certainly an ominous sign. I cannot foresee where I might stumble next." Emily, with a faint tone, asserts, "You will live a long life." Davos bursts into laughter. "Knights do not speak of longevity. Dying on the battlefield is our honor." Though Emily disapproves of such foolishness, she holds respect for knights of that nature. "Should I offer you my blessings?" she inquires. "Oh, that won't be necessary. I am faring quite well at present," he replies. Emily gazes at the winding castle before her, speechless, never anticipating she would enter in this manner. Chapter 49. In the same dim light. Dragonstone exudes more warmth and humidity than Winterfell. Emily loosens her collar for comfort. Davos ahead chuckles, "Feeling a bit warm?" Regardless of the long night and the harsh winter outside, Dragonstone is perpetually warm. Emily struggles to comprehend Davos's affection for Dragonstone, preoccupied with her own circumstances. "Where are you taking me?" she queries. "To meet our great King Stannis," Davos replies, his tone laced with both mockery and mirth. Emily reminds herself to ignore such trivialities. Trailing Davos closely with her wooden staff, Davos glances back, his expression intricate, and remarks, "It seems our little girl is not curious about these matters." Emily refrains from responding, passing him to observe the two guards leaning on long spears at the entrance. Following her gaze, Davos chuckles. "This is the round hall, where the king and his vassals discuss affairs. Those two guards clad in crimson cloaks are the king's personal guards." With a smirk, Davos looks disdainfully at them, suggesting that Frellis has voiced numerous complaints about Stannis. Davos pulls Emily through the doors of the round hall without a bow, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have brought Fred's daughter." Emily stares blankly at Stannis, seated on a high platform, his hair graying at the temples, cheeks sunken, yet his piercing gaze locks onto her. She then shifts her attention to a beautiful woman draped in a red robe, her striking red hair and eyes shimmering with an eerie crimson hue. This must be the Red Woman, Melisandre. Stannis's face is stern, his dark lips parting to exclaim, "Too large." She does not resemble Fred's daughter. Fred protected her with his life. Clearly displeased with Stannis's demeanor, Davos retorts. Stannis turns to seek Melisandre's counsel, who delicately rises, gliding toward Emily. Emily tilts her head, curious about what she might say. Melisandre extends her slender fingers to caress Emily's cheek, a slight smile gracing her lips as she softly states, "What a pity." Startled, Emily abruptly swats Melisandre's hand away, exclaiming, "Keep your distance." This sudden action astonishes everyone, prompting Stannis to rise, fixating his gaze intently on Emily. Davos pulled Emily back a step, alarmed, and said to Stannis, "Your Majesty, the scar is but a child." Before Stannis could respond, Melisandre interjected with a smile. "Sir Davos speaks the truth. She is indeed still a child. Your Majesty, let this child accompany the princess. It is only fitting that the princess has one or two companions, rather than always being surrounded by a gaggle of fools." Stannis regarded Emily thoughtfully, and Davos chimed in. "Your Majesty, Fred is utterly devoted to you. We ought to care for his orphan daughter." Stannis furrowed his brow and replied, "Davos, take her away." Davos sighed in relief, grasping Emily's hand and leading her outside. The moment they stepped out, he exclaimed, "What were you thinking? Do you realize that a single word from the king could cost you your life? You began poorly. You ought to have bowed to the king." Emily, unwilling to kneel, feigned ignorance, saying, "You did not bow either." Davos gasped in disbelief. "Ah, it seems you have inherited Fred's bluntness." He abruptly turned, stating, "Come now. It appears you will not heed my warnings. Princess Shireen is kind-hearted. Do not bully her and serve her well." Emily followed Davos, silent, pondering how she could possibly intimidate Princess Shireen. Ridiculous. It was not until Emily beheld the pure, unclouded eyes of Shireen Baratheon that her thoughts shifted. Half of Shireen's face was covered in fish-scale-like dead skin, yet she did not appear frightening. Her curious, innocent eyes regarded Emily as she asked, "Are you here to keep me company? What happened to your face? Is it like mine?" Nearby, a colorful court jester with a patchwork face leaned toward Emily, loudly singing, "The shadow comes to dance, to dance, to dance." His exaggeratedly wrinkled features attempted to widen in a stare, but it only resulted in an odd expression. Shireen quickly pulled the jester back, shyly assuring Emily, "Do not fear. The jester will not harm you." Emily sighed softly, realizing she could not unleash her frustrations upon such a simple-hearted girl, who appeared even taller than herself. Leaning on her cane, Emily limped to a nearby seat and told Davos, "You may leave now. I shall not bully her." Davos touched the sword at his side, glanced at Shireen, and warned Emily, "Scar, remember your words." Ignoring Davos, Emily rubbed her aching legs from too much walking. With no alternative, Davos took the jester and stepped out, the two murmuring quietly. Shireen sat beside Emily and sweetly inquired, "Is your name Scar? Why such a name?" Shireen touched her own face, saying, "Though my face is marred by grayscale, my father bestowed upon me a beautiful name. I am called Shireen." Only then did Emily lift her gaze to Shireen, her throat tightening as she asked, "Do you cherish your father so?" Shireen smiled brightly. "At last, you are speaking to me. Your voice is lovely. Of course, I adore my father. My mother is often discontented that I am a girl and pays me little mind. But my father is different, though he seldom smiles. He is very kind to me." Sheelan smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, her eyes sparkling with a luminous glint. Emily was momentarily taken aback, recalling how innocent she must have appeared when laughing in front of Ned and Fred. A pang of sorrow gripped Emily's heart, prompting her to cough violently. Sheelan hurriedly approached, gently patting Emily's back, her voice laced with concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should I call the Grand Scholar for you?" Emily, unable to articulate her distress, clutched Sheelan's hand tightly. "What has happened?" Daves, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Sheelan called out. Daves quickly fetched the Grand Scholar. Emily lay on Sheelan's bed, her cough causing her chest to ache severely. Sheelan sat anxiously beside the Grand Scholar, repeatedly asking, "What is wrong with her?" The Grand Scholar pinched Emily's face and administered a dose of a dark elixir, causing Emily to sputter and cough violently. Sheelan quickly rolled up her sleeves to wipe Emily's mouth, scolding, "Could you not be gentler?" The Grand Scholar raised an eyebrow, glaring at Sheelan. "Did you not ask me to save her?" Sheelan fell silent, her gaze fixed on Emily. Daves admonished, "Mind your words." The Grand Scholar shot a glance at Daves, then, with a slight retreat, forced another dose into Emily. "It's nothing. She will be fine soon." he declared, turning to leave without a backward glance. With no other recourse, Sheelan focused on helping Emily regulate her breathing. Dave spoke softly to Sheelan. Do not be afraid, Sheelan. She will be all right. Sheelan nodded in response. Sheelan extinguished the nearby candle and lay down beside Emily, whispering, good night. After finally suppressing her cough, Emily was surprised to find herself sharing a bed with Sheelan. Her thoughts in turmoil, wondering if she could not sleep elsewhere. Sheelan wrapped her arms around Emily's, exclaiming, I have never shared a bed with anyone before. Emily was at a loss for words until she suddenly remembered. Sheelan, have your marriage arrangements been settled? A silence enveloped them, causing discomfort in Emily's heart. Just as she was about to change the subject, Sheelan spoke. Initially, my father intended for me to marry one of his vassals. Many expressed interest, given that I am the sole heir of Dragonstone Island. Yet, those men would not even lift their heads to address me. Emily could only offer dry comfort. Do not dwell on it. You will surely encounter someone who will treat you sincerely. However, Sheelan seemed unfazed by Emily's words, cheerfully resting her head on Emily's shoulder. You are the first person who has looked at me without flinching at my scars. What merit is there in avoiding me when I bear scars? Sheelan smiled. You must be a gentle soul. Reflecting on the lives she had taken and the deeds she had committed over the years, Emily found herself at a loss for words. Feigning sleepiness instead, across the dining table, a patch-faced individual glared intently at Emily, but she remained indifferent, thinking, so what if you stare? Just don't bully Sheelan. With a contented smile, Emily savored the honey-glazed roasted meat in her hands, relishing the delightful flavors after a decade of wandering. Beside her, Sheelan appeared even more jubilant, piling all the delicacies before Emily, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Emily thought of White Spirit and couldn't help but reach out to pat Shireen's head. Shireen looked up with wide eyes, appearing exceedingly adorable. It seems you two have been getting along quite well. Emily turned to see Melisandre, dressed in a striking crimson gown, gracefully entering the room. Melisandre sauntered over and took a seat opposite Emily, a playful smile gracing her lips as she inquired, the climate here differs from your homeland. Are you adjusting well? Emily was momentarily taken aback by the question, then burst into laughter, realizing that the woman in the red robe was indeed intriguing. She touched her own face, reflecting on how much she had changed, yet someone could still recognize her. Melisandre produced a small red vial from her bosom and gently placed it on the table, her lips parting slightly as she asked, would you like to return to your former self? Setting down the delectable morsel of pork she had been savoring, Emily replied, I haven't tasted such exquisite pork in ages. It's remarkably tender. Melisandre pushed the vial forward, probing, aren't you curious to try? Is this the potion you've been consuming? Melisandre's smile faltered for a moment, then blossomed again. It seems the rumors were indeed true. You possess extraordinary qualities. No wonder so many desire you. Emily cupped her face with her hands, teasingly asking, do you desire me as well? Melisandre reclaimed the vial from the table and stood. Of course, otherwise, how would you find yourself here? Emily's curiosity piqued further. Were you present that night? Why did you not simply take me to Dragonstone, allowing me to wander for so many years? Does your king know of my true identity? Melisandre glanced at Emily, leaning slightly forward, her lips curving into a slow smile. Are you referring to the day you were attacked by Peter Baelish? Emily replied. So that group that arrived afterward was you? Indeed. I am intrigued by your origins and your abilities, Melisandre continued. Under my curse, Baratheon, Renly, and Joffrey all perished. Yet your brother Robb Stark survived. This has led King Stannis to lose faith in me, even suspecting that their deaths were mere coincidences. Melisandre scoffed, incredulous that he would dare question the power of the Lord of Light. I was perplexed and conducted a thorough investigation, only to discover your involvement. More intriguingly, Peter Baelish and Varys have been tracking you covertly. Melisandre extended her arms toward Emily. Would you care to join us? Emily shook her head, meeting Melisandre's crimson gaze. I do not worship any deity, including your Lord of Light, Lawler. That is of little consequence. Do you not wish to reclaim your beauty? This visage of yours would surely frighten many, rendering you unable to present yourself publicly. Are you content with that? Emily replied, clearly, this is none of your concern. You may leave. Melisandre was taken aback by Emily's decisive dismissal, momentarily stunned, yet a thought struck her. Do you know Jon Snow is at Dragonstone? Would you like to meet him? I could arrange it for you. Emily smiled. Am I truly of such immense value to you that you would go to such lengths to entice me? Melisandre's smile froze on her face, and after a moment, she said with a strained expression, you will need me. After delivering her words, Melisandre turned and departed. Everything Melisandre uttered took Emily by surprise. She touched her own face, astonished that anyone could still recognize her in such a state. Emily pondered inwardly. Where had it all gone wrong? She could not bring herself to believe Melisandre's claims. If she truly had such intimate knowledge of Emily's whereabouts, she would not have allowed her to roam freely for so many years. Under normal circumstances, Emily would have been captured and imprisoned in a dungeon, forced to divulge every secret she harbored. However, Emily also doubted that Melisandre could identify her upon their first encounter in the Round Hall without ever having seen her before. Could it truly be an ability granted by the Lightbringer, Lawler? Scars. Scars. Suddenly, Emily awakened from her reverie and glanced at Shireen. What is it? Shireen asked excitedly. Why didn't you accept the Red Priestess's potion? I've heard that Melisandre's potions have miraculous effects. Perhaps it could truly heal your face? Shireen's eyes sparkled like the deep blue sea illuminated by moonlight. Emily couldn't help but inquire, do you want it? Shireen seized Emily's arms, her face lighting up with joy. Of course. If my face were free of these gray scales, I could leave Dragonstone and see the world outside. Moreover, my mother would no longer avoid me. Emily's heart sank, and she averted her gaze from Shireen's eyes. I cannot fulfill Melisandre's request. Besides, Melisandre's potion may not cure your grayscale. Remember that your father is the king. If Melisandre truly had a solution, why would she remain indifferent? A silence enveloped the room, and Emily felt a bitterness in her heart, striving to convince herself that this was beyond her control. After a long pause, Shireen finally released Emily. Her voice tinged with undeniable disappointment. You are right. Ever since the Battle of Blackwater, my father has ceased to trust Melisandre's words. If she truly had a remedy for my affliction, she would have given me the potion long ago. In that instant, Emily felt akin to the modern term green tea bitch, fabricating lies effortlessly. She consoled Shireen. Shireen, I've heard that there is someone among the Night's Watch named Samwell Tarly who can cure grayscale. Would you like to give it a try? Shireen murmured softly. Samwell Tarly? Samwell Tarly? Suddenly, Shireen exclaimed, is he the eldest son of Lord Tarly? The chubby one? The kind-hearted one? Emily was taken aback and quickly nodded. Yes? How do you know? Shireen sprang up, beaming. Of course I know. He is currently on Dragonstone. Emily was elated. Really? You should have King Stannis summon him to help cure you. Yes, you are right. We must do that, Shireen exclaimed, instantly lifting her skirts and dashing towards the castle's stone drum tower. The patched-faced attendant shot a glare at Emily before following. Emily settled down with her injured leg, resting her chin on her hand as she contemplated the events of the day. At present, the most pressing matter concerns Jon and Sam's presence on the island. If one were to speculate based on the original narrative, it is likely they have come to harvest the dragon glass. However, in the original storyline, Daenerys had yet to conquer Dragonstone. This scenario still affords me the chance to encounter Jon. Should Emily reveal her identity to Jon? Furthermore, she has not received any news regarding others in Winterfell for quite some time. Additionally, the whereabouts of Yora and Val and Tree are unknown. With a heavy sigh, Emily lamented the multitude of troubles weighing upon her. The news of Shireen's potential recovery spread rapidly throughout Dragonstone. The servants, whispering in corners, admonished Emily to refrain from frequenting Princess Shireen, lest she bring misfortune upon her. Emily couldn't suppress a small chuckle, had it not been for her. What would have become of your Princess Shireen? Alas, it seemed these matters were beyond Shireen's control. She deserved a far brighter future. Leaning on her staff, Emily navigated through Dragonstone, enduring the disdainful glances of the servants while contemplating her chances of escape. Her initial intention in coming to Dragonstone was to expedite the extraction of dragon glass, knowing the storyline well. Clearly, that was no longer necessary, especially with the enigmatic Melisandre nearby. Currently, Emily felt utterly outmatched against Melisandre, unable to withstand even a single round in confrontation. Thus, fleeing Dragonstone became her paramount strategy. After wandering for most of the day, Emily paused, breathless, leaning against the balcony, pressing down hard on her injured leg. The climate here was ill-suited for her. The ocean's dampness incessantly aggravated her fragile knee. She gazed down at the rows of bright torches, where slaves were stacking the excavated dragon glass by the shore, awaiting transport by the ships of the Night's Watch. She even entertained the thought of stealthily boarding a vessel to reach the north, but quickly dismissed it. The north was no longer her home. Slowly, Emily returned to Shireen's chamber, where the sweet aroma of apple pie enveloped the air. Upon pushing the door open, she instantly beheld the handsome Jon and the robust Yora. It was indeed them. Beside them stood a plump man with hair sticking to his forehead, Sam. A wave of emotion surged within Emily, and she quickly lowered her gaze to suppress the tears welling in her eyes. Scar, where have you been? Shireen, her half-covered face swathed in white cloth, bounced over to Emily, tugging at her. I must introduce you to Samwell Tarly. They don't believe it was you who told me that Sam could cure my illness. You must tell them. Emily fought to push down her tears, speaking calmly. I heard it from others. It is said that a man named Sam healed Daenerys Knight, Jorah Mormont. That is indeed correct. Sam replied with a smile. I was fortunate enough to have healed that exiled knight. Shireen brought Emily before Sam, gently cupping her face, pleading, Sam, look at her scarred visage. Can her face ever be healed? Emily's eyes brimmed with tears as she fixed her gaze on Sam, daring not to glance at Jon and Jowan, fearing they might recognize the scarred woman as the former Emily. After a moment of hesitation, Sam reassured Emily, do not fear, for although I cannot promise a complete cure, I possess a powder that may lighten those scars. Surely, you know of the infamous hound Sandor Clegane? My powder can significantly diminish his ravines. Truly. Emily brushed aside Shireen's hand, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and smiled softly. I trust you. Thank you for your powder. Sam, feeling bashful, scratched his head and said, I shall send someone with the medicine shortly. Emily nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Once Sam departed, Shireen joyfully twirled Emily around, her delight surpassing Emily's as she laughed. Scars. How splendid. By the way, you need a name. You cannot be called Scars. Shireen furrowed her brow in thought for a long while, finally conceding, let father name you. He is quite adept at it. Tears streamed down Emily's face, and she embraced Shireen, sobbing, thank you, Shireen. I should be the one thanking you. For you informed me about Sam, Shireen replied, her smile radiant. After much effort, Emily managed to coax Shireen to sleep and decided to step outside for some fresh air. However, upon opening the door, she was knocked to the ground by a massive creature. Yet, she didn't flinch. It was the scent of white spirit. The wolf eagerly licked Emily's face, and she did not resist, allowing it to soak her with affection. Emily wrapped her arms around White Spirit's head, stroking its somewhat coarse fur, softly calling, White Spirit, White Spirit. A hand reached down, lifting Emily's head gently. She glanced past White Spirit to see Jowan. No longer the boy with slight muscles from a decade ago. His muscular arms were evident beneath the dark fabric of his shirt, and his collar hung loosely, exposing his broad, sun-kissed collarbone. Jowan effortlessly lifted Emily, along with White Spirit, his deep voice slightly choked. Get up, the ground is cold. White Spirit whined as it rose from Emily, its perpetually drooping tail sweeping the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Emily planted a kiss on White Spirit's nose, prompting the wolf's tail to wag even more joyously. Fixating her gaze on White Spirit, Emily dared not look up at Jowan, fearing he might inquire about her face in the past decade. Jowan nudged White Spirit aside and lifted Emily in one motion. Startled, she exclaimed, Jowan? Ignoring her, Jowan turned to White Spirit, saying, release my pant leg and follow. Your master will not be lost. Emily, confused, wondered whether the statement was directed at her or the wolf. She tugged at Jowan's collar, slightly raising herself, and shouted, White Spirit, fight him. Then Emily observed as White Spirit released her grip, seated herself on the ground, and tilted her head to gaze at Emily. A wave of frustration washed over Emily. She certainly did not believe that White Spirit was incapable of understanding her words. This was merely White Spirit's act of protest and mischief. Emily exclaimed, White Spirit. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Joe forcefully lifted Emily, playfully stating, come on, we all know White Spirit belongs to you. Caught off guard, Emily felt a pang of guilt for not fulfilling her responsibilities as a master, compelling her to bow her head in silence. Joe swiftly guided Emily through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at a door crafted from dark wood. Confused, Emily inquired, where are we? My room, replied Joe, his voice steady and unwavering despite having carried Emily for such a distance. Emily was taken aback, her legs flailing as she nearly slipped from Joe's grasp. What am I doing in your room? Is there something that cannot be discussed outside? Or perhaps in my room? Joe chuckled softly in response, a hint of mischief in the dim light. What difference does it make? Before Emily could voice her objections, Joe kicked the wooden door open with a resounding bang. Emily's words were swallowed back. The room was flooded with bright, warm light, startling Emily as she beheld Jon, his expression composed, and Sam, who appeared flustered. Seated on a stool in the center, two gray-black direwolves sprang to their feet, making soft whimpering sounds as they approached. It seemed there were nails on the stool, for as soon as Sam spotted Emily and Joe, he stood up abruptly, stammering, You're back. I'll take my leave now. Without awaiting a response from the others, he hastily exited the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Joe gently lowered Emily to the ground, patting her head in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Sit by the hearth. Winter is no trifling matter. I'll fetch you a glass of water to warm you up. As Emily surveyed the room, she noted its lack of adornment, a sturdy ironwood bed pressed against the wall, with the floor strewn with animal pelts. The hearth on the opposite side appeared newly constructed, the earth still damp. Just as Emily intended to examine further, a playful pup leaped up, clambering onto her, yipping excitedly. Suddenly, Emily felt as though weighed down by a 200-pound statue, her knees beginning to ache. She quickly crouched down, petting one of the dire wolves. The familiar texture elicited a series of delighted giggles from her. How did you end up here? The icy tone sent a chill through Emily, freezing her smile in place. She patted the pup's head, forcing her expression back to one of cheerfulness. By what right do you speak to me? As Jon Snow, or as Aegon Targaryen? Jon's expression darkened, the flickering firelight illuminating half of his face as he hoarsely replied, How do you know this? Only Bran, Sam, and I are aware of it. After managing to soothe the 3 dire wolves, Emily approached the stool and sat down, smiling as she asked, Is that why you have been avoiding me? Jon leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, wiping his face with his hand. I have not been avoiding you, Emily. You are my sister. Emily scoffed. Is this how you welcome a sister? Jon lifted his gaze, his deep eyes fixed intently on Emily as he earnestly replied, No, Emily, you misunderstand. I was merely taken aback. You vanished for a decade, and we even thought you had. Jon hesitated, but Emily understood, interjecting, Thought I was dead? Jon candidly stated, I'm sorry. I simply did not expect you to suddenly appear on Dragonstone, transformed in this manner. To be honest, I hardly recognized you. However, Yura insisted that it was indeed you. A flutter of relief washed over Emily, calming her spirit. What brings you here? She asked. Sam discovered a dragon glass mine, and Robb entrusted me with the mining task. Emily, intrigued, inquired, Does Robb not know your new identity? Jon remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Emily, and after a prolonged pause, he responded, No. I believe that if Lady Catelyn were to learn of my identity, she would not permit me to remain in the north. This also serves as a threat to Robb. I understand, Emily replied. Emily chuckled lightly. Yet you are still concerned. So you chose to abandon your identity at the Wall and Black Castle to venture alone to Dragonstone? Jon did not voice an objection, seemingly acquiescing. A wise choice. But do you aspire to claim the throne? The question seemed to pierce Jon's wound, and he sprang up, furiously exclaiming, No, I have no desire to be king. Once, I dreamt of possessing a noble identity, to no longer be a despised, illegitimate child. Yet now I find myself lesser than even that. Do you comprehend? My father is not my true father. I would prefer my mother to have been a lowly tavern wench. In the distance, Yura interjected, Jon Snow. Mind your tone. Both Jon and Emily were momentarily taken aback, and Jon raised a hand, apologizing. It was then that Emily truly beheld Yura's visage, his golden hair slightly disheveled, casually falling across his forehead, his sharply defined face bearing an intense expression, lips pressed tightly together, and his lake blue eyes now glimmering with ire. Akin to a fierce beast fixated on Jon. Emily couldn't help but marvel at Yura's newfound handsomeness, and she touched her own face, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Yura coldly addressed Jon, You ought to return to your chamber. Emily's identity must remain undisclosed. Jon appeared momentarily stunned, glancing at Emily, who showed no sign of dissent. He bent to retrieve the sword beside the stool and strode past Emily and Yura. As he reached the door, Jon suddenly spoke. Emily, winter has come. We should lay aside our past grievances and unite against the White Walkers. Emily merely smiled inwardly, remaining silent as Jon exited the room. Yura gestured to the stool beside him. Sit, it's warm here. Emily, feeling a surge of trepidation, cautiously settled next to Yura. He placed a cup of water in her hands and gently urged, Speak. Emily's heart, which had briefly settled, now raced once more. What should I say? Why did you not contact us? I have searched for you with 3 dire wolves for a decade. A single, understated remark from Jon stirred a pang of sorrow within Emily. She lowered her head, deftly shifting the topic. What about Wallentry? Jon, acquiescing to Emily's subtle cue, refrained from probing further. Wallentry searched for us for 2 years, only to conclude that you had perished in some unknown place. He had a fierce quarrel with me, and subsequently heeded King Robb's call to the Wall. I hear he has since become a minor leader. Emily found herself enveloped in a tumult of emotions, bittersweet, yet somewhat gratifying, all the while feeling quite well. Jon sighed. What are you afraid of? Afraid? Perhaps a little, Emily stammered, momentarily taken aback by the question, before candidly confessing. I fear you might ask me why I abandoned you all, when I could have returned to find you. Jon chuckled lightly, stretching his legs. Initially, I was engulfed in despair over your disappearance, truly. I even contemplated returning my 3 direwolves and ending my own life with a single stroke of the sword. How could I fail to protect you? Emily abruptly lifted her gaze, her heart aching fiercely. Jon, with a carefree smile, remarked. I simply did not anticipate that the white spirits would be so relentless. Not even tossing stones could drive them away. You once said that throwing stones would be effective, did you not? Emily fell silent, her eyes softening as they rested upon the 3 wolves nestled at her feet. Tears welled up unexpectedly, and she hastily averted her gaze. After collecting herself, she addressed Jon. After all, they are wolves I raised with my own hands. I thought you would return home upon failing to find me. And then? Then I discovered that it was Littlefinger who had orchestrated that night's events, prompting my journey to the Eyrie. Yet, there was no trace of you. Only whispers that Littlefinger had sustained injuries that night. I knew then you were not there. Jon's recounting of past events filled Emily with regret and melancholy. His tone, however, remained monotonous, as though reciting a formal decree. Later, I recalled your intention to visit Dragonstone. Yet after 6 fruitless attempts, I still could not locate you. Do you realize? The eldest grandchild of the direwolf is already 3 years old, and only now have I found you. Unable to contain her emotions, Emily burst into tears. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I never imagined you would persevere for 10 years. Jon sighed once more. No, it's not that you didn't think of it. You simply didn't wish to return. I cannot fathom what you have encountered, nor the individuals or events that have shaped your journey. However, I am certain that had you desired to come back, you would have found countless ways to do so. To be candid, there were times I harbored resentment towards you. Truly, overcome with emotion, Emily wept uncontrollably. As the 3 direwolves rose, gently wagging their tails while emitting soft whimpers towards her, Jon did not offer consolation. Instead, he continued, but what can be done? I could not halt my search for you, nor could I entertain the thought of abandoning the wolves. I merely envisioned how delighted you would be to see me, only to discover that when we finally met, you could scarcely bear to look at me, let alone feel joy. Emily covered her face and wept freely. In the 52nd chapter, Jon exhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax as he gently patted Emily's back, his tone soothing. Do not cry. This is not your fault. After all, the circumstances at that time were beyond your control, and I lacked the ability to protect you. Emily's nose was stuffed up from crying, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her gasps were quite pitiful. Jowen couldn't help but chuckle at her state, remarking that she looked much cuter like this. Completely ignoring Jowen, Emily hurriedly searched for a cloth to wipe her nose and muttered, Did you spend 10 years finding me just to mock me? No. I want you to marry me. The powerful declaration, coupled with its bizarre content, utterly startled Emily. She stared blankly at Jowen. What did you say? Jowen composed himself, kneeling on one leg, his right arm resting over his chest, gentle yet resolute. Emily, in the name of the old and new gods, I, Sir Jowen, knighted by King Robb, solemnly swear to protect your safety, defend your honor, and in times of peril, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Jowen's gaze bore into Emily's eyes like that of a lion, intense yet tinged with madness, sending a shiver down her spine. Finally regaining her composure, she stood up abruptly, stammering, You don't have to do this. I know you will protect me. Emily. Jowen's voice tore through the air, stripping away the veil of tenderness from his face. Emily flinched, instinctively taking a step back, nervously swallowing. White Spirit suddenly stood up to shield Emily. Jowen brushed his forehead with a hand, smiling. You always do this, maintaining your composure at all times, or perhaps it's indifference. It's only in the last 2 years that I've come to understand. To you, we are nothing significant, aren't we? Emily had never seen Jowen like this, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Nervously, she took 2 steps back, whispering, Jowen. Yet he seemed not to hear her, a disturbing smile playing upon his lips. He continued, Perhaps you haven't realized it. For all these years, no matter what you do, you always prioritize the Stark family. You charge ahead without considering what would happen to us in your absence. No, you believe our sorrow is inconsequential as long as we are alive. Emily struggled to comprehend Jowen's twisted reasoning, questioning in confusion. Isn't that so? Isn't life the most important thing? Life is the most precious gift. No, it's not. Jowen exploded with rage, advancing towards her. White Spirit had begun to howl, yet Jowen remained unfazed, his eyes locked onto Emily's, shouting furiously, Emily, no. If that were true, why don't you care about your own life and death? Emily was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, How could that be? I have always wanted to live. Tears shimmered in Jowen's eyes, yet he laughed harshly. Ha, Emily, you're still deceiving yourself. If you truly wish to live, why do you repeatedly risk your life to save the Stark family? Their lives matter, but does yours not? Since you do not wish to live, why do you entangle us? You always think of how to keep me alive, but it is your existence that we truly desire. Your life. It is what makes me feel human. That is more important than my own existence. Emily's eyes widened as she stared at Jon, who was unexpectedly in tears. His eyes were swollen and red, and tears streamed down his cheeks incessantly. This was the second time Emily had witnessed Jon cry. The first was when his father passed away. Lying beside Catelyn, Emily found it difficult to fall asleep for a long while. Jon's words and tears lingered in her mind, and she was taken aback by how profoundly he understood her. Perhaps Jon was the only one who truly comprehended her. In her modern life, Emily would have identified as a planner, always devising schemes and resolutely executing them. Upon arriving in this world, she had designated her mission as rescuing the Stark family, no matter the cost. As for herself, Emily covered her eyes, perpetually feeling that she did not belong in this realm. This world was never meant for her, and the struggles and bloodshed acted like a tightening noose, denying her even a moment's peace. At times, she even thought that death would be preferable, a far more comfortable fate than the life she currently endured. This was the true reason Emily had not returned. She longed for the harmonious society of her modern life, for the love of her parents. Yet such a world did not exist here. Even under Fred's protection, she faced mockery from the crew and the ever-present threat of death. She was merely an ordinary person. Emily could not help but choke back her sobs, biting her lip in fear of waking Catelyn. She touched the scars on her face, contemplating if she would willingly trade them for peace. She recalled Jon's final words to her. "Emily, you have done enough. Live for yourself." In the dead of night, after much contemplation, she finally drifted into a restless sleep, only to be jolted awake by piercing screams from outside. Catelyn, startled, rolled over and sat up, her voice trembling as she asked, "What is happening outside?" Before Emily could respond, the door to their room was suddenly kicked open. A tall, slender woman burst in, shouting, "Catelyn, go. Plead with your father. Beg him not to go to the Great Wall. Or take us with you." Catelyn instinctively hid behind Emily when the woman entered, weakly asking, "Mother, why does father have to go to the Great Wall?" This woman was Catelyn's mother, Florin. She appeared alarmingly gaunt, her cheeks sunken and her chin sharp, glaring at Catelyn as if she were an enemy rather than her daughter. Emily slightly bowed, thinking how could Queen Celis heed the words of an unattractive servant? With a swift motion, Celis shoved Emily aside and clutched Catelyn tightly, pleading, "Catelyn, you must urge the king to take us with him." Emily, struggling to maintain her balance against the table, let out a cold laugh. "Your Majesty, Princess Catelyn's face is not yet healed. She cannot be exposed to the wind." Celis paused, then erupted, "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Just as Emily was about to retort, Catelyn intervened, soothing her mother. "Mother, I will go and plead with father. I want to be with him." Celis' face broke into a radiant smile as she embraced Catelyn. "My dear child, I shall take you there at once." "Mother, I asked Scar to help me change into a different outfit," Catelyn replied with a grin. Celis gently patted Catelyn's head, casting a disapproving glance at Emily before exiting the room. Emily approached Catelyn, her expression a mixture of concern and complexity. "Are you truly going to see the king? Is it not possible to abstain? Your injury has yet to heal." Emily's heart tightened at the thought. After all, in the original narrative, Catelyn had met a fiery demise at Stannis' hands. Catelyn's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "Father will undoubtedly refuse. My face is not fit for public view. And with father in such a rush, he surely cannot wait for me." Emily found herself at a loss for words, her worry only intensifying. Catelyn, though simple-minded, possessed a profound clarity. As events unfolded, they transpired precisely as Catelyn predicted. Stannis, eager to reinforce the wall, hurriedly departed with only the Onion Knight and his vassals, leaving even the Red Priestess Melisandre behind to oversee Catelyn's guardianship of Dragonstone. Seated upon the throne, Catelyn exuded no authority, the taut silence in the air more piercing than the sword that adorned the seat. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "Melisandre, is there something amiss today?" However, Melisandre remained unresponsive, fixated intently on Emily. With her own desires in mind, Melisandre's gaze was met with Emily's unwavering stare, bolstered by the reassuring presence of Yora and the dire wolves. Melisandre's lips curled into a knowing smile, her crimson eyes gliding alluringly over Emily before turning to Catelyn. "Princess Catelyn, there is nothing unusual today. A horde of White Walkers approaches, compelling the king to hasten to the wall. We must steadfastly defend Dragonstone. Of course. Isn't that right, Scar?" Catelyn's shoulders relaxed slightly. Emily bowed her head in respect. "Indeed, princess." Yet, as Melisandre carried Catelyn away, she persistently flashed meaningful smiles at Emily, sending shivers down her spine. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Emily confronted her directly. What is it that you truly desire? Melisandre, however, merely glanced over Emily's shoulder and stated, "Someone is seeking you." Instinctively turning around, Emily spotted Jon approaching, clad in black. When she looked back at Melisandre, she had already vanished. "Is there something you need?" Emily inquired. Jon hesitated, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. "I came to bid you farewell." Emily remained composed, perhaps due to the heavy aura of protagonist surrounding Jon. She felt no concern for his safety, their relationship having grown strained. "Are you departing for the Wall?" Jon nodded. "Yes, it is our duty as Night's Watchman." I had initially urged Jorah and the direwolves to accompany me, but he steadfastly refused. "So, are you here to persuade me to dissuade him, or to simply return home?" Emily probed, intrigued by his answer. Jon averted his gaze slightly. "Sansa and Rickon miss you dearly, and Arya has returned as well. Have you not been longing to see her?" Emily, growing impatient, interjected, "Can you guarantee my safety?" Jon was momentarily speechless, his lips moving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he managed to utter, "I apologize, I should not have made such a request." He bowed his head slightly in contrition and turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something important. He pivoted back to Emily and inquired, "Is there any significant matter occurring on Dragonstone these days?" Emily, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean?" Jon was astounded by her lack of awareness and quickly replied, "Then why is Melisandre departing from Dragonstone? I noticed her servants preparing carts and luggage when I arrived today." Chapter 53. Emily's face turned pale with fear. Melisandre was fleeing. Why was she running away? Stepping closer, Emily grasped Jon's arm tightly, her lips trembling as she urged, "Send a few men. No, dispatch a whole team to apprehend Melisandre. It is imperative that she be caught." Jon furrowed his brow in confusion. "What are you?" Emily abruptly shoved him, exclaiming, "Hurry. I must see Melisandre today." Seeing Emily's terrified demeanor, Jon too felt a surge of urgency and replied hastily, "Understood. I will go at once." He turned and strode away with purpose. This situation was entirely unexpected for Emily. Hadn't Melisandre still needed something from her? Why was she suddenly leaving? Without Stannis, Melisandre was effectively the master of Dragonstone. Why would she flee in such haste? Regardless, the fact that Melisandre was willing to abandon everything indicated that she anticipated some grave peril. Dragonstone was no longer safe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Emily, despite her injured leg, began to run with all her might. She flung open the door to the Round Table hall, gasping for breath as she shouted, "Shireen, Shireen, we must run, quickly." Emily's flushed face and labored breathing alarmed Shireen, who rushed over, asking, "What is happening? Why are we running?" With no time for explanations, Emily seized Shireen's arms and warned, "Go back to your room immediately, gather a few garments and some gold, and meet me at the Dragonstone mine below. Do you understand?" Shireen, affected by Emily's urgency, nodded without questioning further. "All right, I understand." Emily continued her frantic run, determined to find Jorah and the dire wolf. No matter what transpired, they could not be separated this time. As her knees began to ache and her pace slowed, she realized danger could descend upon them at any moment, rendering her unable to even send a warning. At that moment, Emily truly grasped the enormity of what she had overlooked. A strange, piercing roar suddenly erupted overhead, causing her heart to race as she looked up. A massive black figure soared through the night sky. It was the Long Night, yet flames erupted from it, illuminating Dragonstone as brightly as day. Frozen in terror, Emily could hardly move. It was Daenerys's dragon. Daenerys had come to attack Dragonstone. As if that were not enough, the island was soon filled with chilling howls and cries. With great effort, she pinched herself to regain her composure and turned around. 3 dragons, united in formation, unleashed flames that engulfed Dragonstone. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind exploded in her ears, and Emily instinctively ducked, sensing something slicing through the air above her. When she dared to glance up, she beheld the black dragon soaring into the sky, its piercing roar echoing across Dragonstone. Seizing the moment, she continued her descent. Knowing that Jowan and the direwolves awaited her below, she endeavored to disregard the cacophony of dragon roars and anguished cries. Convincing herself that as long as she could conceal the direwolves, they would be safe, Daenerys was not one to commit wanton slaughter. Yet, before Emily could reach the ground, her eyes widened in horror as a colossal black dragon descended heavily onto the beach below, followed closely by the howls of the direwolves. In a moment of panic, she lost her footing, tumbling down the slope in a chaotic roll. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she scrambled to the side of the dragon glass mine. The 3 direwolves, their fur bristling in alarm, lowered their tails and bared their teeth, glaring at the enormous beast that dwarfed them. Emily's heart raced in terror, and she instinctively positioned herself in front of them, shouting, "Stay still." The dire wolves huddled at her feet, whimpering softly. The exertion of her run had sent her heart racing, even causing her slight discomfort, yet she dared not move, for the wolves' eyes remained fixed upon her, wide with fear. Jon drew his sword and stepped beside Emily, chuckling. "It seems I am indeed a harbinger of doom. You truly intend to die alongside me." A pang of sorrow struck her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. "Do not fear. I am here with you." Jon's words were imbued with a resolute courage. "You are of House Stark." A woman's voice interrupted Emily's thoughts. She craned her neck, straining to see the figure atop the dragon, and it was, as she suspected, Daenerys Targaryen. With a thunderous boom, the massive dragon settled down, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Jon quickly turned to embrace Emily, the faint scent of sweat on him oddly calming her. What did it matter if they perished together? How much worse could it be? Gently, she pushed Jon away and declared, "I am Emily Stark of House Stark, Daenerys Targaryen. It is a pleasure to meet you." At last, she discerned the woman descending from the dragon. True to the tales, Daenerys' long, silvery hair cascaded down her back, gently swaying in the sea breeze, her alabaster skin radiating even in the moonlight, and her slightly parted rosy lips murmured, "I have heard that Emily Stark perished on her wedding journey." For reasons unknown, Emily felt an eerie calm wash over her, regaining her composure. "It appears your information is mistaken. Are you here to mine dragon glass?" Daenerys stepped forward, her voice soft. Emily refrained from answering directly, countering with a question of her own. "Are you here to besiege Dragonstone?" Daenerys suddenly erupted into laughter. "Indeed, you are as intriguing as the rumors suggest." But then her demeanor shifted, commanding, "Submit to me, and I may spare your lives." "That would be a bargain." Daenerys, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean by a bargain?" Emily smiled, saying, "The price you offer is too low. You should know that death does not compel House Stark to yield. If you wish for my submission, you ought to raise the stakes. With a mere utterance, I could incinerate you. Yet, it is evident that leaving us alive serves a greater purpose." Emily maintained her smile, although her heart was filled with trepidation. Daenerys possessed the finest leverage, her dragons. Emily feared not for her own life, but rather for the fate of Jon and the dire wolf that might accompany her demise. She had already lived an extended existence. With a stroke of fortune, she might even return to the modern world to see her parents. However, Jon and the dire wolf deserved a different fate. Daenerys inquired curiously, "What can you offer me?" "I can grant you Dragonstone." Emily's words caused Daenerys' expression to darken. "I already possess Dragonstone." It was clear that she, too, was concerned about the potential unrest at Dragonstone, reminiscent of the turmoil in Meereen. At that juncture, her unfortunate subordinates would suffer further casualties. "I can assist you in stabilizing Dragonstone." Emily was at a loss on how to soothe Daenerys. This was the only solution she could conceive. Daenerys regarded Emily in silence, her gaze unwavering. Emily's heart raced, yet she endeavored to maintain her smile, fearful that Daenerys might perceive any hint of her anxiety. After a lengthy pause, Daenerys finally spoke, "Very well. However, remember this. Should you attempt any clever tricks at my expense, in the blink of an eye, you and your wolf shall be reduced to ash." Only then did Emily feel a sense of relief, nodding in acknowledgement. Daenerys returned to her dragon, gesturing, "Drogon, allow me to mount." Drogon twisted his immense head, exhaling a gust akin to a tempest, his round eyes fixating on Daenerys for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and unleashed a torrent of flame in Emily's direction. Caught off guard, Emily felt herself being toppled aside, the searing flames singeing a few strands of her hair, releasing an acrid scent of charred flesh. Before she could voice her concerns, a piercing scream erupted from the dire wolf. A tuft of fur on the creature's back had ignited fiercely, prompting Emily to rush in, bringing the dire wolf down and rolling on the damp sand. After a relentless struggle to extinguish the flames, she was met with the acrid aroma of scorched meat. A patch of fur had been burned away from the direwolf's back, leaving the flesh marred and raw, forcing it to collapse and whimper. Infuriated, Emily shouted at Daenerys, "Control your dragon. If anything befalls my wolf, your dragon shall not enjoy a peaceful existence. I mean every word I say." Daenerys' lips twitched. She intended to apologize, but upon hearing Emily's threat, she retorted fiercely, "Emily Stark, recognize your station. Even if my dragon were to slay your wolf, you would have to acquiesce. You are now my prisoner. Should you dare to harm my dragon, I will render your existence a living nightmare." Stunned by the rebuke, Emily stood frozen, her hands trembling. She could not even protect her own wolf. Observing Emily's dazed expression, Daenerys calmed herself and turned to Drogon, saying, "Let us depart." Emily watched as Daenerys soared into the sky atop the mighty dragon until she vanished from sight. Jowen hurried into the room, retrieving healing ointment to tend to the dire wolf. White Spirit and the shaggy dog whined nearby, their voices mingling in concern. As the lady fell silent after applying her ointment, Jowen comforted Emily, saying, "Emily, this is not your fault. How could anyone stand against a dragon?" Emily lowered her head, her eyes clouded and inscrutable, and remained silent for a while. In Chapter 54, Emily, Jowen, and 3 ice wolves were confined to a room, unable to move freely. Bai Ling and the fluffy dog obediently lay by the lady's side, tenderly licking her wounds, never straying far. Since witnessing the terror of the dragon, the ice wolves seemed to harbor a certain fear whenever they saw Emily rise. They howled plaintively. Deeply pained, Emily chose to stay by their side all day, affectionately stroking their heads. However, Daenerys, true to the original narrative, was indeed a novice, armed with a potent weapon yet possessing a soft heart intertwined with naive cruelty. Had the roles been reversed yesterday, she would not have spared her opponent. From the moment of their birth, the two were destined to be adversaries, much like ice and fire, leaving no room for reconciliation. The notion that mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself could not be more accurate. Jon may bend the knee, but King Robb certainly would not. A conflict was inevitable, and it was clear that her allegiance would lie with Robb. Yet, one must ponder whether Robb would indeed serve as her pillar of support, a perplexing dilemma. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, revealing a middle-aged man clad in exquisite black iron armor. With a knightly bow, he addressed Emily, proclaiming, "I am Ser Jorah Mormont, honored to meet you, Miss Emily." Jorah Mormont, Daenerys' most loyal confidant. Emily scrutinized him, retorting coldly, "Is it customary for prisoners to receive such treatment?" "No one has labeled you a prisoner," Jorah replied. "Jon Snow has returned, introducing himself to the Queen as her nephew, Aegon Targaryen. He mentioned you could verify his identity. The Queen has commanded me to escort you to the Round Hall." Instinctively, Emily extended her hand, gazing at it for a moment before responding, "Very well." Jowen interjected hastily, "I shall accompany you." "Miss Emily, the lady only instructed me to bring you," Jorah insisted. Emily said nothing, following Jorah as they departed. In the silence, Emily could hear the anguished cries of women, prompting her to inquire, "What is happening? Are not the inhabitants of Dragonstone all subjects of Daenerys?" Jorah tightened his grip on the heavy sword at his side, his tone tinged with resignation. "This is a tradition of the Dothraki, and those women are the families of traitors." A pang of concern gripped her heart as she thought of Shireen, whom she had yet to see, wondering if she had managed to escape. "Even so, your queen cannot condone such atrocities. Daenerys wishes otherwise, but it is evident that the Dothraki can provide her with what she desires." Jorah clearly disapproved of Emily's words, although reluctant to admit it. She was still a novice in the governance of the realm. She could not balance the various factions, which was precisely why Daenerys had kept her close. Emily refrained from further questions, yet Jorah began to speak again. "I have heard of you. My father is Lord Commander Jorah Mormont of the Night's Watch. I wish to know how he fares. Just moments ago, in the presence of the Queen, I found it difficult to speak of Jon Snow's demise." He abruptly turned. His teeth clenched, his cheekbones stark against his skin, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "My father was a true knight, and you ought to show him respect. Are you upset?" At his last breath, he thought of you. "What right do you, his son, have to speak to me?" Emily now found everything displeasing and showed him no kindness. Jorah stood by, rendered speechless by Emily's words. She pushed open the door to the round table hall, and upon entering, she beheld Jon and Sam standing in the center, with Melisandre bound on the floor. Regrettably, it was too late. She approached slowly, curtsying lightly while holding her skirt. Then she stood silently. The dark beauty Missandei spoke up. "Emily Stark, do you recognize the man beside you who calls himself Jon Snow?" Emily met Daenerys' gaze directly, exclaiming, "Jon Snow, long believed to be the illegitimate son of my father, Lord Ned Stark, is, in truth, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and my aunt Lyanna Stark. He is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne." Daenerys' eyes widened, her lips pressed tightly together, and after a moment, she replied, "I will investigate this matter. As for the records of Rhaegar in the Citadel, I shall send someone to look into it. For now, let this be. Emily Stark, please come with me." Daenerys then rose and walked toward an adjacent room. Upon seeing the distance between them, she suddenly turned and yelled at Emily, "Is this your idea of helping me? Sparing your lives does not mean I want you to find me an heir to the throne." Emily did not overestimate Daenerys. She believed that before any feelings grew between Daenerys and Jon, she would not be averse to his identity. After all, there is only one throne, and Jon is the legitimate heir, Would Daenerys so willingly relinquish the kingdom she fought so hard to establish? Emily smiled. He is your own nephew. Is it wrong for me to bring him to you? You know very well that I am the queen, and besides. Daenerys took a deep breath. He has been raised entirely as a Stark by your father. Do you see the black armor and cloak he wears? No Targaryen would dress like that. Not even my brother who was slain by my husband, called Drogo. Daenerys' face flushed crimson with agitation, her widened eyes fixed intently on Emily. Emily shrugged, feigning indifference to Jon's fate. Then you may as well kill him. That way, no one will contest the Iron Throne with you. Daenerys glared at Emily for a while, then erupted into laughter. You cannot possibly think I would relinquish the throne to that boy. I do not know what you would do, but I certainly would not. I would ensure his death goes unnoticed, leaving no one to suspect me. Emily's expression remained impassive, as if discussing not a life, but mere words. Daenerys, puzzled, asked, Is your relationship with him so poor? Emily chuckled lightly. A Stark and a Snow? You are exceedingly naive. Who would cherish someone who brings tears to their mother's eyes? Daenerys, albeit skeptical, pondered for a moment before coldly declaring, If you assassinate him on my behalf, I shall place my trust in you. Should you betray me, be wary, for your lover and the direwolf shall be reduced to mere ashes. Very well, Emily replied without the slightest hesitation. Daenerys appeared somewhat reassured and, dismissing Emily, strode away. Emily ambled back, reflecting on recent events. Jon could only captivate Daenerys momentarily. Despite Jon's rightful claim, he lacked the martial prowess to contend effectively. Both Robb's ambitions and Catelyn's disdain ensured that Jon would not garner the North's support. Faced with Daenerys' 3 dragons, Jon would undoubtedly find himself at a loss. Jorah and the Unsullied would remain fiercely loyal to Daenerys, unyielding to betrayal. Moreover, the Dothraki were not easily swayed. Should the 3 dragons escape Daenerys' control, they would wreak havoc indiscriminately. Thus, Emily realized she could neither usurp power like in Winterfell, nor simply eliminate Daenerys with ease. This predicament proved quite troublesome. Upon lifting her gaze, Emily spotted Jorah approaching. He, seemingly oblivious, intended to pass her by. I require a vial of poison, she remarked with a smile. Jorah finally halted, casting a wary glance her way. What are you planning? She replied with a grin. It is your queen's intentions that matter. I am merely acting on her behalf. Oh, and the more poison, the better, as I cannot ascertain if one strike will suffice. I must consult the queen before I can respond, he stated. Emily nodded. Do as you wish, after all. Daenerys is your sovereign. Soon, Jorah delivered the poison, yet he cautioned Emily, do not harbor ill thoughts. You possess countless methods to eliminate him, yet you choose poison alone. I observe your every move. Should you intend to harm Daenerys, I shall be the one to end you. At that moment, Jon unsheathed his sword with a swift motion. Old man, mind your words. Jorah merely shot Jon a glance before turning away. Jon leaned closer, his expression troubled. Emily, what are you planning? Allow me to handle this. You are far too perilous. Emily beamed, reassuring him, there is no cause for alarm. I merely wish to depart from here, as this place can no longer accommodate us. As Emily approached Jon's chamber with the vial in hand, she found Jon and Sam engrossed in discussion about the day's events. Upon her entrance, they immediately approached her. Jon spoke first. What has transpired? In merely a day, Dragonstone has transformed entirely. Yet, Emily offered no reply, her gaze drifting to Melisandre bound nearby. I did not expect our roles to have reversed upon our reunion. Melisandre smiled faintly. You will still require my assistance. I am uncertain, but I shall release you. After all, you must remain to wreak havoc upon others. Melisandre paused. Did you not have questions for me? Not anymore, Emily replied. As Emily responded, she withdrew a vial from her bosom and placed it upon the table, gesturing towards Jon with a nod. This is for you. Instantly, the color drained from Jon's face, leaving him pale. Chapter 55. Upon the vast, endless sea, 2 small boats floated, with Emily seated at the bow, joyfully gazing into the distance. This sight evoked memories of her decade spent with Fred. Beside her, Shireen clutched her tightly, her voice trembling with unease. Will Daenerys not come after us? Emily gently patted Shireen's hand, reassuring her, no, we departed under the cover of night. Unless she can soar on the wings of a dragon to find us. She hoped Daenerys would appreciate the gift Emily had bestowed upon her. Inside Dragonstone, chaos reigned. The roars of dragons and Daenerys' furious shouts loomed like dark clouds overhead. Jorah paced anxiously at the dungeon's entrance. Daenerys had been inside for several days. The 3 dragons had succumbed to varying degrees of poison, and he suspected it stemmed from the vial of poison he had given Emily yesterday. The toxin was said to have been laced in the dragon's food. The black dragon, Drogon, had consumed the most, and was gravely afflicted, now unable to rise. At present, it was imperative that Drogon, Regal, and Viserion, tormented by the poison, were growing increasingly agitated, unleashing flames upon anyone who approached. Only Daenerys could draw near to them. Ultimately, the Maester would have to concoct the antidote, which Daenerys would then deliver. Yet, after such a prolonged duration, the dragon's roar showed no signs of abating. Daenerys was unafraid of fire, but what if one of the dragons, in its fury, were to lash out at her? Suddenly, the dungeon door swung open with a resounding clap, and Yura hurriedly offered Daenerys her cloak. Her lips pressed tightly together, her voice hoarse, she inquired, "Have you captured Emily Stark?" "Grey Worm is leading the pursuit," interjected Missandei, who had been lurking nearby. Daenerys cast a frosty glance in her direction, her eyes chillingly cold. "Have we identified the poisoner?" After a moment of hesitation, Missandei replied, "Yes, it appears to be a maid. She arrived in the kitchen on the day we took Dragonstone. Her face concealed, and her origins remain unclear. However, I suspect she may be Shireen Baratheon, the daughter of Stannis." A surge of fury coursed through Daenerys, her mind a tumult of confusion. Drawing a sharp breath, she spoke with a steely tone, "Send word to Winterfell. If Emily Stark is not surrendered, I shall incinerate Winterfell with my dragons in 5 days." Yura, taken aback, urged her to reconsider. "No, we cannot proceed. Setting aside the dragon's current state, the White Walkers beyond the wall require Winterfell's resistance." Daenerys, however, was impervious to his counsel, flinging her hands in exasperation. "Enough. Drogon, Regal, and Viserion are my children. If your child were to suffer such harm, would you simply let it go?" With that, she turned her back on Yura, re-entering the dungeon without a backward glance. Yura could only watch helplessly as she departed. Missandei cautiously approached, whispering, "What shall we do? Should we send word to Winterfell? What exactly transpired? Was it truly Emily Stark's doing? Have we confirmed the details?" Yura hoped that this was not the case. Daenerys now found herself surrounded by adversaries. The Dothraki beneath her reign harbored grievances, while Duke Tywin loomed ominously, and Highgarden aligned with King's Landing. Stannis, having lost Dragonstone, would undoubtedly pursue his ambitions fervently. Once they learned of Daenerys' dragons, she would become a common enemy, making these formidable foes even more difficult to contend with. Adding to this was the looming threat of the White Walkers from Winterfell. Yura pressed his forehead, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Missandei understood Yura's concerns all too well, cognizant that many lives depended on Daenerys' decisions. However, she could not conceal the truth. "I heard that after you provided poison to Emily last night, she sought out Jon. At first, I believed she intended to follow the Queen's orders to kill Jon, so I dismissed it. Yet it seems she had already conspired with Shireen to obtain the poison, leading to their escape through a secret passage beneath Dragonstone." A secret passage? Missandei found this hard to believe, speculating that it must have been a recent construction by Stannis, which took them considerable time to discover. By that point, they had likely been gone for quite some time, making pursuit nearly impossible. Yura, feeling increasingly troubled, sighed and inquired, "Why did Emily flee? Wasn't the Queen kind to her?" It was said that Drogon nearly incinerated Emily along with her 3 direwolves. Moreover, living under the threat of death is hardly a pleasant experience, if one could choose freedom. Who would prefer such a life? Missandei lowered her gaze, her hands intertwined, filled with melancholy. Yura sensed something amiss and lifted his gaze to fixate on her, stating, "It was Daenerys who rescued you and Grey Worm. Otherwise, how could you enjoy such a fortunate existence?" Missandei smiled softly, replying, "Indeed, I am immensely grateful to Daenerys. Without her, I would never have met Grey Worm." Yura found himself at a loss for words, suppressing his inner turmoil with a forced semblance of acceptance. Emily, however, was indifferent to the circumstances at Dragonstone. The slightly briny blue waters and the seabirds soaring overhead evoked a sense of nostalgia within her. As for Winterfell, she had come to terms with her involvement. While she had intervened significantly, who could assert that Winterfell was in a better state now? She had indeed saved Robb, Catelyn, and Rickon, yet in doing so, she had also jeopardized Jon's future. He was meant to command his own domain, yet now he found himself adrift at sea alongside her. Moreover, the current situation was beyond Emily's control. Her actions were limited to minor skirmishes, and without force, influencing the larger picture was exceedingly difficult. As for Daenerys' potential retaliation, Emily regarded it with indifference. Daenerys underestimated her. If she dared to resort to poison, she must be prepared for the consequences. However, the fate of Daenerys' dragons seemed bleak unless she could hatch 3 more. Jon stared blankly at the content Emily, asking, "Where are we going? Where do you get we from?" Jon was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Nearby, Sam and Gendry paused their actions to look over. Emily smiled. Aren't you headed back to the Wall? Undeniably. That is where your true home lies. Do you genuinely aspire to inherit the Iron Throne? Jon lowered his head awkwardly, murmuring to himself, perhaps. Who could remain unmoved in the face of such immense power? However, my visit to Dragonstone has illuminated the truth. The Iron Throne is not so easily claimed. Moreover, the Targaryen dynasty has long since perished. How could I alone restore it? I am in a lesser position than you. You possess cunning and the support of Yora and Ghost, while I am unable to even govern the Wall. Emily offered no comfort, perhaps uncertain how to console him, as all of this turmoil was wrought by her own actions. Any words she might utter would only seem insincere. So, do you still intend to return to the Wall? Yes. This time, Jon's gaze was resolute. I have contemplated it, and the Wall is where I truly belong. There, I have my fellow warriors and my beloved. Contributing to the fight against the White Walkers would also serve as a testament to the Targaryen name. Emily felt a flicker of relief. Good luck to you. And what about you, Emily? Where do you intend to go? Emily was uncertain. Drifting at sea had its appeal. Yet, gazing at the 3 ailing direwolves by her side, she felt a pang of compassion. She had always believed that direwolves should thrive in the north, where the climate suited them far better. Perhaps she could journey to the Eyrie. She touched her uneven face, realizing that she had yet to settle the score with Littlefinger. To let him off the hook was not in her nature. Her whereabouts would undoubtedly be known. If Littlefinger seized the opportunity while she was unguarded, it would be more than just a matter of a scarred face. However, imagining Littlefinger's expression upon her arrival invigorated her spirit. To the Eyrie. Yora was momentarily taken aback by Emily's words, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. He exclaimed, "No, I cannot agree. Emily, have you forgotten? You are still betrothed to Robert Arryn of the Eyrie. If you go there, you will be marrying him. I've heard Robert has become another Joffrey, cruel and debauched." Emily had never seen Yora so agitated, prompting her to respond. "All right, then I shall not go." Yora faltered at her words, realizing he had overreacted. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "I apologize. I simply do not want you to go to the Eyrie. I have declared my intention to marry you." The onlookers were taken aback by Yora's declaration. Jon, finally comprehending the situation, swiftly drew his sword, pointing it at Yora. "Retract your statement. Emily is a Stark. You must recognize your place." Yora remained unfazed by the sword at his throat, maintaining his gaze upon Emily. She, at a loss for words, could only feign ignorance. Softly saying, "Jon, lower your sword. Perhaps you all should consider where I should go. Can we seek out my father?" Celis timidly interjected. "He must still be unaware that I am alive. He could be at the Wall confronting the White Walkers or strategizing in Winterfell." "Emily, is Winterfell not your home? Do you not wish to return?" Emily found herself at a loss for words. Should she confess to Shireen that she had been ousted in her failed bid for power? "I believe we need not dwell on this matter any longer. Look at the crows above. Those are the crows of the Wall. I recognize them all." Sam tilted his head to observe the circling crows, sensing that trouble was afoot. Let it be something good. The others followed his gaze, and indeed, a solitary raven, cloaked in black, flitted around the ship, cawing incessantly. Chapter 56. Sam removed a parchment from the raven's grasp, cast a fleeting glance at it, and then looked up at Emily and Jon with evident unease. Jon, well acquainted with his expression, leaned in and asked, "What is it?" Sam merely glanced at the parchment before turning to Emily and saying, "You must return to Winterfell, Emily." As Emily reached for the parchment, 2 stark words, "He is dead," immediately met her eyes. A wave of despair washed over her, evoking the helplessness she had felt upon learning of Ned's demise. How could this be? Robb was dead? The Robb she had fought so hard to save had perished just like that? Jon gently patted Emily's shoulder, offering solace. "Robb died on the battlefield. It is a Stark's honor." "Honor my foot," Emily exclaimed, hurling the parchment into the sea. A chill surged within her, prompting an involuntary shiver. "We must return at once." The group hurried, yet they ultimately arrived too late for Robb's funeral. A crowd awaited them at the gates of Winterfell, and as soon as they spotted Emily and her companions, they rushed forward. Emily inhaled deeply as she beheld a young man towering over her. The biting cold wind rushed into her throat, prompting a fit of coughs. "Emily, are you all right?" Rickon gently patted her back, aiding her in regaining her composure. Emily struggled to suppress her cough and inquired, "Where's Robb?" Rickon hesitated, his face betraying discomfort as he stammered, "He has been buried. Robb lies in the crypt alongside Winterfell's past lords. They buried him before we returned." Sansa interjected, "Let us discuss this inside." With a wink at Emily, she indicated that there was more to the story. Understanding the unspoken message, Emily complied and entered the castle. Once inside, Rickon and Sansa arranged for Jon and the others to be settled, leading Emily directly to the crypts. The dimly lit spiral staircase seemed endless, with Rickon's lantern casting a feeble yellow glow that barely illuminated the path, while the cavernous darkness ahead loomed like a slumbering beast, waiting to swallow them whole. Emily felt a twinge of trepidation. "Do not fear," Rickon reassured. "Here lie the noble spirits of our Stark lineage. They shall protect us. You have been here before, have you not?" Emily paused, bewildered. She had no recollection of such a visit. "I remember never having been here." Rickon chuckled lightly. "How could that be? Every Stark is brought here for homage upon their birth. During significant rituals, we return. Perhaps your youth clouded your memory." Emily clenched her hands tightly. No. She remembers every detail. How could she possibly forget these events? The truth is, Ned never brought her here. Or perhaps he simply did not deem her worthy of entering. Her face turned pale as she gripped the nearby railing, slowly following Rickon downwards. A sharp pain welled in her nose, tears threatening to spill. She quickly opened her mouth to stifle her emotions. Sansa observed her pause and, with a tone laced with concern, inquired, "Emily, I heard not only is your face injured, but your leg is also troubling you. Are you tired? Would you like Rickon to carry you?" "No," Emily exclaimed vehemently. "I can walk down myself. I am a Stark." Rickon, supporting Emily, urged, "Emily, what is there to prove in walking?" Ignoring him, she grasped the railing and descended first, just as they neared the bottom of the crypt. She misstepped and fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, Rickon caught her, reproaching, "I told you I would carry you." Yet, Emily remained transfixed, gazing ahead at the multitude of human-like statues, each accompanied by a prowling dire wolf. Behind them loomed a dark stone sarcophagus, exuding an eerie chill. The most unsettling sight was of Catelyn seated beside Robb's statue. Emily could hardly believe that the figure before her was indeed Catelyn. Once vibrant red hair now lay mostly white, her face devoid of color, merely sitting in silence. Upon hearing the commotion, she merely remarked to Emily, "You have returned?" Emily's lips felt glued, rendering her speechless for a moment. Catelyn, seemingly indifferent to her silence, rasped, "Robb waited for you for so long, yet in the end, he never saw you." Emily, her throat parched, queried, "What has happened to you?" Catelyn scoffed lightly, a bitter laugh escaping her. "Isn't this what you desired? I never wished for you to end up like this. Forgive me for your loss." Surprised by Emily's response, Catelyn closed her eyes, tears trailing down the creases of her face as she cried out, "It is all my fault. I have brought ruin upon my Robb." Sansa hurried over, comforting Catelyn. "Mother, Emily has returned, and Robb's death is not your fault." Catelyn swatted Sansa's hand away, wailing, "Do not comfort me. Because of me, my Robb has died without even having children." Her anguished cries stirred a deep sorrow within Emily, nearly bringing her to tears as she noticed that behind Robb's statue, there was no sarcophagus, only a small box. Shocked, Emily exclaimed, "Where is Robb's coffin?" Unexpectedly, this question only intensified Catelyn's weeping. Frustrated, Emily shouted, "Stop crying. What good does it do? What happened to Robb? Was he not killed on the battlefield? Where's his body?" Catelyn, tears still streaming down her face, rose with difficulty. Her cracked lips trembling as she replied, "Robb always rushed to the front lines. I witnessed a spear thrown by the White Walkers. I saw it. Do you understand? I saw it, but it was too far away, and by the time I reached him, Robb had already fallen." She tenderly caressed the statue of Robb, weeping, "My Robb, my son, has fallen just like that. Do you know? He realized he would not survive and clutched my hand tightly, urging me to bring you back. It is all my fault. If you were still the Lord of Winterfell, would my son not be alive? Yet, I failed him in his final request. Robb's last thoughts were of you." Catelyn was consumed by despair, merely repeating, "Robb did not even close his eyes. Where have you been? Why did you return only now? No, that is not right. It is because I drove you away that Robb could not see you. It is all my fault, all my fault." Emily understood then. The absence of a stone coffin stemmed from the fear of Robb turning into a white. She also realized that Robb had always harbored guilt over her expulsion, which haunted him until his last breath. Her heart felt as if it had been violently wrenched away by Robb, the pain unbearable, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She yearned to tell Robb that she had never blamed him, yet deep down, she knew he would perceive that as a falsehood. Emily attempted to wipe away her tears with her hands, but it proved futile. She eventually covered her face and wept softly. In her final moments, she could scarcely recall how she had exited, perhaps carried out by Rickon, or perhaps she had walked out herself. Yet, none of that mattered anymore. Robb's last words seemed to provide closure for her years of effort. Robb still cared for her, did he not? Emily sat in the grand chair of the council hall, surrounded by many familiar faces, foremost among them the astonished Stannis and Lady Sellis. She did not explain why she had transformed from Scar to Emily Stark. Instead, she declared, "From this moment forth, I am the Lord of Winterfell, Emily Stark." The assembly exchanged glances, yet none voiced opposition. Stannis looked around before finally asking, with King Robb's passing, "The rightful heir should be your brother Bran Stark or Rickon Stark." "Emily Stark, this throne does not belong to you." Emily shot him a glance, responding coolly, "I have already brought you your heir. Moreover, this is a matter for our north, unrelated to King Stannis. My lordship was bestowed upon me by King Robb, and the new king is Rickon Stark." A murmur spread through the hall. Those who had witnessed Emily's prowess fell silent, while those who had not were at least aware of her reputation. Thus, the matter was settled. Emily pressed her forehead against the wall, the cold air stealing the warmth from her thoughts. Beside her, Yura urged, "This will only make you ill, Emily. It resolves nothing." She was well aware of that, yet felt utterly powerless. Robb had left behind a chaotic legacy. The wall was still locked in a fierce battle against the Whites, and thankfully, she had incapacitated all 3 dragons. The thought of another dragon joining the Whites was too grim to entertain. Stannis, as a king without territory, naturally cast a covetous eye upon the north. Even the Bolton family, lying in wait nearby, remained a threat. In his final moments, Robb summoned Emily, not only out of guilt, but also in hopes of stabilizing the situation. One threat after another emerged, beginning with the White Walkers. Clearly, relying solely on the North's strength to combat the White Walkers would prove futile. Even if they were vanquished, Winterfell's power would inevitably wane, allowing the aged Tywin Lannister to seize the opportunity to conquer Winterfell. Thus, an alliance was essential, yet it could not involve Daenerys. Setting aside the animosity between Daenerys and Emily, even if Daenerys were to put aside past grievances and march her forces to reinforce them, there was no guarantee that her dragons would not fall prey to the White Walkers. Should the White Walkers breach the wall riding dragons, the toll would be far greater than the present losses. Daenerys could not be allowed to remain. Emily instructed Yura to spread rumors, informing Tywin Lannister that Daenerys' 3 dragons were currently incapacitated by poison and unable to act. Only by prompting Tywin to eliminate Daenerys could they hope to resolve the conflict, which was far more significant than any issues with Winterfell. Emily doubted Tywin could resist such a golden opportunity. Chapter 57. Sansa pondered for a long while before summoning the courage to knock on Emily's door. As the door creaked open, Whiteling barked at Sansa before ushering her inside. Emily sat upon the bed, her lower half covered in thick furs. Upon seeing Sansa, she smiled and inquired, "What brings you here today? Is your leg still troubling you?" "It's a bit sore, yet bearable. It has been this way for years." "The cold always brings discomfort," Sansa replied. Emily, her smile unwavering, noticed Sansa's furrowed brow and asked, "What troubles you? Speak plainly, there is no need for pretense." Sansa cast her gaze downward, hesitantly taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "I wish to accompany Sandor to the wall." It was indeed curious. When Sandor had brought Arya back to Winterfell, Robb had intended to reward him handsomely before sending him away. Yet, Sansa had interceded on his behalf, wishing for Sandor to serve as her protector. Somewhere along the line, unforeseen circumstances arose, or perhaps Catelyn's heart softened, and the arrangement was made. Later, Arya had journeyed to the wall to protect Bran. Robb had planned to betroth Sansa to one of his bannermen to uphold Winterfell's influence. Sansa had initially agreed, only to seek out the man for a duel in secret, ultimately emerging victorious. Thus, her fierce reputation spread, and no suitors dared to approach. She and Sandor harbored feelings for each other, a fact Emily had learned from Rhaegar, yet she chose this moment to venture to the wall. A pang of bitterness struck Emily's heart as she asked, "Is this because I have returned?" Sansa quickly shook her head. No. Sandor has long wished to lend his strength at the wall. It's just that Robb had always been away, and Sandor and I needed to remain in Winterfell to stabilize the situation. Now that Robb is gone and you have returned, we can go to the wall." She fixed her gaze intently on Emily, grasping her hand, and said, "Emily, we entrust Winterfell to you. We have full faith in you. I was foolish in the past, repeatedly seeking your disfavor, but I have learned. You saved my life and taught me that power is something one must forge for oneself. In the past, I contemplated relying on my father's influence and even on Joffrey's power, but now, I aspire to be the individual whom others depend upon." Sansa's gaze was sincere and resolute, prompting Emily to reflect on how everyone had matured and formed their own beliefs. With a smile, Sansa remarked, "Emily, it was the Stark family that wronged you in the past, and from now on, we shall protect you. The Stark family will heed your command without any complaints." This sentiment is shared by Bran and Rickon as well. Tears welled up in Emily's eyes as she was overwhelmed with emotion. She pressed her hands against her face and wept loudly, realizing that her efforts were acknowledged by someone, were they not? Standing at the gates of Winterfell, she bade farewell to Sansa, Sandor, Jon, and Lady. She hoped that this separation would indeed be the final one. Beside her, Catelyn, with tears streaming down her face, gazed in the direction of Sansa's departure and suddenly uttered, "I'm sorry." Emily was taken aback, uncertain whether the apology was directed at her, as she studied Catelyn's profile intently. Catelyn did not turn her head but spoke softly, "Ever since Robb's death, I have been reflecting. If I had not driven you away, perhaps Robb would not have died with a sense of guilt. After all, Robb was a Stark, and like his father, he valued family above all. To him, it did not matter whether you were the original Emily. You were still his little sister, someone whom he felt obliged to protect." She sniffled, stifling her tears, and continued, "He truly cared for you. All he wanted was to find you a genuine refuge." Though young and unruly, Robb Arryn resided in the Eyrie, far removed from the chaos of battle. With your capabilities, you could undoubtedly govern the Eyrie, and then you would possess a true sanctuary. However, he never anticipated that you would be abducted along the way, leaving him in despair. Upon learning that you were alive, he dispatched search parties and lost sleep over your safety. You cannot fathom how elated Robb was when he discovered you had survived. He even expressed a desire to bring you back. Catelyn appeared frail, her hair a stark white, accentuating her weakened state. Emily forcefully suppressed her inner sorrow, reminding herself that she was not deserving of pity. Taking a deep breath, she replied coolly, "I understand. However, this will not lead to my forgiveness. You and I have never been family. We never were." Catelyn scoffed lightly, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she said, "Of course, I share that sentiment. I merely wished to convey Robb's intentions." With that, Catelyn turned and departed, her posture rigid, still clinging to the pride of being the Lady of Winterfell. Emily patted her aching legs. The north was still too frigid, and despite layering herself in furs, the biting cold penetrated to her bones. Rickon approached, crouched down, and offered, "Emily, I will carry you." "No need. I can walk on my own," she replied. Yet Rickon remained steadfast, insisting, "Climb on. I am capable of carrying you now." Behind them, Jon leaned in close to Emily and whispered, "Go on." This is Rickon's way of expressing his care. Emily glanced at Jon and, with a slight inclination, climbed onto Rickon's back. The humidity instantly blurred her eyes. She thought it must be the chill of Winterfell that caused this. However, after taking just a few steps, she could not help but choke back a sob. The wait for this day had been unbearably long. Rickon said nothing, simply carrying Emily slowly towards the room. Sniffling, Emily inquired, "Rickon, what do you think?" Rickon smiled and replied, "You are my sister. When I was younger, I felt powerless to protect anyone. I could only dream of our father's passing and Robb's fall, while in reality, I could do nothing. Now, I wish to be by your side and protect you. At the very least, when the White Walkers come, I will stand in front of you. Rickon, you know I cannot stay in Winterfell for long. My legs cannot endure the cold here. After I have settled everything, I hope you can become king." Rickon halted, pondering in silence for a moment before saying, "Emily, I thought you wanted to be king. Why don't you take the throne? If I find someone to heal your legs, wouldn't you be able to rule?" Emily gently patted Rickon's head and laughed, "I never wished to be king. Let me be frank, the position holds no allure for me. A king is constantly entangled in schemes and calculations. I do not desire such a life. I refuse to live in a state of perpetual vigilance, fearing others' machinations. I am weary. I simply wish to be selfish one more time." Unexpectedly, Rickon became agitated, exclaiming, "Emily, don't you regret it? You have sacrificed so much. Yet in the end, you have gained nothing. I feel for you." Emily turned to glance at Jon behind her and smiled. "I have always believed I gained nothing. But in truth, I have received so much. Jon, Baeling, and the 4 of you siblings. I believe my legs are far more important than a throne." Rickon was at a loss for words, only managing to say, "I understand. At the very least, let us help you heal your face and legs." Although Emily considered the possibility slim, she nodded in agreement. "All right." Stannis appeared noticeably more haggard than during his time on Dragonstone, now sitting by Emily's bedside, slightly bowed. He said, "Thank you. Thank you for rescuing Shireen. She is my only child and the sole heir to my throne." Emily replied with a smile, "Shireen has helped me immensely, and it was not I who rescued her, but rather Shireen who saved us. Therefore, there is no need for gratitude." Stannis' smile faded, returning to his usual stern demeanor. "In due time, I will head to the Night's Watch. You need not guard against me as if I were a wolf. The dire wolves are friends of House Stark. How could we guard against them? Likewise, you are our ally. My brother, King Robb, Fought alongside you against the White Walkers. Stannis's lips trembled as he forced a smile. I wish to ask, how is Melisandre? Shireen mentioned you should have seen her. Emily had not anticipated Stannis's concern for Melisandre and chuckled. I believe Daenerys needs her at this moment, so I left her with her. Stannis grasped his knees tightly, then stood up to take his leave. Thank you. I shall not impose any longer. Emily called out. But are you truly prepared to take your vassals to the Black Castle? Are you not considering a journey to Dragonstone? I certainly do not wish to lead my meager forces against 3 dragons. Did Shireen not inform you that the 3 dragons are currently incapacitated? Stannis turned sharply, rebuking her. Yet they remain 3 dragons. Do not presume I can be so easily deceived as Shireen. Emily sat upright, leaning slightly forward, and spoke softly. What if I told you that Duke Tywin intends to assault Dragonstone? Would you still refrain from acting? Will you simply watch as Dragonstone plunges into war, becoming Tywin's domain? Stannis appeared taken aback by this revelation, inquiring, how do you know this? That is of little consequence. What matters is that Duke Tywin has already gathered ships and stealthily set sail for Dragonstone. I cannot ascertain whether you will arrive in time if you leave now. Stannis remained visibly skeptical, hesitating before asking, if I march my forces away, what will become of the wall? Your meager strength alone cannot withstand the threat. Emily smiled. As long as you do not recall your forces currently stationed at the wall, it shall remain secure. Stannis sighed, choosing not to press the matter further, and strode away. Jowan, who had been on high alert regarding Stannis, finally felt a sense of relief. What are your plans now? Emily replied with a smile. At this juncture, our own Jaime Lannister should make his entrance. He is indeed a trump card for us at Winterfell. In the pitch-black dungeon, only the footsteps of Emily and her companions echoed, the dim light flickering feebly upon the path ahead. Jowan carefully guided Emily forward, cautioning, do not rush, watch your step. Emily was reminded of the moment she had seen Ned in the dungeons of King's Landing, a similar scene where she and Jowan had risked their lives to rescue him. It had been over a decade. She could not help but reflect. Jowan, do you have any regrets? Jowan, seemingly indifferent, replied, regrets about what? For more than 10 years. You have followed me without a moment's peace. Each time you risk your life, are you not afraid? Jowan tightened his grip on Emily's arm, smiling. How could I not be afraid at first? I was merely a 12-year-old child then, but I grew fearless. You are the sole person I care about in this world. As long as I know you are behind me, I cannot succumb to fear. Emily was taken aback by his words in this moment and place. How unexpected it was for him to speak so sweetly. Where had the proud boy gone? No matter how she tried, she could not respond. Jowan chuckled. You are truly something. I am certain you had no lovers in your past life. Emily was momentarily speechless. He was indeed correct. Angered and embarrassed, she declared, I shall walk on my own. Yet, as she took a step, a stone pricked her foot, causing her to instinctively cry out in pain. Jowan stifled a laugh, stepping forward to pull Emily close. All right, we are almost there. Uncertain of the current state of the once infamous regicide, Emily recognized that he had diverted the topic to spare her embarrassment. Her heart softened, and she suddenly declared, Jowan, once the White Walkers are vanquished, I shall seek a vessel to explore the world. Would you care to join me? The moment her words fell, silence enveloped the dungeon, leaving her to hear only the rapid thumping of her heart and her hurried breaths. Surely, she must have lost her mind to utter such a statement. After all, they were both ancient beings, and she was hardly the Na'vi maiden she pretended to be. When Jowan did not respond for a considerable time, frustration bubbled within her, and she thought, forget it, as if I never spoke. No, you dare, Jowan exclaimed, charging forward to plant a decisive kiss on Emily's cheek. If you're not going with me, then with whom? Startled by the sudden pain, Emily glanced at Jowan, who was grinning foolishly, clearly in a state of delirium. She wiped the saliva from her face and found herself inexplicably smiling in return. She had expected him to be domineering, but he was merely a foolish lad pretending to be something grand. Let us go, she said, taking the initiative to grasp Jowan's hand and lead him forward. Jowan, momentarily taken aback, stared at their intertwined hands. After walking a short distance, he snapped out of his blissful reverie, lifted Emily into his arms, and proclaimed, with me, you shall never walk again. I can carry you forever. Emily, startled, quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, and in a moment of impulsiveness, leaned in to kiss him. Jowan stood there, stunned. Emily, chuckling, urged, aren't we going? With a blank expression, Jowan mechanically moved forward, legs straight and stiff. Emily stifled a laugh. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the dim dungeon. Well, who would have thought that upon encountering outsiders, I would witness such a grand spectacle? Jowan immediately stiffened, setting Emily down, and seized a torch from the side. Emily tugged at his sleeve, pointing toward a dark shadow in the corner. He quickly directed the light toward it, revealing a figure clad in tattered black garments, huddled in the dungeon's recess. Long, filthy golden hair obscured the person's face, rendering their features indistinguishable. As the figure turned, two empty sleeves dangled lifelessly by its sides. It was then that Emily softly called out, "Jaime Lannister." Jaime scoffed, bracing himself against the wall to stand, and fixed his gaze directly upon Emily, taunting, "I see you are still alive. How delightful. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss for whom to exact my vengeance." Emily stepped around Jowan, smiling as she replied, "I am equally pleased that you have not perished." Jaime, now able to discern the numerous scars marring Emily's face, burst into laughter. "It appears you've finally received your comeuppance. Did you truly believe that after taking so many lives, you could remain unscathed? Just look at your face. Truly, the seven have blessed you." Jowan cast a worried glance at Emily, fearing she might take his words to heart. However, Emily remained unfazed. After a decade, the scars no longer represented her vulnerability. She smiled and retorted, "Who would have thought my scars could bring you such delight? I suppose they serve a purpose after all. However, I did not come here to discuss such matters. I merely wish to convey this to you. Jaime Lannister, you may return." Jaime paused, his empty sleeves swaying as he approached Emily, the clanking of his shackles echoing in the dim light. He stepped forward, a loud laugh escaping his lips. "Are you finally letting me go? But you may be disappointed. To my father, a Lannister without hands is nothing more than a useless wretch. I am of no value. Value is not determined by you, but rather by your father, Lord Tywin." Emily replied, "I will have someone assist you shortly, and then escort you out." As she turned to leave, she heard Jaime's low voice. "Is that it? You won't stay?" A chill gripped Emily's heart, as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Shadows in the dark dungeon began to coalesce into ominous shapes, the clinking of chains resonating like a curse piercing her soul. Jowan swiftly drew his sword, positioning it protectively across his chest, and said firmly, "Emily, do not fear. I am here." Emily clung tightly to Jowan's tunic, forcing down her terror. She managed a strained smile. Addressing Jaime, "It seems you have not been idle these past 10 years. You have certainly made plans for yourself." Jaime, light on his feet, spun around and laughed heartily. "I am a Lannister. I repay grudges. I cannot bear to see you descend into hell without me." Emily scoffed softly. "If you can escape the dungeon, why not break free? Do you truly believe my father would leave such a significant leverage in your hands unguarded?" Jaime regarded her pallid complexion, clicking his tongue in disbelief. "You still do not understand my father, nor the Lannisters. To speak frankly, 5 years ago, no 6, this dungeon was already filled with Lannisters. The only reason we did not seize Winterfell from within was that our Lord Tywin needed you to fend off the White Walkers. Initially, he intended to rescue me, but I was far too unwilling to accept that." As he spoke, Jaime's face contorted with rage, his voice a thunderous roar. "You severed my hands, and you think it ends there? I had planned to sneak into your chamber on the night of my escape and end you. Who would have guessed you were expelled by your own mother and brother? Truly poetic justice. I had no choice but to remain. I would not be satisfied until I plunged a dagger into your heart. Now, the moment has finally arrived. I have achieved it." Emily had indeed not anticipated that Robb would overlook such a detail. "Yet, are you not celebrating too soon? Setting aside the fact that you lack hands, how could you deliver a blow yourself? Do you think I came to see you with only Jowan by my side?" Jaime's laughter faltered, his expression darkening. "So what? Even if you have company outside, what does it matter? Before they enter, my men will eliminate you." Emily chuckled lightly. "Of course. However, there is no one outside. There are 3 direwolves awaiting." Jaime's face drained of color as he turned to see 3 pairs of glowing green eyes glaring ominously in the darkness. He shouted in alarm, "Attack!" With his call, Jowan swiftly pulled Emily behind him and charged forward with his sword drawn. 3 ice wolves howled and lunged at them, creating a cacophony of screams, wolf howls, and the sounds of collision. Emily retrieved the long and used dagger, Scar, from her pocket and slowly approached Jaime. Jaime, taken aback, quickly retreated, frantically waving his arms in a futile attempt to intimidate her. "Stay back. Do you think I can't kill you just because I have no hands? I am an oath breaker." Emily smirked. "You truly overestimate your significance. Why would I kill you? I'm looking to use you for my own gain. Do not be afraid." Her words clearly offered no comfort to Jaime, who trembled against the wall, wailing, "You are a demon. You are not human." "A demon? Well, at least I am a demon with company," Emily retorted, kicking Jaime to the ground and raising Scar to stab at his lower limbs. Jaime emitted a harrowing cry. Coldly, Emily warned him, "Make them stop, or you might lose that leg. Just imagine how you would face Cersei. I hear she has married Loras Tyrell of Highgarden. Don't you wish to see her one last time? Jaime gritted his teeth and suddenly burst into laughter. You are indeed a Stark. You should have been a Lannister. If my father had a daughter like you, he would be overjoyed. Then he shouted, Stop. Emily dismissed his words. They were all destined to happen. Seeing that everyone had truly halted, she withdrew Scar, extracting bits of flesh from Jaime. He cried out in anguish, collapsing to the ground. Jon approached, anxiously asking, Are you all right? I'm fine. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang, flooding the dungeon with light. Emily closed her eyes briefly before realizing it was Rickon and his men who had invaded. Everything had reached its inevitable conclusion. A group of knights clad in black galloped swiftly, dragging Jaime, shackled and burdened, along behind them. Standing at the gates of Winterfell, Emily adjusted her attire and pulled Jon along, saying, Let us return. At the very least, we have some good news now. Can we trust Tyrion Lannister? Jon frowned, expressing his dissent. We have not yet gained anything. If he goes back on his word, we would lose Jaime, our trump card, for nothing. Ever since Jon learned that Tyrion intended to exchange gold and peace for Jaime, he had been anxious. Later, upon hearing of negotiations in the Eyrie, he feared he might have openly opposed it had it not been for Emily's orders. Emily explained, What use do we have for Jaime? At the very least, when the Lannister army arrives, we can display Jaime on the battlements. Jon hesitated. Emily paused, grasping Jon's hand to elaborate. But will the Lannister army retreat because of Jaime? He is the son of Tywin, not the only one, Emily replied earnestly, and the Oathbreaker who has lost his hands no longer holds hope of inheriting Casterly Rock. As Cersei accused Tyrion of being the murderer of Joffrey, Tywin chose to protect Tyrion. At that moment, I realized that Jaime had become expendable to Tywin. Jon remained silent. His brow furrowed and lips slightly parted, clearly in agreement with Emily's words, yet puzzled. I understood that I had referred to Jaime as our trump card, but that was in relation to Cersei and Tyrion, not Tywin. Jaime was Cersei's lover. Should the opportunity arise, she would not hesitate to exploit him. For Tyrion, Jaime represented the last vestige of kindness from their childhood, as well as the only brother who posed no threat. A mere handful of gold could secure his safety, and Tyrion was evidently willing to pay it. After a moment of contemplation, Jon remarked, I comprehend your words, but what benefit does this hold for us? We would merely be releasing an enemy. Emily, somewhat comforted by Jon's line of thinking, smiled and replied, Thus, we must seize this opportunity. From both a broader perspective and the interests of the Lannisters, maintaining peace with us is the most prudent choice. It allows us to resist the White Walkers while depleting our strength. Certainly, we cannot remain idle, otherwise. The moment we attempt to vanquish the White Walkers will coincide with the fall of Winterfell. This is also the reason I spread the word for Tywin to attack Daenerys, to weaken the Lannisters' power. Emily led the way to the council chamber, noting that the greatest vulnerability of King's Landing lay in its financial troubles. To my knowledge, the wealth of the Lannisters essentially sustained the city. Since Jaime had lost his value to us, why not exchange him for a handsome price? Moreover, should Jaime remain in Winterfell, there is the risk of a second retaliation. Such a significant threat cannot be allowed to linger. Jon sighed behind her. Emily, you are a true gambler. You always favor the small risk for a larger reward. But have you considered what you might face in the event of failure? Emily turned to glance at him, saying, I have pondered that. It would simply mean releasing an enemy. Jaime is but a shadow of his former self, and besides, I have you all to rely on, so I am unafraid. Jon opened the door to the council chamber for Emily. She smiled slightly at him, only to see his expression freeze in astonishment. Emily felt a sense of satisfaction at his reaction. Though she lacked conventional beauty, she could still captivate him, and that was enough. Jon regained his composure, taking Emily by the arm and leading her to a corner. Forcefully, he pressed her against the wall and leaned in to kiss her. The sensation of mutual affection was truly wondrous. Emily instinctively parted her lips, tentatively extending her tongue to explore. Jon tightened his embrace and fervently invaded her mouth. When the kiss finally ended, he released her lips, breathing heavily, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on Emily as he rasped, When can this end? She merely gazed into his eyes, gently caressing his face and eyes, asking, What? Jon captured her hand on his face and kissed it tenderly. When can it just be the two of us? I can exchange everything I possess for this. Has this fellow truly never experienced love? His sweet words made Emily's heart race, even as a seasoned veteran. She gently broke free, embraced him, and listened intently to his heartbeat. Jon, do not betray me, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Jon tightened his hold on Emily and replied with a smile, There is no need for you to act. I shall take my own life. Soon, News spread from Eagle's Nest City that Tyrion had brought a substantial sum of gold to secure Jaime's release. However, on the journey to King's Landing, Jaime suddenly perished. Rumors swiftly traversed the Seven Kingdoms, with many whispering that the imp, Tyrion, had killed Jaime out of fear that he would return to claim his birthright. In an instant, tales of Tyrion's past cruelty resurfaced, echoing throughout the land. Meanwhile, Duke Tywin summoned hundreds of warships to attack Dragonstone, where the battle remained fiercely contested. Daenerys, however, refrained from unleashing her dragons. Stannis was also leading his forces to Dragonstone. Poised to seize an opportunity, Emily toyed with a small vial in her hands, pondering how to deliver this concoction to the sinister Castle Bolton. This thorn in her side had long been a source of vexation. Coincidentally, young Bolton was now 11, and with a little guidance, he could be manipulated to her advantage. Emily exhaled slowly, suddenly realizing that her methods were not dissimilar to Cersei's. Lacking brute force, she could only resort to cunning stratagems. She had heard that in a couple of days, it would be Walder Frey's birthday, and her son-in-law, Roose Bolton, would attend the festivities. She wondered if Bolton were to perish at the banquet, whether young Bolton would turn against Walder Frey. Perhaps she could orchestrate the demise of both father-in-law and son-in-law. Yet, would this not draw suspicion towards Winterfell? Rumor had it that Lord Rickard Stark's eldest son, Haryon Stark, was still at the Dreadfort, faring relatively well. Emily contemplated whether promising Lord Stark half of Bolton's lands, combined with her previous affections, might sway Lord Rickard. She rubbed her hands together vigorously. Each time she devised a plan, her palms felt uncomfortably warm. Before 10 days had elapsed, she received a request from young Bolton. Hoping Winterfell would join forces with House Bolton to attack the twins and avenge his father, Roose Bolton. If Winterfell extended its hand, the Dreadfort would pledge fealty to House Stark in accordance with ancient customs. Clearly, the young Bolton, bereft of his father's protection, was consumed by vengeance. Much like Robb Stark had once been, Emily quickly replied, commanding the Stark family to assist. In return, House Bolton would be expected to offer a suitable reward to House Stark. Young Bolton eagerly agreed, impatient to welcome Lord Rickard and his troops. Subsequently, the two families united to besiege the twins, while Littlefinger, with his own forces, sought to carve out his share. It seemed all the Seven Kingdoms were embroiled in conflict. As countless refugees flooded into the north, Emily revived her previous orders, utilizing the gold from Jaime's exchange to provide for these displaced individuals. When the city of Twin Rivers could no longer withstand the onslaught and was breached, the army that surged and frightened Lord Walder Frey to death. Although Emily suspected that he might have perished from the anguish of witnessing his amassed treasures being ravaged, the Stark and Bolton families, having acquired this cash, rapidly flourished. However, when young Bolton sought to escort Stark home, he discovered that it was no longer feasible. Haryon Stark proposed marriage to Lady Valda, young Bolton's mother. Infuriated, young Bolton retaliated, leading to a fierce conflict between the two families, ultimately necessitating Emily's intervention for reconciliation. In the end, Emily persuaded young Bolton to relinquish Haryon Stark with a third of his territory. It is worth noting that young Bolton possessed half of House Frey's lands, while the other half was occupied by Littlefinger and various minor houses. With no other choice, young Bolton acquiesced. Henceforth, the mention of Stark became a source of dread, and the two families crumbled entirely. The North, under Emily's mediation, found stability. Meanwhile, news from Dragonstone arrived. Duke Tywin was assassinated in his study, meeting an untimely demise. Chapter 60. Emily did not anticipate Tywin's swift departure from this world. She had intended to utilize him further. With his demise, Cersei and Tyrion were likely to commence their bitter rivalry. Although Tyrion was a figure of controversy, he remained the sole heir of Casterly Rock and had been designated as acting hand of the king by Tywin. Cersei, on the other hand, wielded power over the Reach and her son Tommen Baratheon. The struggle between the two factions was fraught with unpredictability. Furthermore, there was Queen Margaery Tyrell, the ambitious wife of King Tommen, who had endured Tywin's oppression for far too long. It was uncertain whether she would seize this opportunity to act. King's Landing was now likely a chaotic mess, and the situation on Dragonstone was poised for upheaval. Emily inquired of Master Luwin, who stood beside her. "Is there any news from Dragonstone?" Master Luwin, now quite aged, with several teeth missing, rose unsteadily and bowed. "The war continues. Stannis is nearing. However, he may not join the fray just yet. Daenerys's dragons have yet to engage, though the roar of the dragons from Dragonstone has been heard. Please, sit, Master Luwin. You ought to cultivate a new scholar or request the Citadel to send one." Emily refrained from offering him her support. He had dedicated his life to Winterfell and deserved respect, Yet Emily could only fulfill her duties as the lord of the castle. Anything beyond that was beyond her capacity. Master Lewin gazed at Emily with calm eyes, and after a moment of silence, he replied, Winterfell remains unsettled. We require a loyal scholar free from ulterior motives. Those sent by the Citadel are often uninformed of local matters, so it is best to avoid them. I have gathered a group to study under me. I will select one to inherit my position, while the rest can be dispatched to various castles. Emily nodded and added to Reek, keep a vigilant watch on the wall's movements. Should anything amiss arise, act swiftly. Moreover, pay close attention to the recent influx of refugees in the north. Ensure that each lord governs their lands prudently to avert any issues. Ever since Emily informed Reek that he was to inherit the throne one day, he had maintained a stern expression, his shoulders rigid with tension. Fearing that he might err and bring disrepute to Emily, the entire north operated in an orderly fashion under her guidance, while the status of the wall was effectively managed. Emily could not help but marvel at the foresight of those who originally constructed the wall. Towering and laden with years of frost, the wall posed a formidable barrier against the White Walkers. Even if one or two attempted to scale it, the defenders could easily dislodge them with heavy stones. Moreover, the soldiers stationed atop the wall unleashed a barrage of flaming arrows, turning entire ranks of the White Walkers to ash. As long as the gates were secured, there was no need to fear these icy foes. However, caution was warranted regarding the White Walkers' ice spears. Emily found it peculiar when she read of the White Walkers hurling their spears to slay dragons. It struck her as strange that 2 centuries prior, Queen Alysanne and the immortal King Jaehaerys effortlessly drove the White Walkers back to the land of eternal frost with 7 dragons, yet Daenerys seemed incapable of doing the same. This led Emily to entertain a conspiracy theory. The difference lay with the White Walkers. Clearly, they were not mere corpses, perhaps akin to the Chinese legend of zombies. They possessed a semblance of self-awareness, especially the leader known as the Night King. The Night King was evidently the architect of these events. The sheer might of the White Walkers appeared insufficient to breach the colossal wall. Conversely, Daenerys' dragons could achieve this with ease, leading Emily to speculate that the Night King must have yearned for dragons to aid his cause against the wall. Alas, such a collaboration was unattainable in this lifetime. For Emily would never permit Daenerys to set foot in the north. Soon, news arrived from Dragonstone that Daenerys' great dragon Viserion had succumbed to madness due to poison, wreaking havoc upon those in proximity, including Regal and Viserion. They endured Viserion's wrath until one fateful day, the 3 dragons turned upon one another, typically the strongest. Viserion found himself at a disadvantage, having ingested the most poison. Daenerys was powerless to intervene, forced to witness Viserion's slaughter at the hands of his own brethren. In desperation, she compelled Regal and Viserion into the fray, swiftly altering the tide of battle. Without the presence of Lord Tywin's soldiers, the forces of King's Landing scattered like chaff, fleeing in panic at the sight of the dragons soaring above, breathing fire. Yet amidst the chaos, a colossal bow crafted specifically for dragon slaying came into play, fortuitously striking down Viserion. Though Daenerys emerged victorious from the conflict, she mourned the loss of 2 dragons. Slumped upon the Iron Throne, not a tear graced her eye. She clenched her jaw and gripped the armrests tightly. Yora hesitated before softly advising, Daenerys, I am deeply sorry. We must cremate Viserion and Regal, and this requires your leadership. Daenerys shot him a cold glance, seething as she murmured, this is all because of the poison you gave to Emily Stark. Had it not been for her, the dragons would not have turned upon each other. Viserion would still be alive, and Regal would not have met his end in such a manner. It is all Emily Stark's doing. Her agitation grew, and she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I will go and kill her. Yora quickly grasped her arm, urging, Daenerys, you must remain calm. Calm, she retorted, shaking off his hand. If I can just kill her, then I will find my peace. Daenerys, you must consider. The inhabitants of King's Landing have devised colossal arrows capable of slaying dragons. Winterfell is unlikely to be unprepared. If you recklessly ride Regal into the fray, what will become of him should calamity strike? Daenerys froze in place, her expression one of shock as she asked, is it to end like this? Will my Drogon and Viserion perish in vain? Yora, deeply pained by Daenerys's bewilderment and sorrow, gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Daenerys, we cannot act in haste. We possess dragons, unsullied, and will soon have more armies at our disposal. When the time comes, we shall exact our vengeance openly. Perhaps there will be no opportunity left. This statement jolted Yora awake. He drew his sword and pushed Daenerys behind him, bellowing, who goes there? Step forward. Before them, the grand doors slowly creaked open, revealing a throng of figures, including Stannis and the Red Woman. Furious, Daenerys exclaimed, "Melisandre, you swore to serve me." Melisandre's thin lips curled into a smile as she replied, "But you are not the king chosen by the Lord of Light. I am merely relaying his commands. Thus, I stand behind King Stannis." Jorah spoke in a low tone, "King Stannis, I did not expect your arrival at Dragonstone to be so swift." Stannis maintained a poker face, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. "I have come here upon the guidance of others." Daenerys shrieked, "Who is it?" "It is Emir Stark." Daenerys and Jorah froze in astonishment. Daenerys repeatedly murmured, "Emir Stark." "It is her again." Quickly dismissing her thoughts, she inquired, "Are you not afraid of my dragons?" Melisandre extended her arm and smiled, "Queen Daenerys, do you still possess dragons?" Just as Daenerys was about to retort, realization struck her, and with tears brimming in her eyes, she asked, "What of Regal?" Stannis, growing impatient, interjected, "He is dead, poisoned. I commanded them to burn the corpses of the 3 dragons." Daenerys forcefully pushed Jorah aside and shouted, "You are all mad. I shall incinerate you all with my dragons." Stannis, weary of the theatrics, simply commanded, "Kill her. Quickly, before she causes more commotion." The guards promptly formed a circle around Daenerys and Jorah. Refusing to remain passive, Jorah charged at Stannis. His swordsmanship was exceptional, yet he could not withstand the onslaught, ultimately falling to a knight's blade. Soon, a figure emerged from the ranks, dagger in hand, and slashed Daenerys' throat. On this relatively warm day, Emir, bundled in thick garments, observed the soldiers fervently training in the courtyard. These men were to be dispatched to the wall to continue the fight against the White Walkers. How many would return alive? Footsteps approached from behind, and upon turning, Emir saw Master Luwin and inquired, "Master Luwin, what brings you here?" Master Luwin, stooped and diminished, appeared frail and small. He approached Emily, gazing at the young soldiers below, and with a sense of nostalgia remarked, "Had I been younger, perhaps I would not have committed those grave mistakes." Though his words were somewhat unclear, Emily understood that he was apologizing for having previously allied with Robb Stark to cast her out. Reluctantly, she conceded, "I must admit, you were not wrong. The entirety of the North rightfully belongs to Robb. He is our true king." Master Luwin did not respond immediately, but shifted the conversation. "Emily, I have heard rumors that you intend to relinquish the throne to Rickon." She replied, "It is his by right. There is no need for me to yield." He turned to meet her gaze, questioning, "No, you must realize that you are the undisputed choice to rule the North. Only you can safeguard Winterfell and the Stark legacy. Your character would never allow you to cede these to Rickon. What is your true intention? Or is there something you are concealing from us?" Emily's smile gradually faded as she averted her eyes, her hands unconsciously caressing the railing before her. "You are overthinking this. I merely believe that Rickon is the legitimate heir to Winterfell. He is the true king." Master Luwin's lips twitched as he contemplated her words. After a moment, he replied, "Had you expressed this sentiment in the past, I would have been far more wary of you. However, I now understand that if you desire it, the entire North could be yours. It has become a shackle for you rather than a support." Emily refrained from commenting further, recognizing the ease with which such words could be spoken. Master Luwin, with a gentle smile, advised, "Take care of yourself, Emily. You may protect others, but I hope you can also safeguard your own well-being." Emily nodded slightly, watching as he departed. The news of Daenerys' death reached Winterfell, and astonishment rippled through the crowd. "She had 3 dragons," Rickon exclaimed, his eyes widening. "All 3 perished?" Master Luwin confirmed, "Indeed, all 3 are gone." Rickon expressed his regret, lamenting, "What a pity. Had the dragons survived, our chances against the White Walkers might have increased." A collective sigh of despair echoed among them. Emily chose not to elaborate, knowing that claiming the White Walkers could slay and ride dragons would likely be met with disbelief. In their minds, dragons were the bane of the White Walkers. How could this be? She lightly tapped the table and stated matter-of-factly, "This matter does not concern us. Stannis has reclaimed Dragonstone. To prevent it from being occupied again, he will likely not extend as much military support as he did previously. We must rely on ourselves. Master Luwin, please send a letter to Bran inquiring about the necessary troop strength. Sir Casterly and Sir Roderick are at the wall facing the enemy. The defense of Winterfell is entrusted to you. Sir Manderly, what news from the Iron Islands? It seems there has been no recent activity." Clad in blue and green with a white mermaid embroidered, Lord Wyman Manderly bowed and assured her with a smile, "Rest assured, Lady Emily. The Iron Islands are preoccupied with their internal strife. That old rogue, Euron, is still stirring trouble, fixated on claiming the title of Island Lord." Emily nodded, pleased. "When the moment calls for it, we must lend a hand to the siblings, Shan, and prevent Yuluen from rising to power." Naturally, assistance must not come without its own advantages. The crowd erupted in laughter, exclaiming in unison, "Indeed." Rickon, unable to conceal his excitement, followed closely behind Emily. "Emily, are we going to confront King's Landing? What do you intend to do?" "I shall assist you." Emily turned to glance at him, a playful smile gracing her lips as she straightened his attire. "Do you aspire to be king?" Rickon faltered for a moment, stammering. "Did you not suggest that I should be king? If you were king now, what would you do?" Emily inquired, her expression serious, devoid of any humor. Rickon genuinely pondered her question, finally managing to articulate, "Primarily, we must vanquish the White Walkers." Emily nodded, "Of course." "And then?" "Then?" Rickon contemplated further. "It seems our war against the Lannisters will persist. Are you afraid?" Upon hearing this, Rickon immediately raised his chin defiantly and replied, "Never. I am a Stark." Emily admired his courage, yet she knew that even Starks could feel fear. "Do you believe we can triumph?" Rickon finally revealed his concerns, furrowing his brow as he spoke softly. "Honestly, I have always feared we may not prevail. During Robb's campaigns, our forces were already insufficient, which is why we sought alliances. We nearly lost Winterfell to Cheyenne." He grew increasingly anxious, his hands clenched tightly against his chest. Though the Lannisters did not seize Dragonstone, they have certainly lost some troops to Daenerys. However, I do not believe the Lannisters are without hidden cards. The question of who is truly stronger remains uncertain. Suddenly, Emily felt a sense of maternal pride, akin to watching her child grow, and nearly reached out to ruffle his hair. Thankfully, she restrained herself, otherwise, he would likely become flustered again. "Your analysis is sound. So what shall we do next?" Rickon recalled the lessons Emily had imparted a decade prior and shrugged slightly. "We must devise ways to bolster our forces and unite with others to confront our enemies. Perhaps Stannis?" Emily's feelings were mixed. Rickon was indeed a legitimate Stark. "Do you know what I would do?" Rickon offered no indication. "You would employ a different strategy. You would eliminate the enemy's strongest figure." "I'm not doing that this time. I merely wish to wait," Emily replied, a knowing smile gracing her face. Marjorie, accompanied by her beautiful mother and sister-in-law Cersei, strolled into the garden and took a seat. "Mother, are you truly going to watch Uncle Tyrion become Tommen's hand and the Lord of Casterly Rock? I believe you are far more suited for the role. He is merely a dwarf." Cersei glanced down at Marjorie, her head slightly tilted. Marjorie felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and forced a smile. "Mother, what is the matter with you?" Cersei lifted the wine goblet from the table, taking a delicate sip of the exquisite vintage, and remarked with a smile, "Your level of provocation hardly befits the stature of a queen, my dear." Marjorie, with a cold demeanor, retorted, "This is for the sake of your husband, Loras. And for you. Aren't you the one who despises your brother Tyrion the most?" The emphasis she placed on the word brother thoroughly infuriated Cersei, who then splashed the contents of her cup across Marjorie's face. "How dare you mock me? And what of your brother? Are you not aware of his shortcomings? This is a matter for the Lannisters alone. It is no concern of yours from Highgarden." With that, Cersei swept away in a flurry of indignation. Marjorie brushed aside the hand of her maid who sought to dab her face dry and wiped the wine stains away with her right hand. "Bring my brother to me." Loras, adorned in a tailored golden attire, approached with a smile, bestowing a kiss upon Marjorie's cheek. "What is the matter? Have you quarreled with Cersei again?" She sighed in exasperation. "Why have you not yet compelled her to comply?" "Ah, the women of House Lannister are no different from the men. Both are formidable and vengeful. Furthermore, while she may possess beauty, she is but a faded flower. She looks down upon me, and I hold her in similar disdain. It is a mutual aversion. How could she ever heed my words? She is the Queen Mother, and I cannot strike her." Loras continued to sip his wine, chuckling. "Men are far superior." Marjorie rubbed her temples, realizing she could no longer rely on him. "However, since she disregards our counsel and wields significant influence over Tommen, her existence has become redundant." Loras was taken aback. "You intend to kill her? How would you manage that? She has long yearned for Joffrey and Jaime." "Let us grant her that wish," Marjorie said, shaking her wine goblet. The banquet was a cacophony of clinking glasses, with the Queen Mother, King, and Queen seated at the head of the table. Cersei observed Tommen, who was engaged in playful banter with Marjorie, her heart heavy with sorrow. She longed to ask him, "Do you remember your uncle?" A bitter laugh escaped her lips, knowing Tommen might retort, "Isn't my uncle sitting right beside me?" Nearby, Tyrion had consumed several cups of wine, hesitating before approaching Cersei, whispering, "I did not kill Jaime, truly. If I wanted him dead, I would not have saved him. I would have left him in Winterfell." Cersei's expression remained devoid of mirth. "But he is dead now. Do you not trust me?" Cersei turned her head, reaching for the wine jug, only to find it empty. "Bring me more wine." The maid hastily replaced it with a fresh jug, filling her cup to the brim. Cersei disregarded Tyrion's words, raising the goblet to her lips. "You may leave now," Tyrion pleaded. "Cersei, you are my only family." Just then, he caught sight of Cersei, her face streaming with blood. Cersei felt something trickling down. Instinctively reaching up to touch it, her hand stained with crimson. A wave of agony coursed through her body, rendering her speechless. In mere moments, she collapsed onto the table, her body mottled with bruises. Tyrion, alerted by the cacophony of cries around him, realized too late that Tommen was weeping uncontrollably over Cersei. Marjorie, her voice sharp and urgent, declared, "Your Majesty, it was Tyrion who poisoned the Queen Mother. He was the only one by her side." Before Tyrion could mount a defense, he found himself the target of Tommen's furious glare. Chapter 62. Tommen gazed at Tyrion with tear-stained cheeks, as if he yearned for an explanation from him. "Uncle, is it you?" Marjorie shrieked. "Tyrion is the only one who remained by our mother's side. It cannot be anyone else. The guards should swiftly cast him into the dungeons." Tyrion recalled the day Joffrey met his demise. He had been wrongfully accused of murder despite his innocence. And now it was happening again. Fortunately, Jaime had been detained in Winterfell at that time, as he was their father's sole heir. Otherwise, Tyrion could not guarantee that their father would come to his rescue. Now he was the last of his family. Tyrion raised his hands to his chest, striving to soften his tone as he explained to Tommen, "Tommen, you know I love you all. I was falsely accused regarding Joffrey, and I am innocent this time as well. You must believe me." Tommen's brow relaxed, clearly swayed by Tyrion's words. However, Marjorie, sensing the shift, was quick to strike. "No, Tyrion is vying for the inheritance of Casterly Rock alongside our mother, and it is highly plausible that jealousy has driven him to poison her. Given the previous events, he could easily cleanse himself of any suspicion. Tyrion, repent. Mother is your own sister. Not only have you killed your father and brother, but you would dare to extend your treacherous hand to our mother." Her fierce accusations held far more weight than Tyrion's gentle entreaties. Observing Tommen's wavering resolve, Tyrion surrendered, recognizing their intent to condemn him to death and seize control of the realm. "Tommen, consider this." The intense gazes of Tyrion and Marjorie bore down upon Tommen, leaving him breathless. He clutched the increasingly cold Cersei and muttered, "First, imprison Tyrion Lannister in the dungeons. Uncle, if you did not commit this act, I shall prove your innocence." Marjorie smirked, commanding, "What are you waiting for? The king has spoken. Quickly take Tyrion away." As the golden-cloaked guards moved, the knights behind Tyrion drew their swords, forming a solid barrier against them. Marjorie had not anticipated such resistance. Previously, capturing Tyrion had been effortless. Yet now he dared to fight back. She clutched Tommen in panic, exclaiming, "Tommen, look at how prepared Tyrion is. He is guilty." Tommen stiffened, stammering, "Uncle, did you not say it was not you?" The tall knights obscured Tyrion from view, yet his voice resonated clearly. "Tommen, I am not lying. I did not kill Cersei, but I cannot go to the dungeons. I fear that once I enter, your queen and her brother will ensure my demise. No one can save me. I must save myself." Marjorie, caught off guard by the turn of events, grasped Tommen and urged, "Tommen, what shall we do now?" "I do not know," Tommen replied, his face a mask of confusion, unable to comprehend why, in an instant, his mother had perished and his uncle had turned against him. Without granting his nephew the king a moment's respite, Tyrion commanded, "The queen and Loras conspired to poison the queen mother, under the authority of the prime minister. They are to be arrested for treason." Tommen, disregarding Cersei, hastily cast her lifeless body aside and embraced Marjorie, rebuking her with fervor. "Anyone dare? I am the king." Yet, the guards remained unmoved, advancing to seize Marjorie and Loras. The once valiant gold-cloaked guards, who had sworn to protect the crown, retreated in the face of adversity. Marjorie and Loras were dragged away, their desperate cries echoing in the air. Just as Tommen intended to rush forward, a guard intercepted him, lifting him effortlessly despite his resistance, and carried him back to the royal chambers. Once the crowd dispersed, Tyrion slowly approached Cersei's side. Perhaps due to Tommen's haste, Cersei lay face down. He struggled to turn her over, revealing her bruised visage marred by dirt and blood. Extracting a cloth from his pocket, he gently wiped her face clean, murmuring, "Do you know? None of them were slain by my hand, truly. Jaime's death was an utter misfortune. I remained baffled by its suddenness. He was the one I wished to harm the least. And as for father, I cannot ascertain whether it was the people of Highgarden or perhaps Winterfell, Daenerys, or Stannis. However, your demise was orchestrated by Marjorie, of that I am certain. Fear not, the Lannisters shall exact their vengeance." Subsequently, news spread that the imp, Tyrion, had taken King Tommen hostage, condemning Queen Margaery and Loras to death, even dispatching troops to assault Highgarden. Emily did not anticipate that King's Landing would settle so swiftly. Indeed, the imp lived up to his reputation. Margaery had no room for retaliation against him. It was regrettable, for Emily had orchestrated the poisonings of Jaime and Tywin. The enmity between her and Jaime was irreconcilable. How could she ever truly release him? As for Tywin, she merely provided Stannis with a modicum of guidance. Yet, despite her machinations, the Rose of Highgarden, Margaery, was swiftly dismantled. Would the imp ascend to the throne? In the original narrative, Queen Margaery met her end in an explosion, while King Tommen followed suit in a tragic act of devotion. One could only speculate if such a fate awaited him in this lifetime. Emily hoped he might find clarity to counterbalance Tyrion, lest matters become truly dire. Fortunately, no news of Tommen's demise surfaced thereafter. The Seven Kingdoms bizarrely maintained a precarious equilibrium among three factions. Emily stood before the map, contemplating the airy position between Dragonstone and Winterfell, pondering what schemes Peter Baelish was concocting now. It would be prudent to eliminate such a duplicitous figure at the earliest opportunity. Yora, drenched in sweat, entered and affectionately kissed Emily. She smiled and inquired, "Have you been practicing your swordsmanship? How fare the new recruits?" Yora gulped down a few mouthfuls of water before responding, "Quite well. They shall soon be dispatched to the wall." "And the wall?" Emily pressed. Yora chuckled. "You are ever so concerned. Rest assured. Master Lewin has informed me that Bran has discovered a method to slay the Night King. It is said that Bran can traverse time and space to confront him at his moment of emergence. However, it appears he has yet to succeed." Emily's heart tightened. No one understood better than she the cost of altering the fabric of reality through time travel. Perhaps Bran could indeed effect change, but there would surely be consequences left in its wake. For example, Bran, who stood guard at the door, suddenly found himself rendered speechless, while the Mad King, driven insane by the chilling command to burn them all, loomed ominously. No one could foresee whether the crossing into this world would herald good tidings or ill. "Emily, Emily." Amidst the dense fog, the distant calls of her name echoed, yet she could discern nothing beyond the haze. It dawned on Emily that she was immersed in a dream. The second instance of such an occurrence. The first had transpired when she first assumed the identity of Emily, awakening to the tear-streaked visage of Catherine. What was this new dream? Emily pinched her arm, recoiling in pain. Was it not said that dreams were devoid of sensation? Was this truly a dream? And who was calling her? Emily had no intention of advancing. Who could tell if the figures hidden in the mist were divine or demonic? The calls grew ever closer, and she instinctively shrank back. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, "Emily." She looked up to behold Bran's sharply defined smile and sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Bran? Is it truly you?" Bran beamed with delight. "I heard Sansa mention the scars that mar your face, and I feared for you. Yet now, seeing you so lively, it seems the scars have not greatly affected you." Emily remained non-committal and inquired, "Where is this place? This is within your dream, or perhaps your subconscious?" "I seek your assistance in vanquishing the Night King." Emily stood frozen, bewildered. What could she possibly do? Was this not Bran's burden? Bran continued, "Emily, I attempted to return to the past to thwart the White Walkers, but that endeavor was clearly in vain. I endeavored to warn others across the fabric of time. Yet that too failed, and even worsened the situation. I even traversed back to the moment the children of the forest transformed the Night King. But the rift between them and the first men is not easily mended. I failed once more. So what can I do?" she questioned. Bran smiled. "Emily, you are a traveler of time and space, are you not?" Her countenance darkened. "You saw that?" Bran nodded. "Indeed, I witnessed it. I saw little Emily take her first breath only to depart from this world, and I glimpsed your former self. Long black hair, a slender face, a petite stature. You are unlike us. Of course I am different." She wished she had never encountered this book or that television series. Had she not, she would not have been transported here. Emily longed to shout in frustration. "So," Bran gently patted her head and chuckled, "do not harbor animosity towards me, Emily. We are family. I cannot traverse time for long without losing myself, even risking my life. Yet you are different. You do not belong to this world and can navigate through it freely." Emily forcefully swatted his hand away, her tone cool. "What must I do? You know I cannot traverse it well. I will send you there. You must persuade the children of the forest. I shall bring you back, I assure you." Before Emily could fully comprehend, she saw the children of the forest preparing to insert obsidian into the body of the first man bound to the weirwood. She rushed forward, grasping the hand of the children of the forest, drawing the attention of all present. The forest child, barely reaching Emily's waist, stared wide-eyed at her and exclaimed, "Who are you?" The attire woven from leaves scarcely enveloped their slender form, revealing dark skin and sharply defined features. Emily was momentarily taken aback. Although she had long been aware of the forest children's appearance, witnessing it firsthand compelled her to draw comparisons. A group of 7 or 8 forest children brandishing stone tools encircled Emily, eyeing her warily. She released her hold on the obsidian of the forest child and called out, "Your actions will summon the others." Strangely, the forest children showed no sign of emotion, nor did they inquire about the others. The leader, with thick, elongated lips, coldly replied, "You are not the first to utter such words. Leave." Emily, astonished, asked, "Has Bran been here?" "There are many Brans. Which one do you mean?" Suddenly, Emily grasped the reality. It wasn't only the present Bran who had visited. Others must have come during past incursions of the others. She watched as the forest children bypassed her, dashing towards a person bound to the fish beam. Unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Why? Knowing this will bring devastation, why proceed?" "Because we do not wish to perish. I have only seen you, but the Green Prophet has encountered countless who came to dissuade us. To refrain from creating the others means our extinction. Forgive us, we wish to survive." This implied that the forest children had attempted resistance before, yet they had been annihilated by the ancients. Instantly, Emily felt her resolve wane. She could not deny them their chance at survival. Even if she were to force them, she could not overpower these 7 or 8 enchanted forest children. Even with the others, you will ultimately face extinction. The leader of the forest children hesitated momentarily before responding. "I have left behind hope. The rest shall be for future generations to handle." Emily watched helplessly as the forest child placed the obsidian into the chest of a human. The previously terrified and struggling individual suddenly froze, their eyes turning blue and their body paling. Taking a deep breath, Emily heard the forest child say, "You must leave, otherwise you too will be lost." Lost. Just as Emily was about to inquire further, she felt herself plummet and awakened. Sitting upright, she pondered everything intently. The forest child's few words revealed much. Firstly, many had sought to dissuade the creation of the others, and the forest children had likely attempted to resist, only to be met with human slaughter. Thus, they resolved to create the others. Furthermore, the forest child had warned her against lingering too long, suggesting that others had been lost before. Could that be interpreted as Bran being aware of this? Scratching her head, Emily lay back down, took a deep breath, and resolutely closed her eyes. Unsurprisingly, Bran awaited her, smiling. "It seems you were unsuccessful?" Emily nodded and asked, "Have you been there?" "Indeed. I merely hoped you might persuade them as well." "Emily, you have always been a remarkable girl, haven't you?" "Remarkable?" Emily sneered coldly. "Is it truly advantageous?" Bran smirked, his smile unchanging, yet it sent shivers down Emily's spine. "Isn't there some benefit to your traversing?" Emily recalled the sights she had encountered during her journey, forcing a smile. "How do you intend to defeat the White Walkers?" Bran replied with a grin, "As long as the magic of the wall endures. Dealing with the White Walkers will always yield greater results with less effort. King's Landing possesses many valuable resources. I will have some retrieved. You may return now." Emily gazed at the black stone ceiling above her, inwardly sighing, recognizing these individuals as deceivers. Just as Bran had stated, with the wall's assistance, he commanded the wildfires to be unleashed, incinerating the White Walkers beneath the wall in droves. Although the Night King escaped the flames, he was left vulnerable without his minions and the cover of trees, resembling a lamb on the plains. The Night's Watch, armed with shields and dragonglass, swiftly encircled him. The first member of the Night's Watch to charge forward has now been elevated to a knight by Emily, appointed as the guardian of Winterfell. The developments unfolded too rapidly for Emily to fully comprehend. It seemed to conclude just like that. What remained was the struggle among the three kings. Emily refrained from taking the initiative. Stannis was still recuperating, while the cunning Tyrion Lannister engaged in a battle of wits against the rebellious King Tommen. None of the three factions possessed the capability or ambition to unify the realm. Soon, Tyrion conveyed a message, requesting reconciliation among the three parties. Arya stood poised behind Emily, her sword firmly grasped at her waist. Emily found it somewhat amusing. Arya, untrained in the ways of the faceless men, still retained her innocence. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Night's Watch against the White Walkers had only emboldened her further. Upon their return to Winterfell, Arya proactively sought the duty of protecting Emily. Emily admired Arya. She had envisioned her own life as one akin to Arya's, a brave and noble knight. Alas, that dream was now unattainable. Suddenly, Yura approached, interrupting Emily's gaze towards Arya. "Emily, the imp wishes for you and Stannis to journey to the Eyrie. Will you go?" Emily turned her attention to the invitation on the table and declared, Yes. Yura, you shall accompany me. Rickon is to be the next Lord of Winterfell and the king in the north. Let him govern Winterfell. Arya will remain to protect Rickon. Arya exclaimed. Why can't I come? I can protect you too. Emily chuckled. I know you can protect me, but I would rather you safeguard Rickon. Arya pouted. But there are still the Hound and Sansa. Oh, and plenty of guards. Why must I remain behind? Emily approached and gently embraced her, smiling. But I believe with you here, Rickon will be safer. Arya feigned acquiescence, yet privately rushed to complain to Sansa. Emily dismissed them with a few words, taking only Yura, Ghost, and a contingent of guards to the Eyrie. Upon their arrival, they encountered Varys the Spider and Peter Baelish at the foot of the mountain, both wearing smiles that seemed too congenial. Emily inexplicably perched upon her horse, gazing down at them with a smile, remarked, Gentlemen, it has been quite some time. Varys, his eyes crinkling with mirth, replied, Miss Emily, I never anticipated we would meet again. What fills me with pride is that you still remember me. Peter smiled, adding, The Stark family possesses an excellent memory. Would you not agree, Miss Emily? Emily pursed her lips and inquired, What of the Tyrells and Stannis? They await you in the hall, Miss Emily. Please, follow me. Littlefinger gestured, leading the way. The group traversed the heavily guarded Bloodgate and Moonsgate, ascending the narrow path lined with treacherous cliffs shrouded in cold mist. The pebbles kicked up by the horses' hooves fell silently into the abyss below. Emily turned to the guards closely trailing behind and cheerfully addressed Littlefinger, Ser Tyrell, I shall require your assistance in arranging for the guards shortly. Ser Tyrell replied with a smile, It is my honor. Furthermore, you are the lady of our Eyrie, so it is only natural that I assist you. Jowen's eyes widened in astonishment, yet Emily remained unfazed, replying, I appreciate your help. Littlefinger, observing the expressions of Jowen and Emily, chuckled, Miss Emily, we have arrived at the hall. The kings are awaiting your presence. He stepped forward to open the hall door, then retreated slightly. Upon entering, Emily surveyed the grand hall. Atop the fishbone throne sat a youth of similar height to Rhaegar, flanked by a gaunt, wrinkled woman. In an instant, Emily comprehended. This was her betrothed, Robert Arryn. Alongside his nominal mother, Lady Lysa. By their side sat the imp, Peter, and Stannis. Emily approached boldly, exclaiming, What? Shall I stand here? Robert Arryn regarded Emily with a look of disgust at her scarred visage, exclaiming, You are Emily Stark? Utterly hideous. Do not approach. Emily halted Jowen, who was eager to confront him, and strode confidently towards Robert, declaring, Indeed, I am Emily Stark. With that, she delivered a resounding slap to his face. Lady Lysa lunged at Emily, but Peter swiftly restrained her, whispering, Hush, this is the king in the north. Robert rose in fury, shouting, You dare strike me. Emily did not spare him a glance, directly instructing Peter, Take him away. I do not wish for them to remain here. If you wish to partake, come alone. Taken aback by her directness, Peter nodded slightly and summoned men to escort Robert and Lysa out. Peter remarked with a grin, It seems Miss Emily Stark has transformed into quite the formidable presence, no longer the pitiful girl of yore. Of course, one must grow, he continued. Besides, have you not also become the hand? Peter's expression remained unchanged as he smiled. Let us discuss the truce between our three houses. Emily and Stannis expressed their agreement. And after finalizing a 5-year non-aggression pact, the three took their leave. Peter chuckled, suggesting that the Eyrie should contribute its modest share. The three remained silent. Yet it was Varys, standing beside Tyrion, who remarked with a smile that opportunities for reunion were scarce, and they must seize the moment. No sooner had he spoken than Emily felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, glancing down to find a sword piercing through her body. As she slowly turned her head, she was met with the tear-filled eyes of Joffrey. In a hoarse voice, he apologized. I'm sorry, Emily. Before she could respond, the White Wolf lunged at Joffrey, tearing at him. By the time they all comprehended the situation, Emily was leaning against the railing of the narrow path, clutching her belly, blood pooling around her. The White Wolf bared its teeth, positioning itself protectively in front of her, growling at the onlookers. Joffrey lay lifeless on the ground, his neck broken and eyes wide open. Surrounded by blood, Stannis hastily retreated behind his guards, while the three parties of guards remained on high alert. The sword still lodged in Emily's abdomen did not cause her much pain. Instead, she looked at Joffrey and scoffed, Fool. Tyrion, having overheard, replied with a grin. He is not a fool. It is quite the feat for him to have remained by your side for so many years. Emily's expression darkened. I know he hails from Casterly Rock. His family resides there. I saw it. I mock him for his foolishness, believing his family still exists. How could Lord Tywin allow us to uncover his family's presence in Casterly Rock? Tyrion's smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. If you are aware, Why did you come here? Emily pulled the white wolf close, stroking its somewhat prickly fur. It is unfortunate that I discovered the truth too late. Yet, it is not too late. There is still much to be done. With a swift motion, Emily retrieved a parchment from her cloak and placed it in the wolf's mouth. Giving it a pat, the wolf immediately dashed away. Tyrion gasped, urgently calling out, "Quick, archers! Shoot it down." But it was too late. The mature direwolf vanished in the blink of an eye. Emily, now standing with the railing for support, laughed. "You are quite naive to think I would come unprepared. I am not Ned Stark." Observing the terror on their faces, she burst into laughter. "Join me in death." With Emily's words, flames erupted from the ground, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the skies. Subsequently, the king in the north, Rickon Stark, raised an army against King's Landing, claiming it was in retaliation for the Lannisters' assassination of the former queen, Emily Stark. Shireen Baratheon, the Lady of Dragonstone, willingly surrendered, and Rickon, smitten by her beauty, took Shireen as his queen. Meanwhile, little Mealy sat on her sickbed, happily munching on the pork and scallion dumplings her mother had specially prepared for her, while her mother smiled beside her, saying, "Eat slowly. I will make you more tonight."